Chapter 1101. Production Type Fey, Dark Crystal Armored Insect. Lin Yuan could use genius-connected tales to impart knowledge to Qin Yu quickly. However, it was more important for Qin Yu to experience life at his own pace. This was the same reason why Lin Yuan never used connected tales on Chu Ci. Lin Yuan looked up at Qin Lun and noticed that Qin Lun had a hesitant expression. I asked you here so that I can help Qin Yu awaken his beast pattern and remove the affliction from his body. At the same time, I have found the polar night blue sky scorpions for you. However, you will need to pass a small test before you can obtain the polar night blue sky scorpions, said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan led Qin Lun and Qin Yu to the training room and used the jasmine lily's severed limbs growth to inject vitality into Qin Yu. Soon, a clear polar night blue sky scorpion pattern appeared on Qin Yu's neck that matched Qin Lun's. A dark sticky aura oozed out of the beast pattern. When Lin Yuan walked out of the training room with Qin Lun and Qin Yu, he saw that Wen Yu was tending to Fan Jianyi and a girl with black armor and box braids. This girl was tall and slender with beautiful cold features. The braids that extended to her legs swayed beside her as she sat on the sofa. The ends of the braids curled and resembled scorpion tails. The girl's eyes left the deepest impression on Lin Yuan. They were fully white like a cloud-covered sky. Occasionally, a magical glow flashed across the white eyes like rays of sunlight. Fan Jianyi saw Lin Yuan and was about to stand when Blue Night made a surprised sound and said, "What strong polar night blue sky scorpion aura." Usually, the polar night blue sky scorpion aura should have been diluted in mixed blood offspring. Yet, this aura is even stronger than some pure bloodlines. Fan Jianyi coughed softly, and Blue Night realized it had spoken out of turn. It hastily stood up and nodded in greeting at Lin Yuan. It looked at Lin Yuan with even more affection than the way Fan Jianyi looked at him. Blue Night had used the spirit fluid concocted by the Moon Empress and law crystals to evolve to creation breed. Although Fan Linglong had gone to much trouble to beg for this opportunity, the Moon Empress still did them a favor. Blue Night never forgot this. Feys were always straightforward when it came to their feelings, and Blue Night's gratitude to the Moon Empress naturally extended to Lin Yuan. After Lin Yuan nodded back at Fan Jianyi and Blue Night, he saw two small black scorpions crawl out of Blue Night's clothes and make their way over to Qin Lun and Qin Yu. Qin Lun was fine with the small scorpion crawling all over him. However, Qin Yu was young and afraid of creepy crawlies. He could not help but freeze as the color slowly drained from his face. Fan Jianyi was surprised by how friendly the two young scorpions were behaving toward Qin Lun and Qin Yu. Still, she felt at ease because it proved that the two scorpions were not opposed to the two boys' presence. Once they proved that Qin Lun and Qin Yu did have the polar night blue sky scorpion beast pattern, there would be no reason for Blue Night to refuse. Frankly, Blue Night did not plan on rejecting. Once it was certain that Qin Lun and Qin Yu did have the polar night blue sky scorpion beast pattern, it had already decided to allow its children to be contracted by Qin Lun and Qin Yu. It would be beneficial to the polar night blue sky scorpion's growth if spirit chi professionals contracted them with polar night blue sky scorpion beast patterns. As a parent, Blue Night felt that it needed to give its child the best. Blue Night said, "Young lord, I am okay with my children being contracted by your two boys. However, I need them to promise to supply my children with resources. On my part, I'll also send a monthly supply of resources for my children. I hope that the two boys will be able to use all these resources on my children." Lin Yuan did not expect them to agree so easily, and he immediately replied, "I will provide the daily resources needed by the two polar night blue sky scorpions. If my memory serves, the polar night blue sky scorpion needs the shell of the dark crystal armored insect to grow quickly. You can provide the dark crystal armored insects, and I'll give your children 10 crystallized dark crystal armored insect shells every month. Additionally, I will multiply the number of resources you send over each month and give them to Qin Lun and Qin Yu to ensure that your children grow rapidly." Lin Yuan did not expect Blue Night to continue to look after its children after Qin Lun and Qin Yu contracted them. This was essentially providing Lin Yuan with free resources. There was no reason for him to turn away this cornucopia. The dark crystal armored insect was similar to the elemental shellfish in that its shells had the same effects as elemental pearls. However, the dark crystal armored insect shells only contained dark element. The more spirit chi the dark crystal armored insect absorbed, the faster it would shed its shell. The higher the concentration of spirit chi it absorbed, the more crystallized the armor that was shed would be. The dark crystal armored insect was a production type Fey that was much rarer than the elemental shellfish. However, there were definitely dark crystal armored insects in the cage of Brahma insects. Otherwise, Blue Knight would not have been able to evolve to creation breed. Ever since Lin Yuan met Blue Knight, the invisible demon immediately started to stir as it saw Blue Knight as a formidable foe. This meant that Blue Knight had reached Sovereign X/Creation 8. It was no wonder that it was the leader of the Cage of Brahma insect's main Fey. Blue Knight was taken aback by what Lin Yuan said and immediately felt hungry. Fan Linglong had produced many dark crystal armored insects for Blue Knight in the past. However, many creation master resources were required for the dark crystal armored insect to shed its shell. Hence, only about half of the nurtured dark crystal armored insects had been used. As such, it was difficult for Cage of Brahma insects to provide the dark crystal armored insects. But it seemed excessive for Lin Yuan to provide the 2 polar night blue sky scorpions with 10 shells every month. This meant that he would need to produce 20 shells each month for both children. Even at Blue Knight's current level, it didn't receive 20 dark crystal armored insect shells every month. Thus, it craved the resources that Lin Yuan was promising to give its children. Nonetheless, Blue Knight rejoiced as the resources on top of the 2 contractors with polar night blue sky scorpion beast patterns would ensure that its children would be able to evolve to myth breed in less than 8 years. Chapter 1102 The Second Letter. Blue Knight had been ready to give up everything it had to provide for its 2 children. It also wanted its children to obtain as many resources as they could from Lin Yuan. However, neither Qin Lun nor Qin Yu had comprehended willpower runes. This displeased Blue Knight greatly. Your children will be evolved to legend quality when they reach bronze grade to ensure that their potential is maximized. I will also evolve your children to silver grade when Qin Lun and Qin Yu comprehend willpower runes and evolve them to fantasy breed, said Lin Yuan. The last of Blue Knight's worries disappeared with Lin Yuan's second promise. He made Qin Lun and Qin Yu promise Blue Knight and form contracts with the 2 young polar night blue sky scorpions. The 2 polar night blue sky scorpions were officially Qin Lun and Qin Yu's Feys. Qin Lun, Qin Yu, and the 2 polar night blue sky scorpions were all delighted after the contracts were formed. Blue Knight was happy that its 2 children were going to be so well provided for and that they had contractors with dependable backgrounds. Lin Yuan was happy that Qin Lun and Qin Yu had found suitable Feys. Now, the brothers could finally increase their power and add to Sky City's strength. Qin Lun and Qin Yu were happy that they were no longer helpless nobodies. They could now fight just like every other combat class spirit chi professional. With this power, they would be able to return the favor to Lin Yuan, who had saved them, and prove their worth. They were also able to trace their background. The happiest person was Fan Jianyi. Qin Lun and Qin Yu were under Lin Yuan, and Blue Knight was Fan Linglong's main Fey. Now that Blue Knight's 2 children had formed contracts with Lin Yuan's subordinates, Cage of Brahma insects and Lin Yuan had an unbreakable bond. This was a connection that she could have only dreamed of. Once the Moon Empress heard of this, she would not only stop blaming Cage of Brahma insects, but she might even help out Cage of Brahma insects even more. Suddenly, Fan Jianyi remembered the other reason she had come to the return from faraway mansion and hastily said, Lord Lin Yuan, inside this diamond Fey storage box are the resources that we agreed on in exchange for the golden lotus brocade pearls. Please check them. Fan Jianyi placed the diamond Fey storage box in Lin Yuan's hands. Lin Yuan looked inside the diamond Fey storage box and saw that there was also a small pile of law source crystals on top of the young elemental shellfish. Evidently, Fan Jianyi had brought all 40,000 law source crystals. I still need a month before the 800 golden lotus brocade pearls are ready. You can give the law source crystals to me then, said Lin Yuan. Lord Lin Yuan, Cage of Brahma insects is in no rush. I personally cleaned out the storage to gather the law source crystals, so I thought I would bring them to you first. Once you're ready, you can contact Hans Hung to collect the golden lotus brocade pearls, replied Fan Jianyi. Lin Yuan smiled and said, Cage of Brahma insects has my thanks. I will punctually deliver the golden lotus brocade pearls to Cage of Brahma insects in a month. Now that he had another 40,000 law source crystals, Lin Yuan felt that it was not a waste to spend close to 10,000 law source crystals to transform the Class XI/Culpa 8 invisible demon into an apostle. While Lin Yuan and Fan Jianyi were talking, Blue Knight's eyes were fixed on Qin Lun and Qin Yu. After studying them carefully, Blue Knight could not figure out why the strong polar night blue sky scorpion aura came from the 2 boys. As such, it decided to turn its attention to its children instead. Before Fan Jianyi and Blue Knight left the return from faraway mansion, they saw Zhou Luo rushing in and immediately sensed his king-class aura. Fan Jianyi and Blue Knight usually ignored king-class experts given their identity and power. But since he was returning to the return from faraway mansion, they still nodded at him in greeting. Zhou Luo made a beeline for Lin Yuan and handed him a piece of paper as he said, "Young master, I returned to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce after the meeting, and Endless Summer told me to deliver this piece of paper to you." Endless Summer said that this piece of paper was attached to a messenger pigeon. However, the messenger pigeon had charged into the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and was snuffed out by Endless Summer's aura. Given that Zhou Luo had returned to the mansion so soon after leaving, the matter had to be urgent. He received the paper and saw that it was exactly the same as the letter from before. That letter had also been delivered to the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce by a messenger pigeon. Lin Yuan remembered that the last letter had been regarding the Zheng family. From the previous letter's content, Lin Yuan could tell that the writer understood the Zheng family well but also resented them. When Lin Yuan opened this letter, he saw that it was regarding the blood pact ultimate fight between Sky City and the Zheng family. There was even information about the leader of the Zheng family's main fey. It also mentioned that the Miao family would be sending out pinnacle emperor-class experts to help the Zheng family. Since the messenger pigeon had delivered this letter, it had to have taken 3 days for it to fly from Indigo Azure City to the royal capital. The leader of the Zheng family had only arrived at the royal capital last night. Hence, this letter had to have been sent when the Zheng family was still preparing to issue a blood pact ultimate fight challenge to Sky City. It could not be more clear that the writer detested the Zheng family. However, the current situation was different from 3 days ago. Now, the Miao family had also lent the Thearch-class expert Han Tianhe to the Zheng family. The writer had known almost immediately that the Zheng family intended to issue a blood pact ultimate fight challenge to Sky City. This meant that the writer also had to know what the Miao family was currently offering the Zheng family. Previously, Wen Yu had guessed that the letter's sender was Zheng Qian because he had 6 fingers, and the letters on the page were spaced differently from how a person with 5 fingers would write them. The sender also seemed to lack strength. Even a healthy girl would be able to write with greater strength. Lin Yuan did not feel the need to ponder deeply about who was sending these letters to Sky City because this letter came with a string of numbers at the end. Chapter 1103 Try to help yourself before you ask for help. After Lin Yuan read the letter, he gave it to Wen Yu. She read the letter and said determinedly, "I am 95% confident that the writer is the 3rd young master of the Zheng family." The letter was written quickly. Clearly, the Zheng family's 3rd young master is trying to gain favor with Sky City by writing this letter. He wants to know if Sky City has what it takes to destroy the Zheng family and give him a chance to make a comeback. Lin Yuan did not comment. If Zheng Qian had truly written this letter, it would be good news to Lin Yuan. If Zheng Qian became loyal to him, he could help Zheng Qian rise to power and allow him to take charge of the Zheng family after he beat the Zheng family in the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight and gained control of their resources. This would reduce the stress on the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and be able to gain a whole Zheng family instead of an incomplete one. If Listen absorbed the Zheng family's resources, he would have to replace all the people from the Zheng family and replace them with his people to be on the same side. This would result in talented people that came from the Zheng family but did not have the Zheng surname being lost. However, it would be completely appropriate for Zheng Qian to succeed the Zheng family in such a time of crisis. He would be heralded as a hero in the eyes of the other members of the Zheng family and save them from destruction. At that time, most of those talented people would be saved. There were no top factions in Indigo Azure City, and the sea also surrounded it. In Lin Yuan's eyes, Indigo Azure City was a juicy piece of meat. However, he would have to call the number left on the letter to be sure how the situation would play out. Lin Yuan called the number. When it connected, he immediately said, "Hello, Zheng Qian." The person on the other end of the call was silent for a moment. But soon, he chuckled and replied honestly, "The City Lord of Sky City is truly capable. You managed to guess who I was from just 2 letters." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow before he hung up. He continued to hold the phone, and it started to ring in less than a minute. Lin Yuan picked up the call and noticed that the cavalier tone had become slightly panicked. He did not like Zheng Qian's previous attitude. The Zheng family and Sky City were enemies, and the Zheng family had taken many lives from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. To Lin Yuan, Zheng Qian was nothing more than a chess piece meant to stabilize the game. If the chess piece were not reliable, it would be unnecessary. "I have a proposition for you." After the words left his lips, Zheng Qian realized that he had been hung up on again. Zheng Qian gnashed his teeth but could not do anything else but continue to call. Sky City's attitude made Zheng Qian aware that he had no right to negotiate with them. As upset as he was at how Sky City was treating him, he knew that Sky City was his only chance of making a comeback. Otherwise, there would only be 2 endings in store for him. If the Zhang family won, he would continue to suffer a wheelchair-bound existence. If the Zhang family lost, he would die. Zhang Qian was smart, and he knew that he had to change his attitude. However, the call continued to ring but was not picked up. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Qian's forehead. A few seconds felt like a few years. Lin Yuan picked up just when he thought that the call was about to be automatically ended. Zhang Qian now acted like a wild animal in a hopeless situation but was desperate for survival. I'm begging for your help. Lin Yuan immediately replied harshly, try to help yourself before asking for help. Your survival is hinged on your worth. How much value you have determines how long you'll live. I'll wait for half an hour. The next time you call me, I want to know who is participating in the Blood Pact ultimate fight against Sky City. Lin Yuan promptly hung up. Lin Yuan already knew that the Miao family was lending Han Tianhe to the Zhang family. Everyone who was going to participate in the Blood Pact ultimate fight needed to report to the spirit guards in advance. Lin Yuan would immediately know of any changes in the Zhang family's participants with Lu Ji around. The news about Han Tianhe's participation was Lin Yuan's way of testing Zhang Qian. Lin Yuan did not hope that this chess piece would turn out to be dishonest even if it could be helpful. Wen Yu knew what Lin Yuan was planning, and she said, Young master, if we win the Blood Pact ultimate fight and obtain Zhang Qian's loyalty, it will be greatly beneficial to Sky City. When I was looking at the profiles of the Zhang family, Zhang Qian had a high rating. However, in a large family like the Zhang family that is also reliant on the Miao family, the younger generation's worth is always dependent on who their mother is. Hence, Zhang Qian has been targeted by Miao Ji from the moment he showed that he was talented. Ever since the incident that left him weak and wheelchair-bound, the most he can do now is wheel himself out for some fresh air. Moreover, the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce has already decided on luxury goods as their role. This role overlaps with that of the Zhang family. The listening Heron Chamber of Commerce can completely take over all of the Zhang family's resources and use the Zhang family's geographic location to expand into shallow sea mining of resources. Lin Yuan nodded. Wen Yu had a similar idea to him. However, the Zhang family's final path would not be decided by their geographic location but by how useful Zhang Qian turned out to be and what kind of resources he would provide the Zhang family. Lin Yuan did not want to make a scene and allow everyone to know that the Zhang family had become Sky City's subsidiary. Discretion was the name of the game. Lin Yuan wanted the Zhang family to continue as they were while quietly helping Sky City. Zhang Qian's rise in power could be easily explained away, and it did not matter whether the top factions believed that the Zhang family was connected to Sky City. After all, there would definitely be traces left behind when Sky City secretly transferred resources to the Zhang family. It was more important to Lin Yuan that the rising and veteran factions believed that the Zhang family had nothing to do with Sky City. Chapter 1104 You dare threaten me? After the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce took over the Zhang family's luxury resources, the Zhang family could be easily cut off once they could no longer be of any use. He believed that the other two veteran factions in Indigo Azure City would be very interested in the Zhang family's real estate. In less than half an hour, Zhang Qian called again. When Lin Yuan picked up, he heard Zhang Qian say frantically, the situation has changed. For some reason, Zhang Kaiwan has managed to form a connection with the Moon Empress disciple. He used this connection to obtain the help of a Thearch class expert. The Thearch class expert's name is Han Tianhe, and he's Miao Genshin's right-hand man. Since you accepted the challenge so readily, Zhang Kaiwan is going to ask the Miao family for more help. He wants to swap out the Emperor class expert with 2 Pinnacle Myth 3 Feys with another Thearch class expert. Lin Yuan gave Zhang Qian an internal thumbs up as it was likely that Zhang Qian had offered all the information he had access to. He had already expected that Zhang Kaiwan would start to panic when Sky City accepted the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight challenge so quickly. Lin Yuan replied nonchalantly, the Moon Empress disciple and Zhang Kaiwan aren't friends. Your reply has saved your life. All you need to do now is remain in the Zhang family's residence in Indigo Azure City. I will immediately meet you for a face-to-face discussion after the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Also, have you comprehended a willpower rune? Zhang Qian had been extremely worried. He would rather die than continue his tortured existence. Zhang Qian's chest had tightened when he heard that Zhang Kaiwan had borrowed the help of a Thearch class expert. But after this call, the tight feeling completely vanished because the person on the other end of the call sounded so sure that the Thearch class expert seemed almost insignificant. Zhang Qian did not believe that anyone could sound so sure if their faction was facing impending destruction. It seemed that the Zhang family was truly in trouble. He wondered how his grandfather, who had abandoned him, would feel after knowing that his second grandson had resulted in the Zheng family's ruin. However, there was no way his grandfather would know because his grandfather would be the first person who would lose his life during the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. City Lord, I shall wait for you here in Indigo Azure City. At that moment, Zheng Qian realized that he had been hung up on again. As he gazed at the swallows flying past his window, Zheng Qian allowed himself to become lost in his memories. Use him and make him submit. Abandon him and win the hearts of others. Kill him to quell your rage. These words had been carved into Zheng Qian's mind from a young age. His grandfather had taught Zheng Qian these words and how a member of the elite like him should treat everyone around as pawns that he could use. Yet now, he was nothing more than one of Sky City's pawns. But regardless, he was the Zheng family's hero because he would be the one that enabled the Zheng family to continue surviving. However, Zheng Qian was still mildly excited because he felt that there was no way that Sky City's city lord would abandon him. He would definitely have a chance to prove his worth. Even if he would still be confined to a wheelchair, he would not be worthless. Lin Yuan and Wen Yu had a deep discussion about the future of Sky City. The Miao family was now in a state of panic because the spirit guards had denied their request to venture into the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Any veteran faction could make a request to venture into the abyssal world. The application was nothing more than a formality. There were even some rising factions who could apply. However, the Miao family was stuck because of the spirit guards. This meant that the spirit guards were still displeased with the Miao family. Miao Ji had insulted Wang Fuxiang, while Miao Zhou had offended the spirit guards. This was the spirit guards' way of getting revenge. Miao Zhou had just relaxed for a moment. But now, he was once again public enemy number one in the Miao family. Miao Zhenchan worried over this issue as he paced around the study room. His constantly changing expressions were evidence of his perturbed ants. If they really could not expand into the abyssal world, the Miao family would not only become the laughingstock of all the factions, but they might even be left behind by all the other factions that gained resources from the abyssal world. Just as Miao Zhenchan was about to hold a meeting of the elders, someone said from the doorway, "Old Master, young Master Zheng would like to see you." Miao Zhenchan frowned as he did not understand why Zheng Kaiwan would need to see him. But he knew that Miao Zhou had offended the young liege of the Midnight Palace because he had offended Lin Yuan first. Hence, the root of the matter was Lin Yuan. The young liege of the Midnight Palace had taken action on behalf of Lin Yuan because they were very close. Zheng Kaiwan was acquainted with Lin Yuan. It was likely that the Miao family's issue could be resolved through Zheng Kaiwan's connection to Lin Yuan. As such, Miao Zhenchan decided to see Zheng Kaiwan in the study room. However, what Zheng Kaiwan said made it impossible for Miao Zhenchan to continue keeping his displeasure under wraps. "Grandfather, I want you to lend me another Thearch class expert. This way, the Zheng family will have an even higher chance of defeating Sky City in the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight." Zheng Kaiwan was so absorbed in his desire for another Thearch class expert that he did not notice the negative change in Miao Zhenchan's tone. "Are you saying that Elder Han isn't strong enough? Who else in the Miao family meets your expectations?" Zheng Kaiwan immediately replied, "Grandfather, Elder Han and Elder Lu are always together. I heard that Elder Lu is slightly stronger than Elder Han and that his main fei has reached Sovereign 6/Creation V. Can you allow Elder Lu to swap in for an Emperor class expert?" Zheng Kaiwan paused for a moment before adding, "Once the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight is over, I'll immediately head over to Lin Yuan's place. He invited me to visit when we met at the Spirit Food Pavilion." Zheng Kaiwan's words caused anger to flash across Miao Zhenchan's eyes. Miao Zhenchan did not expect Zheng Kaiwan to be so bold that he would threaten his grandfather. Chapter 1105 Big Harvest. If the spirit guards were not preventing them from expanding into the abyssal world, there was no way that Miao Zhenchan would give Zheng Kaiwan his consent. It would agitate the other factions if the Miao family sent two Thearch class experts to help the Zheng family during a public event like the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. This would lead to a negative effect on Connected Beast Park's influence and reputation. However, the Miao family did need Zheng Kaiwan's help to become closer to Lin Yuan. Thus, Miao Zhenchan took a deep breath and said, "I will go and let Elder Lu know. But you can't just take Miao Qi with you when you go and visit the Moon Empress disciple. You have to take Miao He and Miao Zhou too so that Miao Zhou can properly apologize to the Moon Empress disciple." Zheng Kaiwan's eyes flashed. He knew that his grandfather wanted to create the opportunity for Miao He to become closer to Lin Yuan. He only mentioned Miao Zhou as a cover. He felt that if he was Lin Yuan, he would not bother about Miao Zhou's apology. Nonetheless, Zhang Kaiwan could not express his objection now that he had managed to borrow Elder Lu. Zhang Kaiwan reluctantly agreed and stood up to excuse himself. However, Zhang Kaiwan did not know that the moment he turned around, Miao Zhenshan shot him a murderous glare. All the major factions in the Radiance Federation knew about the impending blood pact ultimate fight between Sky City and the Zhang family. Naturally, Sun Ningxiang also heard the news. Unlike Zhongzi, Gulang, Long Tao, Gao Feng, and Lin Yuan, Sun Ningxiang knew that Lin Yuan was the city lord of Sky City. She thought about the recent rumors about the Miao family and Zhang family, and she thought, the Miao family sure is eager to rush to their doom. They're even willing to kick an unmovable metal plank. Sun Ningxiang said to Peach Witch, go and check who the Miao family is sending out to participate in the blood pact ultimate fight against Sky City. Before Peach Witch could reply, Sun Ningxiang hurriedly shook her head and said, forget it. You don't have to check. Cancel our plans to go home and see Grandma. We're staying in the royal capital for a few more days. 2 days later, I'm taking you and Apricot to watch the blood pact ultimate fight between Sky City and the Zhang family and cheer Sky City on. Peach Witch nodded but was slightly worried. Sky City and Condense Fairy Orchard had a working relationship. She was afraid that Sky City would suffer by engaging in a blood pact ultimate fight against the Zhang family. Although the Miao family had always looked down on the Zhang family, they were still connected by marriage, and it was likely that the Miao family would help out the Zhang family in such a crucial situation. Peach Witch was not surprised that Sun Ningxiang was taking her and Apricot to cheer on Sky City. However, she clearly missed Sun Ningxiang's real intention, which was to watch the destruction of the Zhang family and how the Miao family made themselves into a mockery. After Lin Yuan and Wen Yu were done discussing the future plans for the expansion of Sky City's private faction territory on Star Web, he returned to his room. He was not worried in the least about the blood pact ultimate fight with the Zhang family because he had a large pile of work to attend to. He needed to mutate the 9 elemental shellfish that he had just obtained from Fan Jianyi. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls produced by the elemental shellfish were Lin Yuan's main resource. He currently had 3 scorching elemental shellfish, 3 celestine elemental shellfish, 5 aquamarine elemental shellfish, and 2 thick earth elemental shellfish. He had decided on the division of types after careful consideration. Now that he had another 9 elemental shellfish, he would have to ponder their division again carefully. However, he was not going to be as thorough in his thought process as before as he already had enough elemental shellfish to meet his expectations. These 9 new young elemental shellfish would only serve to increase Lin Yuan's stock of elemental pearls. Hence, Lin Yuan decided to split them evenly into groups of 2. He decided that the remaining elemental shellfish would be another aquamarine elemental shellfish. Water-type heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls were able to increase Dark Blue's power. Lin Yuan felt that increasing the power of his feys was more important than stocking up on resources. He needed Dark Blue's faith water to sustain his developments in the dimensional worlds and increase the faith power in his body. Lin Yuan was now extremely familiar with assigning types to the elemental shellfish, and he was done with the task quickly. He used the remaining time to evolve the elemental shellfish to Bronze/Legend. There were now 22 elemental shellfish in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. 5 of them were scorching elemental shellfish, 5 were celestine elemental shellfish, 8 were aquamarine elemental shellfish, and 4 were thick earth elemental shellfish. Lin Yuan smiled as he watched the elemental shellfish continuously absorb the pure spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He would never have to worry about lacking elemental pearls in the future. Even if a problem arose in the Spirit Lock spatial zone and his stock of elemental pearls dropped to 0, the 22 elemental shellfish were enough to help Lin Yuan recover soon. Previously, Lin Yuan thought that the 22 elemental shellfish used about 95% of the spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He had been right. But now that Grey had hatched and no longer absorbed pure spirit chi like it did before, there was a surplus of spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan calculated that only about 80% of the spirit chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone was being used. The remaining 20% could be used on the 5 dark crystal armored insects that the cage of Brahma insects was going to deliver over. Soon, Lin Yuan took out the remaining 519 spirit chi crystals and continued to evolve his phase. After Genius and the Acid Corrosion Queen Bee were evolved, Lin Yuan only had Chimey, the Jasmine Lily, Blackie, Purple Afterglow and Source Sand left to evolve. Chapter 1106 Manly Men Cry 2. Lin Yuan wanted to evolve the Source Sand first. He instructed the Source Sand to change into quicksand before he fed spirit chi crystals one by one into the quicksand. The Source Sand's power slowly increased. By the time Lin Yuan tossed the 200th spirit chi crystal into the quicksand, the source sand had evolved to Diamond Eye/Fantasy 2. A wave of sand granules kicked up from within the quicksand. These sand granules were all made of close guard sand, the most active parts of the source sand. Lin Yuan noticed that the close guard sand had changed significantly. Previously, the close guard sand was translucent. But now, the close guard sand was made of transparent crystals. These crystals did not have color, but they seemed to be able to absorb any metal-type spiritual ingredient and temper it to gain its characteristics. Although the quicksand under Lin Yuan's control did not expand, the quicksand currents were now 1,000 times stronger. It would only take minutes for the quicksand to bury a Diamond X Fey. After evolving to Diamond Eye/Fantasy 2, the source sand still excelled at control abilities while its attack abilities were slightly weaker. But if a life form sunk 300 meters into the sea of sand, the surrounding pressure would make it extremely difficult for the life form to make it out alive. Moreover, there was still the killer exclusive skill. At that moment, the source sand requested Lin Yuan to strengthen one of its exclusive skills. The source sand was a special source type item as it would not gain new abilities after its grade was evolved. Instead, it needed to select either metal consume manifestation or gravel spirit acceptance to evolve. Once again, Lin Yuan chose to strengthen metal consume manifestation. Previously, his decisions to evolve metal consume manifestation had led to an increase in the types of metal type items that metal consume manifestation could consume and the types of shapes that metal consume manifestation could change into. Now, the source sand's evolution was done. However, he did not immediately move on to evolve other feys. Instead, he ordered the source sand to spit out all the bronze ferromanganese. Cleanly shaped ferromanganese shot out of the quicksand, and Lin Yuan collected them. He stored them all into a platinum fey storage box. Although the ferromanganese was very suitable to the source sand, it would become less useful as the source sand continued to evolve. Hence, it would be a waste of metal consume manifestation if the source sand continued to store the ferromanganese. Lin Yuan had already come up with a plan long ago for the metal-type spiritual ingredients that source sand would consume in the future. He had prepared the metal-type spiritual ingredients that source sand would consume once it evolved to diamond grade. One of them was radium. Although radium was a diamond spiritual ingredient, it was strong enough to withstand attacks from myth breed feys. Besides its sturdiness, radium was also extremely sharp. When spirit craftsmen were carving metal-type spiritual ingredients, they often chose treated radium as the head of their tools. Hence, Lin Yuan felt that it was extremely suitable for the ferromanganese to be swapped with radium. Although this would result in the source sand's sand grains losing their sharpness, the radium would increase the sand grain's durability and make it more difficult for a trapped entity to escape. As the source sand consumed more types of metal-type items, it would be able to increase the combat power of the sea of sand. Lin Yuan took out the metal-type Red Lotus Soft Gold that he had asked Listen to collect over the course of a month. Although the Red Lotus Soft Gold was a platinum metal-type spiritual ingredient, it was even rarer than diamond metal-type spiritual materials because it could only be found in Class 5 subterranean dimensional rifts. In order to help Lin Yuan find the Red Lotus Soft Gold, Listen had used almost all of the revenue that the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce had earned from selling luxury goods. When held in one's hand, the Red Lotus Soft Gold looked like a soft piece of metal that reflected red light. It was right on the cusp of transparency. When the Red Lotus Soft Gold's shape was changed, the red glow would move and appear like a red lotus. This was the reason for its name. As innocuous as the Red Lotus Soft Gold appeared, it could be stretched into strands. When spirit chi was injected into the strands, they would become exceedingly strong needles. After the source sand consumed the Red Lotus Soft Gold, it would be able to produce the Red Lotus Soft Gold strands at any moment to finish off whatever entity was within the sea of sand. When spirit chi was not involved, the Red Lotus Soft Gold strands could also become a strong malleable net that could be used as an attack or a means of restraint. Moreover, the Red Lotus Soft Gold had decaying venom that would leave angry red scars on any life form that came into contact with it. The scars were actually small rashes. The Red Lotus Soft Gold's venom would cause the target to lose their senses and act like a lunatic. It would also cause the target to cry uncontrollably, obscuring their sight. It was even likely that the target would become so crazed that it would start to attack recklessly. When there were many enemies, it was even possible for the affected targets to turn their backs on their comrades. Lin Yuan watched as the source sand moved on to consume the Red Lotus Soft Gold, and he felt that even the most composed would not be able to hold back from screaming when they stepped on the sand granules with the Red Lotus Soft Gold's characteristics. They would even start crying without intending to. Chapter 1107 Lin Yuan's Cupid Tendency. Lin Yuan still chose to evolve Metal Consume Manifestation again, but he wanted the source sand to memorize the manifestation of the diamond shape using the Red Lotus Soft Gold. The heart-penetrating iron line had inspired him. The Red Lotus Soft Gold could perfectly replace the heart-penetrating iron line. The Red Lotus Soft Gold strands would be able to accept another dimensional life form. Lin Yuan also tossed all the Day and Night Spirit Silver he had into the quicksand. The Day and Night Spirit Silver wings were one of Lin Yuan's main defense tactics. After the source sand consumed the 50 cubic meters of Day and Night Spirit Silver, Lin Yuan would have unlimited wings and could use the Day and Night Spirit Silver wings anytime during battle to increase his defensive abilities and agility. He did not plan on attending Gravel Spirit Acceptance. Rather, he instructed the source sand to spit out the heart-penetrating iron line it had absorbed previously. Lin Yuan still did not know what dimensional life form would be suitable to use Gravel Spirit Acceptance on, and he would need to spend more effort in the future on this. He used True Data and checked on the Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye source sand. Fey name, source sand, amber button. Fey species, elemental/sand. Fey grade diamond grade, 1/10. Fey type, earth. Fey quality, fantasy 2. Exclusive skill. Sand control, increase the contractor's control toward the source sand and also reduce the spiritual power consumption when controlling the source sand. Metal Consume Manifestation, consume a type of metal into the source sand and allow the source sand to possess characteristics of the metal that was consumed. At the same time, the source sand can rapidly condense the metal within the gravel, forming a specified form. Ferromanganese/chain blade, Day and Night Spirit Silver/feathers, Red Lotus Soft Gold/trigone strands, Gravel Spirit Acceptance. The source sand could consume a type of Fey or dimensional life form. The consumption would be determined by the life form's energy and genetic model complexity. Lin Yuan nodded and pondered before he evolved Blackie's grade. After Blackie's grade was evolved, he would be able to produce more power when he used Spirit Essence Explosion. Soon, Blackie was evolved to Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye, and its body grew to almost 100 meters long. The wriggling Blackie was full of the charisma and aura of a pure-blooded Flood Dragon species Fey. The Flood Dragon species bloodline within Blackie had also changed. It seemed to have been agitated by something and was showing signs of transforming to a higher level. Lin Yuan thought, it's likely that Blackie will be able to awaken its main dragon species bloodline when it evolves to Fantasy V and maybe even transform into a true main dragon species Fey when it evolves to Myth breed. At that moment, Mystic Moon's real form came to Lin Yuan's mind. He suddenly felt that Blackie and Mystic Moon seemed rather compatible. But he instantly shook the thought out of his head. Those thoughts were too strange. Had he awakened some kind of Cupid tendency? It was not appropriate for him to consider such matters for his seniors. However, if Blackie's physique continued to grow at its current rate, it would become larger than Mystic Moon by the time it evolved to Creation breed. It was said that high-grade dragon species Feys did not change into human form when mating. Lin Yuan was uncomfortable with having such images floating in his head. He now had 80 Spirit Chi crystals left. Lin Yuan used 20 Spirit Chi crystals to evolve Purple Afterglow to Platinum Eye/Fantasy Eye. Now, Lin Yuan was done evolving his Feys, and he was left with 60 Spirit Chi crystals. He did not choose to evolve Chimey because it had remained in the Phoenix Perching Chinese parasol tree ever since it evolved into the Clear Voice Luan Sparrow, and its bloodline had been influenced into a state of faint mutation. Lin Yuan planned on evolving Chimey after its bloodline was done mutating. Lin Yuan felt that although he could not defeat Zhongzi and Gulang in a mounted Fey battle, he would still be able to emerge victorious over the young disciples of the top factions. He proceeded to decorate the Spirit Lock spatial zone. As he gazed at the large empty extra space, Lin Yuan felt that he should take Genius with him to choose another 50-100 questions beasts. The fat tabby cat he had first nurtured took up half the space on the cat tower. As such, he would need to place a few more cat towers in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The large number of elemental shellfish entrants into the Spirit Lock spatial zone increased the usage of Spirit Chi in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Hence, Lin Yuan planned on dedicating the space to the current and future 100 questions beasts. Once he was done, Lin Yuan stretched and thought, it looks like I won't have to nurture Feys for some time. He glanced at his shadow in silence. The invisible demon seemed to become unnerved as it asked, "Do you have any instructions for me, Master?" Lin Yuan chuckled and replied, "None now, but I think we should have a proper conversation." Chapter 1108 Disappearance of the Purple Moon from the Abyssal World. The uncomfortable invisible demon shivered as fear crept into its heart. The fear did not come from being controlled by Lin Yuan. Rather, it was the fear of how nebulous and confusing the future was. The Moon Empress' decision to give the invisible demon to Lin Yuan was not made last minute. Ever since the mother of Bloodbath had failed to take care of Lin Yuan outside Indigo Azure City, the Moon Empress had decided to arrange for a powerful entity to safeguard Lin Yuan's safety. The invisible demon had not been captured by the Moon Empress recently. When the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had first opened in the Radiance Federation, it had not been announced, but people could still enter to explore the abyssal world. The members of royalty had ventured into the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift during the time before the announcement. The news of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift was made public because the members of royalty had suppressed all the life forms that were myth breed and above in the vicinity of the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift. Otherwise, when the masses from the Radiance Federation surged into the abyssal world, the appearance of one Class 11 Abyss Demon would result in numerous deaths. The Moon Empress had captured the invisible demon during the time that the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had been sealed off from the public, and she had kept it with her for some time. When the invisible demon first entered the main world, it had been completely befuddled. However, the invisible demon was intelligent and was at least 2 times smarter than the average person. Hence, it picked new things up quickly and soon gained a deep understanding of the main world. It now knew that feys from the main world relied on spirit chi to increase their power. Spirit chi was sparse in the air, unlike source-type power, which was present in the bodies of every dimensional life form in the dimensional world. However, every dimensional life form contained a different amount of source-type power. The higher class of dimensional life form, the more source-type power it contained. When the source-type power in a dimensional life form reached a certain amount, it could change the body of the dimensional life form into that of an apostle that could utilize faith power. It was because the invisible demon knew how important and short in supply spirit chi was that it had been shell-shocked when it entered the spirit lock spatial zone alongside Lin Yuan. At that moment, the invisible demon knew that there was more to this young man, that it had dedicated its soul and faith to than what met the eye. This made the invisible demon think of the obstruction it had sensed when it transferred its faith power into Lin Yuan. After it got over its shock, the invisible demon's mind reeled when it heard Lin Yuan's question. The invisible demon felt extremely insecure, leaving its life in the hands of another. The demons in the abyssal world were full of violence, desire, and deception. A strong apostle could conquer a large territory. The demons that failed to become believers were just like toys to the apostles that could be used casually. According to rumors, the famous apostle Luster Strand had grown a pair of white wings. Luster Strand's faith power was so concentrated that it had transformed into a source sacred body. The source sacred body could transform an apostle's appearance into that of a human's. However, the apostle with the source sacred body would still retain the strongest portion of its original body composition. After gaining its source sacred body, Luster Strand had a pure and innocent appearance, but its actions were unbelievably cruel. Luster Strand adored long and strong demons, and it would kill healthy demons for sport when it was happy or sad. Hence, the invisible demon knew full well that masters could treat the lives of their servants as dispensable. The invisible demon was afraid that one mood swing on Lin Yuan's part or one misspoken word would spell the end of its life. From the moment the invisible demon heard Lin Yuan's question, it started to think of the best answer that would most likely be able to please Lin Yuan. After it pleased Lin Yuan, its life of servitude would be easier. Lin Yuan's gentle and considerate way of evolving his feys had deeply touched the invisible demon. Since it was born in the abyssal world, the invisible demon had always been submerged in carnage and had longed to feel someone's care. However, this wish had yet to be granted. Master, you don't need to converse with me. Your will is my will too. You can give me any orders you please. The invisible demon left Lin Yuan's shadow and knelt down before him with its head lowered. Its tone was one of trepidation and flattery. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow as he did not understand why the invisible demon was speaking to him with such deep respect. He felt that there was no need for the invisible demon to see itself as having such an inferior status. Lin Yuan asked the invisible demon, for you to have become a Class XI/Culpa 8-dimensional life form, you must have lived for some time. The invisible demon hurriedly replied, Master, as far as I'm aware, I have lived for 1,700 red moons in the abyssal world. The invisible demon suddenly looked confused. It felt that it had lived for longer than 1,700 red moons. In the few years before it had been captured, the purple moon that always hung in the sky had suddenly disappeared. It was as though the purple moon had been stolen, and no one knew where it went. The red moon did not appear in the sky anymore without the purple moon. The red moon cycle was the abyssal world dimensional world's way of marking the passage of time. One red moon cycle took about a year and a half in the main world. This meant that the invisible demon was about 2,250 years old. Abyss demons had long lives, but the invisible demon was considered talented to have been able to evolve to class XI/Culpa 8 in a little over 2,000 years. Invisible demon, after living for so many years, you should have your own name. The invisible demon hastily replied, Master, I used to live in an apostle's territory. The life forms that were not believers or favored believers did not deserve to have names. Thus, I've always been nameless. Chapter 1109 Lin Yuan. Abyss Dictator? Lin Yuan thought, the abyssal world sure is cruel. No wonder the invisible demon is so humble and tries so hard to get on my good side. However, Lin Yuan was confused. The drugged snake eagle had only been class XI/Culpa I, yet it had been a favored believer of an apostle. The invisible demon was much stronger than the drugged snake eagle, yet it had not even been a believer. Now that the invisible demon was Lin Yuan's servant, he did not have to worry and try to puzzle things out on his own. He could just ask the questions he had. Invisible demon, you should have more than enough power to become a favored believer. How is it that you weren't even a believer? The invisible demon immediately felt ill. This was the problem that it wanted to avoid the most. But since Lin Yuan was asking, it could not keep it to itself and had to go into detail. Master, abyss demons are always strong and beautiful. Muscles, physique, and scales are what make male abyss demons attractive. I'm small and lack both muscles and scales. No apostles in the abyssal world will want me, and I dared not even appear in their eye line. Every time an apostle appears, I immediately hide in the shadows for fear of being killed for being an eyesore. Lin Yuan was now slightly embarrassed and wondered if he had forced the invisible demon to open a painful wound. He did not expect abyss demons to place so much emphasis on appearances. Moreover, the features that they highlighted were so unusual. Male abyss demons that were large and had bulging muscles were considered attractive. In contrast, Lin Yuan felt that the invisible demon's appearance was much more terrifying and fitting to the image of a demon. The invisible demon's well-balanced proportions were very similar to humans. Lin Yuan reached out and held the invisible demon to help it up to its feet. When the invisible demon saw Lin Yuan reaching out his hand, it immediately went limp to allow Lin Yuan to do whatever he pleased with its body. It was afraid that any strength used would be seen as an act of defiance. The invisible demon's heart started pounding, and it wondered if its answer had displeased Lin Yuan. It feared that Lin Yuan was going to punish it. But soon, the invisible demon realized that Lin Yuan wanted to help it up. A strange feeling gripped the invisible demon's heart, and it heard Lin Yuan say, "Would you like to transform your life?" The invisible demon nodded on instinct, and surprise surfaced on its face, making its sinister appearance seem rather dazed. Master, are you going to accept me as a believer and transform me into a favored believer? I sensed that you are able to control faith power. Are you actually an apostle? Lin Yuan touched his nose and wondered how they had strayed to this point. He was not an apostle but could use source-type power to change dimensional life forms into apostles through the source-type cleansing. Lin Yuan did not explain the invisible demon's misconception. Instead, he said, I can't change you into a favored believer. The invisible demon felt as though he had plunged from the sky into hell. It had never dared to dream that it could become a favored believer. Its life goal was just to become a believer of an apostle. However, the invisible demon's wild guess and Lin Yuan's words gave it more hope than it had ever had before. Yet, before the feeling even settled, it shattered right before the invisible demon's eyes. As utterly gutted the invisible demon was, it dared not show a shred of its disappointment. But it was at this moment that Lin Yuan said, although I can't change you into a favored believer, I can make you into an apostle. He activated the source-type power in the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt and allowed 100 units of source-type power to gather in his palm. The invisible demon dared not believe what it had just heard and tentatively raised its head to ask Lin Yuan if it had misheard. However, the invisible demon saw the pure amber-colored source-type power pulsing from Lin Yuan's palm, and its jaw dropped open, revealing a mouth full of pointed teeth. The invisible demon's legs weakened, and it fell to the ground trembling as it cried out, Dictator! Lin Yuan immediately realized that the invisible demon knew something that he did not. This was not surprising as all his knowledge about the dimensional worlds came from the Medusa snake demon. Evidently, the Medusa snake demon did not have as comprehensive of an understanding of the dimensional worlds as the invisible demon did. A few moments ago, the invisible demon had plunged from the sky into hell. But now, it had ascended from hell straight up into heaven. The possibility of being a favored believer had always been a pipe dream to the invisible demon, much less becoming an apostle. However, the shining source-type power in Lin Yuan's hand could not be denied. The invisible demon was now certain that Lin Yuan was a dictator. It had not encountered any dictators before, but it knew that the apostle who controlled the territory where it had lived was loyal to a dictator. Hence, the invisible demon was aware of the existence of dictators. Although the invisible demon had never heard of dictators being able to transform regular abyss demons into apostles, it knew that dictators were able to control pure source-type power. Lin Yuan immediately made a mental word of the title dictator, as this was the first time he was encountering it. The invisible demon was already as powerful as creation breed feys. This meant that dictators had to be as powerful as immortal breed feys at the very least. Currently, Lin Yuan could only hope to one day achieve such power. Chapter 1110 Pain serves as a lesson. If he could even intimidate the invisible demon, it was likely that other dimensional life forms in the abyssal world would identify him as dictator. Lin Yuan had thought of instructing Genius to use connected tails on the invisible demon so that he would be able to gain a better understanding of the abyssal world through the invisible demon. However, Scale Concubine had caused significant pressure on Genius' soul when Genius had used connected tails on it. It was then that Lin Yuan knew that when connected tails was connected to a strong life form, it would have negative effects on Genius' soul. Genius had only been Silver Eye/Fantasy Eye when it used connected tails on the Class 6 Medusa Snake Demon. Although Genius was now Diamond Eye/Fantasy Eye, its power had not increased by much and there was still a large distance between it and the Class XI/Culpa 8 Invisible Demon. It was possible that Genius would have an easier time using connected tails on the Medusa Snake Demon now, but its soul would be heavily impacted by the invisible demon. Lord Dictator, I want to become an apostle. The invisible demon was trembling in excitement, but its voice was exceedingly calm and slightly hopeful. Lin Yuan felt a hint of frustration at the still kneeling invisible demon, and he hurriedly helped it up and said, "You don't have to kneel to me. Since you're with me and hidden in my shadow, why don't I name you Shadow? Do you remember the mission I tasked you with? You have to keep Zhou Luo and everyone else safe during the Blood Pact ultimate fight. Once you complete this, I will transform you into an apostle." The invisible demon replied firmly, "Master, don't worry. I am already inching my way toward becoming a Class 12 dimensional life form. When I'm facing a Class XI/Culpa 6 enemy, I just have to hide in their shadow, and I'll be able to end their life with one attack. Invisible demons aren't tall nor do we have scales and our defensive ability is the lowest amongst the abyss demons. However, no one can defend against our attacks." The invisible demon extended its claws, and the long sharp nails glinted menacingly. This was the first mission that Lin Yuan was giving the invisible demon, and it also concerned the invisible demon's future. The invisible demon planned on giving everything it could. Although Lin Yuan had not mentioned what would happen if it failed, the invisible demon would not accept a source-type cleansing if it failed, regardless of whether Lin Yuan offered it. Lin Yuan patted the invisible demon's shoulder and said, "Once you step out, you are forbidden from telling anyone anything about the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Go and ask Wen Yu to take your measurements so she can make a set of Sky City uniform for you." Lin Yuan handed a diamond fey storage box and a Sky City mask to the invisible demon. After the invisible demon accepted the items, Lin Yuan and the invisible demon left the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. Lin Yuan had not taken a break since the beginning of the Guardia banquet. All the continuous activity and commotion left Lin Yuan wholly weary. Before the Blood Pact ultimate fight began, Lin Yuan was not planning on doing anything else. He was going to take the next few days to rest and relax. The night before the Blood Pact ultimate fight, he would return to the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone and check on what happened to Red Thorn after it consumed 2 source seeds and the strange plant seed. After they left the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, the invisible demon followed Lin Yuan's instruction and went to see Wen Yu. Lin Yuan usually took showers, but he decided to take a rare soak in the tub. Once he was done, he wrapped himself in a towel and snuggled on the bed. It only took a few moments for him to fall asleep. In the middle of the night, a shadow slipped through a crack in the doorway and fused with Lin Yuan's shadow. The moving shadow was like a shadow that watched over Lin Yuan. The next day, Lin Yuan relaxed as much as he could. After having breakfast, he returned to his room for a long nap before taking Genius out to choose another 50-100 questions beasts. Almost everyone on Star Web was captivated by the Blood Pact ultimate fight between Sky City and the Zheng family. There were even a few top factions that started paying attention to the Blood Pact ultimate fight because they knew the Miao family was supporting the Zheng family. As But Lin Yuan was acting as though it was not his faction that was participating in the Blood Pact ultimate fight with the Zheng family. Back at the mansion, Lu Ji said, "Lin Yuan, the Zheng family has changed their name list for the people participating in the Blood Pact ultimate fight. Your plan for me to put pressure on the Zheng family worked. Besides Han Tianhe, Lu Yunshan is also participating. Lu Yunshan is slightly more powerful than Han Tianhe." Lu Ji could not help but revel in the Zheng family's impending doom. This was a rare feeling for the solemn Lu Ji. He did not care that the Zheng family was rushing toward their doom because it was a result of their animosity with Sky City. Although the Miao family and Sky City had clashed before due to Condense Fairy Orchard, they had even fought publicly. No matter what reason the leader of the Miao family had, it was clear that he was ready to destroy Sky City by sending out Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan. Since Miao Zhenshan was ready to kill, he should also be ready to deal with the consequences. Lu Ji wondered what reaction Miao Zhenshan would have when Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan died during the Blood Pact ultimate fight. Previously, Condense Fairy Orchard had been at the mercy of the Miao family. How many factions would the Miao family be at the mercy of after they lost two Thearch class experts? Lin Yuan also started to feel excited. When Wen Yu had been checking on the Miao family members' profiles, Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan had been included. They were the ones who had built the success that the Miao family currently enjoyed. Although neither of them had the Miao surname, they had done just as much for the Miao family as any other person with the Miao surname. The death of these two people would leave the Miao family bleeding badly. However, the pain would serve as a lesson. Chapter 1111 Big Brother, I Miss You. The description of Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan in their profiles stated that they only had one main fei each. Besides their main fei, which was creation breed, the other feys were all myth breed. This was the usual path that experts took as it already took a large number of resources to nurture a creation breed fei. It would take multiple times the number of resources to evolve a creation breed fei. Although Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan had Connected Beast Park's support, Connected Beast Park did not have enough resources for them to evolve their other feys to creation breed. Resources were limited, and evolving their other feys to creation breed would divert resources away from Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's current main fei. Lin Yuan was a little disappointed that Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan only had one main fei each. This meant that even if the invisible demon killed them, he would only be able to gain 2 world crystals. Nonetheless, 2 world crystals were better than 1. Lin Yuan asked Lu Ji, "Big brother Lu, you should be going to the Spirit Guard's land tomorrow to evolve the insect species Carcinoma phase that are under the Insect Queen's control. You don't have to go to the ultimate fighting ground." Lu Ji hurriedly replied, "Although the result of the fight is already set, this is still the first time that Sky City is engaging another faction in a life-or-death fight. As the leader of Sky City's white-clothed followers, how can I not attend? I already took leave, and it'll not be too late for me to head to the Spirit Guard's land after the Blood Pact ultimate fight." Lin Yuan immediately smiled brightly. After tomorrow, Sky City would officially take its place amongst all the major veteran and top factions. Sky City had yet to display martial force to the other factions. Lin Yuan was still bored after his conversation with Lu Ji, but the rest of the people were bustling about. Since Chu Xi had left to train, she no longer asked Wen Yu, the mother of Bloodbath, an endless summer to play chess. Lin Yuan now felt that the house was rather quiet. Frankly, he missed Chu Xi. He took out his phone to call Chu Xi, but she was already in the middle of a call. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched as he wondered who Chu Xi could be talking to on the phone at this time. Just as Lin Yuan was about to dive into anxiousness, Chu Xi called him back. He picked up, and Chu Xi instantly asked, "Big brother, who were you talking to? When I called you, it said that you were on the line." While she was talking, Chu Xi continued to issue orders. Obsidian Iron Wild Bull, use Wild Iron added protection and charge toward the wave of alien insects. Burning Sunflower Twins, follow the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull and use Burning Fire Hot Mist to attack the targets around the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull. Hey, Lin Yuan, can you hear me? I'm currently clearing out a wave of dimensional insects. They're so noisy. Lin Yuan immediately realized that he had called Chu Xi when she had called him, which resulted in both lines being crossed. Based on the orders that Chu Xi had just issued to the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull and Burning Sunflower Twins, Wild Iron added protection and Burning Fire Hot Mist were the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull and Burning Sunflower Twins' new abilities. This meant that the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull and Burning Sunflower Twins had both evolved their grades. This discovery made Lin Yuan frown. It was normal that the Obsidian Iron Wild Bull had evolved its grade. However, the Burning Sunflower Twins was still a fantasy breed Fey, and evolving its grade now would affect its potential. Chu Ci, I can hear you. Did you evolve the Burning Sunflower Twins grade? Lin Yuan, I comprehended a willpower rune that's very suitable to the Burning Sunflower Twins not long after I left to train. Teacher Cold Moon agreed that it was extremely suitable, so I evolved the Burning Sunflower Twins to myth breed. I was going to surprise you when I returned home. Lin Yuan immediately looked elated. He could not be happier that Chu Ci had comprehended another willpower rune. He was even happier than when he comprehended a willpower rune himself. Nothing made an older brother happier than to see his sister grow. Soon after turning 16, Chu Ci had already comprehended 3 willpower runes. This was stunning talent. With Cold Moon to guide her, Lin Yuan need not worry about Chu Ci, and her 3 feys would continue to grow quickly. Lin Yuan felt that she would be able to enter the Radiance 100 sequence selection in a year's time. Chu Ci continued to shout a chain of orders, and Lin Yuan became anxious again. She was swamped with dealing with the insect wave and should not be calling him at such a time. Could she have fallen in love? Lin Yuan had never encountered this problem before, and his head ached slightly as he wondered what would be the best way to talk to Chu Ci about this. In his previous life, he had not become a parent. Hence, he had 0 experience in this regard. Before Lin Yuan could ask, his ear was attacked by the sounds of the insect wave that Chu Ci was dealing with. Lin Yuan, I saw on Star Web that your first training experience also included dealing with an alien insect wave. As I faced the alien insect wave, I started to think about how you must have felt at the time. Big brother, I miss you. Lin Yuan was instantly touched and felt his love for Chu Ci resurface. At the same time, he sighed deeply. It seemed that his sister had not fallen in love. She was just a considerate sister. After chatting with Chu Ci for a while, Lin Yuan hung up. The sounds of the insect wave triggered Lin Yuan's passion and reminded him of his adventurous experiences. He preferred adventuring over planning for the mansion's expansion and nurturing phase. During an adventure, he could experience the ferocity of battle. After the blood-packed ultimate fight with the Zhang family, the matter would finally come to a rest. Chapter 1112 Mouth of Relinquish split into 3. Before the Radiance 100 sequence selection that would take place in a month's time, Lin Yuan would train well in the Divine Wood Federation and continue watching over the Marsh World expansion. He did not have to worry about the expansion into the Abyssal World as Long Tao would manage it. All he had to do was continue supplying high-class creation master resources and wait to reap the benefits. Lin Yuan sat at the table and read under the comfortable scent of agar wood. Suddenly, he felt something happening to Redthorn in the Spirit Lock spatial zone, and he immediately went in. Redthorn's mouth of relinquish was quivering. Lin Yuan sucked in a breath. Redthorn was finally done transforming. He was ready to take a good look at what changes had happened to Redthorn. The mouth of relinquish suddenly expanded outward. Previously Redthorn had the shape of a flat ball and was 4 meters long and 4 meters wide. But now, it was 8 meters long, 6 meters wide, but only 3 meters tall. The meat-shaped flower spores on top of the mouth of relinquish started to grow in all directions and formed a flexible green stem. The green stem looked very weak, as though it would snap with the slightest of force applied on it. But the green stem continued to grow and a red flower bud larger than the mouth of relinquish suddenly grew out of the green stem. A fairy with 3 sets of wings appeared in the center of the flower bud. The fairy had long crimson hair and ivory skin. Its long skirt that extended past its feet was woven from vines, and it had an exceedingly adorable appearance. However, the fairy did not open its eyes and seemed to be sleeping. Lin Yuan was surprised and guessed that the 3 source seeds came from one source type item that had split. Otherwise, they would not have had such an attraction toward each other. There were many of the same types of dimensional life form. Zhang Xiaobai's group's Titan Giant Boa were all the same source type life form. But no matter how close the Titan Giant Boas were, they were still individual life forms. They did not immediately desire to become one like the source seeds did. Evidently, the 3 source seeds combined to form one fairy source type life form. This fairy was Redthorn because Lin Yuan could sense the bloodline that linked him and Redthorn from this fairy. However, 6-winged fairy source type life forms were considered legends. How did they become a common sight for him? The moment Redthorn released its aura, it attracted Brocade Zither and Silver Corona's attention. Silver Corona was also a 6-winged fairy source type life form and had no problems with Redthorn's aura. Silver Corona flapped its wings and started to fly around Redthorn as though it was cheering Redthorn on. After flying a few rounds, Silver Corona noticed that Brocade Zither was cowering behind the stem of the golden lotus Brocade Pearl. Silver Corona flew over and took Brocade Zither's hand to pull it toward Redthorn so that they could cheer Redthorn on together. The slumbering Redthorn stirred at that moment, and the mouth of Relinquish transformed again. 3 cracks appeared down the mouth of Relinquish. The cracks became deeper and practically split the mouth of Relinquish into 3. The mouth of Relinquish roared, and Lin Yuan sensed an endless stream of blood energy flowing from the 3 mouths of Relinquish. The blood energy swiftly transformed the mouth of Relinquish. The 3 mouths of Relinquish started to grow longer, and each became the shape of flat balls. Each mouth of Relinquish was 5 meters long, 4 meters wide, and 3 meters tall. Lin Yuan could not help but gasp in astonishment as he did not expect Redthorn's transformation to be so explosive. Redthorn had requested an evolution from Lin Yuan after it consumed the 2 source seeds. After careful consideration, Lin Yuan had chosen for the Redthorn to evolve its consumption and digestive abilities. Redthorn's consumption and digestive abilities came from the mouth of Relinquish. Yet now, there were 3 mouths of Relinquish. The digestive and consumption abilities of the original mouth of Relinquish had not improved. However, Redthorn could still consume and digest at 3 times the rate of before. This meant that Redthorn's endurance during battle had increased by 3 times, and it could consume the blood energy during a fight to gain an even larger advantage. Endurance was the most important factor to a Fey that fought on the front line. They changed again before Lin Yuan could carefully study the 3 mouths of Relinquish. A strong plant tube connected the 3 mouths of Relinquish. Crack lines appeared on the uneven surface on the mouths of Relinquish. One of the cracks was much larger than the others. As the mouth of Relinquish grew and shrank, the cracks became even more obvious and suddenly expanded. Many sharp teeth poked through from the cracks, turning each crack into a large mouth. A large tongue of Relinquish grew from the mouths formed from the largest cracks. Previously, the tongue of Relinquish had sharp teeth growing all over it so as to digest and break apart flesh. Now, the tongues of Relinquish were much thicker than before, and the teeth had become even sharper. There were hundreds of different types of sharp teeth growing all over the tongue of Relinquish meant to tackle every different type of flesh. This allowed the mouth of Relinquish to become a highly efficient food processing machine. Chapter 1113 Completely Transformed Redthorn. Redthorn's real form. However, the front and back of the tongue of Relinquish did not match. The front of the tongue of Relinquish was purple and green. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply as he noticed that the tip of the tongue was covered in scars. The scars looked exactly the same as those that had covered him and Ji Feng. As such, the changes to the front of the tongue of Relinquish were due to the strange plant seed. When the tongue of Relinquish fully extended from the mouth of Relinquish, something happened that left Lin Yuan was shell-shocked. Even more cracks appeared on the mouth of Relinquish, and it started to expand rapidly. Suddenly, the cracks split wide open, and 180 blinking eyes of Relinquish appeared on the surface of the mouth of Relinquish. Lin Yuan did not have trypophobia, but the eyes of Relinquish made all the hair stand up on his skin. His skin especially crawled when the eyes blinked. Nonetheless, Lin Yuan was delighted when he saw the 180 malevolent eyes of Relinquish. After the mouth of Relinquish split into 3, they also evolved 3 times. When Redthorn entered battle with the 180 eyes of Relinquish, it would allow Redthorn to produce a sea of flowers that stretched a radius of 18 kilometers. Besides being able to store blood energy, the eyes of Relinquish were also Redthorn's strongest attack technique. An increase in the number of eyes of Relinquish meant that Redthorn's attacking power would also rise. More eyes of Relinquish would also allow the blood brew grapevine to grow blood brew grapes more quickly. This would enable the mother of Bloodbath to evolve to Myth 3 as soon as possible. At that moment, the sleeping Redthorn suddenly unfurled. Just when Lin Yuan thought that the mouth of Relinquish's changes had finished, the center of the 3 mouths of Relinquish that had been wrapped up by a strong tube opened up, and 36 gill-shaped flowers bloomed. The 36 flowers formed 4 strangely beautiful flower walls. 2 long vines grew out of the flower walls. The vines twisted around each other, and red flowers popped up all over them. The swaying vines looked like a magical swing in the middle of a sea of flowers. At this moment, Redthorn opened its eyes and looked directly at Lin Yuan. It completely ignored Silver Corona and Brocade Zither, who were flitting around it. Redthorn said in a sweet voice, "Yuan, I slept for such a long time. I could feel you next to me when I was asleep. However, I couldn't wake up to be with you." Lin Yuan stretched out his finger for Redthorn to land on it. He always felt that Redthorn had the attitude of an older sister or a queen. Yet, Redthorn's voice turned out to be so sweet. It sounded just like the voice of an 8-year-old girl. Redthorn's hair flicked, and a glistening dark green vine shot out of its hair and wrapped around Lin Yuan's wrist just like it used to. However, Redthorn was no longer the stupid predator plant it used to be. It was now a fairy source-type life form with 3 sets of wings. It was now part of the most respected bloodline of all the fairy-type life forms. Just when Lin Yuan was about to reply, a thought came to his mind. Oh no! I've been neglecting the acid corrosion queen bee. While Redthorn's mouth of Relinquish had been transforming, the acid corrosion queen bee was within the hive in the mouth of Relinquish. The mouth of Relinquish had been locked ever since the transformation started, trapping the acid corrosion queen bee within. Although Redthorn's transformation was complete, the acid corrosion queen bee still had not come out of the mouth of Relinquish. Could the mouth of Relinquish have digested the acid corrosion queen bee? However, this did not seem possible as the acid corrosion queen bee was a Diamond X source type life form. There was no way that it would be digested by the mouth of Relinquish so easily. Lin Yuan hurriedly asked Redthorn, Redthorn, is the acid corrosion queen bee still in the mouth of Relinquish? Redthorn pouted and shook its small head as it said, the acid corrosion queen bee is in the mouth of Relinquish. I trapped it in a spore before I started evolving. The spores at the bottom of the plant are protected. A few vines about half a centimeter thick appeared from the ground. It was at this moment that the acid corrosion queen bee charged toward Redthorn. Redthorn said coldly, stay away from me. Your house was cracked when the mouth of Relinquish was evolving. You can choose one of the mouths of Relinquish to build another hive. I might allow you to build hives in the other 2 mouths of Relinquish if you perform well. I'll also help you link up the 3 hives. Lin Yuan was astonished by the difference in tone that Redthorn took with acid corrosion queen bee compared to the tone it took with him. Redthorn's voice had been extremely sweet when it spoke to him, but it sounded like an overbearing queen when talking to the acid corrosion queen bee. Lin Yuan did not expect Redthorn to have a variety of different voices. Moreover, he was surprised to see that the acid corrosion queen bee was not only undaunted by Redthorn's tone, but it even continued dancing in the air as though it was an excited child. It seemed to be extremely grateful that Redthorn was even willing to speak to it. The acid corrosion queen bee was about to bid goodbye to Lin Yuan before returning to the mouth of Relinquish to start building its house. But the moment it flew onto Lin Yuan's shoulder, the 2 spiky vines that grew out of Redthorn's hair whipped toward the acid corrosion queen bee. The acid corrosion queen bee not only did not dodge Redthorn's attack, but it even moved into the line of attack. It seemed to be even happier after being beaten by Redthorn. The acid corrosion queen bee stared at the vines like they were a treasure. Brocade Zither anxiously stopped Silver Corona. Brocade Zither could tell how loving and possessive Redthorn was over Lin Yuan from Redthorn's actions. Redthorn had only just awoken, and it was clearly not the time to make friends with it. Chapter 1114 peaked at 6 wings. For some reason, the 6-winged Silver Corona could also sense pressure coming from Redthorn's bloodline. Silver Corona understood that Redthorn's bloodline had reached the peak of Class 3 fairies. The moment the opportunity arose, it was even possible that Redthorn would grow a 4th set of wings. The acid corrosion queen bee had already returned to the mouth of Relinquish to start building its hive. Redthorn reached out its left hand to Lin Yuan and said softly, Lin Yuan, I want you to tie a red ribbon on me. Lin Yuan took out the red ribbons that he always had on hand for Redthorn. However, the red ribbons that Lin Yuan had prepared for Redthorn were too wide for the fairy source type life form Redthorn. Lin Yuan used a day and night spirit silver feather and cut the red ribbon into 4 pieces before he tied one of it around Redthorn's wrist. Redthorn grinned and flapped its wings happily. Lin Yuan waved at Silver Corona and Brocade Zither. The 5 fingers on his hand had more than enough seats for the 3 small fairies. Silver Corona did not hesitate to fly over to Lin Yuan, but Brocade Zither's face flushed like a tomato, and it did not move from its spot. Redthorn looked between Lin Yuan and Brocade Zither before flying over to Brocade Zither. It took Brocade Zither's hand and led it over to the hand that Silver Corona was seated on. Redthorn gently pinched Brocade Zither's face and said, your face is so soft. It's really cute. Brocade Zither's face turned an even darker shade of red. At that moment, 200 questions beasts walked over to Lin Yuan. Both of them had a bottle of spirit fluid in their mouth and presented it to Lin Yuan. Lord, this is a new spirit fluid that we concocted. When used together, they can increase the rate of growth of the soldier ration radish's main root. The results are extremely obvious. Lin Yuan looked elated. Genius had been tirelessly researching the soldier ration radish. Lin Yuan could not believe that these 200 questions beasts had solved the issue of the soldier ration radishes nurturing under genius tutelage. He could now produce even more soldier ration radishes. Genius patted over and said, Yuan, I want to plant soldier ration radishes in the marsh world. The leaves don't need the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone to grow. They'll be able to grow quicker in the fertilized soil of the marsh world. The marsh world also has enough space for the soldier ration radishes to grow. You have to prune the vines as often as you do now. The soldier ration radish's old vines are much stronger than its new vines. Lin Yuan nodded and rubbed Genius' head as he said, Genius, you've been tiring yourself out. Make sure not to overwork. You're always telling me to work in moderation and have sufficient rest. Why don't you take your own advice? Lin Yuan looked at the other 100 questions beasts and said, all of you too. Make sure to get 12 hours of rest every day. I'll bring more toys for you to add more excitement to your rest time. The previous batch of 50 questions beasts and the new batch of 50 questions beasts meowed to express their thanks to Lin Yuan. To the 100 questions beasts, Lin Yuan was their savior. He had nurtured them and helped them escape their previous pathetic life. All the 100 questions beasts were eager to work 24 hours a day non-stop to repay Lin Yuan. Genius hurriedly replied, Okay, Yuan. I will sleep with you every night. There's no rush to nurture the 100 questions beasts. Leave their rest time to me. I'll definitely take good care of them. Lin Yuan set his worries to rest. It was true that he was nurturing these 100 questions beasts into creation masters so that they could work for him. However, that did not mean that he wanted them to work endlessly without rest. Redthorn and Genius happily played together for a while. Genius and Chimey came to Lin Yuan first, shortly followed by Redthorn. As such, Genius and Chimey had watched Redthorn grow from a seed to its current state. Redthorn was closer to Genius, and it could be said that they had the best relationship out of all of Lin Yuan's feys. Genius was also the one who had taught Redthorn how to speak using its gill-shaped petals. Lin Yuan observed that Redthorn was close to all the feys he had formed contracts with. This was why Redthorn took the initiative to connect with Brocade Zither despite being of a more elite bloodline. By contrast, Redthorn was standoffish toward the 100 questions beasts that it had not formed contracts with. Although Redthorn would not treat them the same way it treated the acid corrosion queen bee, it would still not behave in a friendly manner toward them. After all, Redthorn was carnivorous, and any life form that it did not have ties with were all the same in its eyes. After Genius brought the 100 questions beasts back to work, Silver Corona said, Sister Redthorn, your bloodline has reached the peak of 6 wings. You're one step away from gaining 8 wings. Silver Corona's tone was cordial and absent of any envy. Silver Corona was purely happy for Redthorn. Under normal circumstances, I should only have 4 wings right after birth. It was because of that seed that Yuan fed me that mutated my bloodline and coincidentally allowed me to gain 6 wings. It even enabled me to reach the peak of the 6 wings bloodline. After I swallowed that seed, my quality evolved significantly as well. The only area of disappointment is that my grade didn't budge at all, replied Redthorn. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Redthorn's attributes. Chapter 1115 Scar-Covered Scars. Fey name, Redthorn, 6-winged fairy, 1000 eyes relinquish. Fey species, Rafflesia genus/fairy species. Fey grade silver, 1/10. Fey type, source/wood. Fey quality, fantasy V. Abilities. Mouth of relinquish, secretes vigorous digestive fluids with powerful corrosive properties, allowing a faster speed to absorb the energy in the food. The tongue of relinquish inside the mouth is able to increase the digestion speed by several times. It can also secrete a special corrosive fluid from the flesh and blood that it consumed. When the tongues of relinquish pierce a target, the tip of the tongue can be cut off and left in the target's body. While the target remains alive, the tip of the tongue will control the target's spirit and soul. After the target dies, the tip of the tongue can control and manipulate the target to make it appear as though it was still alive. Brutal carnivore vine. The vines contained digestive fluids that grew in midair, and the sharp teeth on the inner side of the vine could grind off and collect flesh and blood energy. Eye of relinquish. Eyes formed by using blood and flesh energy. Each eye contains a huge amount of blood and flesh energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish on every mouth of relinquish are maintained below 60, they are merely able to store energy. When the number of eyes of relinquish is above 60, those eyes of relinquish that are above 60 can be turned into an energy ray at any time. Exclusive skill. Spore growth. spits a huge amount of spores, which can absorb the energy or flesh energy supplied by red thorn, out of its spore cavity to quickly grow ramets and child ramets that are controlled by the ortet. Wither glory red thorn can rapidly absorb the energy from the soil and pour the energy into the sea of flowers. As long as the soil has the roots of the child ramets and ramets, the withered sea of flower would reach its prime state. Lin Yuan could not help but be shocked that red thorn's quality had reached fantasy V. This was an unexpected happy surprise for him. Lin Yuan had always been troubled over evolving red thorn's quality. But now, that problem had been solved without any effort. As long as red thorn continued to consume flesh, it would be able to evolve to myth breed. There would be no more obstacles. Red thorn now had the highest quality amongst all of Lin Yuan's feys. Lin Yuan also finally knew what the purple and green scar-covered front part of the tongues of relinquish were used for. Red thorn had adopted the strange plant seed's ability to manipulate life forms. The tip of the tongue of relinquish could not only control living targets but dead ones as well. Suddenly, Lin Yuan thought of the blood pact ultimate fight tomorrow with the Zhang family and how Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan would be dying at the hands of the invisible demon. Both of them were Thearch class experts. If Red Thorn could use the tongues of relinquish to control them after their deaths, these two powerful experts would become Lin Yuan's puppets. This thought made Lin Yuan's eyes light up, as this would add 2 sets of Thearch class power to his arsenal. If he had any trouble in the future or ran into any dangers, they would be good to have around. After the blood pact ultimate fight ended, the losing side would have to give up everything to the winner. Hence, it was easy for him to obtain Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan one way or another. Once the Zhang family lost, Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan would be counted as Sky City's property. Not even the Miao family would be able to take them back. Lin Yuan asked, Red Thorn, are there any limits to the target that the tongues of relinquish can control? Do 3 tongues mean only 3 targets can be controlled? The tongues of relinquish control targets by leaving the tongue tip inside the target's bodies. This means that the tongue tip acts as a parasite that controls the target's mind and spirit. The stronger the mind and spirit of the target, the harder it will be for the tongue of relinquish to control them. There's also a chance that the process will fail. If the target is dead, the mind and spirit will lose their agility. No matter how strong the target was, the tongue tip will definitely be able to control them. The controlled target's contracted phase will also be under the tongue of relinquish's control. However, there is a condition that the target's phase core cannot be extracted. This will ensure that all the target's original powers are retained. If the core is taken out, the target will only keep their original physical power, replied Red Thorn. Lin Yuan now knew more details about the mouth of relinquish that was not mentioned in true data. In order to use the full power of the tongue of relinquish, Lin Yuan could not take the world crystals out of Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's main phase. It would be pointless to control only the bodies of the 2 creation breed phase. Lin Yuan was more interested in the 2 Thearch class experts than he was in the 2 world crystals. Sky City would gain 3 more top experts by absorbing the strange plant seed and gaining its abilities. It would also ensure that the Marsh World, the Divine Wood Federation, and the Return from Faraway Mansion all had an expert to watch over them. At this moment, Red Thorn went on to say, Yuan, although the tongue of relinquish can control experts, the death of the expert will result in the tongue tip inside them being destroyed. The tongue tip needs a large amount of blood energy and a long time to recover. Of course, there's also a way for the tongue tip to grow back quickly. I can drop down a grade to regrow the tongue of relinquish. Lin Yuan quickly waved his hand. Red Thorn's grade evolution had always been his biggest problem. How could he allow Red Thorn to drop its grade just to regrow the tongue of relinquish? Moreover, it was not easy to kill Thearch class experts. Red Thorn, your consumption and digestive abilities evolved when you transformed. How does your consumption of dimensional life forms differ from before? Asked Lin Yuan. I can now consume class 4 dimensional life forms in droves, replied Red Thorn. Chapter 1116 Blue Clouds and Departure. I can also occasionally eat the flesh of class 5 dimensional life forms. Hehe, Yuan. Now that my digestive and consumption abilities are improved, I can even consume metal-type spiritual ingredients and gain their characteristics. These characteristics will present themselves in the sea of flowers. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed, and he took out the ferromanganese the source sand had regurgitated. He placed a portion of it in the mouth of relinquish. Soon, Lin Yuan noticed that the mouth of relinquish's digestive fluids had completely dissolved the ferromanganese. Lin Yuan could not help but be amazed at the mouth of relinquish's digestive ability. He gave the platinum phase storage box full of ferromanganese to Red Thorn and said, Red Thorn, Eat as much ferromanganese as you like. The metal properties in the ferromanganese will not only make the predatory vines stronger, but it'll also increase their ability to strip flesh from a target. Redthorn happily accepted the platinum fey storage box. It was a complete glutton, and it was happy as long as it was munching on something. Redthorn flew up and kissed Lin Yuan's cheek as it said with innocent eyes, "Yuan, the improvement in digestive ability allows me to gain even more attributes from dimensional life form flesh. Consuming the flesh of different dimensional life forms will allow the digestive fluids produced by the tongue of relinquish to evolve quickly. I won't be as picky as I was before. I want to eat everything." Redthorn smacked its mouth and continued. "Of course, I'll be even happier if I get to eat more abyss demons. Abyss demon flesh is the firmest amongst all the dimensional life forms, and their blood has decaying properties. After I consume them, I'll be able to do more damage to plant-type feys. The decaying properties will make it easier for me to digest metal-type spiritual ingredients as well." Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. How could it say it was not picky then move on to request abyss demons as its meal? However, it would not be a difficult matter to obtain abyss demon flesh for Redthorn. A Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift had opened in the Radiance Federation, and abyss demon flesh would soon be available in abundance. After remaining in the Spirit Lock spatial zone for a while, Lin Yuan hugged Genius to sleep. His sleep was dreamless, and he woke up before the sun rose. He thought, if I sleep too early and too deeply, I end up waking too early too. Since the sun had not risen, Lin Yuan flipped through Zheng Qian's profile that Wen Yu had prepared for him. As he read the profile, Lin Yuan felt that it was not an impressive feat to be part of a veteran faction. He had come from nothing and would face many obstacles if he tried to shoot for success. However, he would also be free of the burdens of his family and any possible hidden enemies. Zheng Qian was always intelligent. However, he did not have a say and was sentenced by his family to become a useless person. It was no wonder that he was even willing to sell out his family for the sake of making a comeback. Lin Yuan was engrossed in reading Zheng Qian's profile when someone knocked on his door. He looked up and saw that the sky was turning bright. He stood up and tossed Zheng Qian's profile as he thought, Zheng Qian is useful but he can't be used too much. His character and experiences have shaped him into the cruel person he is today. If I use him too much, he might do something unsavory even if he swears his loyalty on a willpower rune. Thus, it will already be pushing it if I leave him to control the Zheng family's territory. Lin Yuan had many things to worry about and did not want to spend too much effort on Zheng Qian. After reading the profile, Lin Yuan knew what he would do with Zheng Qian from now on. However, it would be up to Zheng Qian if he was worthy of such treatment. Lin Yuan opened the door to his room and saw Wen Yu carrying 2 sets of spirit chi clothes for him. She smiled and said, "Young master, Pinru and I decided on the style of the Sky City uniform last night. We rushed it out alongside the invisible demon. Both of you can try it on together." Wen Yu handed the Sky City uniforms to Lin Yuan and closed the door. Lin Yuan rubbed his head. Nonetheless, it would be best for everyone to wear the Sky City uniform during the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Wen Yu had consulted him about the design of the Sky City uniform, and he had casually mentioned the Red Cloud's clothes that he had read about in a manga in his previous life. The Sky City uniform that Wen Yu and Lu Pinru designed was completely white with blue clouds embroidered on it. The design was flowy, and it easily reached the floor. The wide sleeves also completely covered the wearer's arm. The collar was stiff and reached the wearer's nose. Sky City's mask would leave the mouth and chin uncovered. This uniform was just right to cover the exposed part of the face. It was only when the collar moved that the wearer's chin would peek out slightly. Although the uniform looked large, Wen Yu and Lu Pinru had tailored it to each person's body. The cutting of the waist and shoulder curved elegantly. This uniform accentuated Lin Yuan's beauty well. Lin Yuan realized that his uniform was very different from the invisible demon's uniform. There was also golden thread embroidered around the blue clouds. Lin Yuan had not intended on being too persnickety with the uniform like he had been with the standard mask. But the golden thread that Wen Yu had used made the clouds appear as though they were actually drifting when the sun shone down on it. Lin Yuan called out to the invisible demon and gave it its uniform. Both Lin Yuan and the invisible demon put on their uniforms and masks. Lin Yuan took a good look at the invisible demon before he looked at himself in the mirror. He felt that this uniform was much better than the clothes he had read about in the manga. The blue clouds did not clash with the subdued background color as the red clouds would have. Chapter 1117 Totem Stone Columns. The invisible demon looked into the mirror at its uniform-clad self. Its pale purple lips were tightly pressed together. This was the first time that it was wearing clothes from the main world. Last night, the invisible demon had felt an incredible amount of warmth from Wen Yu as she was taking its measurements. The invisible demon felt that it was worthwhile to swear its loyalty to Lin Yuan even if it did not become an apostle. The warmth it had felt made the invisible demon truly willing to stay here. Soon, everyone put on their Sky City uniform and gathered downstairs. Listen had returned to the mansion earlier. Although Listen had not explicitly said that he wanted to get his revenge on the Zhang family, no one in the return from faraway mansion wanted the Zhang family decimated more than him. The blood of Listen's elders was on the hands of the Zhang family's third lineage. Listen had to avenge them no matter what it took. However, he did not want to encumber Lin Yuan with his revenge or influence Lin Yuan's decision. Now that he was about to get his revenge, Listen was so excited that he got goosebumps. Lin Yuan nodded at everyone. The sight of all of them in the Sky City uniform made for an impressive and charismatic scene. Today's breakfast was crepes with crispy maple syrup banana pie. After breakfast, everyone prepared to head to the ultimate fighting ground that was at the north side of the Radiance Palace. But this was when they realized that they were facing a problem. They did not have a suitable avian-type fey to take them there. Lin Yuan massaged his forehead as he had been troubled by this issue in the past. However, he stopped worrying ever since Blackie gained the ability to fly and obtained the 12 Sky Fragrance Beauty Butterflies. Nonetheless, neither Blackie nor the unfinished fey carriage would be suitable to represent Sky City. It was necessary for them to prepare a special fey carriage that would be able to represent Sky City. Regardless, there was not enough time to nurture feys that would be suitable now, and this would have to be a problem they tackled in the future. It seemed that the best option now would be for them to reserve avian-type feys to take them to the ultimate fighting ground. Lin Yuan used his phone and booked a diamond snow-necked white egret. The diamond snow-necked white egret was not the fastest diamond fey, but it was the most comfortable one to ride. The group headed to the ultimate fighting ground atop the snow-necked white egret. Zhou Luo asked Lin Yuan softly, "Young master, an issue suddenly came to mind. There are sure to be other factions spectating the Blood Pact ultimate fight. As I'm only a king-class expert, will I embarrass Sky City by participating in the Blood Pact ultimate fight?" A ruthless glare streaked across Lin Yuan's gaze, and he smiled while shaking his head. As long as everyone from the Zhang family who participates in the Blood Pact ultimate fight dies today, who would dare to mock Sky City? Lin Yuan's smile seemed bloodthirsty at that moment, and the feeling only surged. Ever since he found out from Zhang Kaiwan that the Zhang family was going to issue a Blood Pact ultimate fight challenge to Sky City, Lin Yuan had come up with a plan. At first, he had felt that Endless Summer and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly would be sufficient to deal with this matter. However, the Zhang family had managed to borrow Thearch-class experts that possessed Sovereign 4/Creation V phase from the Miao family. Experts of this level would be able to annihilate Endless Summer and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly in the blink of an eye. Luckily, the Moon Empress had given him the invisible demon, and Sky City had managed to find out who were the participants that the Zhang family was going to send out through Lu Ji. Otherwise, Endless Summer and the Kill Food Sky Butterfly would have met their doom on the ultimate fighting ground. Nonetheless, even without the invisible demon, Lin Yuan would not have given up just because he found out that the Zhang family was going to send out Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan. He would have immediately turned to the Moon Empress for help. Although he did not want to rely on external help when it came to his faction, he was not stubborn enough to insist on his way when it was a life-or-death situation. There was also no way that he would have taken Endless Summer, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly, or the rest of Sky City's members' lives as a joke. Although his dagger was obviously aimed at the Zhang family, he wanted to take down the Miao family even more. Lu Ji, Wen Yu, Listen, Zhou Luo, Endless Summer, Ji Feng, and the Mother of Bloodbath were influenced by Lin Yuan's overwhelming viciousness, and their expressions reflected as so. It was fine for the humans to have menacing auras, but the Mother of Bloodbath was a myth-breed fey while Endless Summer was a creation-breed fey. Since the Mother of Bloodbath was a bird-catching spider and birds were its fundamental source of sustenance, the small and timid snow-necked white egret almost lost all its strength and would have tumbled down from the air. Ji Feng noticed that the snow-necked white egret would soon be unable to take the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer's auras, so he released the Karma Sword Lily and Prior Decree Sleeping Lotus auras to shelter the snow-necked white egret. In the distance, Lin Yuan spotted the Radiance Palace, where the all-star match had been held. A giant pagoda stood to the north of the Radiance Palace. An ocean of blood had been spilled on the grounds of the pagoda. The tower jutted up into the sky like a sword, brimming with the bravery of battle. The tower was also damaged in places, proof of the sacrifice and blood that had been laid down during battles. Red gems of various sizes were embedded all over the top of the pagoda. They represented the glory behind the bloodshed. When they moved nearer, Lin Yuan saw totem stone columns lining the bottom of the pagoda. There had to be more than 100 stone columns. These stone columns surrounded the pagoda and formed a grand dueling ground. Lin Yuan realized that the pagoda was about as high as the height that the snow-necked white egret was flying at, and its tip almost pierced the clouds. Upon closer inspection, the stone columns that seemed small from up in the air were actually about 180 meters tall. The stone columns were also thick enough that not even 100 people would be able to wrap their arms around one collectively. Lin Yuan was stunned when he studied the totems on the stone columns. Chapter 1118 Zheng Ji is suffocated. There was a tradition that every faction that was destroyed on the ultimate fighting ground would be carved as totems on the stone columns. Every stone column had at least 40 totems carved into it. The sheer number of the totems on the stone columns was evidence of how many factions had ended with their blood spilled on the ultimate fighting ground. Soon, the Zheng family would join the ranks of those totems. The snow-necked white egret trembled as it flew to the designated area for avian-type feys to land. Lin Yuan saw that the area was already full of various avian-type feys, and it took some time for the snow-necked white egret to find a place to land. He was considerably stunned by all the people that had come to spectate the blood-packed ultimate fight between Sky City and the Zheng family. There was still an hour to go before the blood-packed ultimate fight officially started, and as one of the stars, Sky City had only just arrived. Yet, the spectators had arrived even earlier than the stars. Lin Yuan and the rest immediately headed to the entrance of the ultimate fighting ground. Along the way, many people gawked at them. Although this was the first time that the group was wearing the uniform designed by Wen Yu and Lu Pinru, their mask already revealed their identity. Many people slowed down their pace to mumble under their breaths as though they were discussing something in secret. At this moment, a voice from nearby exclaimed, "I waited for you people forever. You're finally here." Lin Yuan looked around until his gaze landed on Sun Ningxiang and two girls. The two girls who were with Sun Ningxiang were vaguely familiar to Lin Yuan. He recalled seeing them at Sky City's private faction territory. Sun Ningxiang knew that Lin Yuan was the city lord of Sky City. She was sure to watch the blood-packed ultimate fight that involved not only the Zheng family but also the Miao family that supported the Zheng family. However, Lin Yuan did not expect Sun Ningxiang to be waiting for him at the ultimate fighting ground. By doing this, she was openly declaring that Condense Fairy Orchard and Sky City were on the same side. Sun Ningxiang walking over to Lin Yuan also represented the deep bond between Condense Fairy Orchard and Sky City. This was the second time Sun Ningxiang declared her alliance with Sky City. However, the first time had been on Star Web, while it was in real world this time. Sun Ningxiang smiled at Lin Yuan, but she was momentarily confused about how she should address him. Eventually, she settled on not addressing him. Instead, she said with a worried tone, "The Miao family is definitely supporting the Zheng family in this blood-packed ultimate fight. The members of the Zheng family have been staying at the Miao family's old residence in the royal capital even before they decided to issue the blood-packed ultimate fight challenge." Sun Ningxiang was silent for a moment before she went on to say, "Zheng Kaiwan was accepted into our small circle. If he has any brains, he should have made use of that lucky opportunity to gain authority in the Miao family." She mentioned the last part because she felt that she and Lin Yuan were on good enough terms. Otherwise, her words could have been misconstrued as interfering in Sky City's internal affairs. Lin Yuan's lips curled upward, and he said, "Thank you, Sun Ningxiang. I'm ready." He and Sun Ningxiang headed toward the ultimate fighting ground together. Just as they were about to enter the ultimate fighting ground, Lin Yuan saw the Zheng family. They seemed to be waiting for someone. Zheng Ji's expression was ashen. He had led the Zheng family to the ultimate fighting ground early to separate themselves from the Miao family. Ever since he had come to the royal capital and moved into the Miao family's old residence, rumors regarding the Zheng family had been flying all over Star Web. Some rumors were about how the Zheng family relied on the Miao family and that there was no way that the Zheng family would have been able to make a name for themselves in Indigo Azure City if they had not had the Miao family's support. Zheng Ji had always lived by his pride, and he could not take any external criticisms or insults. He was unbelievably upset by these rumors as the Miao family had barely helped the Zheng family all these years. Zheng Ji had always begrudged Miao Ji for being unable to bring over the Miao family's supplies to the Zheng family. Yet, she had no qualms using the Zheng family's resources as she pleased. Thus, the rumors on Star Web were a punch to his pride. When they were on their way to the ultimate fighting ground, Zheng Ji calculated the Zheng family's chances of winning over and over. Since Zheng Kaiwen had managed to borrow Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan, Zheng Ji was more than fully assured that the Zheng family's victory was inevitable. However, the only representative from the Zheng family would be Zheng Ji, and there would definitely be people criticizing them after the Blood Pact ultimate fight. In the future, it was likely that people would automatically think of the Miao family as the Zheng family's support whenever the Zheng family was mentioned. A few generations later, the Zheng family would be completely swallowed by the Miao family. This thought made Zheng Ji's chest tighten. Upon arrival, Zheng Kaiwen had suddenly said that he wanted to wait for Sky City to arrive by the entrance. Zheng Ji was well aware of what Zheng Kaiwen had in mind. Zheng Kaiwen clearly wanted revenge for his broken teeth. They could just settle all their grievances during the Blood Pact ultimate fight. It would cause more problems for the Zheng family if they clashed with Sky City now. The participants that the Zheng family were sending out were not all from the Zheng family. After the Blood Pact ultimate fight ended, this premature fight would make the Zheng family seem like bullies. Zheng Kaiwen had completely disregarded the Zheng family's reputation for his personal vendetta. As such, Zheng Ji felt that Zheng Kaiwen was no longer fit to become the leader of the Zheng family. Moreover, Miao Ji had immediately supported Zheng Kaiwen's suggestion. Since the Blood Pact ultimate fight was just before them, the Zheng family had no choice but to rely on the Miao family. Although Zheng Ji was the Zheng family's leader, he could not openly rebuke Miao Ji. This made Zheng Ji quake with suppressed anger. All he could do was sit by and watch as his grandson provoked Sky City. By this time, Zheng Kaiwen had already seen Lin Yuan and the rest. Chapter 1119 The Old One is acting like the Young One. Zheng Kaiwen's expression immediately soured and turned menacing. Miao Ji flipped her hair and tried to exude charisma. Lin Yuan scoffed. The Old One is acting like the Young One. The Zheng family sure is interesting. At first, Lin Yuan thought that the Zheng family was standing by the ultimate fighting grounds entrance as a show of respect as they awaited Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's arrival. But when Lin Yuan saw Zheng Kaiwen's expression change and his prepared stance to charge, Lin Yuan knew that the Zheng family had actually been waiting for him. If the Zheng family had really been waiting for Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan, Zheng Kaiwen would not have reacted in such a way when he saw Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan did not want to bother with the Zheng family. But when he approached, the woman next to Zheng Kaiwen blocked their path. Lin Yuan noticed that this woman shared similar features to Zheng Kaiwen. Hence, this woman had to be Zheng Kaiwen's mother, Miao Ji. Before Lin Yuan could tell Miao Ji to move away, Miao Ji said, "Which one of you broke my son's teeth? I'll make sure you suffer during the Blood Pact ultimate fight." Lu Ji circulated his spiritual power and prepared to attack Zheng Kaiwen and Miao Ji. There was enmity based on bloodshed between Sky City and the Zheng family. Although it was against the Blood Pact ultimate fight's rules to kill Zheng Kaiwen and Miao Ji before the Blood Pact ultimate fight started, Zheng Kaiwen and Miao Ji needed to pay a painful price for their provocation. Miao Ji and Zheng Kaiwen needed to learn that they had no right to block Sky City's path. At that moment, Lin Yuan placed his hand on Lu Ji's shoulder, and Lu Ji halted his spiritual power. While Lu Ji circulated his spiritual power, Sun Ningxiang looked at him in shock. She had interacted with Lu Ji many times before, but he had always been wearing the standard spirit guard's mask. Since she could not see his face, she only identified him by his aura. Lu Ji had the exact same aura as the young liege of the Midnight Palace. Sun Ningxiang could not help but venture the bold guess that the person circulating his spiritual power beside Lin Yuan was actually the young liege of the Midnight Palace. She was almost certain that her guess was correct. When Lin Yuan had been slighted at the Midnight Palace, Lu Ji had also stood up for Lin Yuan just like he was doing now. Miao Ji and Zheng Kaiwen noticed Lu Ji circulating his spiritual power. When they saw Lin Yuan stop Lu Ji, they assumed that it was because Lin Yuan was frightened. Lin Yuan turned and said nonchalantly, "The leader of the Zheng family has to be amongst the group of Zheng family members gathered there. I'm surprised that a member of the Miao family has the right to speak on behalf of the Zheng family." All of the faces of the members of the Zheng family fell. Zheng Ji glared at Miao Ji with obvious disgust as Lin Yuan's words had dealt a heavy blow to Zheng Ji's heart. Lin Yuan went on to say, "The Blood Pact ultimate fight has its own rules. Although I'm not going to kill you because it's against the Blood Pact ultimate fight's rules, the two of you are dead men walking for blocking my path. However, the rules of the Blood Pact ultimate fight state that if one party continues to provoke the other party, the provoked party can attack as long as the result isn't lethal. I'm officially warning you now. If you refuse to heed me, you'll regret it." Expectedly, Miao Ji and Zheng Kaiwen did not back down. Miao Ji looked over at Zheng Ji as he was the only one that would be able to protect her and Zheng Kaiwen when the situation escalated into a physical confrontation. She slightly regretted not taking Zheng Ji's suggestion to arrive at the Blood Pact ultimate fight together with the Miao family. If they were together, she would not have to feel threatened. In the face of Miao Ji and Zheng Kaiwen's pleading gazes, Zheng Ji could only circulate his spiritual energy. A short and fat humanoid figure appeared in front of Zheng Ji. It had dark skin, but it was not extremely ugly either. It was wearing thick brown armor and seemed to be brimming with strength. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the short and fat humanoid figure, and he saw that it was the suzerain X/Pinnacle Myth 3 God of Strength Dung Beetle. The God of Strength Dung Beetle was an insect species fey known for its strength. However, its strength still could not compete with the kill food sky butterflies as there was a vast difference in their bloodlines. Lin Yuan felt that there was nothing special about the God of Strength Dung Beetle's true data. The only part that stood out was its ability Strange Power Rebound. It could rebound any attack that was weaker than the God of Strength Dung Beetle's power. If one were unaware, they would be taken off guard by this ability during a fight against the God of Strength Dung Beetle. Many people saw the confrontation between Sky City and the Zheng family. The other factions had come to watch the Blood Pact ultimate fight to watch the excitement, see if the Zheng family had managed to borrow help from the Miao family, and find out what kind of power Sky City possessed. This confrontation was the best opportunity to see how strong Sky City was, and no one was going to miss it. Lin Yuan looked around at the audience that had gathered, Miao Ji and Zheng Kaiwen, and Zheng Ji as he said savagely, "Endless Summer, I'm not going to allow these two people to back out now." Endless Summer smiled and replied, "City Lord, I know what to do." Chapter 1120 Aren't you afraid of Connected Beast Park coming back for revenge? Right after Endless Summer spoke, two purple-pink hydrangeas formed in the air and shot toward Zheng Kaiwen and Miao Ji. Zheng Ji immediately ordered the God of Strength Dung Beetle to defend the pair. The aura that Endless Summer released was very subtle, and it would be hard to detect the murderous aura unless one was more powerful than Endless Summer. Hence, the God of Strength Dung Beetle smiled oddly as it used Strange Power Rebound. Unsurprisingly, when the two hydrangeas collided with the God of Strength Dung Beetle, its smile warped into anguish. The two hydrangeas exploded against the God of Strength Dung Beetle's body, and left two bloody holes in their wake. A few hydrangea petals passed through the holes and landed on Zheng Kaiwen and Miao Ji's legs. The hydrangea petals mangled their legs, and the pair immediately cried out in pain. Zheng Kaiwen and Miao Ji were blown away by the force that accompanied the petals. Now, Lin Yuan's path had been completely cleared. Endless Summer said, "City Lord, the people who were blocking the path have been cleared away. They can't walk away even if they want to now." Lin Yuan strode over. The God of Strength Dung Beetle immediately backed away so as to not block Lin Yuan's path. Before the God of Strength Dung Beetle could let out a sigh of relief, someone howled in pain, "How dare you attack me? I'm a member of the Miao family." Sun Ningxiang piped in and said, "You married into the Zheng family, yet you call yourself a member of the Miao family. How ludicrous." The altercation that just happened was the equivalent of a blood pact ultimate fight between Sky City and the Zheng family. Without the Miao family's help, does anyone from the Zheng family have the guts to fight? The Miao family's revenge? This sounds interesting. Sun Ningxiang's heartless words crushed the last shred of the Zheng family's dignity. Lin Yuan silently continued to walk toward the ultimate fighting ground. At that moment, Zheng Ji set aside his pride and immediately called the Miao family's healing-type spirit Qi professionals to treat Miao Ji and Zheng Kaiwen before he attended to the God of Strength Dung Beetle's injury. The God of Strength Dung Beetle's roots were undamaged, and Zheng Ji sent it back to the spiritual spatial zone with an eased mind so that it could heal itself. The altercation made Zheng Ji aware that Sky City was not to be trifled with. Zheng Ji thought, the girl that attacked is definitely wielding Thearch-class combat power. There's no other explanation for why she was able to break through the God of Strength Dung Beetle's defenses with just one attack and cause even Strange Power Rebound to fail. However, the incident also enabled Zheng Ji to lay his worries to rest as he was sure that Endless Summer was Creation 3 at best. Otherwise, the God of Strength Dung Beetle's roots would have been injured by such an attack. With Han Tianhe and Lu Yanchen around, it should be no problem for them to kill Endless Summer. Thanks to the healing-type Spirit Qi professionals, Zheng Kaiwen and Miao Ji's lives were preserved. However, their legs could not be recovered, and they would be confined to wheelchairs for the rest of their lives. Zheng Ji was relieved to see that Zheng Kaiwen and Miao Ji were fine. He was not truly afraid for their safety as he had already lost all hope in the selfish Zheng Kaiwen. Zheng Ji only cared about their injuries because he was afraid that their irreparable injuries would result in the Miao family changing their minds and deciding not to help with the Zheng family's blood pact ultimate fight. There was no way that the Zheng family would be able to win with their measly combat power. As he stared at the disabled Zheng Kaiwan, Zheng Ji became all the more certain that Zheng Kaiwan was unsuitable to be the leader of the Zheng family. Although Zheng Qian's legs were also unusable, he still had both his legs intact. Meanwhile, Zheng Kaiwan's legs were all gone, and even the part he used to procreate had to be affected as well. By comparison, Zheng Qian seemed much more suitable to become the Zheng family's leader. Miao Ji had always been vain, and losing her legs was a shock that was too much for her to take. Despite being a daughter of a top faction and a wife of a veteran faction, vulgarities spewed from Miao Ji's mouth as she berated Zheng Ji for his insistence on coming to the ultimate fighting ground in advance. Zheng Kaiwan lifted his head with difficulty and stared at Lin Yuan and the rest as they walked away. He said to Zheng Ji, "Grandfather, you'll be the last to participate in the blood pact ultimate fight. I want the people from Sky City to die the moment the fight begins. Especially that damn woman." Zheng Ji's solemn expression turned stony. Of course he had to go last. If he went first, he would be asking to be killed. The god of strength Dung Beetle had been seriously injured to save Zheng Kaiwan and Miao Ji's life, but Zheng Kaiwan did not care about the god of strength Dung Beetle's injuries at all. Zheng Ji felt that Zheng Kaiwan was rather disrespectful. As the crowd around them grew larger, Zheng Ji hurriedly ordered someone to lift up Zheng Kaiwan and Miao Ji, and he walked toward the ultimate fighting ground. Under the mocking gazes of the members of other factions, Zheng Ji felt as though he had aged significantly in the blink of an eye. Having his pride stripped away was the most painful torture for Zheng Ji. But at the same time, he was wary. He had agreed to Zheng Kaiwan's suggestion of a blood pact ultimate fight. Although the two Thearch class experts from the Miao family would ensure that the Zheng family won the blood pact ultimate fight, this decision could also result in the Zheng family losing all their dignity in the future. The Sky City group arrived at the lounge prepared for the two competitors, and they all took a seat. Before arriving at the lounge, Sun Ningxiang had left with Apricot and Peach Witch to the public area to watch the blood pact ultimate fight and cheer Sky City on. Lin Yuan patted Zhou Luo's shoulder and said, "Zhou Luo, Endless Summer just showed some of its power. As much as Zheng Ji cares about his pride, there's no way he will be the first to dive through death's door. The Zheng family will definitely send out either Han Tianhe or Liu Yunchen first. As such, you'll be the first person we send out." The moment Lin Yuan spoke, Zhou Luo instantly became anxious. Chapter 1121 The Blood Pact Ultimate Fight officially begins. Zhou Luo felt that it was extremely exciting to be able to participate in a blood pact ultimate fight without fear of danger. But now that the blood pact ultimate fight was about to begin, Zhou Luo became acutely aware that he was merely a king-class expert. He was about to step onto the ultimate fighting ground and face off to the death against Thearch class experts. Zhou Luo's heart started to pound wildly and a trace of worry coursed through him. At that moment, Zhou Luo noticed a skinny figure wearing Sky City's mask step out of Lin Yuan's shadow. Lin Yuan instructed the skinny figure to enter Zhou Luo's shadow. Despite having a life-sized figure enter his shadow, Zhou Luo was shocked to find that he did not feel any different. Lin Yuan noticed Zhou Luo's nervousness and said, "Zhou Luo, its power has reached pinnacle Thearch class. During the fight, you can do as you please, and it will guarantee your safety." Previously, Lin Yuan had not revealed the invisible demon's true power to Zhou Luo, but he was doing so now to calm Zhou Luo's nerves. When he heard about the invisible demon's power, Zhou Luo relaxed and thought, the acting lessons from Fei Qiansheng will finally come into use. Thunderous drums sounded from outside the lounge at that moment, and the group walked out. Lin Yuan saw many members of major factions seated in the audience section. There were even numerous Star Web reporters. Almost half of the audience section was filled up. On the opposite side of the fighting ground was the Zheng family. Sun Ningxiang peered at the people from the Miao family and frowned. She realized that the only main members of the Miao family that were in attendance were Miao He, Han Tianhe, and Liu Yunchen. All the others were unimportant members that had clearly come to watch the excitement. Sun Ningxiang stared fiercely at the relaxed Han Tianhe and Liu Yunchen. She was all too familiar with them. They were the left and right-hand men of Miao Zhenshan and were not the kind to gawk. Yet, they were here. The more Sun Ningxiang thought about it, the stranger she felt it was. Suddenly, she inhaled sharply and thought, can it be that Han Tianhe and Liu Yunchen are here to help with the Zheng family's blood pact ultimate fight? But she thought about how Lin Yuan said he was prepared and forced herself to remain composed. Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple. Even if Sky City lost the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight, the Zheng family would not be able to touch him as long as he revealed his identity. However, it would be a huge blemish on Lin Yuan's ledger if he lost the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. He had obtained the Order of Radiant Light and was going to fight for a chance to become a Radiance Envoy. This blemish would definitely affect his chances. As his friend, Sun Ningxiang did not want this to happen. Miao He yawned lazily. He had initially arranged to meet with his friends, but his grandfather had instructed him to come. Miao He had seen Zheng Kaiwen's performance countless times in the Miao family. Hence, he was extremely annoyed by Zheng Kaiwen. His displeasure only intensified after Zheng Kaiwen tried to push all the blame onto Miao He in front of the Moon Empress disciple. Miao He knew that Zheng Kaiwen was valuable to the Miao family. Hence, he did not oppose Zheng Kaiwen publicly despite being the Miao family's new eldest young master. Sar. The last thing he wanted was to share the same space as Zheng Kaiwen or watch as the Miao family helped the Zheng family win the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. One of the Miao family's collateral descendants bowed to Miao He and said, "Young Master He, take a look and see. Zheng Kaiwen seems to be missing his legs." Miao He immediately snapped to attention and looked toward the Zheng family. The moment he saw Zheng Kaiwen, Miao He looked up in disbelief before refocusing his gaze on Zheng Kaiwen. He could not believe that Zheng Kaiwen had truly lost his legs. Miao He smiled relaxedly. While on the way here, he had heard that the Zheng family had provoked Sky City at the entrance of the ultimate fighting ground. Did Zheng Kaiwen lose his legs during that provocation? Miao He could not care less about Zheng Kaiwen losing his legs as the Miao family only wanted to use Zheng Kaiwen to get to the Moon Empress disciple. All Zheng Kaiwen had to do was move his lips. He wondered if Lin Yuan would even be willing to continue being friends with a legless Zheng Kaiwen. All Miao He had to do then was to curry favor with Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan and he were acquainted, Zheng Kaiwen would become worthless. He remembered the way Miao Zhenshan had looked at Zheng Kaiwen and felt that his grandfather would be the first to toss Zheng Kaiwen out once he ran out of value. At that moment, an elderly man dressed in purple robes walked to the center of the ultimate fighting ground. The sound of drums started up again, and the booming sound reverberated throughout the entire ultimate fighting ground. The sound of the drums made every person's heart beat faster, and their excitement levels spiked. The second the drums stopped, the elderly man announced, "The time is now. My name is Gu Han, and I'm in charge of the ultimate fighting ground. As of right now, I'm declaring that the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight between Sky City and the Zheng family shall start. Both factions' members shall remain where they are, and their 3 participating members shall step forward and stand in front of me." Before Zheng Ji could take a step forward, Han Tianhe and Liu Yunchen circulated their spiritual power and flew over to Gu Han. Han Tianhe and Liu Yunchen's actions stirred the entire area into an uproar. Every person apart from the younger generation knew who Han Tianhe and Liu Yunchen were. Before arriving, they all had already guessed that the Miao family would help the Zheng family. However, none of them expected the Miao family to send out 2 of their Thearch class experts. A question popped into the audience's minds. Is this a Blood Pact Ultimate Fight between the Zheng family and Sky City or Connected Beast Park and Sky City? Chapter 1122 Act properly. Han Tianhe might be slightly lacking to represent Connected Beast Park in a Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. However, Liu Yunchen's fey was special, and he had what it took to represent Connected Beast Park in a Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. How could such an expert help another faction's Blood Pact Ultimate Fight? What was the Miao family thinking? It was no secret that Miao Zhou and Miao Qi had been kicked out of the Guardia banquet. The factions that had a bone to pick with the Miao family had been more than happy to spread the news. Even some insignificant rising factions had heard of the debacle and were waiting to see the Miao family make a mockery of themselves. This was actually the best time for the Miao family to put their defenses up and lay low. Yet, they were making such a serious move. By sending out 2 Thearch class experts to help the Zheng family, it seemed that Connected Beast Park was being a big bully. Thearch class experts were clearly beyond the combat power of veteran factions. Such instances of one faction helping another had happened before. Dark Cloud's bird shrine had risen quickly and continuously expanded into the avian-type fey market. It had only been a matter of time before they cut into the profits of other factions. Not long after Dark Cloud's bird shrine had become a veteran faction that was one step away from becoming a top faction became angered by Dark Cloud's bird shrine's increasing domination of the avian-type fey market. The faction had realized that the rate that Dark Cloud's bird shrine was expanding at did not match the power of the experts they had. The faction had decided to engage in a blood pact ultimate fight so that they could completely absorb all of Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine's businesses and take the final step into becoming a top faction. However, they had not expected Coiling Dragon's Valley to be supporting Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. During the blood pact ultimate fight, Coiling Dragon's Valley had only lent Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine a new Thearch class expert, but he was able to help Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine win the blood pact ultimate fight. After absorbing all the faction's resources, Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine had been able to rise to become a top faction in just a few years. However, lending a Thearch class expert to a veteran faction had significantly affected Coiling Dragon's Valley's reputation. It was only many years later that this black mark in their history was slowly starting to become forgotten. Nonetheless, people would still occasionally mention this incident. The people who talked about it most were Connected Beast Park. Yet, Connected Beast Park was doing much more than Coiling Dragon's Valley had done. The factions that were wavering in their partnerships with Connected Beast Park after the incident at the Guardia banquet had all sent people to watch this blood pact ultimate fight. All the audience members that had come from top factions frowned when they saw Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan. The people from the Du family cursed to themselves. These idiots from Connected Beast Park are horrible. Can it be that Connected Beast Park has a grudge against Sky City because they are working with Condense Fairy Orchard? Or is the Meow family after Sky City's high-class creation master resources? If so, the Meow family can issue a blood pact ultimate fight challenge to Sky City themselves. Although it would seem rather callous for the Meow family to engage in a blood pact ultimate fight with the recently established Sky City, it was downright despicable for them to lend two veteran Thearch class experts to the Zheng family for their blood pact ultimate fight against Sky City. Gu Han had seen the name list for both parties. He was not surprised that Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan were helping the Zheng family with their blood pact ultimate fight. However, he could not help but look at Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan with amusement when he thought about the people that Sky City was sending. Zheng Ji steeled himself and walked to the center of the ultimate fighting ground. He had wanted to stand beside Gu Han as the Zheng family's representative, but Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan had already taken the space, and they clearly had no intention of moving for Zheng Ji. Despite being the head of the Zheng family, all Zheng Ji could do was stand behind Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan with a grim expression. On the other side of the ultimate fighting ground, Lin Yuan nodded at Zhou Luo and Endless Summer. Zhou Luo and Endless Summer strode toward the center of the ultimate fighting ground where Gu Han was. When the audience saw the two people that Sky City was sending out, they erupted into excited debates. Damn! Did Sky City's third participant run away in fright at the last second? Why are there only two people? It's not surprising that they're afraid. I would be scared too. Sky City's city lord must be absolutely terrified. After all, they had accepted a blood pact ultimate fight challenge from a veteran faction but are now facing enemies from top faction level. You guys have heard of Connected Beast Park's Liu Yunshan, right? His main fey is the Ghost Arched Demon Beast, and it's considered the strongest spiritual type fey of its grade. Apparently, anyone that meets the Ghost Arched Demon Beast's eyes will become terrified into submission. I think Sky City is done. Damn! Without Sky City, how am I supposed to fight for more fate letters? Down with Connected Beast Park and the Zheng family. When I get home, I'll write a 500,000 word post slamming the Zheng family and Meow family. When Endless Summer heard these voices, it was nervous for Zhou Luo. But when Endless Summer used its aura to calm Zhou Luo, it found that Zhou Luo was not nervous in the least. Instead, he was walking with his head held high. At that moment, it seemed as though Zhou Luo was more than just a king-class expert. He almost emanated the aura of a pinnacle Thearch class expert as he walked. When Endless Summer turned and met Zhou Luo's gaze, it saw disdain in his eyes as he looked at Liu Yunshan and Han Tianhe. It was as though they were nothing more than pieces of trash that were dirtying his gaze. Zhou Luo did not care about Zheng Ji at all. Endless Summer suddenly thought about how Zhou Luo had said that he had to act properly. It suddenly remembered that Zhou Luo had been spending many nights with Fei Qiangsheng. Could he have used that time to pick up acting? Chapter 1123 Change Fighting Style. From the fierceness of Zhou Luo's gaze, Endless Summer felt that his acting skills outperformed those of Fei Qiangsheng. Gu Han asked Zhou Luo and Endless Summer, "Are all the participants from Sky City present?" Endless Summer did not speak for fear of wrecking Zhou Luo's performance. It would leave the job of responding to Zhou Luo. Zhou Luo muttered, "Yes." His words sounded cold, cynical, and casual. Gu Han waited for Zhou Luo to say more. But when he did not, Gu Han pursed his lips in annoyance. "I'm in charge of the ultimate fighting ground. How can he speak to me so haughtily?" Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan had glimpsed Zhou Luo's eyes through his mask. They were shocked by his gaze. Zhou Luo's gaze screamed his stubborn determination. This stunned Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan, and they instinctively circulated their spiritual power to test Zhou Luo's power. But almost immediately after, Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan felt as though they had been played with and humiliated. He was just a puny king-class expert. How dare he act all high and mighty? Neither Han Tianhe nor Liu Yunshan liked to make a scene, and they were only helping the Zheng family on Miao Zhenshan's orders. They knew how damaging it would be for the Miao family's reputation if they helped with the Zheng family's blood pact ultimate fight. Hence, they had not wanted to come. Moreover, both of them had bad tempers, Liu Yunshan especially. His rage erupted when he heard Zhou Luo's nonchalant response, and he roared, "Lord Guhan, I want to request for a change in the fighting style of the blood pact ultimate fight. I want to change the one-on-one fights into a group battle. This will make the fight go faster." There were two styles of blood pact ultimate fights. The one that was most commonly used was the one-on-one style, where both sides would send out an expert to fight. The next expert would substitute the expert that died. The expert that killed the other expert could decide whether or not he wanted to continue fighting or be substituted out. This was the style that was unofficially recognized as the style of blood pact ultimate fights. If the competing factions did not make any special requests, the blood pact ultimate fight would automatically proceed with this style. However, there was also another style of fighting, which was the group fight. Group fights were not used often, and the competing factions rarely suggested it because it could allow the other group's phase to work together and build on each other's power. Moreover, group fights could easily result in bloodshed and were more difficult to control than one-on-one fights. Guhan turned to look at Zhou Luo and Endless Summer as their agreement was required in order to proceed with the group fight style. The moment Guhan's gaze landed on Endless Summer and Zhou Luo, Zheng Ji knew that Guhan had utterly slighted him. He was the leader of the Zheng family, yet Guhan had not asked his opinion at all. It was as though he was not part of this blood pact ultimate fight at all. Endless Summer waited for Zhou Luo to respond again. Zhou Luo scoffed and shook out his sleeves nonchalantly as he drawled, "Sky City doesn't care about such trivial matters. It doesn't matter how we fight because the result will be the same. Only the weak will care about the style of fighting because it makes no difference to the strong." Before Zhou Luo could finish speaking, Endless Summer heard the grinding of someone's teeth. It looked over and saw Liu Yunshan and Han Tianhe glaring murderously at Zhou Luo. The grinding sounds were coming from Liu Yunshan, and Endless Summer thought, just how angry is Liu Yunshan? But I must applaud his teeth and how loudly he can grind them. Nonetheless, it was not surprising as Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan were Thearch class experts that were used to being venerated in the Miao family. No matter where they went, people would lower their heads. There was no way to remain calm after hearing Zhou Luo call them weak. Guhan's eyebrow twitched wildly as this did not clearly indicate Zhou Luo's agreement or disagreement. Guhan asked again vexedly, "Does Sky City agree to change the fighting style into a group fight?" When Endless Summer saw that Zhou Luo was about to speak, it hurriedly cut in and said, "We accept." Endless Summer did not want to waste any more time. Saying too much would make Sky City seem shallow. Moreover, Endless Summer had checked the time and saw that the show it had been chasing was about to start in less than an hour. Endless Summer wanted to be done with the blood pact ultimate fight before the show started so it could see if the male and female leads in the show were going to end up together. Guhan waved his hand and announced, "Now, Sky City and the Miao family, the Zheng family's blood pact ultimate fight will change into a group fight. You shall use blood to protect the glory of your factions." The fight was about to begin officially. Many people in the audience were fixated on Zhou Luo. They all thought that Sky City had given up hope of winning the blood pact ultimate fight by only sending out 2 experts. However, Zhou Luo had acted in a way that made them think that it was a last-ditch attempt to preserve Sky City's dignity. Many people were moved by Zhou Luo's actions and became his fans. These passionate young people had heard from their elders that Zhou Luo was only a king-class expert. Chapter 1124 To Creation Breed Phase. They never expected a king-class expert to be able to fearlessly stand toe-to-toe against Thearch class experts to the point of looking down on them. He was so cool. How could there be such a courageous person? After confirming the style of the blood pact ultimate fight, Zheng Ji was unspeakably disconcerted but could not say anything about it. Besides the god of strength Dung Beetle's injury, it was likely that he would be assassinated by Endless Summer during the group fight. If a being with Thearch class power unleashed its law world, it was possible to take out one of its opponents even with 2 veteran Thearch class experts around. Hence, Zhang Ji felt that it would be best for him to retreat when the fight started and summon the god of strength Dung Beetle to protect him. The people in the audience all felt that it was ironic. Lu Yunchen and Han Tianhe immediately summoned their own feys. A shell the size of a small mountain appeared next to Han Tianhe. The shell moved every once in a while as though there was something alive within it. It seemed as though the shell had not been cleaned in many years as plants had started growing out of the dust. Suddenly, the shell jerked, and Lin Yuan saw a rust-colored sticky figure extending out of the shell. The sticky rust-colored figure separated, producing the ear-prickling sound of viscous substances separating. The sound was extremely revolting. A world power with the aura of lava emanated from the fey and swirled around the ultimate fighting ground. An intense heat rose from the ultimate fighting ground as though it had suddenly transformed into an active volcano. A terrifying humanoid figure with pale ashy skin appeared next to Han Tianhe. Its large eyes lacked eyelids, and its sinister grey eyes were bloodshot. One look into those eyes, and one would be filled with suffocating panic. The humanoid figure had 5 hands, and one was wrapped around its own neck. The hand that was around its neck was severely shriveled and looked like nothing more than an accessory. However, the fingernails of this hand were cutting into the skin of the neck and causing the humanoid figure to be constantly bleeding from its neck. The humanoid figure's other 4 hands were twisted in a creepy manner and looked like 4 ribbons. However, there was nothing elegant about the forearms as they moved stiffly as though the joints were rusted. It was unknown how much blood was contained in the humanoid figure's body. The blood flowing from its eyes and neck stained its entire body. Every drop of blood that fell to the ground turned into black fog that seemed to contain the scariest things that people could imagine. The terror perforating the air seemed to be able to penetrate a person's heart and show them what they wanted to avoid at all costs. The moment Lu Yunchen summoned the terrifying life form, many members of the audience had their most serious fears come to mind. Suddenly, the strange life form laughed. Its laughter sounded like a strangled cry from a chicken. Along with the laugh, a terrifying presence in the form of a world descended on the ultimate fighting ground. This fear made the weaker experts in the audience howl in agony, and even the stronger experts started to sweat. With the protection of the laws and dark death world on the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt, Lin Yuan was unaffected by the world powers of Han Tianhe and Lu Yunchen's feys. From sensing the 2 world powers, Lin Yuan knew that both of them had summoned their creation breed feys. This was unsurprising as Endless Summer had Thearch class power and would be able to kill any fey that was below its level. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Han Tianhe and Lu Yunchen's feys. Fey name, Earth Core Dragon Snail. Fey species, Gastropod species / Acadenellidae species. Fey grade, Sovereign, 5/10. Fey type, Earth / Fire. Fey quality, Creation 4. Fey name Ghost Arched Demon Beast. Fey species, Toothed Beast species / Ancient Beast species. Fey grade, Sovereign, 6/10. Fey type, Spiritual type. Fey quality, Creation V. Lin Yuan now knew that Han Tianhe's main fey was the Earth Core Dragon Snail and that it was an Earth type and Fire type Sovereign V / Creation 4 fey. His eyebrow twitched when he saw the Earth Core Dragon Snail's name, but a look of realization came over his face. Normally, Myth 2 feys were able to change into human form. However, the Earth Core Dragon Snail was an exception. The Earth Core Dragon Snail did have the ability to change into human form, but it was so lazy that it spent its days lazing in its shell. It was lazy to the point that it felt it would be a waste of energy to change into human form. Unless it had no choice or was ordered by its contractor, the Earth Core Dragon Snail was happy to remain motionless. In spite of its laziness, the Earth Core Dragon Snail's abilities and exclusive skills were exceptional, and it was clear that Han Tianhe had used a mountain of resources to nurture it painstakingly. Its ability was Lava Ground Starch Area and could change the surrounding area into lava when used in conjunction with other abilities. Within the lava, life forms would be burnt into a crisp. The Earth Core Dragon Snail was also Earth-type and could change the ground. This ability would act as an effective defensive and controlling method during battle. It could even portion out the battleground and be counted as a strategic ability. Chapter 1125 Time for You to Die. Naturally, not even the Earth Core Dragon Snail's full power would affect the audience area. No one knew why a Thearch class expert's power would be limited in the dueling grounds. This was the same situation as in the dueling grounds throughout the Radiance Federation. This would ensure the safety of the audience members and was one of the ultimate fighting ground secrets. The Ghost Arched Demon Beast had much more exciting abilities and exclusive skills than the Earth Core Dragon Snail. Lin Yuan had read Lu Yunchen's personal magazine and had his suspicions about the Ghost Arched Demon Beast's description. He did not understand why the ghost archdemon beast was termed the most powerful spiritual type Fey of its grade. But now that he saw its true data, he finally knew that it was because the ghost archdemon beast had made fear itself its plaything. It could even use fear to control other Feys. Lin Yuan also knew why the ghost archdemon beast looked as horrifying as it did. True data stated that the ghost archdemon beast was toothed beast type and ancient beast type. The fight between dragons and beasts had never ceased from the beginning of time. Beast species Feys with ancient beast bloodlines were as respected as dragon species Feys with main dragon species bloodlines. There were much fewer beast species Feys with ancient beast bloodlines than there were dragon species Feys with main dragon species bloodlines. It was clear from the data that this was not the ghost archdemon beast's true form. The world cleansing and trial of world creation would mold a Fey's flesh. As such, there was no way that a Fey would look so strange when it changed into human form. The ghost archdemon beast's ability cowardly body was able to change its form and enable it to increase the effectiveness of its fear-type spiritual abilities. Its spiritual energy would be locked on the surface of its body to increase its defense against defensive attacks. The ability pain body was odd as it was unimpressive compared to the ghost archdemon beast's other abilities. The ability that had caught Lin Yuan's eye was called clutching throat final goodbye. The ghost archdemon beast's blood would not only send the target into a fit of fear but also place a curse on the target. The ghost archdemon beast's fifth hand would occasionally snap off on its neck, and the cursed target's spiritual world would be crushed. Clutching throat final goodbye was an ability that relied on spiritual energy. Since the ghost archdemon beast was a spiritual type Fey, it had more spiritual energy than other Feys of its grade. As such, clutching throat final goodbye would allow the ghost archdemon beast to challenge Feys of higher grades. At that moment, Lin Yuan was delighted and badly wanted the Earth Core Dragon Snail and ghost archdemon beast. The stronger they were, the happier he would be. He felt that both of them would soon become Thearch-class weapons free for him to wield. Although the ghost archdemon beast was powerful at using fear as spiritual attacks, Lin Yuan was not worried at all. The invisible demon had been born in the abyssal world and was accustomed to endless carnage. It was not because the invisible demon was more powerful than the ghost archdemon beast but that the invisible demon had trained its mind to become almost impervious to fear. After summoning his Fey, Han Tian he leaped onto the Earth Core Dragon Snail's body. He plucked a fruit from one of the trees growing on its back and took a bite. He looked extremely charismatic. Han Tian he looked at Endless Summer and Zhou Luo as though they were corpses. Lu Yunchen said sternly to Zhou Luo, "You people from Sky City sure are good at speaking. It's just a pity that speech is the most useless thing in the face of absolute power." The entire audience was staring in shock at the Earth Core Dragon Snail and ghost archdemon beast. Most of the audience members came from rising and veteran factions who never had the opportunity to interact with creation breed Feys. For many of them, this was the first time they were seeing creation breed Feys in the flesh. After a moment of silence, the audience madly started to take pictures. The Star Web reporters were all snapping shots of the Earth Core Dragon Snail and ghost archdemon beast as these photos would become their treasures. With the Earth Core Dragon Snail and ghost archdemon beast photos, they could earn a killing with their article regardless of what they wrote. After a round of rapid shutter noises, the audience launched into enthusiastic discussions. "Damn, is that a creation breed Fey? It looks so cool. One part of me is trembling in fear, while the other side of me feels like it's going to be burnt into ashes. Sky City is done for. How are they going to beat two creation breed Feys? I wonder what kind of explanation the Miao family will offer after the Blood Pact ultimate fight to explain why they lent two Thearch-class experts to the Zheng family. When I get home, I'll eat grilled snails. Crap. My new idol is about to die." Some amongst the audience liked Zhou Luo and were on Sky City's side. Naturally, some disliked Zhou Luo and Sky City and were on the Zheng and Miao families' sides. Hehe, Sky City's pompous words were nothing more than the ravings of the doomed. What can talking do for them? I don't believe they're still able to speak so flippantly now that they've seen the two creation breed Feys. The person who spoke was an elderly man. But the moment he spoke, embarrassment came over his face. Zhou Luo's voice drifted from the ultimate fighting ground. "You're right. It seems that you're a smart man. Since you're smart, you should know that powerful people's words carry their own kind of weight." Lu Yunchen did not expect Zhou Luo to remain so defiant, and he issued out the order, "Ghost Demon, go wild and kill them. All." A large amount of dark red fog spurted from the ghost archdemon beast's body. At this moment, Zhou Luo raised his finger and pointed at Liu Yunshan and the ghost-arched demon beast before moving his finger toward Han Tianhe and the earth core dragon snail. "Time for you to die," said Zhou Luo. Before the audience could react to Zhou Luo's words, Liu Yunshan and Han Tianhe's faces paled. Chapter 1126 The Shadow that Reaped Lives from the Ultimate Fighting Ground. Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan felt as though a gust of air had chained them up. Both of them were S-rank experts with creation breed phase, and it had been some time since they had last experienced this familiar feeling. This was the same feeling as when Thearch class experts had targeted them before they had become Thearch class experts. They knew that this meant that a powerful life form was targeting them. However, neither of them could sense the source of the power. It was as though this inescapable chain had come out of nowhere. Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan could not help but be suspicious. It was evident that Zhou Luo was only a king class expert. Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan were well aware that Endless Summer had only recently evolved to creation breed. Clearly, the choking feeling was coming from something else. Suddenly, they realized that Gu Han had not asked if Sky City had only sent out 2 experts to participate in the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight but had only asked if they were all present. This situation was clearly not in line with the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight's regulations, and Gu Han had to be aware of this. This meant panic and terror sprouted in Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan's hearts. Both of them roared. "Ghost Demon, Spirit Return! Big Lazy Snail, stop sitting there! Spirit Return!" The Earth Core Dragon Snail and Ghost-Arched Demon Beast's auras shot up to the maximum, and the Earth Core Dragon Snail transformed into a sleepy-eyed man. They had sensed that they had been trapped by an unknown aura and knew that things were not going well for them. The Earth Core Dragon Snail and Ghost-Arched Demon Beast used Lava World and Terror World to protect their contractors. The Lava World and Terror World enveloped the entire Ultimate Fighting Ground. The scorching lava flowed to every corner of the Ultimate Fighting Ground and trapped Zhou Luo and Endless Summer within. Given Zhou Luo and Endless Summer's powers, they should have already been reduced to ashes. However, a shadowy aura rose from Zhou Luo's shadow and sheltered Zhou Luo and Endless Summer. This protected them from the influence of the Lava World. 9 Creation World ley lines danced around the Lava World and Terror World, 4 of which were from the Lava World while 5 were from the Terror World. They represented that the Earth Core Dragon Snail was Creation 4 while the Ghost-Arched Demon Beast was Creation V. Next, the Earth Core Dragon Snail picked up a snail shell-shaped shield. It punched the shield, sending thousands of rays of light flying in all directions. Every ray of light carried the might of a mountain. The light enveloped the man that the Earth Core Dragon Snail had changed into and turned into a rust-colored armor. 2 clubs the shape of snail horns appeared in the man's hands. The Earth Core Dragon Snail no longer had a sleepy expression. Instead, seriousness and determination were written all over its face. The Ghost-Arched Demon Beast tore off the 5th hand from its neck and pulled off the ring from the hand's ring finger. It swallowed the ring, and the surging spiritual energy turned into black and red tentacles that grew all over its body. The clothes that the Ghost-Arched Demon Beast wore disintegrated, and everyone watching saw that one grey eye had appeared on the Ghost-Arched Demon Beast's abdomen. The grey eye did not have an eyelid, and murky blood flowed out of it. However, the Ghost-Arched Demon Beast did not use the inky blood to attack. Instead, it was used as a form of comprehensive defense. The black blood intertwined with the spiritual energy around Liu Yunshan and the Ghost-Arched Demon Beast, forming 2 sets of netting armor. The audience had been utterly befuddled by Zhou Luo, but now they were shocked by Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan's actions. They did not understand why Zhou Luo's words would put Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan on edge. Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan had been recluses in Connected Beast Park. Could it be because they were mentally impaired? Were they having a simultaneous episode on the Ultimate Fighting Ground? The audience was making wild guesses due to their confusion, but Miao He knew that Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan were completely fine. Given their usual tempers, they wouldn't be joking at such a time. When he saw how serious they were, Miao He could not help but have a bad feeling about the situation. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The moment Zhou Luo pointed at Han Tianhe, Liu Yunshan, the Earth Core Dragon Snail, and the Ghost-Arched Demon Beast, the Lava World and Terror World disappeared without a trace. Han Tianhe, Liu Yunshan, the Earth Core Dragon Snail, and the Ghost-Arched Demon Beast's bodies were also split in half and left on the ground. This sight made almost half of the audience jump to their feet, and their jaws dropped open. It was as though they had just witnessed a miracle. If the turning of the unimaginable into reality was considered a miracle, the audience felt that Zhou Luo had just performed a miracle. But aside from their shock and disbelief, a small portion of the audience's eyes narrowed. Many of the members of top factions who were watching the Blood Pact ultimate fight were Emperor class. Although they were not certain what had just happened, they had a faint sense that a shadow had materialized in the air. Before vanishing, it had moved around Han Tianhe, Lu Yunshan, the Earth Core Dragon Snail, and the Ghost Arched Demon Beast. Immediately after, Han Tianhe, Lu Yunshan, the Earth Core Dragon Snail, and the Ghost Arched Demon Beast had died. This meant that their deaths were undeniably linked to that moving shadow. Chapter 1127 One Word and Two Thearch Class Experts' Deaths. As Emperor Class Experts, they were only able to notice the shadow because Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan had ordered their feys to go into the spirit return state and had used their strongest defenses. As such, the shadow's speed had been reduced when it made contact with Han Tianhe, Lu Yunshan, the Earth Core Dragon Snail, and the Ghost Arched Demon Beast. The top faction members knew that Sky City's third participant was actually already present without anyone realizing it. This would explain why Sky City had sent a King-class expert out to participate in the battle to the death that was the Blood Pact ultimate fight. In actuality, Sky City had prepared their killing move. The two obvious participants were just mediums for the shadow. The members of top factions could not help but grin at Han Tianhe, Lu Yunshan, and their feys, who had been split in half. But at the same time, they also started to reassess Sky City's combat power and found that it was impossible to estimate Sky City's combat power accurately. They did not even know what the thing that had just appeared was and had no means of finding out either. However, to kill two of Connected Beast Park's veteran Thearch class experts and their creation breed feys, Sky City's third participant had to be Pinnacle Thearch class at least. It was likely that the third participant had gained immortal power. The audience had already launched into loud discussions. Most of the people in the audience had not noticed the shadow and could only tell that the four life forms had been split in 2 moments after Zhou Luo had spoken. Zhou Luo's new fans immediately started shrieking. "Oh my god! What just happened? My idol just killed 2 of Connected Beast Park's veteran Thearch class experts with 1 word. Am I dreaming? What the hell? I have a weak heart, yet I witnessed such a scene. Is he actually a god? Didn't they say that he's just a king class expert? How was a king class expert able to kill 2 Thearch class experts? Ha ha ha. I'm so happy. It looks like I'll be able to continue going to Sky City's private faction territory to snatch fate letters. This feels great. Damn. Look at Zheng Ji's expression. He's glaring so hard that it looks like his eyes are about to fall out of their sockets. He must be boiling with rage." Sun Ningxiang and Miao He did not share the rest of the audience's sentiments. When Sun Ningxiang saw how calm Lin Yuan was, she knew that Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan were of no concern to him. Nonetheless, his methods had stunned her. Meanwhile, Miao He had picked up his phone with a trembling hand and called Miao Zhenshan. As the current eldest young master of Connected Beast Park, Miao He had to inform Miao Zhenshan of the situation as soon as possible, even if it was the horrible news that the Miao family had just lost 2 veteran Thearch class experts. He dared not think of how shocked and furious his grandfather would be when he heard that he had just lost his left and right hand men. Miao He was also calling to ask Miao Zhenshan what should be done to Zheng Kaiwan and Miao Ji. Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's deaths had stemmed from Zheng Kaiwan's requests. However, Zheng Kaiwan's life also hung in the balance of whether the Miao family would be able to form a connection with the Moon Empress's disciple. If this situation progressed and Zheng Ji died as well, Sky City would be able to sentence everyone from the Zheng family to death. Since the Miao family had already lost 2 Thearch class experts because of Zheng Kaiwan, it was necessary to preserve his life. Otherwise, Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan would have died in vain. Lin Yuan stood up with his hands behind his back. As of this moment, Sky City had shown its true colors to the other factions. Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's deaths would no doubt make other factions fearful of Sky City. As for Zheng Ji and the other members of the Zheng family, Lin Yuan had already come up with a plan for them. Zhou Luo was having fun acting on the ultimate fighting ground, and he praised himself for his cool pointing movements. He raised his finger again and said with arrogant stubbornness, "Endless summer, I'll leave Zheng Ji to you." Endless summer almost burst out laughing. The invisible demon had already fulfilled Lin Yuan's order, yet Zhou Luo was now ordering Endless summer around? Even if Zhou Luo was not embarrassed to ask, he did not have the authority. Endless summer reached out a finger just like Zhou Luo had done and pointed at Zheng Ji as it shouted, "Shooting spears of summer, 3,000 shooting spears." 3,000 pink and purple hydrangeas appeared in the air and fell like a rain of flowers. The 3,000 pink and purple spears shot toward Zhang Ji and the god of strength Dung Beetle. Zhang Ji did not dodge the attack. He looked up in surprise, his eyes dull and glazed over. Dark clouds had gathered in the sky. Before the raindrops had time to reach Zhang Ji's face, he and the god of strength Dung Beetle were impaled by the shooting spears of summer. When the first shooting spears of summer pierced Zhang Ji's body, he suddenly missed how the Zhang family used to be. The Zhang family had only become like this after Miao Ji married into their family and Zhang Kaiwen was born. The Zhang family that he had guarded for half his life was all but gone, just like the life force that was draining out of his body. The 3,000 shooting spears of summer stacked over each other and formed a beautiful funeral flower. Once Gu Han confirmed that Zhang Ji was dead, he announced, in the blood-pact ultimate fight between Sky City and the Zhang family, Sky City eliminated all 3 of the Zhang family's participants through a group fight and attained victory. As per the blood pact ultimate fight's rules, Sky City can decide what to do with the remnants of the Zhang family. While he spoke, Gu Han glanced at Zhou Luo's shadow. He had been aware that Sky City had pinnacle Thearch class combat power, but he never expected that it would come from the class XI/Culpa 8 Invisible Demon. Chapter 1128 What? Don't tell me you are going to start trouble at the ultimate fighting ground? Gu Han silently looked through the information provided by Sky City. All they had written for the name of their third participant was Shadow. No one would be able to guess that this referred to the invisible demon. Gu Han could not help but wonder about Sky City. Are they secretly linked to a member of royalty? It was possible for someone to enter the abyssal world through the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift and subjugate the invisible demon and bring it back to the main world. However, the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift was still locked, and only the 13 members of royalty were allowed to move in and out freely. This meant that the Class XI/Culpa 8 Invisible Demon had to have been taken out of the abyssal world by one of the members of royalty. Despite his guesses, Gu Han was too smart to voice them and thought, the Miao family sure is digging their own grave. With 2 veteran Thearch class experts dead, Connected Beast Park would be weaker against other top factions, but it would also reduce the negative remark made about them lending the 2 Thearch class experts to the Zhang family. However, the negative remarks would still affect the Miao family significantly. Thankfully, Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan were not creation masters, and their deaths would not affect Connected Beast Park's creation master-related proceedings. From the moment Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan died, Lin Yuan had kept his eyes fixed on Miao He. He smiled when he saw Miao He talking on the phone. Although the blood pact ultimate fight was over, the conflict had not ended. As he looked at the incredulous Zhang Kaiwen, Lin Yuan led the group from Sky City toward him. Every step that Lin Yuan took was a blow to Zhang Kaiwen's heart, and Zhang Kaiwen could feel his death approaching with every passing step. Lin Yuan was not walking quickly, and he thought, the Miao family's residence is not far from the ultimate fighting ground, and Thearch class experts should have already reached the ultimate fighting ground. Lin Yuan said to Endless Summer, gift a shooting spear of summer to every living member of the Zhang family. He had no plans to show mercy to the rest of the Zhang family. Endless Summer raised its hand, and 100 pink and purple flowers appeared in the air and descended. The shooting spears of summer fell amongst where the Zhang family was seated. Since Miao Qi and Zhang Kaiwen had lost their legs and needed to be held up, they were positioned at the leftmost side of where the Zhang family was. While the rest of the Zhang family dropped like flies and the shooting spears of summer were plunging down toward Zhang Kaiwen and Miao Ji, a voice roared, "Stop!" A golden screen appeared before Miao Ji and Zhang Kaiwen. Miao Zhenshan materialized with an elegant 30-year-old man next to him. There was a scar on the elegant man's head which split his eyebrow into 2. The scar added a rugged flavor to the elegant man's countenance. An elderly woman stood behind the 2 men, and she was the one who had produced the screen. Lin Yuan used true data on the elderly woman and saw that she was not a Fey but an S-end rank spirit Qi professional. Given the shield she produced was able to deflect Endless Summer's shooting spears of summer, it meant that she was a veteran Thearch class expert. However, it was impossible to tell from one screen whether she was stronger or weaker than the dead Lu Yunshan and Han Tianhe. As Miao Zhenshan gazed at the dead Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan, tears of rage welled up in his eyes. He was not the only one present who was overwhelmed with emotion. After the elegant scarred man appeared, Ji Feng suddenly clenched his fist, and his lip started to tremble. He bit his lip so hard that he drew blood. The fresh drops of blood oozed down the corners of his mouth and stained the Sky City uniform. Ji Feng struggled to retract his aura for fear of being exposed. Lu Ji, who was next to Ji Feng, sensed his change and grabbed Ji Feng's hand. Since they were friends, Lu Ji knew about Ji Feng's background, as well as who the elegant scarred man was. The elegant, scarred man was the second elder of Whale Ocean Commerce and one of the three heads of Whale Ocean Commerce's main lineage. Lu Ji had noticed Lin Yuan looking at Miao He and knew that Lin Yuan had done so to draw out the Miao family's leader. But why had Whale Ocean Commerce's second elder accompanied Miao Zhenshan? A solid aura pierced through the clouds before the three newcomers could bark out any orders. This aura had come from Guhan, and Lin Yuan could sense that it had immortal power. Guhan looked at Miao Zhenshan and the second elder of Whale Ocean Commerce. The immortal aura trapped the elderly woman, and Guhan murmured, "Is the Miao family trying to start trouble at the ultimate fighting ground?" The ultimate fighting ground has always been buried under the blood of factions. Miao Zhenshan, as the head of Connected Beast Park, are you unaware of this? When Guhan released his aura, 12 experts that held onto the stone pillars with totems appeared around the ultimate fighting ground. They also started to release their pressurizing auras and encapsulated the ultimate fighting ground. Murderous intent perforated the auras of the 13 experts. After sensing the auras, Lin Yuan realized that they were all as strong as Lu Yunshan. He had heard of the ultimate guards, who were responsible for maintaining the rules of the ultimate fighting ground. Their arms were engraved with the totems of the factions that had broken the ultimate fighting ground's rules. Miao Zhenshan felt cold sweat drip down his back as he sensed Guhan and the 12 ultimate guards' auras. Chapter 1129 Unnecessary Misunderstanding. The elegant middle-aged man next to Miao Zhenshan was slightly surprised as Miao Zhenshan had stopped Sky City's attack and saved Miao Ji and Zheng Kaiwan. However, this was just a temporary fix brought about by an emergency. Miao Zhenshan had not entered the ultimate fighting ground, nor had he attacked. The rules of the ultimate fighting ground allowed another faction to save a losing faction with the compensation of sufficient resources. So why did Guhan display such intense animosity toward Miao Zhenshan? This animosity was so abrupt that it almost seemed like he was trying to protect or side with Sky City. The elegant middle-aged man looked at Lin Yuan with curiosity as he tried to figure out what made Lin Yuan different. He knew Guhan's background. Guhan had started out as Night Leaning Moon's subordinate but was transferred to Iron Prison due to the partitioning of the ultimate fighting ground. He was very famous in the Radiance Federation, and it seemed ridiculous for him to side with any particular faction. Since Guhan had even called over the ultimate guards, did it mean that he was going to punish Miao Zhenshan over this small matter? Miao Zhenshan could feel the intimidating aura emanating from Guhan and the 12 ultimate guards, and he was about to launch into an anxious explanation when a shrill and terrified voice shrieked, "Dad! Save Kaiwan and me! They've killed the Zheng family and are going to kill me next!" An even more fearful voice followed. "Grandfather!" Before Zheng Kaiwan could finish speaking, his throat seemed to close shut, trapping all the words he was going to spew. This was because he saw Miao Zhenshan glaring at him with the deep-set emotion that made Zheng Kaiwan wish he had already been killed by the shooting spear of summer. Before Miao Zhenshan, the elegant man, and the elderly woman arrived, Lin Yuan had already instructed the invisible demon to retract its aura and return to the spirit lock spatial zone. This would be Lin Yuan's checkmate move. Everything was unfolding as per his expectations. The only surprising development was Guhan's reaction. Lin Yuan said to Miao Zhenshan, "What's going on now? Is the Miao family going to clean up the Zheng family's mess now after sacrificing the lives of 2 veteran Thearch-class experts to them?" Instead of replying to Lin Yuan, he turned and said to Guhan, "Lord Guhan, I would like to represent the Miao family and offer resources to collect the bodies of my 2 comrades. Additionally, I would also like to offer Sky City a deal to save Zheng Kaiwan." Guhan said with unwavering ferocity, "Sky City has won the Blood Pact ultimate fight against the Zheng family, and everything on the ultimate fighting ground belongs to Sky City. You can approach Sky City privately if you want to offer a deal. Don't you dare cause more trouble for me if your deal falls through. It's been 15 years since the ultimate guards last had to take care of a rowdy top faction. The Zheng family will soon appear as a totem on ultimate fighting ground B's stone pillar. I trust that the Miao family isn't eager to follow in the Zheng family's footsteps." Miao Zhenshan furrowed his brow. Breaking the ultimate fighting ground's rules to save someone had been too reckless. Yet, Guhan was not budging in spite of how humble he was being now. Miao Zhenshan already loathed Sky City for causing them to lose the opportunity to take over Condense Fairy Orchard. But now, he resented them with every fiber of his being. It was too humiliating for him to negotiate a deal with Sky City calmly. However, he had no choice but to control himself. Miao Zhenshan circulated his spiritual power and thoroughly checked on the people of Sky City. He wanted to know what they were hiding that allowed them to kill Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan, who had been in full defense mode. Yet, he was astonished to find that his investigation came up empty. The strongest presence in Sky City was a sovereign I/creation I Fei. Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan should have been able to kill feys of such power easily. After so many years of gathering resources for the Miao family, he had risen to the level of a pinnacle Thearch class expert. Yet, he was unable to determine Sky City's secret. A malicious aura rose from Miao Zhenshan, and he shot a look at the elegant middle-aged man next to him. The middle-aged man touched his scarred eyebrow and started to sense Sky City's members. After sensing for a while, he knitted his brow tightly, and an immortal aura subtly flowed out from him. Nonetheless, he came up empty-handed. The middle-aged man's expression turned stern. He was already interested in Sky City. But now, he was looking at Lin Yuan with genuine puzzlement as he could not figure out when such a powerful faction had appeared in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow when he felt the elegant middle-aged man's immortal aura. He also commended himself for returning the invisible demon to the spirit lock spatial zone. Otherwise, his secret weapon would have been exposed. When the elegant middle-aged man was casually checking on Sky City, Gu Han sneered. "Diwanchenj, flippantly allowing your aura to leak out like this can lead to misunderstandings. I don't think you want to cause any unnecessary misunderstandings. Right?" Diwanchenj's eyes flashed. Chapter 1130 I want 2 world crystals. Diwanchenj and Gu Han had formed a personal relationship years ago, and he knew that Gu Han would not condemn him just for using his aura to check on people. Gu Han had said what he said to warn Diwanchenj not to cause unnecessary misunderstandings. This also meant that Sky City could not be trifled with. Diwanchenj shrugged and shook his head at Miao Zhenshan. Miao Zhenshan's eyes clouded over, and he glared at Lin Yuan for a moment before saying, "Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan contributed a lot to the Miao family. It's only right that I collect their bodies and give them a proper burial. The Miao family will provide Sky City with the proper compensation. We can also offer resources to preserve Zheng Kaiwen's life. Zheng Kaiwen's life is nothing to Sky City, so..." Before Miao Zhenshan could finish speaking, Lin Yuan interrupted him with a bemused tone. "The leader of the Miao family sure lives up to his title. You've thought of everything. Isn't it too good of a deal for you to be able to collect the bodies of experts that died for the Zheng family's blood pact ultimate fight so easily? I haven't even dug out the world crystals from the Earth Core Dragon Snail and Ghost Arched Demon Beast. Can the Miao family give Sky City compensation worth more than the 2 world crystals? How can you still be so greedy at such a time? I can't imagine how many factions have been taken advantage of by your during collaborations." Lin Yuan's words made Miao Zhenshan's expression change in a split second. He had only talked about collecting Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan's bodies and had not mentioned the Earth Core Dragon Snail or Ghost Arched Demon Beast at all. Yet, Lin Yuan had read between the lines and used the opportunity to insult Connected Beast Park. The Star Web reporters would have a field day with the headline "Connected Beast Park is a greedy beast." It was likely that all the top factions that had dealings with Connected Beast Park would dissolve their working relationships for fear of being affected by Connected Beast Park's bad reputation. As the leader of the Miao family, Miao Zhenshan could not come up with a proper explanation, nor could he not offer any explanation. He could not say that he did not care about the Earth Core Dragon Snail or Ghost Arched Demon Beast as they were Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan's main feys. If he said that he did not care about them, Connected Beast Park would seem callous. Just as Miao Zhenshan was about to change the topic, Lin Yuan went on to say, "You only talked about saving Zheng Kaiwen. Do you not plan on saving Miao Ji too? Isn't she more reasonably a part of the Miao family as compared to Zheng Kaiwen?" Lin Yuan's words were like a harsh slap across Miao Zhenshan's face. This was exactly what Miao Zhenshan was planning to do. But if he voiced this plan, he would have to immediately start a series of refutes to protect the Miao family's reputation. Since they're both a part of the Miao family, we have to save them both. Lin Yuan guffawed and replied, "I knew the Miao family cared about ties and wouldn't let any of their own die. However, Zheng Kaiwen and Miao Ji's lives won't come cheap. To save them both, I'll need 2 world crystals. Of course, you can forget about taking Liu Yunshan and Han Tianhe's bodies." If Redthorn had not finished evolving and gained the ability to manipulate corpses, Lin Yuan would have been willing to return Han Tianhe, Liu Yunshan and their feys for the right amount of resources. After all, it would have been a good deal to be able to exchange the bodies of Han Tianhe, Liu Yunshan, the Ghost Arched Demon Beast, and the Earth Core Dragon Snail for 9 world crystals. However, Lin Yuan would not make the trade now, even for 10 world crystals. Moreover, Connected Beast Park might not even be able to produce 10 world crystals. Miao Zhenshan clenched his teeth so hard that even his cheeks plumped outwards. He took a deep breath and said, "Is Sky City trying to cheat the Miao family? 2 world crystals. I can't believe you have the gall to ask." Lin Yuan turned to say to Endless Summer, "Give the leader of the Miao family 3 seconds to think. If he doesn't respond within the 3 seconds, we'll take it as he's unwilling to take up our offer. After 3 seconds, you can take immediate care of Miao Ji and Zheng Kaiwan." Next, he turned to say to Gu Han, "Senior, if anyone from the Miao family interferes again, it'll be considered breaking the Ultimate Fighting Grounds rules. If anyone breaks the Ultimate Fighting Grounds rules again, the 12 Ultimate Guards will immediately punish them," said Gu Han. While Gu Han spoke, 2 shooting spears of summer shot toward Zheng Kaiwan and Miao Ji. Right before the spears made contact with Miao Ji and Zheng Kaiwan, Miao Zhenshan said reluctantly, "I agree to Sky City's terms." The shooting spears of summer vanished. Miao Zhenshan felt as though he had been swallowed whole by Sky City. It was as though Sky City had already predicted that he would use 2 world crystals to exchange for Zheng Kaiwan and Miao Ji's lives. This feeling of being read made Miao Zhenshan shiver in fear. Lin Yuan started to gently clap his hands as he said, "Truly the leader of the Miao family. How straightforward. I'll give you 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, you can exchange 2 world crystals for Miao Ji and Zheng Kaiwan's lives and take them away." Lin Yuan felt that his product bundling was impressive as he had managed to obtain another world crystal by bundling Miao Ji and Zheng Kaiwan's lives together. Miao Zhenshan's heart ached with reluctance, and he turned to look at the elderly woman behind him. The elderly woman looked as though she had words she wanted to say. When she saw Miao Zhenshan's determined expression, she leaped up and returned to the Miao family to retrieve the world crystals. Under Miao Zhenshan's furious gaze, Lin Yuan started to store Han Tianhe, Lu Yunshan, the Earth Core Dragon Snail, and the Ghost Arched Demon Beast's bodies into a diamond Fey storage box. Creation breed Fey's blood was as thick as mercury, and it would not evaporate or seep into the ground. Lin Yuan carefully gathered up the blood as it would become the most precious of Lin Yuan's resources. Creation breed Fey blood was several times more precious than heavenly maiden grade elemental pearls. Chapter 1131. Make sure you learn what satisfaction is. Everyone in the Ultimate Fighting Ground had heard the interaction between Sky City and Connected Beast Park. They did not expect the Miao family to be so weak in the face of Sky City. Didn't this mean that Sky City was much stronger than Connected Beast Park? Miao He watched helplessly from the audience. As a young direct descendant of the Miao family, he felt utterly helpless and humiliated. Previously, he always had the Miao family as his mighty mountain of support. This was the first time that He felt that the Miao family was rather worthless. Meanwhile, Sun Ningxiang started to tremble uncontrollably. When Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan died, Sun Ningxiang knew that the Miao family would no longer have the energy to target them. Apricot and Peachwitch were also overwhelmed with emotion. Peachwitch saw Sun Ningxiang staring intently at Sky City's city lord. She was so excited that the tone of her voice changed. "Miss, Sky City's city lord's height matches yours so well." Sun Ningxiang pinched Peachwitch's smiling face and said with a solemn expression, "Don't spout nonsense. You're too young to be thinking about these things. When we return, remove all connections between Condense Fairy Orchard and the Miao family. Move all available staff to the nurturing of high-class production type plant type phase. When we start nurturing the bronze/epic phase from Sky City, Condense Fairy Orchard can start taking over the entire plant type Fey market." Apricot beamed at Sun Ningxiang, solemnly issuing instructions to Peachwitch. Suddenly, Apricot realized that Sun Ningxiang's ears had turned pink. This made Apricot smile even broader. Ever since Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan died, the sounds of clicking camera shutters never stopped. If the Ultimate Fighting Ground did not ban the entering of Star Web, the Star Web reporters would already have started live streaming on Star Web. Soon, the elderly woman returned to the Ultimate Fighting Ground and handed 2 brocade boxes to Miao Zhenshan. Miao Zhenshan brought the 2 brocade boxes over to Gu Han and handed them to him. After Gu Han looked through the contents of the 2 brocade boxes, he walked over to Lin Yuan and passed the brocade boxes to him. Lin Yuan opened the 2 brocade boxes and saw a green world crystal in one brocade box and a blue world crystal in the other brocade box. The green world crystal had a white deer within it. Its antlers extended high above its body, and numerous flowers bloomed all over them. The green world crystal seemed to contain a world of forests and streams where the white deer pranced about. While the deer galloped about, flowers continued to fall off its antlers and sprouted into new life on the forest floor. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the world crystal and saw that it came from a sovereign /creation sacred cure white deer. The law world within it was the thriving world. The sacred cure white deer was a healing type fey, and it could use thriving world to create a large amount of new life and enable them to flourish. No fey that could evolve to creation breed would produce weak law worlds. The healing type sacred cure white deer's thriving world was extremely rare. But since the Miao family was willing to part with it, it meant that it was the lowest quality amongst all the world crystals they possessed. It only had one creation world ley line. Lin Yuan suddenly realized that if the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the thriving world crystal, it could produce a new sword skill with healing abilities. This would greatly increase Lin Yuan's healing capabilities. The other blue world crystal was like a boundless sea. At times, the sea was frozen, while at other times, it was water. This made it seem as though there was an enormous entity hidden beneath the sea's surface. An enormous and long silhouette could be discerned through the waves when the sea was in its frozen state. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the blue world crystal and saw that it came from a sovereign 3/creation 2 submerged sea blue whale. The blue world crystal contained the vast water world, which was a pure water-type law world. From the changing states of the sea in the blue world crystal, the vast water world also seemed to have the ability to change water into ice and back again. At the moment, Lin Yuan could not guess what sword skill would be produced after the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the vast water world crystal. He wanted to test the usage of the vast water world crystal that had two creation world ley lines and see if the two creation world ley lines could be maintained even after the sacred sword-wielding queen absorbed the vast water world crystal. Now that he had ensured the legitimacy of the two world crystals, Lin Yuan kept the two brocade boxes in the amber button-shaped fey storage box. He turned to say to Miao Zhenshan, "I'm very satisfied with the world crystals given by the Miao family. As per our deal, Zhang Kaiwan and Miao Ji can now return to the Miao family. Additionally, I hope that the Miao family will not target Sky City in the future. Otherwise, we won't be so kind in the future." Connected Beast Park might have saved Zhang Kaiwan and Miao Ji this time, but there's no guarantee you'll be able to do it. Again. Lin Yuan's words pushed Miao Zhenshan's last button. Miao Zhenshan bellowed angrily, "Is Sky City threatening Connected Beast Park?" Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied, "You can take it like that." Although officially the Zhang family challenged Sky City to this Blood Pact Ultimate Fight, it was essentially a Blood Pact Ultimate Fight between Sky City and Connected Beast Park. You can issue us a Blood Pact Ultimate Fight challenge if you are not satisfied. At that time, Sky City will ensure that you learn what satisfaction is. Chapter 1132 definitely cause trouble. Miao Zhenshan was so enraged that he started to laugh and felt his last strand of logical thinking being stretched to its limit. However, Miao Zhenshan was not Zhang Kaiwan, and he would never take Connected Beast Park's century-old establishment lightly. But at the same time, he was afraid of the expert in Sky City that could split Han Tianhe and Lu Yinshan in two. Although he never stopped using spiritual energy to check on Sky City, he never discovered any trace of this powerful expert. As such, he did not rebuke Lin Yuan's obvious threat, even if it hurt his pride. He was scared that Sky City would send the Miao family a Blood Pact Ultimate Fight challenge. The audience cried out in shock at Lin Yuan's threat. The loudest gasps came from the members of rising factions who had just come to watch the excitement. In the eyes of rising factions, veteran factions held incredible power while top factions held unimaginable power. Yet, this unimaginable power was keeping their voice low in the face of such a threat. Even the members of veteran factions started to discuss enthusiastically. Hasn't Connected Beast Park's ranking been on the rise these past few years? Why do they seem so pathetic now? Sky City is so impressive. I heard that Connected Beast Park is extremely arrogant. A few rising factions had crossed Miao Zhou, and he immediately destroyed the rising factions. The Miao family is finally getting what's coming to them. Connected Beast Park is garbage. They're being overpowered to such an extent, yet they aren't making any rebuttals. Doesn't Miao Zhenshan have any boldness or dignity? They are so embarrassing. I can't wait for the Star Web reporter's articles tomorrow. I want to see how badly Connected Beast Park gets dragged and humiliated. As a Thearch class expert, Miao Zhenshan's spiritual energy was extremely powerful, and he heard everything that was being said amongst the audience. Every word was like a slap across his face. Even if Miao Zhenshan were thick-skinned, all the slaps would still sting. But the fact of the matter was that Miao Zhenshan was not thick-skinned at all. Nonetheless, Miao Zhenshan could not do anything about it as it was against the Ultimate Fighting Grounds rules to release his Thearch class aura to punish the wagging tongues in the audience. If he broke the Ultimate Fighting Grounds rules, Guhan would punish him even before Sky City made a move. He could memorize the faces of every person that spoke ill of Connected Beast Park and attack their factions afterward. But if such actions were exposed, Connected Beast Park would no longer be able to show its face in the Radiance Federation in the future. Miao Zhenshan was so embarrassed that all he wanted to do was leave the Ultimate Fighting Ground as soon as possible. He waved his hand and summoned a fey carriage. Miao Zhenshan brought Miao Ji, Zhang Kaiwen, and the elderly woman out of the Ultimate Fighting Ground. He did not speak to Diwancheng at all. Diwancheng's face fell, and he waved at Guhan before chasing after Miao Zhenshan. The dark clouds above the Ultimate Fighting Ground had floated away and started to rain in the distance. It was as though the sky was clear but not clear at the same time. The area above Lin Yuan was clear, but Miao Zhenshan was going in the direction of the dark clouds. A rainbow hung above the Ultimate Fighting Ground as though it was marking the miracle that had just occurred there. Lin Yuan felt that it was time to leave to meet with Zhang Qian at Indigo Azure City. After the members of Sky City left the Ultimate Fighting Ground, Lin Yuan said a few words to them before using the ethereal jellyfish's node teleportation to transport himself to Indigo Azure City. Now that the ethereal jellyfish had evolved to Diamond X/Legend, Dissociate Catch produced a fair number of spatial crystals. When Lin Yuan cut open the ethereal jellyfish's tentacles, he found that it could increase the growth of its tentacles by absorbing its own spatial crystals. This made it easier for Lin Yuan to set up tentacle nodes around the Radiance Federation. Ever since Lin Yuan started taking note of the Zhang family, he ordered someone from the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce to start paving tentacles along the route to Indigo Azure City. Lin Yuan was going to make many trips via node transportation to travel a far distance. This trip would test Lin Yuan's spiritual power. Miao Zhenshan's face remained dark during the journey as he looked at Miao Ji and Zhang Kaiwen with a grim expression. His old friends were dead, Sky City had threatened him, and he had been humiliated on the Ultimate Fighting Ground. Miao Zhenshan could no longer hold himself back. Miao Zhenshan's rage scared Miao Ji and Zhang Kaiwen silent. Zhang Kaiwen had always been smart, and he had only acted so arrogantly because the Miao family was helping him. With Thearch class power in his hands, Zhang Kaiwen felt that he would definitely win the Blood Pact ultimate fight against Sky City. He never expected Sky City to be so strong to the point that they were even able to kill 2 veteran Thearch class experts in an instant. Now that the Miao family had lost 2 Thearch class experts because of him, he had essentially committed a major sin. Not even 1,000 deaths would be enough for him to make up for this sin. However, Miao Zhenshan had also been willing to spend a world crystal to save him. This meant that he still had value. Zhang Kaiwen did not believe that his life was worth 1 world crystal. The only reason why Miao Zhenshan saved him was that he was the link to the Moon Empress's disciple that the Miao family desperately needed. They needed the Golden Lotus brocade pearls even more now than they were 2 Thearch class experts down. This was the last rope of survival that Zhang Kaiwen could cling to, and it gave Zhang Kaiwen some ease. Zhang Kaiwen felt that he only had the Miao family left to turn to. As a sinner, what was the best way for him to make use of this last rope of survival to ensure that he could continue living in the Miao family for a long time? This was Zhang Kaiwen's most pressing issue at hand. Miao Ji's body was curled up and quivering uncontrollably. As Miao Zhenshan's daughter, no one knew him better than she did. Chapter 1133 It's good to lay low. Back at the Ultimate Fighting Ground, her father had only said that he wanted to save Zhang Kaiwen. This meant that her father did not care about her life at all. Now, her life had caused her father to lose face in a world crystal. How could she still expect to live a smooth-sailing life when she returned to the Miao family? Suddenly, Miao Zhenshan's expression changed as he suddenly realized Diwancheng was not far off in front of his fey carriage. Diwancheng murmured, "Miao Zhenshan, your fey carriage is too slow. I've been waiting here forever." Miao Zhenshan scoffed. Not only did he not order his fey carriage to slow down, but he even instructed it to charge full speed ahead. Diwancheng had been a guest at the Miao family and was discussing business with Miao Zhenshan. The situation had erupted abruptly, and Miao Zhenshan had brought Diwancheng to the Ultimate Fighting Ground because he knew that Diwancheng and Guhan were acquainted. As such, he hoped that Diwancheng would be able to speak to Guhan on his behalf. However, Diwancheng had been completely useless. Hence, Miao Zhenshan did not want to see Diwancheng or continue discussing business with him. When Diwancheng saw Miao Zhenshan silently charging over in his fey carriage, he raised an eyebrow and smiled maliciously. An immortal aura flowed from De Wanchinch and trapped Miao Zhenshan's fey carriage in mid-air. I'm even going so far as to being here personally. Miao Zhenshan, why do you have to hold me at such arm's length? Miao Zhenshan inhaled sharply and fixed his gaze on De Wanchinch. De Wanchinch retracted his aura, and it was as though the stubborn immortal aura had never been released. 10 Vini. Miao Zhenshan, can we move on to discussing business? Miao Zhenshan looked at De Wanchinch for a moment before he muttered, can I say no? De Wanchinch smirked and replied, of course, you can say no. But, you should be aware of the hostility that will arise if I'm unable to say what I came here to say today. Do you remember what Connected Beast Park did to Condense Fairy Orchard? De Wanchinch was plainly threatening Miao Zhenshan. Miao Zhenshan thought, if the Miao family didn't lose 2 veteran Thearch class experts today, we wouldn't have to suffer this threat even if we failed to secure business with De Wanchinch. The Miao family was in too weak of a state to not agree to De Wanchinch's request. As the person with the second most authority in Whale Ocean commerce, he had more than enough power to order Whale Ocean commerce to attack Connected Beast Park. Now that they were 2 veteran Thearch class experts short, Connected Beast Park would also have to deal with nasty comments. There was no way that Connected Beast Park would be able to deal with the added pressure from Whale Ocean commerce. As the leader of the Miao family, Miao Zhenshan could not allow the Miao family to continue down this downward trajectory. Since he could not say no, the best thing he could do was go along for the ride and reap as many benefits as possible. After pondering for a moment, Miao Zhenshan said, okay, I agree to do business with Whale Ocean commerce. However, I have a request. De Wanchinch touched his scarred eyebrow and replied, it's just like you to be so direct. You didn't even ask what the collaboration details will be. Miao Zhenshan replied expressionlessly, my agreement comes with a condition. I need Whale Ocean commerce to provide Connected Beast Park with resources so that our 2 pinnacle Emperor class experts can improve. The Miao family will lay low for 10 years. Whale Ocean commerce can use our Creation Master resources as you please during these 10 years. De Wanchinch's eyes flashed with evilness, and he said under his breath, laying low for a decade is good. Hehe, Whale Ocean commerce's main lineage has also been laying low. It suddenly occurred to Miao Zhenshan that Whale Ocean commerce's main lineage had rarely been seen in public in the last decade. Apparently, they were laying low. It seemed that the continuous increase in Whale Ocean commerce's stock of island whales was connected to the quietness of the main lineage. The main lineage had to be nurturing new island whales for Whale Ocean commerce every day. However, island whales required a mammoth amount of resources to nurture. Although Whale Ocean commerce could use island whales to travel between the various federations and conduct commerce, the burden of resources required should be too much for them to handle. Miao Zhenshan was so deep in thought that he did not notice the evil glint in De Wanchinch's eyes getting stronger. The evil glint was now so strong that it seemed to take over all other emotions. But at the same time, he also seemed full of expectant hope and admiration. The moment he arrived at Indigo Azure City through Node transportation, Lin Yuan landed on the road. He had found the time and space to change out of his Sky City uniform and into simple yet elegant black and white Spirit Chi clothes. As he sat on the road, he felt as though he had been completely squeezed dry. He was so weak that he felt slightly dizzy. Lin Yuan thought. As good of a condition my body is in, I don't have to torture myself like this. I can't use all my spiritual energy like this unless the situation absolutely calls for it. I can't do it even to test myself. When the people of Indigo Azure City saw Lin Yuan sitting on the road, a middle-aged woman walked over to check if he was okay and to help him up to his feet. Obviously, this middle-aged woman was also a Spirit Chi professional, and she immediately knew what had happened to Lin Yuan. She stretched out her neck and yelled, "Who has a fey that can recover spiritual energy? This boy is completely drained of spiritual energy. Who can help him replenish his spiritual energy?" Another middle-aged woman came forward. With a wave of her hand, she summoned the Abundant Spirit Samoyed. The Abundant Spirit Samoyed was a dog species fey that could grow up to 1 meter in length and was not exceptionally skilled as replenishing spirit chi. But since its appearance made it suitable to be raised as a pet, it was very expensive. Lin Yuan thought. This middle-aged woman must be rich. The Abundant Spirit Samoyed circled around Lin Yuan a few times. Although it could not replenish much spiritual power, it still allowed Lin Yuan to regain some spiritual power. Lin Yuan waved his hand and used Blackie's spirit injection. Chapter 1134 Invisible Demons Opportunity. Although Lin Yuan did not summon Blackie, his spiritual power immediately increased. Lin Yuan hurriedly thanked the 2 worried middle-aged women. Both women had noticed him healing himself with a wave of his hand. Although they did not know how much spiritual power Lin Yuan had recovered, they guessed that he was a support-type spirit chi professional. The rich middle-aged woman said seriously, "Child, you must only be 15 or 16 years old. Next time, don't forget to prevent your body from losing all its spiritual power unless you are in battle. If you can't replenish your own spiritual power, you won't be able to support your teammates either." V. Lin Yuan scratched his head bashfully. He had allowed all his spiritual power to be used up because he wanted to test how many node transportation trips he could make on a full tank of spiritual power. Lin Yuan was about to go to the Divine Wood Federation to train and would have to use node transportation many times. This test would be beneficial for his training. Although the middle-aged woman's advice was of no help to Lin Yuan, he was grateful for her help. "Thank you, ladies. I will take care next time. Karel." He waved goodbye to them. As the two middle-aged women left, one of them said suspiciously, "That child looks rather familiar. I feel like I've seen him somewhere." The other middle-aged woman said, "I also feel like I've seen him somewhere before. But the memory isn't coming to me." As he walked along the streets of Indigo Azure City, Lin Yuan released the invisible demon from the spirit lock spatial zone, and it housed itself in Lin Yuan's shadow again. Lin Yuan lowered his head and said to the invisible demon, "Shadow, you did well today. I've almost accumulated enough source-type power to evolve you to an apostle." Excitement rose within the invisible demon. However, nervousness also rose alongside its excitement, and the invisible demon said to Lin Yuan, "Master, I've been Class XI/Culpa 8 for a long time. I just haven't had the opportunity to break through. When I killed the two humans and their creation breed phase, I could sense that the opportunity was coming. Master, can I ask that we delay my source-type cleansing and transformation into an apostle? I want to make good use of the opportunity and see if I can use the source-type cleansing to evolve to Class 12. The invisible demon spoke tentatively and timidly. As much as the invisible demon wanted to make good use of the opportunity to evolve, it was afraid that Lin Yuan would deny it. Most of the apostles in the abyssal world were eccentric. When they received offerings from believers, they could even be annoyed by the incorrect breathing rate of their believers and end up rejecting the offerings. The invisible demon was incredibly nervous after it made its request. Lin Yuan clenched his fist tightly in utmost happiness. After witnessing Guhan and Diwanchen's power, he realized that immortal class experts were a league above Thearch class experts. Thus, Lin Yuan also hoped to obtain immortal power. The invisible demon had just given Lin Yuan a big surprise. "Shadow, it's no problem at all. If you need any resources to make full use of the opportunity, you can just ask me directly. I will do my best to help you break through to Class 12. The invisible demon felt a wave of warmth wash over it. A moment later, it said, "Master, I won't need any resources. All I need to do is silently seize the opportunity." A thought struck Lin Yuan, and he hurriedly asked, "Shadow, will you be in any danger during your evolution to Class 12? Lin Yuan had never witnessed the evolution of dimensional life forms above Class 8. Hence, he did not know whether they would also experience peril like world cleansings and trials of world creation like Feys did. If there was the possibility of the invisible demon encountering any life-threatening danger when it evolved to Class 12, Lin Yuan would immediately reach out to the Moon Empress for help. The invisible demon remembered everything it had learned about Fey evolutions and trials from its time with the Moon Empress, and it immediately knew what Lin Yuan was worried about. "Master, abyss demons won't be able to sense the opportunity to evolve at all when we have insufficient power. Once we're able to sense the opportunity, we won't be in danger like Feys are in. However, my evolution will have serious consequences," replied the invisible demon. Lin Yuan nodded at the invisible demon's words. It would be easy to find a place for the invisible demon to evolve to Class 12. Lin Yuan was not certain how widespread the consequences would be when the invisible demon evolved to Class 12. Hence, he could not allow the invisible demon to evolve in the main world. The marsh world would be an ideal place. The invisible demon returned to Lin Yuan's shadow and continued feeling out the opportunity. Lin Yuan arrived at a specialty restaurant and ordered a burnt sugar milk tea. He called Zhang Qian, and the call was quickly picked up. Lin Yuan did not say much to Zhang Qian on the phone past telling him the address and name of the restaurant he was at. He quietly waited for Zhang Qian to arrive. After Zhang Qian put down the call, he held the phone for a few moments. He knew that he was receiving this call because the Zhang family had lost to Sky City in the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Zhang Qian's chest hurt, but he also felt an insane rush. Chapter 1135 Caged Bird. Zhang Qian had always felt like a caged bird that the Zhang family had abandoned. Now he was finally free and could take control of the Zhang family without anyone from the Zhang family standing in his way. Everyone that could have been an obstacle to him had died during the Blood Pact ultimate fight. The last vestiges of pain in his chest disappeared. He touched his chest before touching the wheelchair. Zhang Qian yelled towards the door, "Today's weather is looking good. Take me out for a walk." A man with a scar on his face walked in with a curious expression. It was a windy day in Indigo Azure City, and the sycamore tree branches were swaying wildly. Third young master never liked to be exposed to strong winds due to his body condition. So why did he say that today's weather was good and that he wanted to go out for a walk? Nonetheless, the scarred man dared not question the order. He draped a blanket over Zhang Qian's legs and started to push the wheelchair. The scarred man somehow felt as though the third young master seemed different from before as he walked along. Third young master's eyes no longer contained restrained anger. Instead, freedom and ambition filled his gaze. The scarred man had been with Zhang Qian for more than a decade and had watched Zhang Qian grow. He remembered that this look had only appeared in Zhang Qian's eyes when he was young. Lin Yuan was currently grappling with the burnt sugar milk tea in his hands. He had been thirsty from his trip from the royal capital to the Indigo Azure City. However, this burnt sugar milk tea was too sweet, and it made Lin Yuan thirstier the more of it he drank. Lin Yuan could not help but wonder if the store had added more sugar to satisfy any possible sweet-toothed customers or if this was a ploy to make customers buy other drinks. Eventually, Lin Yuan had no choice but to order iced water. Lin Yuan thought, "You better not add anything else in the iced water." It was only when he gulped down the iced water that he felt his thirst fade away. Lin Yuan was seated next to the window, and he could admire the view of Indigo Azure City the moment he turned his head. Since it was only around 9 a.m., Indigo Azure City was already bustling with activity. There were many people filling the wide streets of Indigo Azure City. Many of the people on the streets were just strolling, and the sight of them comforted Lin Yuan. Soon, the door of the restaurant opened, and Lin Yuan saw a scarred man pushing a wheelchair inside. One of the restaurant's servers rushed up to greet them. Clearly, the person seated in the wheelchair was very important. Zhang Qian did not bother with the server. His gaze swept the store until it landed on Lin Yuan. Although Lin Yuan was not wearing the Sky City mask, he had an air of eliteness about him that the other patrons lacked. Zhang Qian said to the server, "I'm meeting a friend. You don't have to bother with me. I'm booking this entire restaurant and paying for the bills of every customer except the man by the window. Please ask those who aren't done eating to go to another establishment." Zhang Qian tapped on his wheelchair twice and pointed at Lin Yuan. The scarred man immediately started pushing Zhang Qian towards Lin Yuan. The restaurant's employees started to carry out his instructions. The Zhang family was one of Indigo Azure City's 3 major veteran factions. Although Zhang Qian did not often show his face in public, the store's employees all knew what he looked like. The servers quickly cleared out the restaurant and returned to the kitchen so that Zhang Qian and Lin Yuan could have the dining area to themselves. One server remained in the corner in case the two men needed anything. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow when he heard what Zhang Qian said to the restaurant's staff, but he did not object. He waved at the remaining server and said, "We have things to discuss. You don't have to tend to us." The server hurriedly bowed to Lin Yuan and quickly walked towards the kitchen while heaving a deep sigh of relief. The scarred man pushed the wheelchair up to Lin Yuan, and Zhang Qian said to the scarred man, "Stand guard outside. Don't let anyone into the store." The scarred man stared at Lin Yuan for a few moments before looking back at Zhang Qian. He clearly did not trust Zhang Qian to remain by himself. But he did not go against Zhang Qian's order and walked out of the store. Zhang Qian lifted himself out of the wheelchair and pushed the wheelchair behind him, so he ended up kneeling on the floor. He was prepared to swear his loyalty to Lin Yuan on a willpower rune. But before he could start swearing his loyalty, Lin Yuan said, "As the third young master of the Zhang family, you live up to your reputation. Your personal magazine said that you've been intelligent since young. But you don't have to rush to swear your loyalty on your willpower rune. It's true that your attitude matters, but we haven't ascertained that you've earned the right to become my subordinate." Zhang Qian froze. It was true that he was going slightly overboard so as to leave a good impression on the person before him. He had been silently startled from the moment he saw Lin Yuan. Zhang Qian had seen Lin Yuan before, and he recognized Lin Yuan as the genius that had struck down Meng Su with one blow. He could not believe that the genius Lin Yuan was connected with the city lord of Sky City. Zhang Qian would not be acting this way if the person before him were elderly. But since Lin Yuan was a young man who tended to be more impulsive, it was likely that Zheng Qian would be able to gain more benefits after leaving a good impression from the get-go. However, he did not expect Lin Yuan to read him so easily and address him as the third young master of the Zheng family. This title caused fear to grip Zheng Qian's heart. Chapter 1136 Allocating the Class 4 Creation Masters. Since the Zheng family had lost to Sky City in the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight, it was only right that they died. Lin Yuan was clearly saying that if Zheng Qian did not prove his value, he would face the same end as the rest of the Zheng family. Lin Yuan was able to mention that Zheng Qian had been smart since he was young because he had looked into Zheng Qian. Given that Lin Yuan was still willing to come even after looking into Zheng Qian, it meant that he was willing to give Zheng Qian a chance to prove his loyalty and worth. However, Zheng Qian could not come up with a way to prove his worth no matter how hard he tried. The Zheng family had been swallowed whole by Sky City, and he only had the 3 members of the Nightmare Squad left. This was not enough to hold up the entire Zheng family. Suddenly, Zheng Qian thought of the 2 Thearch class experts that the Miao family had lent the Zheng family. By now, the Miao family had to be begrudging Sky City for killing 2 of their Thearch class experts. Lord, I've gathered many of Connected Beast Park's secrets. You should be able to use these secrets against the Miao family. Moreover, before Zheng Qian could finish speaking, Lin Yuan cut him off by saying, "Don't try any dirty tricks. You may see the Miao family as tigers but not to me. Don't you know your value by now?" A bead of sweat rolled down Zheng Qian's face. Zheng Qian had no intention of encouraging Sky City and the Miao family to start warring. Lin Yuan had clearly misunderstood him. Zheng Qian quickly started thinking. Eventually, he said resolutely, "Lord, I'll do anything you ask of me. I'll listen to you implicitly." Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "The first thing you need to do is cooperate with the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce and allow them to take control of all of the Zheng family's offline and online luxury resources. Next, you have to secure the Zheng family establishment. Can you do these 2 things?" Zheng Qian anxiously responded, "Lord, I'll do my best. However, I think some will object to letting the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce take control of all of the Zheng family's online and offline resources. I might meet with some pushback. As the direct descendant of a veteran faction, don't you know how to handle the pushback from those below your status?" said Lin Yuan. Zheng Qian was astonished by Lin Yuan's response. "Lord, there are currently 4 Class 4 Creation Masters in the Zheng family. They normally spend their days nurturing luxury resources for the Zheng family. I'm afraid they'll object." Lin Yuan scoffed and said, "Go and make arrangements for me to meet these 4 Class 4 Creation Masters. Let me handle them. You'll really be worthless if you can't even handle the Zheng family establishment after this." Zheng Qian anxiously replied, "Lord, I'm sure I can secure the Zheng family's current situation if I don't experience any opposition from these 4 Class 4 Creation Masters. I'll definitely do a good job of the tasks you assign me. Once I'm done with the tasks, I'll do my best to use the Zheng family to support you to the best of my ability." Lin Yuan placed his cup of ice water on the table and stood up to say, "It's not always a bad thing to become a subordinate. If you do it well, you might be able to escape your metal cage." Lin Yuan's words were like a blessing that shone on Zheng Qian's heart. Zheng Qian immediately swore on a willpower rune to become Lin Yuan's servant. He was unexpectedly happy. If Lin Yuan's last words were not a lie, he might have a chance at standing in the future. Zheng Qian's greatest dream was to be able to stand and walk on his own 2 feet. The moment he became Lin Yuan's servant, Zheng Qian was given power in the Zheng family and had ideas of gaining freedom. In spite of Zheng Qian's excitement, Lin Yuan's expression did not change at all. Since Sky City had killed most of the Zheng family, Sky City now had a blood grudge between them and Zheng Qian. Even if Zheng Qian were now his servant, Lin Yuan would not keep him too close. Although the Zheng family's 4 Class 4 Creation Masters did not have the Zheng surname, they had lived with the Zheng family for decades and were essentially a part of the family. Once the result of the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight was announced, these Class 4 Creation Masters could decide whether they wanted to stay with the Zheng family or leave for other factions. Since they did not have the surname Zheng, they did not technically belong to the Zheng family, and Sky City could not allocate them. After experiencing an inter-faction fight, Lin Yuan knew that these Class 4 Creation Masters had to have developed an attachment to the Zheng family after staying with them for so long. These 4 Class 4 Creation Masters were destined to resent Sky City on the Zheng family's behalf. Thus, he could not use the Class 4 Creation Masters for himself, and Lin Yuan also would not keep such potential enemies by his side. Lin Yuan did not want to waste too much energy in Indigo Azure City due to the matters of the Zheng family. As such, he told Zheng Qian to set up a meeting between him and the 4 Class 4 Creation Masters. While he was following Zheng Qian back to the Zheng family, news of the Blood Pact ultimate fight between Sky City and the Zheng family had popped up all over Star Web. It was likely that everyone in the Zheng family residence knew about the result of the Blood Pact ultimate fight. Usually, the 4 Class 4 Creation Masters did not bother with Zheng Qian. But now that such events had happened and Zheng Qian was the only remaining direct descendant of the Zheng family, none of the 4 Class 4 Creation Masters rejected him. They all gathered in Zheng Qian's study room. Zheng Qian sat on the main seat while Lin Yuan sat in a corner with a steaming cup of tea in his hands. The last Class 4 Creation Master to walk in was a female, and she huffed in displeasure. "Third young master, you're clearly disrespecting us by allowing an outsider to sit in your study room during our meeting. Personally, I don't see any reason to continue remaining in the Zheng family." The woman's words met with agreement amongst the other elders. "I think so too. What do you take us for? How can you let an outsider in during our meeting? Feng Shuang, if you're leaving, then I'm leaving too." Lin Yuan smirked. Chapter 1137 The Black Shadow makes another move. Lin Yuan could tell that the elderly man and Feng Shuang were not loyal, nor did they have any deep attachment to the Zheng family. A burly man said in a gruff voice, "Elder He, Feng Shuang, how can you say such words? How can you abandon the Zheng family so easily? We owe a debt to them. It would be despicable for us to leave now." The burly man turned to say to Zheng Qian, "Third young master, I'm willing to stay with the Zheng family. However, I'm staying with the Zheng family during a crisis out of the goodness of my heart. The Zheng family has to give me twice the amount of resources than before." The moment the burly man finished speaking, Feng Shuang said, "Hu Tian, if I recall correctly, your main fei is only suzerain 3/myth I. Now that the Zheng family has collapsed, the other 2 families in Indigo Azure City have probably started to hatch their schemes. If you insist on staying with the Zheng family to the end, don't say I didn't warn you." Hu Tian frowned and mulled for a moment before saying, "If it really gets to an unbearable state, I'll leave on my own accord. But for now, it isn't that bad yet. We might be able to help third young master overcome this crisis by staying." The silent man with feminine features said mockingly, "Hu Tian, as righteous as you're being, you want twice the resources too, right? I think we should all go to the Miao family. We're all Class 4 Creation Masters, and Elder He has reached Middle Class 4. The Miao family had just lost 2 Thearch class experts and are scrambling to recover power. If we go to the Miao family now, we should be able to obtain decent benefits. Moreover, second young master and madam were saved by the leader of the Miao family at the cost of 2 world crystals. This proves how important they are to him." The feminine man's words made Feng Shuang and Elder He think while Hu Tian's face flushed. But soon, even Hu Tian looked deep in thought as though he agreed that the feminine man's words made sense. After observing the situation for some time, Lin Yuan now had a basic understanding of all the personalities and temperaments of these 4 Class 4 Creation Masters. Feng Shuang and Elder He were only after benefits and were not willing to take any risks. They did not have any attachment to the Zheng family that they had been working under for decades. All they cared about was making sure that they came out fine. Hu Tian had formed a deep bond with the Zheng family, but he also cared about his benefits. When it came to a choice between his bonds and potential benefits, he was sure to choose his benefits. Instead of rebuffing the feminine man, he started to ponder over the feminine man's words. This was proof that Hu Tian cared most about his personal benefits. Lin Yuan was still unable to get a read on the feminine man. However, his desire to jump ship to the Miao family showed that he probably had a closer relationship with Zheng Kaiwan and Miao Ji. However, the feminine man seemed ignorant. Miao Zhenshan had used 2 world crystals to save Zheng Kaiwan and Miao Ji, but it was not because he cared about them. In fact, the person who most wanted Zheng Kaiwan and Miao Ji dead was Miao Zhenshan. Nonetheless, the 4 Class 4 Creation Masters needed to be terrified into submission. At that moment, the feminine man spoke again. "In the Miao family, the 4 of us can follow in their lead to continue fighting against Sky City. We'll still be helping the Zheng family in a way. The Miao family." Before the feminine man could finish speaking, his body was suddenly split in half, and he collapsed to the ground. This sudden development made Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian gasp. While Zheng Qian listened to Feng Shuang, Elder He, Hu Tian, and the feminine man speak, he wondered what Lin Yuan would do. All four of them wanted to gain everything they asked for, but their ties to the Zheng family were complicated. Zheng Qian did not know what Lin Yuan would do to make them submit, but he did not expect Lin Yuan to turn to such a method. Lin Yuan killed the feminine man who only wanted to side with the Miao family without hesitation to shock the other three into submission. Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian summoned their feys out of fear. They could not believe what had just happened. However, this scene was not new to them as they had just seen it in a Star Web article. The two Thearch class experts that the Miao family had lent to the Zheng family had been split in two without so much as a warning beforehand. At that moment, the three of them heard a clear voice that was like a grim reaper beckoning to them, anyone who summons their fey will be the next one to be split into two. Feng Shuang and Elder He started trembling. Hu Tian was much stronger than them, but he also dared not test Lin Yuan. With chattering teeth, Feng Shuang whimpered, "You're from Sky City. What do you want?" Lin Yuan stored the feminine man's body in a diamond fey storage box and said to the other three Class 4 creation masters, "The floor is dirty. Clean it up." The three of them immediately looked unwilling. After all, they were Class 4 creation masters and were used to being waited on. They had people taking care of their every need except when it came to concocting spirit fluids and had never done anything resembling cleaning up. But before Lin Yuan could put more pressure on them, Feng Shuang and Elder He started to clean up the floor. Suddenly, Hu Tian remembered that the feminine man had been split in half because he said he wanted to defy Sky City and join the Miao family. Hu Tian feared that he would meet the same end as the feminine man if he did not start cleaning too. As such, Hu Tian also started to clean. Lin Yuan nodded as this meant that the three of them could be subservient. One had to make use of another's weakness to manipulate them easily. Lin Yuan felt that he did not expend much effort to gain Feng Shuang and Elder He's loyalty. Chapter 1138 Your future will be much brighter if you side with me. Lin Yuan needed a little something special to attract and control Hu Tian. However, Lin Yuan did not just want their loyalty. He also wanted to ensure that they would work hard for his sake. If these three Class 4 creation masters schemed behind his back, they would become worthless. Moreover, he could produce high-class creation master resources and had an army of 100 questions beasts. As such, he was not in as great of a need of Class 4 creation masters as other factions were. Once Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian finished cleaning up the dirty flood, Lin Yuan tossed a brocade pouch on the ground. Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian all tensed up. The fear of witnessing the feminine man's death could not compare to the possibility of what would happen to them if they did not clean up the bloody mess. While they were cleaning up the blood, they could feel death breathing down their backs. Thus, they froze when they saw Lin Yuan toss the brocade pouch to the ground, and they instinctively took a step back. They looked at Lin Yuan in confusion as they did not understand what his intention was. Lin Yuan looked at Hu Tian and said, "Pick up the brocade pouch and open it." Hu Tian hurriedly bent down and picked up the brocade pouch. His heart pounded wildly as he opened the brocade pouch. He did not understand why Lin Yuan had singled him out to pick up the brocade pouch. Could it be punishment for being slow to start cleaning? Even if the brocade pouch did contain some form of punishment, Hu Tian knew that he had no right to object. After all, his life was in Lin Yuan's hands, and any displeasure on Lin Yuan's part could result in Hu Tian being split in half. But after opening the brocade pouch, Hu Tian's eyes widened into the size of saucers. He saw that the brocade pouch was full of law crystals with pure laws, which was the most sought-after treasure of all spirit chi professionals and the thing that not even pinnacle Class 4 creation masters could produce. Hu Tian ventured a wild guess. Could Sky City have a Class 5 creation master supporting them? Zheng Qian, Feng Shuang, and Elder He all saw the law crystals in the brocade pouch. Amidst their shock, they made the same guess as Hu Tian. Although it seemed unbelievable that Sky City had the support of a Class 5 creation master, there had not been a new Class 5 creation master since the Moon Empress. As such, it would not be surprising that a new one had appeared. Everyone present knew the significance of Class 5 creation masters. Zheng Qian, Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian did not know why Sky City's Class 5 creation master did not declare himself to the Imperial Court, as doing so would place them on the same pedestal as the Radiant Moon Palace, Kitchen Fragrance Palace, and Purple Bamboo Forest. At that time, countless veteran and top factions would be lining up to strike up a relationship with Sky City. Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian suddenly felt that the Zheng family was unworthy of engaging in a blood-pact ultimate fight with Sky City and that the Zheng family deserved to be destroyed. They now felt that the Zheng family had essentially offended a Class 5 creation master. After staring at the brocade pouch in Hu Tian's hands for a moment, Zhang Qian turned to Lin Yuan and stammered, Master, are these law crystals? Before Zhang Qian could finish speaking, Lin Yuan shot him a look that made him realize he had been presumptuous. Just as Zhang Qian was about to apologize, Lin Yuan said coldly, know your place. I'll tell you things you need to know even if you don't want to know them. If you ask about things that you don't need to know, there's no way you'll receive an answer. Lin Yuan turned and looked straight at Hu Tian as he said, you'll have a much brighter future if you side with me and not connected Beast Park. You can use that person as an example of what'll happen if you don't follow me. Elder He and Hu Tian's eyes lit up. Although Lin Yuan did not admit that there was a Class 5 creation master in Sky City, he did not deny it either. Moreover, that bag of law crystals was enough for the three of them to be certain that there was a Class 5 creation master in Sky City. No matter how much power Sky City held, there was no way they would be able to obtain so many law crystals from the Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, or Chef Supreme. As such, the three of them did not have any objections to Sky City's outlandish methods. Hu Tian, who placed his future and resources above all else, felt excitement creep up on him. As Lin Yuan watched Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian's reactions, he started to tap the back of the chair and thought, it looks like it's going to be easy to handle these three people. However, there was no guarantee that they would keep their mouths shut even after swearing their loyalty. It would be impossible for Lin Yuan to prevent news of the Class 5 Creation Master and Law Crystals from leaking. These three were all Class 4 Creation Masters, and their words carried a significant amount of weight. If they leaked news of the Class 5 Creation Master and Law Crystals, it would lead to suspicion from the public. Lin Yuan was not worried about Zhang Qian knowing about this information. He had learned about Zhang Qian's character from his personal magazine and was sure that Zhang Qian would not dare reveal the news. A person who was willing to sacrifice the lives of his family and the future of his faction for the sake of freedom was most acutely aware of how precious freedom was. Additionally, Zhang Qian was not a creation master and was nothing more than a cripple young master in the eyes of others. Hence, Zhang Qian's words did not hold much weight amongst the public. Moreover, the conflict between Sky City and the Zhang family would lead to the assumption that Zhang Qian was only saying such words after being driven insane by the deaths of his family. Chapter 1139 Scary Claw Rock Bear. When the three of them heard what Lin Yuan said, Hu Tian asked, Lord, can I know how we can side with you? Feng Shuang and Elder He's eyes flashed as well. Evidently, they were struggling over this problem as well. Instead of replying to Hu Tian's question, Lin Yuan said, the three of you are most aware of your situations. If you want to live, giving up your freedom is the most basic requirement. Hu Tian, Feng Shuang, and Elder Hu immediately frowned. Lin Yuan's words clearly did not sit well with them. At that moment, Hu Tian rolled his eyes. Since the situation had come to this, he had no right to say anything, even if it was against his wishes. He had been the slowest to start cleaning. If he were the first to pledge his loyalty, he might make a good impression on Lin Yuan. Lord, do you want us to swear on our willpower runes? If so, I can swear my loyalty to become your servant now. Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, giving up your freedom isn't as simple of a matter as swearing your loyalty on a willpower rune. You'll also need to become hermits. The three of you know so much sensitive information. How can I be at ease if you don't become hermits? Hu Tian, Feng Shuang, and Elder He's faces fell. As unwilling as Hu Tian was, he forced himself to say, Lord, you can make all the arrangements. From today on, I shall be your servant and serve you to the best of my ability. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and complimented how quick Hu Tian was on the uptake. As such, Lin Yuan replied, you're now worthy of being my servant. Updates by Audiobook. Hu Tian swore on his willpower rune to become Lin Yuan's servant. Lin Yuan said offhandedly, summon your fey. I want to see it. Hu Tian immediately summoned his main fey. A 4-meter-tall bear species fey with muscles bulging all over its body appeared in the study room. The bear species fey had purple-gold razor-sharp claws that were about as long as its paws. Lin Yuan could imagine the damage that the claw could deal with one swipe. After Hu Tian's bear species fey appeared, it stood dutifully by Hu Tian's side. Clearly, Hu Tian had notified it through spiritual energy before summoning it. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the bear species fey. Fey name, Scary Claw Rock Bear. Fey species, Brown Bear species / Clawed Bear species. Fey grade Suzerain, 3/10. Fey type, Earth. Fey quality, Myth I. Lin Yuan realized that the suzerain 3/mythi scary claw rock bear did not rely on physical attacks but rather elemental abilities to attack. The scary claw rock bear had comprehended the heavy rock law and was affiliated with earth-type elements. It could change earth-type elements into hard rocks in any environment. Lin Yuan felt that it was also a good resource for producing rock materials. If the scary claw rock bear was placed in the marsh world, it could easily change the marsh world's soil into heavy rocks that would help increase the productivity of the spirit craftsmen in the marsh world. The heavy rocks produced by the scary claw rock bear could even rival the sturdiness of some diamond metal type spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan was pleasantly surprised by the law that the scary claw rock bear had comprehended, and he said to Hu Tian, "The law your scary claw rock bear comprehended is pretty good. Since you're the first to swear his loyalty to me, I shall gift you 500 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers. The pure Earth-type energy in the elemental pearls will enable the scary claw rock bear's quality to evolve quickly. If you perform well, I'll give you even more. Once the scary claw rock bear reaches Pinnacle Myth 2, it'll be able to use the bag of law crystals." Hu Tian started to tremble with excitement. The thought of the 500 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers made him rather dizzy. He was just a low-ranked Class 4 Creation Master. Only mid-ranked Class 4 Creation Masters and above knew how to use elemental shellfish to produce Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls. Elder He was the only one present who could occasionally produce a few ones. Although he did not lack resources, he had never gotten his hands on 500 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls with outer layers. By his calculations, Hu Tian felt that he would need to work non-stop for at least 5 years to obtain the 500 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls through his own means. Yet, he had obtained such a prize by just swearing his loyalty to this young man. Clearly, Lin Yuan did not hold this prize in equally high regard. Moreover, Lin Yuan was willing to allow the scary claw rock bear to absorb law crystals when it reached Pinnacle Myth 2. Veteran factions had almost no access to law crystals. Only the top members of top factions could ask for a few from the Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme. They also had to offer a heavy price in exchange. There was a fair number of law crystals in the brocade pouch. Not even the leader of top factions would possess so many. Although he had lost his freedom and would have to become a hermit, he did not regret pledging his loyalty to Lin Yuan at all. He even felt that it would be the best decision for him to pledge his loyalty to Lin Yuan. When Feng Shuang and Elder He saw what Lin Yuan gave Hu Tian, they could not stop themselves from taking a step forward to pledge their loyalty to Lin Yuan as well. They spoke even more humbly than Hu Tian, and Lin Yuan accepted their loyalty. Lin Yuan also asked them to summon their main feys. Feng Shuang's main fey was an enormous crocodile species fey, and she had clearly instructed it to change its form before appearing. Elder He's main fey was a light green and purple snake species fey. Chapter 1140 Codename Marsh. The snake species fey coiled around Elder He's neck as its tongue flicked in and out of its mouth. One look at the color of its tongue, and Lin Yuan knew that it was extremely venomous. Lin Yuan used true data to check on Feng Shuang and Elder He's feys. Fey name, Giant Land Thearch Crocodile. Fey species, Muscled Crocodile species / Large-headed Crocodile species. Fey grade Suzerain, 5/10. Fey type, Water / Earth. Fey quality, Mythi. Fey name, Burial Poison Viper. Fey species, Viper species / Pipe species. Fey grade Suzerain, 8/10. Fey type, Poison. Fey quality, Mythi. Suddenly, Lin Yuan looked surprised. He intended to allocate Hu Tian, Feng Shuang, and Elder He to the marsh world to work, as they would be able to make use of the marsh world's resources effectively. Lin Yuan would also send some 100 questions beasts there so as to make the work go faster. Lin Yuan was confident that he would be able to create a strong faction in the marsh world with these creation masters paving the way. He would only be able to rest easy if the 3 of them were in the marsh world, because that was the only place where they would have no one to reveal Sky City's secrets to. Under the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's watchful eye, they could not even slack off if they wanted to. Moreover, by sheer coincidence, Hu Tian's scary claw rock bear would be able to help with the expansion into the marsh world. Feng Shuang's Giant Land Thearch Crocodile and Elder He's Burial Poison Viper were also able to help with the expansion into the marsh world. Feng Shuang's Suzerain V/Mythi Giant Land Thearch Crocodile was an enormous crocodile species fey that could walk on land. If it did not change its form, its body would be about 80 meters long. The Giant Land Thearch Crocodile species bite law could be used in conjunction with Crocodile's tomb ability to consume other crocodile species feys, and crocodile life forms increase its power. Although the giant land thearch crocodile did not have any outstanding abilities or exclusive skills, Crocodile's tomb was sufficient to increase its power, and it would enable the giant land thearch crocodile to increase its power in the marsh world rapidly. After all, there were marsh crocodiles in the marsh world, and a drop of decay-resistant blood would be able to attract countless marsh crocodiles. Lin Yuan felt that Elder He's suzerain 8/Pinnacle Myth Iberial Poison Viper would be the best medium to help Wendy quickly increase its grade, and Wendy could use the Burial Poison Viper's venom to increase its power. The Burial Poison Viper would continuously produce venom as it had sufficient nourishment. This meant that it could be an endless source of resources. Although Wendy's grade was higher than the Burial Poison Viper, the Burial Poison Viper's venom would still be beneficial to Wendy. After Feng Shuang and Elder He summoned their feys, they held their breaths and waited for Lin Yuan to present them with gifts. But even after waiting for a moment, Lin Yuan remained silent. Instead, Lin Yuan turned his head and started talking to Hu Tian. From his attitude, it was clear that Lin Yuan was much more amicable toward Hu Tian than he was to the other two. Initially, Elder He assumed that he would receive the most favor from Lin Yuan because he was the strongest creation master amongst the three. Evidently, Elder He had thought wrong. This made Elder He aware that this young man did not place emphasis on the strength of one's creation master abilities but rather one's attitude. This was unsurprising. Why would a faction with a Class 5 creation master care about a mid-ranked Class 4 creation master? Elder He and Feng Shuang deflated slightly as they realized that they would not be given gifts. Nonetheless, they were too smart to allow this to discourage them. Now that they were working under Lin Yuan, they had more than enough chances to display their good attitudes and prove their loyalties. Hu Tian being ahead of them now did not mean that he would always be ahead. After exchanging a few words, Lin Yuan formed a small creation master team composed of Hu Tian, Feng Shuang, and Elder. Their team would have the code name Marsh. The three of them did not understand the significance of their code name, but they dared not question it. Lin Yuan did not designate a manager amongst the three of them because they would only forge a camaraderie by sharing equal authority. All three of them would strive to curry favor with Lin Yuan by finding fault with the other. 2. This was the only way to ensure a competitive environment that bred hard work. Lin Yuan took out the jeweled cave golden toad and said to the three of them, "The three of you should stay in this instrument for a while. Later, I'll take you to the place where you'll work and live out your days as hermits." He injected spiritual power into the jeweled cave golden toad and sucked Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian in. Lin Yuan looked at the jeweled cave golden toad and thought, it sure was worth it to make a personal trip to Indigo Azure City. I didn't expect to gain 3 Class 4 creation masters. He turned and said to Zheng Qian, "You shall take charge of all the matters regarding the Zheng family. However, you might not have a good time if you continue to stay in Indigo Azure City. After the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce takes hold of all the Zheng family's online and offline luxury resources, I'll send an expert to guard the Zheng family." Lin Yuan used node transportation to transport himself to the royal capital. He intended on sending Duan He to guard the Zheng family because Purple Demon would be able to exert more pressure on other feys of the same grade as it grew more heads. Once he returned to the return from faraway mansion, Zheng Kaiwan would soon bring people from the Miao family along with him to visit Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan would be able to ask for a large amount of high-grade fey flesh from the Miao family that would be given to Purple Demon to consume. Non. As Purple Demon continued to consume high-grade fey flesh, its power would quickly evolve to Pinnacle Myth 2. Lin Yuan had obtained 40,000 law source crystals from the cage of Brahma insects. As such, he would have enough law source crystals to sustain everyone in the return from faraway mansion for the foreseeable future. Purple Demon would be able to use law crystals to evolve to Pinnacle Myth 3. At that time, it would have more than enough power to guard Indigo Azure City and prevent the Zheng family from being bullied by the other two families. As long as Purple Demon did not encounter any Thearch class experts, the Zheng family would be safe. Chapter 1141 Hu Chuan is sad. Moreover, Lin Yuan realized that Duan He was very homesick to the point that he would make a trip back to Indigo Azure City once every month. Duan He's home was in Indigo Azure City. By stationing Duan He at Indigo Azure City to protect the Zheng family, Duan He would be able to go home often and would not need to travel between two places doggedly. Moreover, Duan He had a good relationship with the Indigo Azure Guard captain and would be able to deepen the working relationship between Sky City and the Indigo Azure Guard. After Lin Yuan left, Zheng Qian remained in a daze for some time as he replayed the images from Lin Yuan's arrival to departure. He thoroughly went through every detail of the encounter, including how Lin Yuan had subjugated him, Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian, and made the 3 creation masters all clamor to pledge their loyalty to him. It could be said that Lin Yuan had mastered human nature and the art of manipulation. Zhang Qian now felt that Lin Yuan's road would be paved with light no matter where he stepped. He could not help but sigh in amazement. Lin Yuan only looked to be around 17 or 18 years old. What background did he have that enabled him to be so outstanding? Could it be that the ability to be outstanding was just his innate quality? A moment later, Zhang Qian said in the direction of the door, "Take me to the meeting room and call everyone in the manor to meet me there. I want to have a meeting." As he spoke, he touched his legs under the blanket and tried to come up with a way to convince Lin Yuan to cure his legs. Zhang Qian had not fully believed Lin Yuan when he said that he could cure his legs. But after he saw the bag of law crystals, he now fully believed that Lin Yuan was capable of helping him to regain the ability to stand. Updates by Audiobook. Com. When Lin Yuan returned to the mansion, Hu Chuan had finally exited his workroom. Hu Quan's expression was one of dejection. Wen Yu was looking at Hu Chuan with vexation. She smiled when she saw Lin Yuan and stood up to ask, "Young master, are all the matters in Indigo Azure City settled?" Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Listen, can take over all the matters in Indigo Azure City." The Zhang family's third lineage caused so much pain to the listening Heron Chamber of Commerce. He should be the one to decide what consequences they should bear. Lin Yuan asked the miserable-looking Hu Chuan, "Uncle Hu, what's wrong? Were you unable to make the chain of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls? If so, or if any of the pearls were damaged, you don't have to worry about it." Hu Chuan immediately rolled his eyes at Lin Yuan and said, "The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls you gave me are all priceless treasures. I would never forgive myself if I damaged any of them. I'm a class 5 spirit craftsman. Even if I can't make anything fancy, I'm still able to string together some pearls." He took out a brocade box and gave it to Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan opened the brocade box, he was instantly stunned by the beauty of its contents. A long chain of exquisite handiwork was inside the brocade box. The jade-textured thread that held the chain together was faintly purple. The purple was not as brilliant as that of red sandalwood, but it still had a luxurious aura of its own. The silver thread also had traces of silver that added a lifelikeness to the thread and made it appear as though it was crystallized. Hu Chuan must have used the wood-weaving house centipede to weave jade-textured wisteria wood. Elemental pearls of each of the 4 elements were strung together to form groups of 4, forming a total of 27 groups. Elemental energy could travel through jade-textured wisteria wood, the most suitable type of wood to be paired with elemental energy. The heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls' outer layers depended on their purity. The 27 groups of elemental pearls strung together looked cohesive, and no particular elemental pearl stood out. One look, and it would seem as though one had looked at a wisteria tree 107 times and saw a goddess descending the last time. Lin Yuan now knew that Hu Chuan had not failed. He was well aware of Hu Quan's skills. Hu Quan's skills had improved drastically while he was crafting this string of pearls. This meant that Hu Chuan had experienced a breakthrough during the time he closed himself off. This made Lin Yuan confused. If Hu Chuan had succeeded, why did he still look so miserable? "Uncle Hu, you used jade-textured wisteria wood thread to string these heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls together and accentuated the heavenly maiden sleet elemental pearls using the over-the-rail coral elemental pearls. Your spirit craftsman skill is getting better with every passing day. Why are you sighing?" Hu Chuan looked hurt as he replied, "How could you not have told me about Sky City's Blood Pact Ultimate Fight? You should have pulled me out. Not even becoming a Class 6 Spirit Craftsman beats participating in Sky City's Blood Pact Ultimate Fight with the rest of you." Lin Yuan now knew why Hu Chuan looked so downtrodden. He had not told Hu Chuan about the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight because Spirit Craftsmen relied on a fleeting moment of inspiration to break through to a new level of skill. Lin Yuan did not want to disturb Hu Chuan at such a critical moment. The Blood Pact Ultimate Fight with the Zhang family was basically just a formality, as Lin Yuan had absolute confidence that Sky City would win. Hence, he did not inform Hu Chuan of the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. However, Hu Quan's reaction meant that he saw himself as a part of Sky City, and he wanted to go through thick and thin with Sky City. Lin Yuan knew how important Hu Quan's spirit craftsman skill was to him, and he could not help but grin. "Okay. If something like this happens again, I'll be sure to let you know, even if you are in the midst of another critical moment." Hu Chuan lowered his head and coughed softly. Chapter 1142, Change into Human Weapons begins. Hu Chuan knew that Lin Yuan had not informed him because he had his best interests at heart. But he had happily bounded out of his workroom only to hear from Wen Yu that something so serious had happened to Sky City. Yet, as a member of Sky City, he had been completely left out. This feeling was horrible. Hu Chuan took the chain of pearls from Lin Yuan and hung it around Lin Yuan's head as he said, "Lin Yuan, I experimented with countless pieces of jade-textured wood before I crafted this chain of pearls. I found that wisteria wood has the best effects. As the seasons change, the human body will go through different states, such as humidity, heat, cold, and dryness. Although they aren't serious enough to cause illness, they will still weaken the body. After putting on the chain of pearls, you won't experience any of these debilitating states. Moreover, the pure elemental energy will nourish your body and increase the adaptability of your body's cells to elemental energy. This will result in your body becoming more resistant to elemental energy." At first, Lin Yuan had wanted to craft this chain of pearls because it would look nice. He had so many heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls that picking a few rare ones to make a fanciful item was no problem. But apparently, this fanciful item had other uses. When spirit chi professionals were nourished by spirit chi, they would be protected from many illnesses. However, no spirit chi professional could escape from humidity, heat, cold, and dryness. If one ate too many cold items, their body would become more humid and eventually lead to constipation. Frankly, these afflictions did not bother Lin Yuan as he had drunk the silver stamen gold luster cassia nectar to cleanse his body. His body was in a much better state than the average spirit chi professional. Thus, he was rarely bothered by such afflictions. Additionally, the resistance brought by this chain of pearls would not be able to match up to the sacred sword-wielding queen's skirt. Updates by Audiobooks. Com. But since this chain of pearls had health benefits, it gave Lin Yuan a business idea. "Lin Yuan, you can keep this chain of pearls in your clothes. I didn't string elemental pearls to the end of the thread, and I kept the thread thing. This is so that the chain of pearls won't be obvious when you attach it to your clothes," said Hu Chuan. Lin Yuan touched the string of pearls around his neck. He could feel Hu Quan's thoughtfulness. A thought seemed to strike Hu Chuan, so he asked, "Lin Yuan, how are the 35 brats you sent to work in the marsh world doing? I haven't been able to watch over them. Did they do anything to embarrass me?" Lin Yuan felt slightly embarrassed as he had not entered the marsh world in a long time. Still, Purple Afterglow sent Lin Yuan twice daily reports on the developments in the marsh world. In the span of a few days, the territory in the marsh world had changed significantly. The basic structure of the foundation had been built. Lin Yuan had asked for the breeding room to be built first, and it was already almost done. As such, Lin Yuan replied, "The spirit craftsmen are all hard workers. They spend up to 16 hours a day working." Hu Chuan relaxed and said, "Lin Yuan, I'm very free now. Why don't I go to the marsh world to help them out for some time? It'll also give me the chance to teach them some new skills." Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, "Uncle Hu, if you're free, why don't you come out and train with me tomorrow? I want to create a restricted area in the Divine Wood Federation, and I'll have to trouble you to lead a group of spirit craftsmen to help with that." Hu Quan's interest was immediately piqued. Lin Yuan had mentioned going to the Divine Wood Federation to train to Hu Chuan before. Although Hu Chuan had become a Class 5 spirit craftsman, he had never left the Radiance Federation. Thus, he was very interested in the goings-on of foreign places. "Lin Yuan, I'll go and make preparations and pick 50 spirit craftsmen from the Heavenly Craft Pavilion." Lin Yuan nodded and replied, "Thank you, Uncle Hu." After Sky City won the Blood Pact Ultimate fight against the Zheng family, Sky City's popularity on Star Web started to rise, and many factions now wanted to work with Sky City. Lin Yuan's mind was full of the Marsh World and the Divine Wood Federation. Wen Yu would handle everything to do with Sky City. Lin Yuan exchanged a few words with Wen Yu before returning to his room. He entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone. The moment he entered the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone, Lin Yuan became excited as he was now going to attend to Han Tianhe, Lu Yunshan, the Earth Core Dragon Snail, and the Ghost Arched Demon Beast. Brocade Zither was hard at work at producing Golden Lotus Brocade Pearls, Silver Corona was continuously absorbing the Spotted Coral Jade, and Red Thorn was gobbling up the Platinum Dimensional Life Form flesh. When Red Thorn saw Lin Yuan, it flapped its wings and flew over to him. "Yuan, I missed you," exclaimed Red Thorn. Lin Yuan poked Red Thorn's face and replied, "Red Thorn, it's time for you to get to work." Lin Yuan took out Lu Yunshan, Han Tianhe, the Ghost Arched Demon Beast, and the Earth Core Dragon Snail's bodies. Red Thorn flew in a circle around them and asked, "Yuan, do you want me to use the tongues of Relinquish's tips to take control of these two bodies?" He nodded and asked Red Thorn, will it be difficult for you to take control of these two Thearch class experts? Redthorn replied confidently, as long as they're dead, I won't have any trouble. At that moment, Redthorn's dark red eyes turned crimson, and tens of vines shot out of the ground. The vines grabbed Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's bodies and brought them over to the three mouths of Relinquish. Redthorn ignored the earth core dragon snail and ghost arched demon beast's bodies. When Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's bodies were brought next to the mouths of Relinquish, the tongues of Relinquish stretched out and pierced the corpses. Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's bodies started vibrating. Chapter 1143, Meant for You to Eat. After vibrating for some time, numerous scars appeared all over Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's bodies. The scars started to move and seemed to sew the split bodies together. Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's shut eyes flew open, and they seemed to emanate the same aura they had when they were alive. When Lin Yuan looked at them, he felt as though Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan had never been killed by the invisible demon and were still alive and kicking. Lin Yuan was finally seeing for himself what the "as though it was still alive" part of the description for the tongue of Relinquish was. The tongues of Relinquish activated Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's original minds and souls so as to maintain the same memories and fighting skills they had when they were still alive. However, their minds and souls were completely under the control of the tongues of Relinquish. Redthorn ordered Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan to stand respectively in front of and placed their hands on the earth core dragon snail and ghost arched demon beast. Some of the scars moved from Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's bodies to the earth core dragon snail and ghost arched demon beast's bodies and sewed together the split in half phase. Now, the earth core dragon snail and ghost arched demon beast also looked just like when they were still alive. Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan instructed the earth core dragon snail and ghost arched demon beast to change into human form. At that moment, Redthorn furrowed its brow and said, Yuan, there are still a few myth-breed feys in their minds. The myth-breed feys are desperately trying to communicate with them through their spirits and souls. Lin Yuan frowned and asked, can you sense what these myth-breed feys are saying? Updates by Audiobooks. Calm. Redthorn closed its eyes and carefully sensed the bits of information that Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's spiritual energy was receiving. Yuan, their feys are all grieving. They know that these two are dead and are being controlled by me. The feys badly want to get their revenge. Redthorn's expression grew cold as it listened to the insults that the myth-breed feys were spewing. Redthorn, can you summon them using Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's spiritual energy? Asked Lin Yuan. Redthorn nodded and replied, I can, but they'll attack us immediately. Lin Yuan smiled and said, don't worry, just summon them. Lin Yuan ordered the invisible demon in his shadow, kill the feys the moment they're summoned. The invisible demon stepped out of Lin Yuan's shadow and half knelt on the ground as he said, Master, I shall do as you ask. Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's feys were released from their minds. Before even the blink of an eye, the invisible demon leaped about 7 times. Immediately after, 7 bodies were split in half, 6 of which were in human form. This meant that the 6 feys were at least suzerain/myth too. The one fey in its actual form was a beefy razor-toothed thylacoleo. The razor-teethed thylacoleo had reached suzerain/pinnacle myth I, and it was only 1 step away from myth 2. As he looked at the bodies littering the ground, Lin Yuan started to think of ways to use the corpses. Firstly, he could control them like he was the earth core dragon snail and ghost arched demon beast and add them to Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan's fighting power. Alternatively, he could dig out the law crystals in their bodies and give the flesh to purple demon to eat. Although these 7 myth-breed feys were almost rendered useless with the earth core dragon snail and ghost arched demon beast around, and Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan did not even like to summon them during battle, they were still myth-breed feys. All of them had considerable power. Not even Lin Yuan could accurately estimate the number of enemies he would encounter in the marsh world. If he encountered a group of class 10-dimensional life forms, the earth core dragon snail and ghost arched demon beast would be able to kill them all immediately. But if there were 2 class 11-dimensional life forms, they could cause problems for the earth core dragon snail and ghost arched demon beast. During such occasions, the 7 myth-breed feys would come into use. As such, Lu Yunshan instructed Redthorn to manipulate Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan to continue spreading scars to the 7 myth-breed feys. As for the feminine man's body, Lin Yuan could not be bothered with it. With Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan around, the feminine man would be practically useless. The feminine man was only a low-rank class 4 creation master when he was alive. Lin Yuan was not going to use the last tongue of relinquished tongue tip flippantly. He had no lack of creation master resources, and the tongue tip that could be used to control Thearch class experts was best saved for an emergency. Lin Yuan might even be able to pick up an immortal class expert's corpse. After reanimating Han Tianhe and Lu Yinshan's 7 myth breed feys, they returned all their feys to their spiritual spatial zone. As Lin Yuan looked at Han Tianhe and Lu Yinshan, he became excited at the prospect of having 2 veteran Thearch class experts at his disposal. He took out the 2 world crystals he had obtained from the Miao family and summoned the sacred sword-wielding queen. The sacred sword-wielding queen lifted a foot when it saw the 2 world crystals, and a hungry expression appeared on its face. Lin Yuan said ruefully, "These 2 world crystals are meant for you to eat. There's no need to be so eager." He knew that the sacred sword-wielding queen needed about 7 days to absorb 1 world source crystal, and he asked, "Sacred sword-wielding queen, how long will it take you to absorb 2 world crystals?" Chapter 1144, None of us are stupid. The sacred sword-wielding queen said, "My skirt can absorb both the world crystals simultaneously. I'll finish absorbing them in a week. Master, I'll gain 2 new sword skills, and there'll be 2 new law worlds on my skirt." Before Lin Yuan could rejoice, his phone rang. When he saw the name of the caller, he thought, what will come will eventually be here. He had wanted to go to the Marsh world and let Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian out so that they could start working and prove their worth. Nonetheless, he had also expected this call from Zhang Kaiwen, albeit it was quicker than anticipated. He did not expect Zhang Kaiwen to visit him so soon after the Zhang family lost the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight and before the situation with the Miao family had stabilized. This indicated that either the Miao family had grown impatient with Zhang Kaiwen or that the loss of 2 Thearch class experts had put them in a panicked state. Without a strong family to support him and after causing the Miao family to lose 2 Thearch class experts and 2 world crystals, Zhang Kaiwen was now struggling to stay afloat in the Miao family. When Lin Yuan picked up the call, Zhang Kaiwen said, Lord Lin Yuan, are you available for me to come to visit? My cousins Miao He and Miao Zhou would like to come along as well. Miao Zhou would like to apologize for insulting you at the Guardia banquet, and he hopes you'll forgive him." Zhang Kaiwen mentioned Miao Zhou with a heavier tone, and a look of realization crossed Lin Yuan's face. Evidently, Zhang Kaiwen hoped he would reject Miao Zhou and Miao He's request and had said Miao Zhou's name with a different tone to trigger Lin Yuan's annoyance toward Miao Zhou. Apparently, Zhang Kaiwen was afraid that Miao Zhou and Miao He would become close with Lin Yuan. After the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight, Zhang Kaiwen's only value lay in helping Lin Yuan gain more resources from the Miao family. However, Miao Zhou could also be used to achieve the same result. Updates by Audiobook. Moreover, Miao Zhou was the eldest young master of the Miao family and might be more useful than Zhang Kaiwen. As such, Zhang Kaiwen was basically useless to Lin Yuan now. At that moment, someone coughed softly from Zhang Kaiwen's side of the call. It was clear that this cough was to remind Zhang Kaiwen to watch what he said. Zhang Kaiwen must be on a hands-free call. Lin Yuan acted as though he had not heard Zhang Kaiwen's innuendo and said, "Of course they can come." He checked the time and saw that it was past 3 p.m. If Zhang Kaiwen and the people from the Miao family visited now, Lin Yuan would still have time at night to go into the Marsh world and handle the affairs there. He would be able to go to the Divine Wood Federation to train through the space tunnel in the basement tomorrow morning. "You should come now." "I have time now," said Lin Yuan before hanging up the call. The Miao family knew his address, so he did not have to send it. Zhang Kaiwen's heart sank when he heard Lin Yuan's reply because he now had no way of stopping the people from the Miao family from being acquainted with Lin Yuan. He had hoped that Lin Yuan would push back the visitation timing so that he would have time to organize his thoughts. Zhang Kaiwen could never have imagined that the Zhang family would lose the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight against Sky City. This development had thrown a wrench into all of Zhang Kaiwen's plans. What he needed the most now was time to come up with a way for him to continue surviving in the Miao family. Unfortunately, Lin Yuan had not granted him that much needed time. Someone kicked Zhang Kaiwen viciously on the back before he could come out of his trance of contemplation. The blow was so hard that his wheelchair forcefully started rolling, and the wheelchair almost toppled over as well. This sudden kick immediately changed Zhang Kaiwen's mood from annoyance to anger. He glared at Miao He, who said indignantly, "Zhang Kaiwen, none of us are stupid. Why did you mention Miao Zhou's name so loudly? Isn't it stupid to try something at such a time? Grandfather Han and Grandfather Lu died on the ultimate fighting ground in front of so many people because of you. How blasphemous! All their dignity as Thearch class experts was lost. In order to save you and Miao Ji, the Miao family sacrificed 2 world crystals. How can you cruelly try to start a scheme in such a situation?" Miao He's voice was thunderous, and speaking so loudly allowed him to vent. He had always been under Miao Zhou's thumb as the Miao family's second young master. But even after he became the Miao family's eldest young master, he had also had to put up with Zheng Kaiwen. Miao He hated Miao Zhou with a burning rage that he punctuated into every word he had said. Both his words and attitude shouted loud and clear that he did not consider Zheng Kaiwen a real member of the Zheng family. Moreover, Miao He had addressed Miao Ji by her name instead of aunt. This demonstrated that Miao He had no respect for Miao Ji as one of his elders at all. Zheng Kaiwen was still not completely useless. However, Miao He was smart enough to bring up Han Tianhe and Lu Yunchen purposely. Their deaths were a serious blow to his grandfather. The moment Han Tianhe and Lu Yunchen were mentioned, his grandfather's displeasure toward Zheng Kaiwen flared. Thus, Miao He would not be blamed for kicking Zheng Kaiwen. When Miao Zhenshan heard what Miao He said, his face contorted with sorrow. The way Miao Zhenshan looked at Zheng Kaiwen made all the hair stand up on Zheng Kaiwen's body. A moment later, Miao Zhenshan said in a raspy voice, "Zheng Kaiwen, you better speak well of Ahi in front of the Moon Empress disciple and ask for mercy on Zhou's behalf. Do whatever you can to convince the Moon Empress disciple to forgive Ahi, got it?" Chapter 1145, He has to die. Miao Zhenshan spoke slowly and softly, but Zheng Kaiwen knew that Miao Zhenshan had just given him an ultimatum. Zheng Kaiwen was smart enough to read in between the lines. He had tried to scheme over the call because he was desperate to find a way to save himself. "Grandfather, don't worry. I'll definitely speak up for Brother Zhou in front of Lord Lin Yuan and try to find opportunities for Brother He to speak with Lord Lin Yuan," promised Zheng Kaiwen. Miao Zhenshan did not respond. Miao Qi sighed and said, "Kaiwen, I've been teaching you the way of the creation master since you were young. You've always been smart, so I trust you know how much trouble you've caused this time. You should act appropriately at such a time and make sure not to cause any more issues." Zheng Kaiwen nodded obediently, but his fist clenched tightly under his sleeve. Although Zheng Kaiwen had agreed, he knew that if Miao He became close to Lin Yuan and he became unable to be the only link between the Miao family and Lin Yuan, it was not unlikely that his life would end the moment he returned to the Miao family. Zheng Kaiwen, Miao He, Miao Zhou, and Miao Qi rode the Miao family's signature UFO 9 Lanterns carriage and headed toward the return from faraway mansion. Ever since the Guardia banquet, the Miao family had been traveling on a downward trajectory ever since Miao Zhou offended the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Yi's disciples and Miao Qi insulted Wang Fuxiang. Now, after losing two Thearch class experts, they had well and truly become the laughingstock of the Radiance Federation. The Miao family was using the UFO 9 Lanterns carriage because they wanted to regain some of their dignity. After all, they had to be of a certain capability to be invited to visit the Moon Empress disciple. Moreover, they also wanted to prove that Connected Beast Park and the Moon Empress disciple were not on such bad terms. Updates by Freehood.com. Soon, Connected Beast Park's UFO 9 Lanterns carriage arrived at the return from faraway mansion entrance. When the cage of Brahma insects had come to visit, Lin Yuan had instructed Wen Yu to lead them into the mansion. This time, Zheng Kaiwen, Miao He, Miao Zhou, and Miao Qi waited for some time before a spirit craftsman came to tell them that they were allowed to enter. The Miao family had been keeping tabs on the return from faraway mansion and knew that a young girl had ushered the visitors from the cage of Brahma insects. By comparison, it was clear that Lin Yuan did not feel as close with them. This made them suspicious of Zheng Kaiwen and Lin Yuan's relationship. They waited by the door for a few minutes before a tea-drinking Lin Yuan slowly drawled, "Enter." However, Lin Yuan did not make any moves after the four of them entered the mansion and left them standing awkwardly. They would not dare to sit before Lin Yuan gave them permission to. From the moment Miao Zhou saw Lin Yuan, he was reminded of how Lu Ji had attacked him, had his soul suppressed, and his roots ruined by Zoming at the Guardia banquet. The claw of fear gripped his heart. If Miao Qi had not patted him on his back and enabled him to muster up his courage, he would have started trembling. When they were outside the return from faraway mansion, Miao Qi, Miao Zhou, and Miao He had become suspicious of the relationship between Lin Yuan and Zheng Kaiwen. Now, their suspicion grew stronger. If Zheng Kaiwen and Lin Yuan were truly friends, he would have immediately allowed Zheng Kaiwen even if he did not ask why Zheng Kaiwen had lost his legs during the Blood Pact ultimate fight. Miao He resented Zheng Kaiwen and was only carrying him to make a good impression on Lin Yuan, who was supposedly friends with Zheng Kaiwen. But now, Lin Yuan's nonchalance made Miao He regret not telling Miao Zhou to carry Zheng Kaiwen instead. Miao Qi had also been shooting Zheng Kaiwen looks to push him to say something first. Zhang Kaiwan was surprised by Lin Yuan's attitude toward him and hastily said, "Lord Lin Yuan, long time no see." Lin Yuan pointed at the water rhinoceros leather sofa and said, "Sit." Once the four of them were seated, Lin Yuan went back to his silence. Miao he rolled his eyes and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, do you still remember that we met at the Spirit Food Pavilion? I really had no idea that that group had offended your friend. I've handled the situation and meted out punishment to the Cai family so as to make it up to your friend." Miao he was not certain that Lin Yuan did not care much for Zhang Kaiwan and that they were not as close as he had boasted to the Miao family. He would have to go back and report this finding to his grandfather so that his grandfather would finally give up on Zhang Kaiwan, and he would finally be able to deal with Zhang Kaiwan as he saw fit. Miao Qi shot Miao he an approving look. Zhang Kaiwan was still pale with shock over Lin Yuan's attitude toward him, and he did not understand what he had done to make Lin Yuan upset. Zhang Kaiwan anxiously said, "If those people had not wanted to hold a banquet for Brother He, your friend wouldn't have been hurt." But regardless, Brother He had shown mercy to his friend. Although Cai Ching is practically a zombie, she's still alive. Miao Qi and Miao He's expressions turned austere. If Lin Yuan were not present, Miao He would have sent Zhang Kaiwan another flying kick. Miao Qi also forcefully pinched Zhang Kaiwan's back to warn him not to misspeak. Lin Yuan noticed Miao He's unnatural expression and murmured, "Kaiwan is right. If they hadn't wanted to hold a banquet in your honor, my friend wouldn't have been injured." Chapter 1146, Utterly Done For. Miao He broke out in a cold sweat, and his hatred for Zhang Kaiwan intensified. This was already the second time Zhang Kaiwan was trying to trip him up. But if Lin Yuan attacked Miao He now, he would not be able to be the Miao family's eldest young master anymore. In fact, if Lin Yuan so much as chased him out of the return from faraway mansion, it was likely that his grandfather would place Miao Teng as the Miao family's eldest young master instead, just like how he himself had replaced Miao Zhou. Miao He hurriedly said, "Lord Lin Yuan, I was really unaware of what had happened that day. Everyone present that day can vouch for me. But even if I weren't at the root of the matter, I'm also willing to express my apologies to your friend. I will give your friend 2 million radiance dollars as compensation and as a show of sincerity." He took out his phone and showed the records of his conversation with Tian Ningning, where she barraged him with questions about news about top factions. He wanted to show Lin Yuan that he was on decent terms with Tian Ningning. Lin Yuan frowned. The more eager Miao He was to prove himself, the more he hated Zhang Kaiwan. News that Sky City had not destroyed the Zhang family's residence in Indigo Azure City would soon spread. Zhang Qian was currently leading the Zhang family. Once Zhang Kaiwan learned of this, he would definitely run back to the Zhang family to fight for leadership with Zhang Qian. Zhang Qian was in charge of the Zhang family because he was the only direct descendant left in the residence. Although he was the one who led to the Zhang family's demise, Zhang Kaiwan's influence on the Zhang family would allow him to overturn Zhang Qian easily. Updates by Audiobooks. Hence, there was no way Lin Yuan would allow Zhang Kaiwan to live. Miao He's hatred toward Zhang Kaiwan proved that he would not allow Zhang Kaiwan to live another day the moment he ran out of value. According to the information gathered by Wen Yu, Lin Yuan knew that Miao Qi was Zhang Kaiwan's teacher. He was not sure whether she would save Zhang Kaiwan from Miao He. Thus, Lin Yuan needed to add more fuel to the flame. "Since my friend has forgiven you, I won't say anything else. The tea prepared today is the Three Treasures tea. Pour a cup out and warm yourself." Miao He's eyes lit up because Lin Yuan's tea invitation meant that no more blame was being assigned to him and because the Three Treasures tea could only be found in the Radiant Moon Palace. Miao He did not have the authority to enter the Radiant Moon Palace, so he never had the chance to drink Three Treasures tea. Now, Lin Yuan was offering him this opportunity. Miao He looked forward to bragging about this to the other superficial disciples. When Zhang Kaiwan heard what Lin Yuan said, his face lost even more color, and terror crept into his heart. Miao Zhou mustered up his courage and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, I went overboard at the Guardia banquet and offended you. Since then, I've humbly reflected on my actions. I would like to apologize to you sincerely. I'll do anything you ask." Miao Zhou had laid every shred of his pride aside. No main member of a top faction should say such things. However, Miao Zhou was well aware of the reason for his presence. If he had any chance of making a comeback in the Miao family, Lin Yuan would have to forgive him. Miao Zhou had not had an easy time in the Miao family recently, especially during the time that Lu Ji had exerted pressure on the Miao family. He had even noticed the sneers of some collateral descendants. This had caused Miao Zhou's pride to be torn to pieces. Lin Yuan noticed Miao He's smug expression and said with a smile, since the incident at the Guardia banquet has passed, there's no point in harping on it. I'm good friends with Sun Ningxiang. You should apologize to her too. Miao Zhou hurriedly replied, Lord Lin Yuan, Connected Beast Park will never target Condensed Fairy Orchard again. You have my word. Once we leave, I'll immediately seek out Sun Ningxiang and apologize to her. Miao Zhou was no longer the Miao family's eldest young master and could not speak on behalf of the Miao family. However, he was not lying, as Miao Zhenshan had told him that the Miao family was going to give up on Condensed Fairy Orchard. This was going to be one of Miao Zhou's means to seek Lin Yuan's forgiveness, and he did not expect Lin Yuan to bring it up first. At Miao Zhou's sincere tone, Lin Yuan was silent for a moment before he said, since you're so earnest, I shall speak up for you with the young liege of the Midnight Palace. Miao Zhou broke out into a wide grin as he felt all the sins he had incurred at the Midnight Palace being washed away. Although Zhou Ming had destroyed his roots and he could never become a Class 4 creation master, he could now live a more comfortable life in the Miao family. Miao Zhou knew that he was more capable of being the Miao family's leader than Miao He and that his grandfather preferred him over Miao He as well. Otherwise, his grandfather would not have named him as the young leader of the Miao family the moment he turned of age. There was even a chance of him competing toe-to-toe with Miao He when they returned to the Miao family. Miao He looked shocked that Lin Yuan had forgiven Miao Zhou so easily, and he felt a heavy pressure coming from Miao Zhou pressing down on him. He felt that his position as the eldest young master of the Miao family was no longer as stable as it was before. Zhang Kaiwen's panic had taken over him. He had only been afraid that Miao He and Lin Yuan would become close. But now, both Miao Zhou and Miao He had become positively acquainted with Lin Yuan. Zhang Kaiwen was at a complete loss. In his panic, he made a mad scramble and said, Lord Lin Yuan, Miao Zhou had pointed directly at your nose. When he returned to the Miao family, he also made many unsavory remarks about you. Lin Yuan now knew that Zhang Kaiwen was utterly done for. Previously, Zhang Kaiwen had only spoken of Miao He with a sinister tone. But now, he was flat out accusing Miao Zhou. Chapter 1147, You're Heartless. Zhang Kaiwen's actions had broken Connected Beast Park's most fundamental rules. Even Miao Qi was now looking at him with cold, unfeeling eyes. Lin Yuan looked at Miao Zhou with amusement and asked, is what Zhang Kaiwen said true? Miao Zhou's mind went blank as it was true that he had spoken against Lin Yuan when he returned to the Miao family. However, he was not stupid enough to admit it. He said through gritted teeth, Lord, Zhang Kaiwen is lying. I realized I was wrong at the Guardia banquet and have been repenting ever since. How could I have said anything against you? Lin Yuan nodded and replied, it's all in the past. I hope we can be friends from now on. The more friends, the merrier. His words indicated that he no longer blamed Miao Zhou but wanted to become friends instead. This cemented Miao Zhou's position in the Miao family. Despite being deposed, he could now try and compete with Miao He again. A fight between the two young masters of the Miao family would indubitably affect Connected Beast Park's future expansion. Lin Yuan's words also showed that he was the type of person who liked to make friends. This would remove all the Miao family's confusion about Zhang Kaiwen being his friend, as they would chalk it up to his habit of making casual acquaintances. Zhang Kaiwen had been using his relationship with Lin Yuan to keep the Miao family in the palm of his hand. He did not expect his attempt at provocation to fail again. Updates by Audiobook. Calm. At that moment, he could only grasp at the final string within his grasp. He took a deep breath and said, Lord Lin Yuan, Connected Beast Park has prepared many resources for this visit. Zhang Kaiwen looked at Miao He, who was holding on to all the said resources. Zhang Kaiwen planned on mentioning the Golden Lotus brocade pearls the moment Miao He produced the resources. If he could secure a Golden Lotus brocade pearls trade deal with Lin Yuan, he might be able to continue surviving within the Miao family. Yet, Miao He first took out a diamond fey storage box and said to Lin Yuan, I heard you're interested in law source crystals. Here are 20,000 law source crystals for you. I hope you like them. I would also like to invite you to visit the Miao family's residence. Connected Beast Park is willing to open our treasure vault to you so that you can pick out something you like as a greeting gift. Miao He's reaction blindsided Zhang Kaiwen as he did not expect Miao He to invite Lin Yuan to the Miao family residence. No one had informed him of this intention, but it was impossible that Miao He would have invited Lin Yuan without prior preparation. Miao Zhenshan definitely knew of this plan. This meant that the Miao family had never disclosed all their plans regarding Lin Yuan to Zhang Kaiwen. Just from this, it was clear that he was nothing but an expendable pawn to the Miao family. Zhang Kaiwen hoped that Lin Yuan would not agree to Miao He's invitation so that he would have an opportunity to bring the golden lotus brocade pearls into the conversation. Unfortunately, fate deviated from Zhang Kaiwen once again. Lin Yuan stood up and said, "Since the Miao family is so sincere, I shall have to take you up on it." Miao He looked happily surprised. If Lin Yuan came to visit the Miao family would finally step out of the shadow of the incidents that took place at the Guardia banquet, and no one would dare to use the conflict to disparage Connected Beast Park. Miao He remembered that Lin Yuan had a good relationship with Coiling Dragon's Valley and Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. However, Lin Yuan had never personally visited Coiling Dragon's Valley or Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. Miao Qi and Miao Zhou looked delighted. Although Miao Zhou had decided to take Miao He on, he was still a member of the Miao family and cared deeply about the Miao family's honor. Thus, he was still happy even though it was Miao Zhou who had invited Lin Yuan to visit the Miao family. Zhang Kaiwen lost all hope the moment Lin Yuan agreed to go to the Miao family. Miao Ji was afraid that Zhang Kaiwen would say something to spoil the situation, and she quickly added, "Zhang Kaiwen's legs are damaged, and his mind is still not well. Miao Zhou, take Zhang Kaiwen to get treated." Miao Qi said to Lin Yuan respectfully, "In order for Connected Beast Park to express our sincerity, we came here on our signature UFO 9 Lanterns carriage. Please ride back with us to Connected Beast Park's residence if you like." Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "Since the Miao family is being so generous, I shall go along with it. Kaiwen has lost his legs and can't walk. He should stay at home to rest. Miao Zhou and I just got over our differences and are now friends. He can be the one to contact me in the future." His words had essentially served Zhang Kaiwen the death sentence. Previously, the Miao family needed to rely on Zhang Kaiwen to contact Lin Yuan. But now, they could use Miao Zhou for this as well. As such, Zhang Kaiwen had become wholly useless. Lin Yuan told Zhang Kaiwen to stay at home and rest, so the Miao family now had a reason to make Zhang Kaiwen disappear forever. Additionally, Lin Yuan had also talked up Miao Zhou and gave him even more leverage to compete with Miao He. Miao Zhou carried Zhang Kaiwen out of the mansion with an excited expression. The moment his back was to the group, Miao Zhou's smile vanished, and he looked down at Zhang Kaiwen with a malicious gaze. By the time Lin Yuan, Miao He, and Miao Qi seated themselves in the UFO 9 Lanterns carriage, Miao Zhou had already ridden away on the eagle-beak lustrous phoenix with Zhang Kaiwen in his arms. Miao Zhou said to the terrified Zhang Kaiwen, "I used to treat you well, right? From the moment you started learning creation master skills from Second Ant, I've taken good care of you and brought you to meet other young disciples of top factions. When you got in trouble, I also helped you. Hehe, you sure are heartless." He forcefully flipped Zhang Kaiwen's body around, so they were face to face with each other. The moment Zhang Kaiwen looked into Miao Zhou's eyes, he gave up on struggling as he knew that his lack of legs would render any attempt at fighting back futile. Chapter 1148, Clear Sunshine Flower That Grows in a Foreign Place. As Zhang Kaiwen thought back to how he had treated Miao Zhou recently, he smiled bitterly and lowered his head. A moment later, he said, "All's fair in love and war. Now that I'm worthless, my life is in your hands. You can do with me as you see fit." Miao Zhou bent over and gently patted the avian-type fey as he said, "Eagle beak lustrous phoenix, peck him." Next, he tossed Zhang Kaiwen up into the air. The eagle-beak lustrous phoenix stretched out its neck and caught Zhang Kaiwen in its mouth. Zhang Kaiwen knew that this was the end for him, and he could not suppress the dread from taking hold of him. He gritted his teeth and said with the last ounce of dignity he could muster, "Don't forget that I'm still friends with Lord Lin Yuan." Miao Zhou smiled in derision and replied, "Did Lord Lin Yuan even look at you properly just now? You're just a lowlife from a veteran faction that has been leeching off the Miao family. How dare you mention all's fair in love and war? You don't even deserve to be called a bully. Lord Lin Yuan already told you to rest. When I get back, I'll just say that I took you someplace to rest." He took another look at the flailing Zhang Kaiwen and said, "It's easy to fall sick but not so easy to recover. I know what to say when Little Ant asks about you. She doesn't even have any creation master talent and should have contributed something to the top faction she came from. Yet, she chose the Zhang family and allowed them to damage the Miao family's foundation. Now that she's a widow, no one from the top factions will want her. However, she might be able to find a newly established veteran faction to take her in. When I return, I'll suggest this to grandfather. This way, we won't have wasted one world crystal for nothing." Miao Zhou's words stirred up Zheng Kaiwan, and he started to struggle with even more vigor. However, the eagle beak lustrous phoenix's beak was too sharp and managed to pierce through Zheng Kaiwan's sturdy spirit chi clothes, tearing several holes in his flesh. Crimson blood flowed from his body and stained the eagle beak lustrous phoenix's beak red. As Zheng Kaiwan continued to struggle, he cried out, "Miao Zhou, you can do what you want to me, but my mother is your aunt." Before Zheng Kaiwan could finish speaking, Miao Zhou harshly snapped, "Eagle beak lustrous phoenix, swallow him." The moment the last word left his lips, Zheng Kaiwan's existence came to an end. Miao Zhou looked solemnly at the Miao family's residence in the distance. He had ended up in such a state because he had offended Lin Yuan and the young liege of the Midnight Palace at the Guardia banquet. Now that Lin Yuan had forgiven him and promised to speak up for him to the young liege of the Midnight Palace, it was safe to say that he had been acquitted. He had assumed that he would have to forever remain in the shadow of his crimes. But by some miracle, he was now the bridge between the Miao family and Lin Yuan. Miao Zhou intended on making full use of his good fortune and let the collateral disciples that had kicked him while he was down know that those who were truly strong will always be strong while weaklings could only ever hope to be weak. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was being grandly welcomed into the Miao family residence. Miao Zhenshan greeted him at the entrance with a big smile. Looking at Miao Zhenshan now, Lin Yuan could not believe this was the same person that had seen red on the ultimate fighting ground. Miao Zhenshan felt that Lin Yuan seemed rather familiar, but his suspicion was not aroused, and he did not link Lin Yuan to the city lord of Sky City at all. The Sky City uniform had perfectly masked Lin Yuan's figure, and Miao Zhenshan would never have imagined that the Moon Empress disciple, whom he was trying hard to gain favor with, was actually his enemy. At first, Miao Zhenshan had wanted to hold a dinner banquet for Lin Yuan. However, he had been turned down by Lin Yuan. Since Lin Yuan did not seem to intend on staying in the Miao family residence for long, Miao Zhenshan said straightforwardly, "He shall take you to our treasure vault now." Miao Zhenshan shot Miao He a look, and Miao He walked up to Lin Yuan and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, there are many precious items in our treasure vault. Let me know if anything catches your eye. I shall ask Mammy Hong to fetch it for you." When they arrived at the Miao family's treasure vault, Lin Yuan realized that it was underground. As they walked down a stone path, the spiritual materials that lined the vault were displayed in a stately manner. It was clear that the Miao family's treasure vault was organized with a detailed system. Lin Yuan thought, a top faction's treasures really are impressive. Although the items stored in the treasure trove were not expensive, the variety was expansive. Every time they reached a new section, Miao He handed Lin Yuan a new catalog that listed the items in that section. Lin Yuan would not have to search around himself with the catalog in hand. Although Lin Yuan had not walked through many sections, it was clear from the items listed in the catalogs that a veteran top faction like Connected Beast Park was much stronger than a new top faction like Dark Cloud's Bird Shrine. When they walked to the 8th section, Lin Yuan inhaled sharply when he flipped through the catalog. He saw something that would be extremely useful to Grey. If the item lived up to its description on the catalog, Grey would be able to increase its power even if it did not go outside to absorb weather. He pointed at the item in the catalog and asked, "Miao He, how many of these are in the Miao family's possession?" Miao He looked at Lin Yuan dubiously. The treasure vault had 30 sections, and the truly valuable items were all past section 20. Miao He did not understand what could have already caught Lin Yuan's eye. However, he dared not hesitate and looked at where Lin Yuan was pointing before he replied, "Lord Lin Yuan, so you're talking about this. This is called the Clear Sunshine Flower. We got it from Whale Ocean Commerce. Usually, items from other federations are kept past section 15, but the Clear Sunshine Flower is kept here because creation masters will inevitably be in need of it." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow and thought, "I see. I was wondering why I haven't heard of it." Chapter 1149 Plan with a high risk of backfiring. Lin Yuan was surprised that there was such a fey that he had never heard of. Genius had learned all the information that was available on Star Web. The Clear Sunshine Flower did not appear on the Radiance Federation's Star Web because it did not come from the Radiance Federation. As he thought about the Clear Sunshine Flower's description in the catalog, Lin Yuan said to Miao He, "Take me to see it." Miao He hastily led Lin Yuan to a shelf. He pointed at it and said, "Lord Lin Yuan, these small potted plants are all Clear Sunshine Flowers. I don't know exactly how many there are, but there have to be at least 30. When the creation masters from Connected Beast Park run into cloudy weather while nurturing plant-type phase that need clear weather to grow, they will use the Clear Sunshine Flowers." Lin Yuan did not pay attention to Miao He's explanation. Instead, he used true data to check on the clear sunshine flower. He clenched his fist in excitement. The clear sunshine flower could recreate clear weather. Although only one would not create any obvious impact, many would be able to recreate clear weather for Grey to absorb. This way, Grey would not have to go out into the dangerous world to absorb clear weather. Although this seemed like a cowardly path to go down, it was still a feasible temporary solution. Lin Yuan felt that he was still lacking in power. Once he had enough power, he would not have to be wary of Grey's identity as a heavenly family fey being exposed while it was absorbing weather. As he carefully watched Lin Yuan studying the clear sunshine flower, "Meow," he said, "Lord Lin Yuan, Whale Ocean Commerce brought the clear sunshine flowers back from the Divine Wood Federation. It is very common in the Divine Wood Federation, but the island whales in Whale Ocean Commerce no longer go to the Divine Wood Federation. As such, it's unlikely that Whale Ocean Commerce still has many clear sunshine flowers. If you like, I can ask for more from Whale Ocean Commerce. I also heard that Divine Wood Federation has more plant-type feys that can absorb weather. There are also the rain fog flower, snow crystal flower, thunder starch flower, and many more." Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as this was amazing news to him. Most importantly, these plant-type feys came from the Divine Wood Federation, and Lin Yuan would not need to ask others for help to obtain them. A plan formed in his head. The first thing he would have to do when he arrived at the Divine Wood Federation would be to collect these feys that could recreate weather conditions. Lin Yuan shook his head at Miao He and said, "Let's continue walking. Forget about these clear sunshine flowers." Miao He immediately started to lead Lin Yuan forward and continued to hand Lin Yuan catalogs. When they arrived at the 19th section, Lin Yuan thought, the Miao family sure has a large store of high-grade fey flesh. The myth breed fey flesh had been processed and preserved through special means and would not rot. There were at least 30 feys that were myth 2 and above in the 19th section. Moreover, these bodies were whole. The incomplete bodies were not recorded in the catalogue. Some items caught Lin Yuan's eye along the way. However, he did not want any of them badly enough to trade with the Miao family and could trade for them with other top factions. In the 20th section, Lin Yuan caught sight of the elderly woman that had accompanied Miao Zhenshan to the ultimate fighting ground. She was currently organizing the shelves. Miao He quickly introduced her to Lin Yuan, "Lord Lin Yuan, this is Mammy Hong. She watches over the Miao family's treasure vault and rarely leaves." The elderly woman rushed up to Lin Yuan and greeted him. Although she was a Thearch class expert, she dared not disrespect the disciple of the Moon Empress. Lin Yuan could now be certain that very few Thearch class experts were left in the Miao family. Otherwise, there would have been no need for Miao Zhenshan to take someone like Mammy Hong to the ultimate fighting ground. Lin Yuan had not expected Miao He to offer 20,000 law source crystals as compensation to Lin Yuan. Although law source crystals were not of any use to the Miao family, 20,000 law source crystals was still a huge sum. Lin Yuan could not allow himself to take the Miao family's resources without giving anything in return. Brocade Zither had not produced the 800 golden lotus brocade pearls that the cage of Brahma insects had ordered. As such, he had none left over to offer the Miao family. Even if he did, he would not be willing to do so. Lin Yuan had been wondering what he could use to exchange for high-grade fey flesh with the Miao family on his way to the Miao family residence. But now, he finally knew. He could use the pure law crystals. Now that the Miao family had lost 2 Thearch class experts, they were in dire need of powerful combat power. What they needed most were law crystals that could enable experts to become Thearch class. Connected Beast Park had always depended on their relationship with the Bamboo Monarch, and Miao Chi had had a stint as Bamboo Monarch's assistant. At first, the Miao family was able to obtain law crystals from the Bamboo Monarch. But now that Wang Fuxiang had become the mistress of the Purple Bamboo Forest, there was no way that the Miao family would receive any more help from the Purple Bamboo Forest. This meant that the Miao family no longer had an avenue from which to obtain law crystals. Lin Yuan knew that the law crystals would boost the Miao family's power and enable them to produce new Thearch class experts in a short span of time. Sky City and the Miao family had become mortal enemies from the moment the Miao family sent Han Tianhe and Lu Yanshan to help with the Zheng family's blood pact ultimate fight. However, Lin Yuan was planning on starting a high-risk, high-reward plan. By killing the Miao family's pinnacle emperor class experts, he would only be able to obtain the flesh of myth breed feys and law crystals. However, killing Thearch class experts would grant him world crystals and the flesh of creation breed feys. As such, the choice was obvious. By giving them what they needed most, he would also be setting a trap for them. Lin Yuan also wanted to see if he could find anything that could evolve his feys qualities from the Miao family's treasure vault. Many of his feys were stuck at Fantasy I and were long overdue for an evolution. Lin Yuan halted abruptly when he looked at the catalogue for the 23rd section. This item made Lin Yuan 1,000 times more excited than when he saw the clear sunshine flower. Ever since Lin Yuan built the space tunnel with the intention of traveling to the Divine Wood Federation, he had been plagued by a problem. But now, it seemed that this item was the solution. Chapter 1150, Shatter Spatial Stone. Before Lin Yuan used the fairy's heart to change the sea burial lotus flower into a fairy source-type life form, the space tunnel needed to be situated in a place far from human footfall. But now that the sea burial lotus flower had transformed into a fairy source-type life form, Lin Yuan had a different set of requirements. Silver Corona's appearance enabled Lin Yuan to create a restricted area at the Divine Wood Federation side of the space tunnel. Silver Corona's ability Spotted Coral, Burial Pattern Style, and its exclusive skill Hermit's Dead Servant needed to be evolved before the restricted area was set up. Silver Corona was a fairy source-type life form that lived by carnage. It needed to consume the souls of living creatures in order to increase its power and strengthen its abilities. It was unrealistic to depend on consuming the souls of those that lived in the Divine Wood Federation. Silver Corona needed to consume an immeasurable number of souls to increase its power. Hence, the space tunnel needed to be situated at a place with a dimensional rift in order to allow Silver Corona's power to increase quickly. After the space tunnel was opened, moving it would not be easy. No matter what idea Lin Yuan came up with, he would have to use up one of the ethereal jellyfish's main tentacles. The ethereal jellyfish's main tentacle was an extremely important strategic resource to Lin Yuan. It only grew a main tentacle once a year. As the ethereal jellyfish became stronger, there was a chance that its main tentacles could be linked to the astronomical parliament. As such, he did not want to waste a main tentacle unless it was absolutely necessary. Moreover, he needed half of the hollow crystal shellfish's shell to create a space tunnel between the Radiance Federation and the Divine Wood Federation. After creating the space tunnel, half of the hollow crystal shellfish's shell would be used up. He would not be able to change the position of the Divine Wood Federation side of the space tunnel even if he wanted to. This was unless he could find something that could replace the hollow crystal shellfish's shell. Lin Yuan did not know how many stars the hollow crystal shellfish had, but the Space Elder was the leader of Ostrich Logistics, as well as one of the 13 members of royalty in the Radiance Federation. As such, he had equal status to the Moon Empress. Since the hollow crystal shellfish was the Space Elder's sacred source life form, it had to have at least 10 stars. It would not be easy to replace such a treasure. Moreover, if he opened the space tunnel next to a dimensional rift, he would also be able to evolve the dimensional rift by placing source-type items inside through Klein Hub. The dimensional life forms that poured forth from the dimensional rift were not limitless, and it depended on how many dimensional life forms in that particular area of the dimensional world were there. Whenever a dimensional rift opened, a large wave of alien beasts would charge out of it. After the wave of alien beasts, a smaller number of dimensional life forms would come out of the dimensional rift. Once Silver Corona's power increased to a certain level, a wave of alien beasts would be insufficient to satisfy it. Hence, Silver Corona's increase in power would also make the restricted area more dangerous. There had to be at least 3 or 4 dimensional rifts in the vicinity of the space tunnel. After Lin Yuan injected spirit chi into the item he found in the 23rd section of the Miao family's treasure vault, he would be able to trigger a dedicated space and weaken it to produce a new dimensional rift. Once Lin Yuan obtained this item, he would be able to use it to create a dimensional rift at the Divine Wood Federation so that Silver Corona could consume the souls of the alien insects that came out of it and bloom bone lotus flowers. When Silver Corona bloomed the bone lotus flower, it would be able to blind prying eyes. The sight-stealing fog above the sea of bone lotus flowers would also be hiding the hermit dead servants that were lying in wait. Every hermit dead servant could also thicken the fog and make the restricted area appear even more mysterious. This item would greatly affect what Lin Yuan could do in the Divine Wood Federation, and he had to obtain it at all costs. He pointed at the catalogue and asked, "Did Whale Ocean Commerce bring back this Shatter Spatial Stone?" Meow. He clapped his hands and said, "You truly are impressive. I can't believe you identified where the Shatter Spatial Stone came with one glance." The Miao family traded Creation Master resources for the Shatter Spatial Stone with Whale Ocean Commerce. Some of it was used, and only about 15 kilograms are left. I remember that injecting spirit chi into about 2.5 kilograms of the Shatter Spatial Stone is enough to open a Class 1 dimensional rift. At the mention of Whale Ocean Commerce, Miao he could not help but think of the news he had heard from Miao Zhenshan when he returned from the ultimate fighting ground. Miao He had not intended on revealing such a secret that his family was making use of. However, Lin Yuan was the Moon Empress disciple, and he had no reason to participate in the competition between top factions. By revealing some of his family's personal secrets, it would prove that he was being sincere toward Lin Yuan. He hoped that this would leave a good impression on Lin Yuan. Lord Lin Yuan, Whale Ocean Commerce came to us intending to work together. They want us to help them nurture a plant type fey and use it to search for a seed. When Connected Beast Park starts working with Whale Ocean Commerce, we'll obtain even more foreign treasures. I can deliver any precious foreign item to you the moment we receive them so that you can pick anything you like. Miao He was determined to curry as much favor as he could from Lin Yuan, and he longer cared about the haughty dignity that the eldest young master of a top faction normally carried. Frankly, Lin Yuan was the one who pushed him to such an extreme by speaking up for Miao Zhou at the return from faraway mansion and naming Miao Zhou as the link between him and the Miao family. This had led to Miao He feeling anxious that his position as the Miao family's eldest young master was being jeopardized. Chapter 1151, Big Secret of 10,000 Flags Trading's Main Lineage. Thus, Miao He wanted to do his best to form a good relationship with Lin Yuan. Although Miao Zhou was the link between Lin Yuan and the Miao family, he could also play a part. If two people were deadlocked with common abilities, none of them would be able to get ahead. This was a way he could hold back Miao Zhou. Lin Yuan did not know what Miao He was thinking, nor did he care to find out. The speaker might not have meant anything by it, but the listener was paying close attention. Lin Yuan was focused on what Miao Zhou said about Whale Ocean Commerce working with Connected Beast Park. He furrowed his brow. Whale Ocean Commerce wanted to work with Connected Beast Park, and Connected Beast Park had to nurture a plant-type fey for them to use to search for a seed. This made Lin Yuan think of the strange plant seed that had been a parasite in Ji Feng's body and emanated an immortal aura. Red Thorn had absorbed the seed and given Lin Yuan the power to control two Thearch-class experts. When he saved Ji Feng, he knew that the main lineage of 10,000 Flags Trading could not sense the exact location of the seeds. Otherwise, Ji Feng would not have been able to hide with the seed inside him for a decade. Yet now that Red Thorn had consumed the strange seed, Whale Ocean Commerce was suddenly coming after the strange seed. This was too coincidental. At first, Lin Yuan had found the seed to be rather odd. But after witnessing the astonishingly impressive abilities that Red Thorn gained from absorbing the strange seed, he realized that there was more than what met the eye with this seed. It had to be hiding a big secret. A strong sense of peril crept up on him. Lin Yuan decided that he would have to pay more attention to the people from 10,000 Flags Trading. He would also ask Ji Feng more about that strange seed and learn anything he knew about the people who were in 10,000 Flags Trading 10 years ago. Mentioning 10,000 Flags Trading would be a sore spot for Ji Feng, but Lin Yuan had no other option but to poke at that sensitive wound. Miao He had said that 10,000 Flags Trading wanted Connected Beast Park's help with nurturing a plant-type fey that would be used to sense the seed that Red Thorn had consumed. Feys of the same source could sense each other. This meant that feys of the same species could sense their fellow species mates. It was also possible for feys to sense parts of themselves. This meant that Whale Ocean Commerce could seek out the seed. Lin Yuan badly wanted more of the strange seeds that 10,000 Flags Trading was searching for. If Red Thorn could absorb more of the strange seeds, it was possible that the tongue of Relinquish would evolve again. Lin Yuan frowned, and this made Miao He nervous. Miao He wondered if he had said something wrong that made Lin Yuan upset, and he anxiously said, "Lord Lin Yuan, if nothing in this section interests you, we can continue walking. As the young direct descendant with the most authority, I'm allowed to pick something from the first 25 sections of the treasure vault. I haven't picked anything this month yet. Why don't you take my item too?" Lin Yuan shook his head and smiled ruefully. He could not believe that Miao He was still trying to bootlick him at such a time. By saying that he was the young direct descendant with the most authority, was he trying to say that he was more useful than Miao Zhou? Yet, what he said was true. If Lin Yuan wanted to build a good relationship with Connected Beast Park, it would be most appropriate for him to deal with Miao He. However, Miao He did not know that Lin Yuan had purposely talked up Miao Zhou to mess up the Miao family. This would make it easier for Lin Yuan to ruin the Miao family. He gently knocked on the shatter spatial stone with his finger and said, "I want this shatter spatial stone. We've walked for some time, and I've seen most of what there is to see. I'm not interested in seeing anything else. Let's go back." Lin Yuan turned and walked in the opposite direction. As he walked, he thoroughly contemplated the partnership between Whale Ocean Commerce and Connected Beast Park, as well as the strange seed. When he arrived at the 10th section, he realized that he still had many areas that he was unsure of. As such, he turned and gingerly asked, "Miao He, isn't Whale Ocean Commerce one of the top 3 factions? How can they be so lacking in creation master resources that they even need to work with the Miao family?" Miao He internally rolled his eyes. "What's wrong with the Miao family? We've been a steady top faction for 20 years, and our faction is built on creation master resources. Even Rhine Lifeform and Cage of Brahma insects have approached us, intending to work together." However, there was no way Miao He would dare say such words out loud. At that moment, he remembered his grandfather saying that the main lineage of Whale Ocean Commerce had not been seen in public for a decade and was probably focusing on nurturing the island whales. Lord Lin Yuan, almost all of Whale Ocean Commerce's creation masters come from Sea Sky Nurture. Sea Sky Nurture's main lineage is lying low, and Whale Ocean Commerce produces a new batch of island whales every few years. This must mean that the main lineage of Sea Sky Nurture has been busy nurturing the island whales. Since they're all focused on nurturing island whales, they have to seek external help for other creation master tasks. Lin Yuan furrowed his brow. It seemed that 10,000 Flags Trading had not only been lying to Hidden Moon Pavilion but also to the other top factions. Lin Yuan was now certain that Connected Beast Park had no idea that everyone from Sea Sky Nurture besides Ji Feng had been killed because 10,000 Flags Trading had wanted to seek the strange seeds. A stroke of inspiration hit Lin Yuan, and he felt that there was a deeper significance behind Whale Ocean Commerce and Connected Beast Park's collaboration. Since 10,000 Flags Trading had the ability to wipe out Sea Sky Nurture, could they also be intending on targeting Connected Beast Park? Lin Yuan's expression turned solemn. Chapter 1152, Can you give me Thearch class experts? Miao He, did Whale Ocean Commerce approach Connected Beast Park after or before the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight? Ever since Miao He undertook the title of the eldest young master of the Miao family, he knew everything that Miao Zhenshan knew. Miao Zhenshan would even ask for Miao He's opinion as a way of cultivating Miao He. Hence, Miao He knew all about the collaboration between Connected Beast Park and Whale Ocean Commerce. He had not wanted to tell Lin Yuan this because it had to do with the Miao family's reputation. However, Lin Yuan's serious expression made Miao He nervous, and he decided to push the limits of what he could say. "I'm not sure whether Whale Ocean Commerce approached us before or after the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight. Grandfather sent me to the ultimate fighting ground at the break of dawn, so I wasn't at home. But since people from Whale Ocean Commerce went to the ultimate fighting ground with grandfather, it must mean that they approached us before the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight." Suddenly, rage crossed Miao He's face, and he went on to say, "Grandfather said that Whale Ocean Commerce used to be rather respectful of the Miao family. But ever since we lost 2 veteran class experts, Whale Ocean Commerce became more disrespectful toward us and even threatened grandfather. Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to work with Whale Ocean Commerce after the Blood Pact Ultimate Fight." After he heard what Miao He said, Lin Yuan felt as though he needed to adjust the plan he had in mind for the Miao family. Whale Ocean Commerce's change of attitude toward Connected Beast Park was proof that Whale Ocean Commerce had started looking down on Connected Beast Park ever since they lost 2 veteran Thearch class experts. This also proved the possibility that 10,000 Flags Trading could be eyeing Connected Beast Park. The Miao family was Lin Yuan's prey. Lin Yuan also planned on helping the Miao family produce more creation masters so that he would be able to gain more world crystals. Lin Yuan felt as though someone was trying to fight with him over food. Miao He had said that Whale Ocean Commerce nurtured several new island whales every year. Since Lin Yuan was currently hatching the floating island whale, he knew how much creation master resources were required to hatch one island whale. Most of Whale Ocean Commerce's creation master resources came from Sea Sky Nurture. However, everyone from Sea Sky Nurture was dead. How could Whale Ocean Commerce still have so many creation master resources? After gathering all the information thus far, Lin Yuan felt that 10,000 Flags Trading seemed strange. Lin Yuan and Miao He had arrived at the Miao family's treasure vault entrance. Lin Yuan saw Miao Zhenshan and Miao Zhou waiting for him. "Lord Lin Yuan, I've sent Zhang Kaiwan to a secluded place to rest." "That place?" Before Miao Zhou could finish speaking, Lin Yuan waved his hand and said, "This is your family's business. You don't have to tell me." Miao Zhenshan cheerily ushered Lin Yuan into the Miao family's guest room, where many of the Miao family's descendants were seated. Lin Yuan did not want to chat idly with the Miao family, and he waited for someone to ask him about the golden lotus brocade pearls. However, all of them continued to beat around the bush annoyingly. After chatting for another 10 minutes, Lin Yuan poised himself to leave. Miao Zhou bit his lip and asked tentatively, "Lord Lin Yuan, I heard that you have the golden lotus brocade pearls. Is it possible for us to take a look? Lin Yuan finally let out a breath of relief. What's wrong with this big family? Why did it take them so long to get to the main topic? With all eyes on him, Lin Yuan said, I don't have any more, but I do still have one that I can show you. He waved his hand, and one golden lotus brocade pearl appeared in his hand. The faces of the Miao family's members started twitching, but none dared to allow their disappointment to show. They forcefully pulled the corners of their lips apart and smiled bitterly. When the members of the Miao family studied the golden lotus brocade pearls and sensed the golden lotus brocade pearls' abilities, their bitter smiles contorted into sour countenances. Lin Yuan's lips twitched. They're so ugly. The longer Miao Zhenshan looked at the golden lotus brocade pearls, the more panicked he felt. The Miao family had already lost 2 veteran Thearch class experts, and their combat power had weakened significantly. Although he was a pinnacle Thearch class expert and could still hold down the fort, the loss of 2 veteran Thearch class experts was still unbearable for the Miao family. It was already bad enough to have lost so much combat power. But without the golden lotus brocade pearls, how could Connected Beast Park compete with Coiling Dragon's Valley, which had a high number of golden lotus brocade pearls? Coiling Dragon's Valley and Connected Beast Park had always been bitter rivals. Coiling Dragon's Valley's increase in power would definitely put Connected Beast Park in a tough spot. Someone had to go down for another to go up. Connected Beast Park's finances would eventually decline. Miao Zhenshan thought that giving Lin Yuan 20,000 law source crystals would be sufficient to express their sincerity and for Lin Yuan to accept their request for golden lotus brocade pearls. Yet, Lin Yuan said that there were no more golden lotus brocade pearls. Did those 20,000 law source crystals go down the drain? Miao Zhenshan's heart started to race, and he heard a young voice say, I don't think that what Connected Beast Park lacks the most are golden lotus brocade pearls the most. Miao Zhenshan's expression did not change, but he thought, what else can we need if not golden lotus brocade pearls? Oh! We need Thearch class experts the most. Can you give me Thearch class experts? From the moment he saw Lin Yuan, Miao Zhenshan felt that there was a powerful aura swirling around Lin Yuan. This aura was thick and mysterious, which indicated that Lin Yuan had a powerful presence guarding him. Miao Zhenshan could not circulate his aura in front of Lin Yuan to sense the powerful aura, as it would be seen as an act of provocation. However, as a pinnacle Thearch class expert, Miao Zhenshan had experienced his fair bit of life. Since he could not sense the exact location of the presence that was guarding Lin Yuan, Miao Zhenshan knew that the presence was much stronger than him. Miao Zhenshan thought, if only Lin Yuan could lend this powerful expert to the Miao family. Chapter 1153, Genius Buddy Intelligent Ganoderma Sinensis. Miao Zhenshan suddenly felt that he was daydreaming. It did not take a genius to figure out that the strong expert had been given to Lin Yuan by the Moon Empress to protect him from danger. Even if Lin Yuan agreed to lend the expert to the Miao family, Miao Zhenshan also did not have the courage to make use of him. Lin Yuan went on to say, I heard about the Blood Pact ultimate fight between Sky City and the Zheng family. I know the Miao family suffered serious losses because you helped the Zheng family. I can't believe 2 of your veteran Thearch class experts died on the ultimate fighting ground for the sake of another family. If you want to nurture another 2 Thearch class experts, there's no way you can do without pure law crystals. The expressions of the members of the Miao family changed. The deaths of Han Tianhe and Lu Yunchen were wounds that everyone from the Miao family had to bear. The wound was still open, and Lin Yuan had poured salt into it. Moreover, Miao Qi had sensed the faint contempt in Lin Yuan's words, and she found it extremely disconcerting. By mentioning the Miao family's need for pure law crystals, Lin Yuan was referring to the breakdown of the Miao family's relationship with the Bamboo Monarch. She had been the one who caused the Bamboo Monarch to turn hostile toward Connected Beast Park, so Lin Yuan's words were a jab right in between her ribs. No one could blame her for feeling this way because she had sensed cold, unfeeling gazes from many of the Miao family's direct descendants. Since Lin Yuan could not give them any golden lotus brocade pearls, Miao Zhenshan no longer wanted to keep Lin Yuan. After losing 2 veteran Thearch class experts, the Miao family was in the midst of dealing with the messy aftermath. Miao Zhenshan was afraid that another word from Lin Yuan's mouth would cause the Miao family's mood to fray even more. Just as Miao Zhenshan was about to hint at Lin Yuan to leave, Lin Yuan said, but if you do have pure law crystals and decent pinnacle emperor class experts, it'll be much easier for the Miao family to gain Thearch class experts. Lin Yuan opened his hand, and a shiny law crystal appeared in his hand. Miao Zhenshan's eyes immediately lit up. Since Connected Beast Park was a top faction with a creation master role, it was easy for them to nurture Emperor-class experts. Moreover, most of the Miao family's resources went to collecting various law crystals that were used to nurture Emperor-class experts. There were at least 10 pinnacle Emperor-class experts in the Miao family, and some of them were less than a step away from Thearch class. This step was equivalent to 1 law crystal. Thus, the law crystal in Lin Yuan's hand would allow the Miao family to produce another Thearch class expert. At first, Miao Zhenshan had cursed Lin Yuan to himself. I gave you 20,000 law source crystals, but you not only have no golden lotus brocade pearls to give Connected Beast Park, but you even poured salt into my family's wound. You're terrible. But the moment Lin Yuan took out the law crystal, he immediately became more precious to Miao Zhenshan than his own grandsons were. The pinnacle Emperor-class experts besides Miao Zhenshan were also brimming with excitement. It was highly likely that this law crystal would be used on one of them. They had been stuck as pinnacle Emperor-class experts for a long time. Given the right opportunity, they could immediately become Thearch-class experts. Moreover, with Miao Zhenshan around, they would easily be able to overcome the trial of world creation as well. Miao Zhenshan's eyes were fixed on the law crystal in Lin Yuan's hand, and his wrinkled face bloomed into a bright smile. Lord Lin Yuan, did you find anything in the treasure vault that was of interest? I'll immediately send someone to fetch it for you, said Miao Zhenshan. Lin Yuan shook the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box on his sleeve and said, I chose the Shatter Spatial Stone, and Miao he has already given it to me. I stopped at the 23rd section of the treasure vault, and I'm not certain what the remaining 7 sections contain. If you want this law crystal, take a look at this list. There's no way that all of Connected Beast Park's resources are in the treasure vault, right? If you have anything that's on this list, I can consider exchanging it for law crystals. He had prepared the list long ago, and it listed the spiritual ingredients that were most beneficial for his phase evolutions. Since Lin Yuan wanted his phase to evolve to the best of their abilities, these spiritual ingredients were all expensive and rare. Lin Yuan had spent a lot of time scouring markets for them. However, he never encountered any of them besides the mountain containing embryo. Miao Zhenshan read through Lin Yuan's list and pursed his lips. Connected Beast Park did not have many of the spiritual ingredients on the list. They had once possessed most of the spiritual ingredients listed, but they were so effective that they had been immediately used up. Still, Connected Beast Park had a few left in storage. Lord Lin Yuan, the Miao family still has 5 mountain-containing embryos. We don't have any intelligent Ganoderma sinensis ramets, but we do have its spores. The spores are full of life and can grow into new intelligent Ganoderma sinensis after special nurturing. However, it will be expensive to nurture them. If you like, I can give you all the spores. Lin Yuan immediately smiled. 5 mountain-containing embryos were enough to evolve the Source Sand to Fantasy 4. If they were of good quality, Source Sand could even be evolved to Fantasy V. The intelligent Ganoderma sinensis was a heaven and earth fey that could temper the mind and soul. This made it extremely suitable to evolve genius quality. If Genius ate 1 mature intelligent Ganoderma sinensis, it might evolve to Fantasy 2. With the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores, Lin Yuan could nurture many child ramets, and it would eventually be able to evolve Fantasy V. Lin Yuan had expected that Connected Beast Park would not have many items on the list. He was surprised that Connected Beast Park had a fair amount of 2 of the items he needed. Chapter 1154, What does trading have to do with status? Lin Yuan lifted his hand and tossed the law crystal at Miao Zhenshan. Here you go. I shall take the 5 mountain-containing embryos and intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores, and you can have this law crystal. Miao Zhenshan should be happy that the Miao family had gained a pure law crystal after losing 2 Thearch class experts. However, Miao Zhenshan's expression was still scrunched up in displeasure. Although the 5 mountain-containing embryos were very precious, they could not match up to the law crystal's value. However, the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis was much more precious. Miao Zhenshan was willing to give up the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores because he wanted to obtain another law crystal from Lin Yuan. Spiritual type phase and soul type phase were the most expensive types of fey. The intelligent Ganoderma sinensis was the best type of fey to evolve spiritual type and soul type phase. Miao Zhenshan had paid a heavy price to preserve the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores when he used the child ramets. His chest still hurt when he thought of the price he had paid. Lu Yunshan's ghost-arched demon beast had also used the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis to evolve to myth breed. Besides its value, Miao Zhenshan also wanted to keep the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis for sentimental reasons. Naturally, Lin Yuan knew of the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores' value. Miao Zhenshan had said that there was a bag of spores. This meant that he would be able to nurture at least 100 intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Lin Yuan had no problem obtaining the pure spirit chi that was required to nurture the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. All he needed to do was find a jade-textured piece of wood and drill small holes in it. He would scatter the spores all over the small holes. When spouts grew from the small holes, he could replant them into new jade-textured wood pieces where they could grow freely. Lin Yuan and the Miao family's trade was complicated. It appeared as though he was helping them, but he was actually doing everything for selfish reasons. When they traded for law crystals, it would be the right time for Lin Yuan to crush Connected Beast Park. Lin Yuan's sword would be swift and merciless. While Miao Zhenshan was hesitating, some pinnacle emperor-class experts could not help but pitch in. Leader, Elder Han and Elder Lu are gone. You and Ahong aren't enough to continue expanding the Miao family. Exactly. You have to stay in the manor while Anti-Hong guards the treasure vault. Without new Thearch-class experts, the Miao family won't have the strength to cope with external Thearch-class power. Father, we've been storing the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis for decades. It's so difficult to nurture that there's no point in keeping it. Leader, we'll be able to get instant results when we use the law crystal. The more Thearch-class experts we have, the more powerful the Miao family will become. The person who addressed Miao Zhenshan as father stood out from the rest who had spoken up. Lin Yuan turned toward the direction of the voice and pursed his lips. The person did not have good posture, and his skin was saggy as well. Lin Yuan could tell that this person was not an emperor-class expert. He recalled the list of Miao family direct descendants and thought, this should be the only male from the Miao family's previous generation and the family's black sheep. He must be Miao Xing. The Miao family was currently receiving a guest, and even Miao Zhenshan had to keep a smile plastered on his face at all times. Every person should be addressing Miao Zhenshan as leader during such a situation. Miao Zhou and Miao He had addressed Miao Zhenshan as grandfather at the entrance of the treasure vault. But while they were in the guest room, they also addressed Miao Zhenshan as leader. Lin Yuan had clearly taken advantage of the Miao family, and he was uncertain if Miao Zhenshan would agree. The other emperor-class experts had spoken up because the law crystals would directly benefit them. Lin Yuan did not understand why Miao Xing had spoken as well because he had no stake in the deal. But after Miao Xing spoke, Lin Yuan was sure that the deal was sealed. Miao Xing was Miao Zhenshan's only son, and his father would have to support his opinion so as not to make a mockery of the Miao family. Miao Zhenshan glared viciously at Miao Xing. Miao Xing smiled playfully as though he was used to receiving such a response. Miao Zhenshan started to cough. Lin Yuan finally knew why Miao Qi was the pillar that supported the previous generation of the Miao family. He also knew why Miao Zhenshan had named his grandsons as young leader despite his son being in the prime of his life. Miao Zhenshan gnashed his teeth and said, Lord Lin Yuan, I shall not say no since it's you. Lin Yuan waved his hand and replied, a deal is a deal. It has nothing to do with status. If you feel that the deal is unfair and don't want the law crystal, you don't have to force yourself. We can call the deal off, and I'll find the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis and mountain-containing embryos somewhere else. Miao Zhenshan thought, I would have snatched all your law crystals away if not for your status. Miao Zhenshan was afraid that Lin Yuan would up the price and hastily said to Miao He, Ahi, tell Mammy Hong to fetch the mountain-containing embryos and intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores. Miao He walked out of the guest room and smiled. Since his grandfather had thought of him first, it meant that he was much more important to his grandfather than Miao Zhou was. Lin Yuan took out a second law crystal and said, it must be fate that led to me being here at the Miao family today. Since the Miao family lost 2 Thearch-class experts, I can recover that loss. As long as you have enough pinnacle emperor-class experts, you can produce as many Thearch experts as you want. Lin Yuan took out another 5 law crystals. Besides the law crystal that he had already given Miao Zhenshan, the other 6 law crystals sparkled blindingly in his hand. Chapter 1155, New Journey of Blood and Fire. Lin Yuan's action captured the attention of every person in the room, and their eyes followed the hypnotizing movements of Lin Yuan's hand. Miao Zhenshan was shocked to see Lin Yuan produce another 6 law crystals. From the number of law crystals that Lin Yuan produced, Miao Zhenshan could see how much the Moon Empress doted on Lin Yuan, and he knew that Lin Yuan had law crystals to spare. But when he thought of how high the cost of 1 law crystal had been, Miao Zhenshan went numb. However, a moment later, he was filled with excitement. 2 Thearch class experts would be enough to fill up for Connected Beast Park's loss in Thearch class power. There were currently 7 Pinnacle Emperor class experts in the Miao family. Lin Yuan must have taken out 6 law crystals after calculating the exact number of Pinnacle Emperor class experts in the Miao family. After trading with Lin Yuan, the Miao family would be able to gain 7 new Thearch class experts. Not only would their combat power not have decreased, but it would increase instead, albeit none of the 7 new Thearch class experts would be able to match up to Han Tianhe or Liu Yunshan. Han Tianhe and Liu Yunshan could easily kill the 7 new Thearch class experts during a fight. However, the 2 veteran Thearch class experts would not be as agile as the 7 new Thearch class experts. Since he was the pillar of the Miao family's combat power, they would have top combat power. Miao Zhenshan decided to go for broke. The resources could be earned and gained again. Connected Beast Park would be able to develop the role of mercenary and cut into the 5 Thearch soldiers' business with 7 new Thearch class experts. The 5 Thearch soldiers had always been on good terms with Coiling Dragon's Valley. If Connected Beast Park could impact the 5 Thearch soldiers' business, it would make up for their failure to compete with Coiling Dragon's Valley when it came to their creation master role. However, what Lin Yuan said next made the faces of Miao Zhenshan and the Pinnacle Emperor class experts fall. Don't be in such a rush to jump for joy. It won't be so easy to get law crystals from me. I took out so many law crystals with the intention of giving you a choice. In exchange for these 6 law crystals and the previous one, I would like to take all of the creation world ley lines of the 7 feys that overcome the trial of world creation. You can choose to say no, but that will mean that our trade deal will end here. I will also be taking 5 Myth 3 Fey corpses for every law crystal if you agree. The Myth 3 Fey corpses have to be at least 90% whole. When I took a stroll in the Miao family's treasure vault, I saw that you have at least 30 of such Fey corpses. Okay, my time is precious. Please think about it until Miao he returns. If I don't receive a reply by the time Miao he returns, I will take it as you don't agree to the deal, and I'll return home immediately. Lin Yuan continued to move the 6 law crystals around in his hand. The members of the Miao family had strained yet fearful expressions on their faces. Taking away the creation world ley line of any creation breed fey would be a serious blow to it, much less a fey that had just evolved to creation breed. If a creation breed fey that had just evolved to creation breed did not use their creation world ley line to lay the foundation of their law world, their foundation could not be improved in the future. This deal was essentially trading a hopeless future for the chance to evolve to creation breed. Moreover, each law crystal came with the price of 5 whole Myth 3 Fey corpses. The entire Miao family was stunned by how callous Lin Yuan was, as it was basically impossible for anyone to accept such terms. However, Lin Yuan had something that the Miao family desperately needed. After some time, Miao he happily skipped back into the guest room. Miao Zhenshan made a decision without asking for the opinions of the Pinnacle Emperor class experts. Ahi, go to the treasure vault and tell Mammy Hong to pick 30 of the best Myth 3 Fey corpses. Miao he was stunned to hear such an order and sensed that the mood in the room was wrong. What was worth trading 30 complete Myth 3 Fey bodies for? But when he saw his grandfather's expression, Miao he did not ask any questions and turned to run off in the direction of the treasure vault. Lin Yuan walked over to Miao Zhenshan and placed the 6 law crystals in Miao Zhenshan's hand. I'm not a heartless person. When I interacted with Miao Zhou a while ago, I found him to be a pretty good person. Let's do this. Law crystals won't be able to guarantee that Pinnacle Emperor class experts phase will be able to evolve to creation breed. I promise to make your 7 Pinnacle Emperor class experts transform into Thearch class today. If there are any law crystals left over, they shall be my gift to the Miao family. Lin Yuan's words made the expressions of the Miao family's members soften as this promise took all the risk off of them. Miao Zhenshan would not be able to accept only 1 or 2 Emperor class experts becoming Thearch class after they sacrificed so many resources to trade for 7 law crystals. When he left the Miao family residence, Lin Yuan saw that night was almost here. The horizon was a beautiful picture of fiery red while the dark purple night stained its edges and darkened the sunset. Lin Yuan stretched and felt the spring breeze envelop him. He was amazed at how much he gained from this trip. While Lin Yuan rode Blackie back to the return from faraway mansion, the Miao family was also rejoicing. Although they were still sore over losing resources in the creation world ley lines, the sight of the 7 new Thearch class experts replaced all the pain with endless ambition. 4 of the 7 Pinnacle Emperor class experts had not needed Lin Yuan's law crystals, while the remaining 3 did. From the Miao family's perspective, they had made a profit. They also saw Lin Yuan as their savior now instead of a villain. The person most grateful to Lin Yuan was Miao Zhou. Miao Zhou had been pushed to the depths of hell because of Lin Yuan, but Lin Yuan was also the one who had just rocketed him to heaven. This roller coaster ride gave Miao Zhou a small touch of Stockholm Syndrome, and he saw Lin Yuan only as his savior. If Lin Yuan knew how Miao Zhou saw him, he would definitely wonder if Miao Zhou had a strangely warped personality. By now, Lin Yuan had settled all of the business he had in the Radiance Federation. Although Sky City had defeated the Zheng family and was about to enter a stage of rapid advancement, Lin Yuan had made preparations for the role that everyone had to play in order to keep Sky City functioning like a well-oiled machine. Lin Yuan finally had the time to leave the Radiance Federation and train in foreign lands. That was destined to be a journey of blood and fire. Chapter 1156, Road Paved with Peril. As opposed to the Miao family's happiness, the elegant middle-aged man in Whale Ocean Commerce was in the middle of a chess game with a gentle-looking man. Both men had their brows furrowed. The gentle-looking man had a pair of jug ears and looked rather comical. However, no one would dare to mock the jug-eared man because he was the leader of 10,000 flags, De Wanchen. To the factions not part of a governing body, De Wanchen was truly like the sky. Whale Ocean Commerce had the most difficult role amongst all the factions. Their role was overseas trading, which required island whales. At least 10 mid-ranked creation masters needed to work tirelessly for 2 to 3 years in order to nurture one island whale. This was not an easy burden to bear for most top factions. There were very few factions that would choose to nurture island whales to increase their faction's power. As difficult as Whale Ocean Commerce's role was, they were also able to use it to gain more foreign resources through overseas trading. As such, other factions were all eager to gain favor with Whale Ocean Commerce. Although Whale Ocean Commerce could not compete with Rhine Lifeform and Cage of Brahma insects when it came to brute strength, Whale Ocean Commerce had the most bootlickers among the top 3 top factions. De Wanchen looked at the chess pieces that had law crystals embedded into them and swept them back into the box. When he saw his brother's austere expression, De Wanchen knew that their chess game had come to an end. He tossed down the chess pieces in his hand and said, "Big brother, if you're not in the mood, let's not play anymore. Given the news we obtained from our source in the Miao family, shall we continue with our plan for the Miao family?" De Wanchen looked at De Wanchen. Clearly, he had been pondering the same question. De Wanchen did not immediately say what he was thinking. Instead, he asked, "Wanchen, what would you do if the decision lay in your hands?" De Wanchen touched his scarred eyebrow and pondered for a long while before saying, "If it were me, I would choose to put a temporary stop to the plans." De Wanchen was not surprised to hear De Wanchen's response, and he gestured for De Wanchen to continue with his explanation. De Wanchen dutifully replied, "Big brother, our mole in the Miao family holds a high rank. There's no way he'd feed us false information. Moreover, he is very disciplined and won't cause any trouble." The Moon Empress disciple gave pure law crystals to Connected Beast Park and enabled them to gain 7 new Thearch class experts. We have to take this into consideration carefully. It's possible that the Moon Empress disciple has forged a deal with Connected Beast Park or even with the Moon Empress herself. That person is already enraged that we lost one of the Gardner Konjac seeds. I suggest maintaining our working relationship with the Miao family and allowing them to use our last Gardner Konjac seed to nurture child Raymets. The child Raymets might be able to find the lost Gardner Konjac seed. The best case scenario will be to find it. But even if we can't, we'll still be able to answer to that person. Otherwise, there's a high chance that he'll break off his collaboration with us. If our collaboration falls through, all our efforts over the years will have been for nothing. Third sister only has one step left. She can't show her face in her current state." A look of regret crossed De Wanchen's face, and he thought, "I should have pulled something out of my sleeve or put more pressure on the Miao family when I was negotiating with Miao Zhenshan so that they wouldn't have been able to get close with the Moon Empress disciple." De Wanchen usually never had a word of opposition in Whale Ocean Commerce. De Wanchen made most decisions while De Wanchen carried them out. But before De Wanchen made any decision, he would seek De Wanchen's opinion first. At first, De Wanchen had decided to go big or go home because Cultivated Garden's attitude toward Whale Ocean Commerce had changed during the course of their collaboration. This meant that it was likely that Tianfeng had sensed the changes in Whale Ocean Commerce. Having a member of royalty breathing down his back made all of De Wanchen's strands of hair stand on end, and he felt that Whale Ocean Commerce and Third Sister's time was running out. If Third Sister could not take that last step soon, Whale Ocean Commerce would be ruined. But if Third Sister could take that last step, an earth-shattering change would take place in the Radiance Federation. Whale Ocean commerce would also be able to break through from the brackets of top factions. The Moon Empress, Bamboo Monarch, and Chef Supreme were so revered because they were Class 5 creation masters. Third Sister was already seeing the light at the end of the tunnel in the road to evolving from a pinnacle Class 4 to Class 5 creation master. Although she would not escape from this road unscathed, and it was paved with danger, no one from Whale Ocean commerce was willing to give up on this chance to change the fate of the entire faction. Now that the Miao family had established a connection to the Moon Empress disciple, there had to be something more serious taking place in the background. In the future, Connected Beast Park and the Moon Empress disciple would definitely meet more often. Although the Miao family had announced that they were not going to appear in public for some time, that did not mean that they were not going to meet with the Moon Empress disciple. Whale Ocean commerce already had a member of royalty's attention and could not handle another member of royalty's badgering. After thinking for a moment, De Wanchen stood up and said, "I'll go and see Third Sister. We'll go ahead with our collaboration with the Miao family as discussed. Put everything else on hold for now." That person said that he would be making a trip to the Radiance Federation. He might be able to help with Third Sister's last step. De Wanchen's eyes shone with deviousness. Was his scheme intended for the Miao family or a member of royalty? Or could it be intended for that person? Chapter 1157, Final Preparation. Lin Yuan sought out Listen the moment he returned to the mansion. He had already prepared the resources he needed for his training in the Divine Wood Federation. Although Listen had done most of the preparation work, Lin Yuan had also checked on Listen's progress several times. Listen took out 30 diamond phase storage boxes and said, "Young master, there are various types of resources in these 30 phase storage boxes. I prepared more resources for your trip to the Divine Wood Federation than for the Marsh World. While I was preparing the resources for the Marsh World, I didn't bother to prepare some of these resources. This time, I was thorough in my preparations. What do you think?" Listen had a look of delighted admiration on his face. He was a composed person who was good at people skills. Hence, he knew the right thing to say no matter who he was talking to. This was the first time that Lin Yuan had heard Listen beg for praise. From the way that Listen looked at him with adoration, Lin Yuan knew that the main reason was that he had utterly defeated the Zheng family. All the hate in Listen's heart had been resolved, and his dead family members could be appeased. At first, Lin Yuan had not intended on checking the resources that Listen had prepared because Listen gave his full effort in everything he did and was very trustworthy. But since Listen was waiting for praise, Lin Yuan carefully inspected the resources that Listen had prepared. Lin Yuan marveled at what he saw. The resources were all prepared to perfection, and they surpassed Lin Yuan's expectations. He would have no problem setting up the basic foundation for the restricted area in the Divine Wood Federation with these resources. Lin Yuan's praise for Listen immediately made Listen start grinning like a moron. Lin Yuan said to Listen seriously, "Listen, you'll have to go to Indigo Azure City yourself to collect all the Zheng family's luxury resources from Zhengqian and move them to the royal capital. After you take hold of the Zheng family's luxury resources, the Listening Heron Chamber of Commerce can officially start using it for business. Once the Heavenly Craft Pavilion gets its production up, it'll become the center of the luxury goods business in the royal capital. While I'm at the Divine Wood Federation, I'll properly observe the situation and see if luxury goods are needed there. If they do, we'll be able to conduct trade there even without the island whales." Listen nodded solemnly. Lin Yuan had already told him about his plans for Zhengqian. Listen did not have any ill will toward Zhengqian because he also yearned for the destruction of the Zheng family. He was fired up by what Lin Yuan said about being the center of the luxury goods business in the Radiance Federation. This was the next goal that Listen would work hard for. After Listen left, Hu Chuan excitedly said to Lin Yuan, "Lin Yuan, I've chosen the spirit craftsman. There wasn't much choice, but they're all pretty good." Hu Chuan winked meaningfully at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan knew what Hu Chuan meant. The spirit craftsmen in the Heavenly Craft Pavilion were all well-rounded, but Hu Chuan was referring to their sense of loyalty. The spirit craftsmen that were just chosen were not as loyal as the 35 spirit craftsmen in the Marsh World that had volunteered without hearing what they would gain. Although these spirit craftsmen were not as commendable, they were still trustworthy. "Uncle Hu, I might not take all 50 of these spirit craftsmen. Once the space tunnel is built, I'll be able to ascertain how many trips I'll be able to make with the spatial crystals I have on hand." Lin Yuan thought, "I should really go and find some phase that can produce spatial spiritual ingredients. Otherwise, the ethereal jellyfish's dissociate catch won't be able to produce a sustainable number of spatial crystals." It was fortunate that Chef Supreme had given him the jeweled cave golden toad. Otherwise, he would struggle to transport people through Klein Hub to the Marsh world. He would only be able to bring 1 or 2 people with him when he used the space tunnel to travel to the Divine Wood Federation. Fan Hansheng had already delivered the dark crystal armored insects, and they were producing their shells in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Lin Yuan had already told the Moon Empress about his plan to travel to the Divine Wood Federation, and 100 spirit-mouthed peonies had already grown from absorbing Lin Yuan's spirit chi. Everything in the Radiance Federation was progressing well, and Lin Yuan had no cause for worry. Lin Yuan only needed to bring Wen Yu over every week to hold the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. He was going to the Divine Wood Federation to broaden his horizons and grow. Lu Ji and Lin Yuan had the same goal of becoming a Radiance envoy in 2 years' time. As such, Lin Yuan had already asked Lu Ji if he also had training plans. Lu Ji was the leader of Sky City's white-clothed followers, but the white-clothed followers were all training with Duan He. This meant that Lu Ji had time on his hands. Thus, he decided to go with Lin Yuan to the Divine Wood Federation to train. Actually, Lu Ji also dreamed of becoming the best retainer he could and becoming Lin Yuan's sword and shield. Although he had already become the disciple of a member of royalty, this dream remained unchanged. A bright light had shone into the depths of Lu Ji's soul, and it had given life to an unshakable faith. When Lin Yuan returned to his room, he took out a few sets of clothes and stored them in the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box before he used Blackie to transport him and Hu Chuan to the basement entrance. Lin Yuan saw that Lu Ji was already standing at the basement entrance, and he was instructing the insect queen to produce shield ladybugs to transport stone slabs for the spirit craftsman. When Lu Ji saw Lin Yuan, he stopped helping the spirit craftsman, and he dismissed the insect queen before walking up to Lin Yuan. Chapter 1158, Lin Yuan's Goal. Lin Yuan, my insect queen has reached the limit of the number of insect species carcinoma phase that it can control. I won't have to go to the spirit guard's land for some time, and I've asked Master for a leave of absence. I also don't have much to do for the Radiance 100 sequence. When you return to the Radiance Federation, I can stay and guard the Divine Wood Federation base. Lu Ji was currently wearing a half armor of average quality, and he looked just like any other adventurer. By comparison, Lin Yuan felt that he looked not like an adventurer but the son of a rich family that was on vacation. He had already done ample research to learn about the entire Startling Lines continent. He and Lu Ji had different outstanding features than the natives of the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. It was just like how Lin Yuan had immediately noticed that the people in the Water World Dimensional Rift were not like the people from the Radiance Federation. The people from the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation would easily be able to tell that Lin Yuan was a foreigner. However, Lin Yuan did not need feys that could alter appearances because people from the Great Lush Federation also had black eyes and hair like the people from the Radiance Federation. But there was also a rumor that people from the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation were not on friendly terms with the business-savvy people from the Great Lush Federation. Apparently, they often killed and stole from traders from the Great Lush Federation and blamed it on each other. Lin Yuan and Lu Ji's looks would not allow them to blend in smoothly. Lin Yuan had his own goal of going to the Divine Wood Federation, or rather the Startling Lines continent. The 3 federations in the Startling Lines continent were neighbors, and they formed a unique culture of their own that was different from the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan wanted to try and combine the resources from the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation to enable Sky City to advance as quickly as possible. This would also give Sky City the ability to fight against Tower Cannon. Nonetheless, this was just a goal. He had not even stepped foot on Divine Wood Federation soil yet. When he arrived at the basement's tunnel, Lin Yuan saw the spirit craftsman chiseling images on the stone walls. The images featured wolves howling at the moon, tigers living in the mountains, deers hiding in the forests, and elephants lifting logs. Every spirit craftsman added their own touch to their handiwork to make the images appear lifelike. Lin Yuan had started out with 100 Sunlight King Lotuses. But after being nurtured by Master Hong Shen, the Sunlight King Lotuses now filled the entire basement. The roots of the newly grown Sunlight King Lotuses were tightly entangled with the roots of the Sunlight King Lotus Ortet that was growing in submerged Flood Dragon Lake. This allowed the sunlight absorbed by the Ortet to be transferred to the basement and fill it with bright light. As Lin Yuan looked at the Sunlight King Lotuses, he felt that it was a shame that they could not release pure sunlight. The Sunlight King Lotuses had already absorbed the nourishing parts of the sunlight. As such, the sunlight they released was not considered genuine clear weather, and Grey could not absorb it. Otherwise, Grey would have been able to quickly evolve by absorbing the sunlight released by the Sunlight King Lotuses. Hu Chuan had no idea whether Lin Yuan was sighing at the Sunlight King lotuses or the wall. He instinctively assumed that Lin Yuan did not like the wall carvings and hurriedly explained, "Lin Yuan, take a good look at the animal carvings on the wall. About 2/3 of them are made of triangles. I specially designed this so as to fortify the wall." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Why don't you carve the same images when we arrive at the Divine Wood Federation? This basement under the mansion is meant to evade prying eyes and for convenience's sake. But we don't have a base of our own at the Divine Wood Federation. Anything we build there will need to focus on defense and obscurity." Hu Chuan nodded excitedly. The more requests Lin Yuan had, the better spiritual materials would be provided and the greater challenge it would be for Hu Chuan. Hu Chuan would also have a greater sense of accomplishment when he completed the task. When they arrived at the end of the basement, Lin Yuan noticed that the places he had pointed out were much sturdier than other areas. Evidently, Hu Chuan had put in a lot of effort. Lin Yuan summoned the ethereal jellyfish and instructed it to feel out the area. Eventually, the ethereal jellyfish sensed the faint presence of spatial fluctuations. Hu Chuan confidently said, "I added many floating silver strands inside this wall. I used all the floating silver strands aside from the ones set aside for the Fey carriage. I even asked the Mother of Bloodbath and Endless Summer to check. They are not spatial Feys, and they could not sense what was going on inside the mountain unless they circulated their spiritual power. It was only when Endless Summer circulated its spiritual power that it was able to sense that the mountain was hollow." Lin Yuan immediately knew that Hu Chuan had another meaning from Hu Quan's expression. He also meant to say that more floating silver was needed to make the anti-spying effects the best that he could in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan no longer had any floating silver, but he had prepared some spiritual ingredients that could divide space. He could also go to the Divine Wood Federation to obtain spiritual ingredients that were not available in the Radiance Federation. Lin Yuan was a complete stranger to many Feys in the Divine Wood Federation. First, he took out half of the spatial mother shellfish's shell and ordered the ethereal jellyfish to use space tunnel. In a flash, Lin Yuan felt intense spatial fluctuations materialize, and a crack appeared in the space in front of him. Lin Yuan threw the spatial mother shellfish's shell into the crack. The moment the spatial mother shellfish's shell flew into the torn space and was activated by the spatial power, the space between the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation vanished. Chapter 1159, First time at Divine Wood Federation. The crack widened to 3 meters and elongated to 2 meters. The spatial energy on this newly formed door turned into many images of a silver crest. As the number of beautiful silver crests increased, it sealed the large door into permanent existence. The space tunnel linking the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation was finally open, and Lin Yuan could take his first journey to the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan did not have a lot of spiritual ingredients. Thus, he could not make the trip whilst empty-handed. He had to fit Hu Chuan and Lu Ji in the jeweled cave Golden Toad. If there were any space left, he would fit a few spirit craftsmen inside too. Hence, Lin Yuan said to Lu Ji and Hu Chuan, "Uncle Hu, Big Brother Lu, you'll have to try your best to struggle through your time in this instrument. Otherwise, you won't be able to pass through the space tunnel. I'll let you out the moment we arrive at the Divine Wood Federation." Lin Yuan suddenly remembered that Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian were still in the jeweled cave Golden Toad. Although the three of them had sworn their loyalties to Lin Yuan on a willpower rune, Lin Yuan still did not trust them completely. In order to protect Lu Ji and Hu Chuan, Lin Yuan immediately sent the invisible demon into Lu Ji's shadow. He stored Lu Ji and Hu Chuan in the jeweled cave Golden Toad before picking some of the spirit craftsmen that Hu Chuan had recommended and storing them inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad as well. After squeezing 10 people inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad, Lin Yuan took out the ethereal jellyfish's spatial crystals. Ever since the ethereal jellyfish had evolved to Diamond X/Legend, it had produced 24 spatial crystals. Lin Yuan tossed one spatial crystal into the space tunnel and waited for a moment. However, nothing happened. This was when Lin Yuan knew that one spatial crystal was insufficient to sustain travel. When Lin Yuan tossed the 8th spatial crystal into the space tunnel, the silver crests started to move, and a powerful force sucked Lin Yuan in. Lin Yuan flew out of the other end of the space tunnel and landed on his rear. His vision was spinning, and he fought to draw breath in his dizzied state. Damn! It's so uncomfortable to travel long distance through the space tunnel. After 5 minutes, Lin Yuan's head finally cleared. He was able to recover so quickly because his body had been completely cleansed of impurities. If a normal person had traveled through the space tunnel, they would have fainted. Lin Yuan immediately let out Hu Chuan, Lu Ji, the 3 Class 4 creation masters, and the 5 spirit craftsmen from the jeweled cave golden toad. The 10 of them had been squished together inside the jeweled cave golden toad. If they had not been clothed, awkward accidents would have taken place. The experience had been torturous. Lin Yuan did not want Hu Chuan and Lu Ji to continue suffering. Now, Lin Yuan finally had the time to look around the area that Mystic Moon had chosen. Lin Yuan looked around and saw that stone walls surrounded the area. He could not immediately get a feel for the area, but he knew that it was probably a pit. It was clear from the setup that he saw before him how detailed Mystic Moon had been in his choice. When he looked up, he saw that the pit's opening was blocked by something, and only faint rays of light were spilling in. These faint rays of light were what allowed Lin Yuan to see his surroundings. The walls were embedded with gold spatial break tungsten, a metal-type spiritual ingredient produced in the Radiance Federation that could shield spatial spying. It was mostly used in the creation of fey carriages or embedded in the walls of the Creation Master breeding room to keep out prying eyes. However, the spatial break tungsten could not compare to the floating silver when it came to shielding. In the Radiance Federation, spatial-type metal spiritual ingredients were rare, and all of them sold for jaw-dropping prices at the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Lin Yuan had personal experience with this. He had heard about how Ostrich Logistics had bought up all the spatial-type spiritual ingredients and caused their prices to inflate. When Lin Yuan went to the Hidden Moon Pavilion to search for spatial-type spiritual ingredients, he did not turn up much, no matter how much money he was willing to spend. Mystic Moon had embedded spatial break tungsten all over the walls because he was afraid that the opening of the space tunnel would attract attention. As he looked up at the 40-meter deep hole, Lin Yuan was amazed by Mystic Moon. Since the space tunnel was opened underground, he could also build the base in this hole. When Hu Chuan saw the spatial break tungsten on the walls, he clapped and said, "Lin Yuan, there has to be at least 1 ton worth of spatial break tungsten on the walls. I'll instruct the jade severing blade mantis to break apart the spatial break tungsten and grind them into stones to be spread around on the ground. The spatial break tungsten can also be used to create the underground palace. This should be enough to set up the basic shielding component. I can find suitable spiritual ingredients to embed them into the walls to strengthen the shielding effect." Hu Chuan started to touch the rocky walls to get a sense of the wall's quality. He felt passion surge within him and shouted to the 5 spirit craftsmen behind him, "Quickly come over and help me dig out some of these rocks. See how the rock granules compare to the composition of crystals. After touching them for a while, I think that the rock wall has a high percentage of sand. We won't be able to use these rocks to hold up the underground palace. We'll have to use metal-type spiritual ingredients as the supporting structure." Lin Yuan tossed the 30 diamond fey storage boxes full of resources to Hu Chuan and said, "Uncle Hu, you don't have to worry about a resource problem because you shouldn't have a problem using the spiritual ingredients in these 30 diamond fey storage boxes to build the foundation for a 1,000 square foot underground palace." Chapter 1160, The Spirit Chi Sensitive Squirrel. Lin Yuan paused for a moment before saying, "Unfortunately, 1 trip through the space tunnel takes up too many spiritual ingredients, and I only have enough for 1 more return trip. There's going to be another astronomical parliament in 3 days' time, and I have to be back for that. Uncle Hu, you'll have to shoulder all the work with these 5 spirit craftsmen for a while." Lin Yuan was slightly frustrated. He could get used to the dizziness from traveling through the space tunnel, but the number of spiritual ingredients required for every trip had far surpassed his expectations. Lin Yuan decided that one of his main goals while he was in the Divine Wood Federation, would be to collect spatial spiritual ingredients. Otherwise, there was a chance that he would not be able to make it back for the weekly Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting. It was easy for those who had formed contracts with the North-South constellation seats to attend the parliamentary meeting as they were called to the Astronomical Parliament the moment they started dreaming at a set time. However, the contractors of the 12 zodiac constellation seats needed to enter the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting with Wen Yu in order to activate Star Spirit seat. Hu Chuan absent-mindedly patted the walls and said enthusiastically, "Building the underground palace with only 5 of them will be slower, but as long as there are enough materials, it should only take us 2 weeks to create the basic structure of the underground palace. However, the sandstone has to be cleared out first. Without special phase to clear out the space, it will take us more than a day to clear out just 50 square meters." Lin Yuan chuckled and said, "That's simple. Leave it to me. But first, we need to go up and take a look around." Lin Yuan nodded at Lu Ji. Lu Ji summoned the Insect Queen and instructed it to go into a state of production. The Insect Queen turned into an enormous hive, and 10 hurricane owlet moths were quickly produced. Lu Ji instructed the insect queen to turn into a small fairy. Each of the 10 hurricane owlet moths grabbed a person and flapped their powerful wings to take the group up to the surface. It was already deep into the night at the Radiance Federation, but it was only noon at the Divine Wood Federation, and the sun was beating down on them. Lin Yuan was astonished by what he was seeing. He was in the middle of a forest, and there were tall plants no matter where he looked. There was a giant tree less than 10 meters beside Lin Yuan. It was almost 30 meters tall, and not even 5 men would be able to wrap their arms around it. There were many of these giant trees, and the spaces in between them were filled with smaller trees and various other wild plants. A small squirrel scampered toward them. When it saw the group of people, it froze for a moment before running up to Lin Yuan and sniffing him. It climbed up to Lin Yuan's shoulder, and a ferocious roar bellowed from a distance. A 1-meter-tall dog fey covered in long black and brown fur charged over. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the long-furred dog fey. He saw that it was the bronze 4/normal scab spotted dog, and its exclusive skill was poison scab. Poison scab, contagious pus will ooze out when the scabs beneath the fur break. When a target is infected by coming into contact with the pus, the target's skin will start to itch and decay. The scab-spotted dog had a disgusting exclusive skill, and Lin Yuan shuddered to think of his skin being infected. The scab-spotted dog started barking from the moment it caught sight of Lin Yuan as a form of intimidation. However, the sight of so many people gave the scab-spotted dog pause. But when it saw the squirrel on Lin Yuan's shoulder, the scab-spotted dog snarled, and sputum flew from its jaw. It looked like it was ready to attack. Lu Ji pointed at the hurricane owlet moth and instructed it to blow toward the scab-spotted dog. The gust of wind blew the scab-spotted dog up to the sky. Lin Yuan turned to the small squirrel on his shoulder. In the past, Lin Yuan would not have bothered to use true data on this unassuming squirrel. However, there were different species of feys in the Divine Wood Federation. He had never seen the squirrel and scab-spotted dog in the Radiance Federation before, so it was natural for him to be interested in them. However, Lin Yuan could not find out anything about the squirrel. This meant that the squirrel was not a fey at all. Lin Yuan was surprised by this discovery. How did it manage to escape the fleet-footed scab-spotted dog if this was true? Lin Yuan carefully placed his hand on his shoulder to touch the small squirrel. However, the small squirrel was immediately on high alert and did not allow Lin Yuan to touch it at all. The squirrel seemed to be playing hide-and-seek with Lin Yuan on his body. Just as Lu Ji was about to pluck the squirrel from Lin Yuan's shoulder, Lin Yuan circulated his spiritual power and waved at it. But at this moment, the squirrel suddenly became affectionate with Lin Yuan. It leaped into his palm and started rolling around. Lin Yuan only circulated his spirit chi for a second. When the small squirrel could no longer sense the pure spirit chi flowing from Lin Yuan's palm, it anxiously scurried in circles around his palm. Its small eyes were full of confusion. Lin Yuan was also brimming with confusion. This little thing is so sensitive to spirit chi. He had circulated spiritual power for such a short time. Even the insect queen that was usually sensitive to spirit chi had not noticed Lin Yuan circulating his spiritual power. As he looked at the small squirrel's affectionate behavior, Lin Yuan thought, "Fine. Since you're going to cling to me, I shall just keep you with me." Lin Yuan decided to find time to study the squirrel and see if it had any special characteristics. He injected a small amount of spirit chi into the squirrel to see if it would transform into a fey like Chimie and Genius did. Chapter 1161, When did creation masters become so pathetic? While Lin Yuan was observing the small squirrel, Hu Chuan finished surveying the surroundings. Hu Chuan said with surprised delight, "Young master, all the trees around are ironwood. They're even more useful than metal-type fragments when they're crushed into powder. Ironwood is also viscous and can give rocks a malleable quality when mixed in. Since we're in a forest, there should be an underground water source. This mixture of rock and ironwood will be the best waterproofing material for the outside of the underground palace. Moreover, ironwood won't rust after time like metal-type spiritual ingredients will." Lin Yuan shook his sleeve, and the souse sand fell to the ground. It turned into sand particles and tunneled into the ground below Lin Yuan. The source sand was no longer a gold/fantasy fey but a diamond I/fantasy 2 fey. Thus, it would be easy for the source sand to change the environment underground. The source sand's basic ability was to create sand, and close guard sand quickly roped up all the sand under Lin Yuan's feet like a large dragon. With the door to the space tunnel at its center, all the sand to a depth of 10 meters was rapidly crushed. The source sand also tore out all the roots of the ironwood trees. The rapid movements of the sand quickly gathered all the ironwood trees in a 2-kilometer radius. Hu Chuan was going to use the ironwood to build the underground palace. While Lin Yuan was changing the environment of the ground around them, Lu Ji sent the 10 hurricane owlet moths out as scouts. He could see everything the hurricane owlet moths saw through his spiritual energy link with the insect queen. Lu Ji took a piece of paper and pencil out of his diamond fey storage box and sketched a rough map of the surroundings. Lin Yuan also instructed the source sand to change the environment underground. However, he only changed the ground up to a depth of 1 meter while the other 9 meters still remained as a mixture of mud and rock. While everyone was busy with their own tasks, 4 hours passed by unknowingly. Lin Yuan let out Blackie and instructed it to use spirit injection on him and Lu Ji every few minutes. Blackie was also a diamond/fantasy fae. As such, Lin Yuan's store of spirit chi was maintained at half full despite his large-scale exertion of using the source sand to change the landscape. He was already done changing the appearance of the ground in a 2-kilometer radius. Lin Yuan was very detailed in his work because it would be linked to silver corona and the bone lotus flower's future. It would be much more convenient to grow the bone lotus flowers in sand rather than mud. They were derivatives of silver corona and fed on souls. As such, they did not need to draw nourishment from the ground at all. After working for 4 hours straight, Lin Yuan was exhausted. He said to Hu Chuan, who was building metal racks with the other 5 spirit craftsmen, "Uncle Hu, you can go underground now to build the frame of the underground palace. You guys will have to push yourselves for now so as to get the frame up as soon as possible. Otherwise, any rain that falls will make the environment damper. Not only will you become dirtier while working, but it'll also be more difficult." Lin Yuan looked behind him at Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian, who had been silent all this time, and said, "The 3 of you should go down to help too. Hu Tian, your fei should be rather useful in building the underground palace's frame. Feng Shuang and Elder He, your feys might not be very useful, but they can still lend a hand." The 3 creation masters were stunned. By now, they had picked up from the exchange of conversations that they were in the Divine Wood Federation. Although they were Class 4 creation masters with considerable experience, they only knew of the island whales as a medium of transport between federations. Yet, it was clear that Lin Yuan had not used the island whale to cross over to the Divine Wood Federation. Hence, the 3 of them found Lin Yuan even more mysterious. Moreover, Feng Shuang had recognized who Lu Ji was when they were inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad, while Hu Tian and Elder He had their realizations when Lu Ji summoned the Insect Queen. The 3 of them all wondered if Lu Ji of the Radiance 100 sequence had also joined Sky City. Despite their shock, they never stopped thinking of the best way to interact with Lin Yuan and to leave him with the best impressions. Lin Yuan had not brought any creation masters but only 6 spirit craftsmen to a foreign land. As such, the 3 of them all assumed that they were going to become key players. However, not only did Lin Yuan not use them, but he even instructed them to assist the spirit craftsmen. This made the 3 of them question for the first time if creation masters were truly as admired as they seemed. Nonetheless, the 3 of them had no choice but to go against their own wishes and follow Lin Yuan's order. Hu Tian, who assumed that he was on the best terms with Lin Yuan, asked timidly, "Master, will we be staying here from now on?" Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, "This is not where the 3 of you will be parked. Don't let your imagination run wild, and just focus on the job I gave you. You'll also have to do the same tasks when we arrive at your final destination. I have no lack of creation master resources here. Although the 3 of you are Class 4 creation masters, you're of more help to me doing odd jobs now." Hu Tian, Feng Shuang, and Elder He were gobsmacked, and it finally dawned on them that Lin Yuan did not care that they were Class 4 creation masters at all. Just how many creation master resources did Sky City have for Lin Yuan to be able to assign 3 of them hard labor that did not involve concocting spirit fluids? Feng Shuang clenched her jaw and summoned the giant land thearch crocodile. She instructed it to deliver the metal racks underground. "Good job, Feng Shuang. As a reward, I shall send someone to ensure that your fei safely overcomes any evolution, be it world cleansings or the trial of world creation," said Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan tossed 5 Earth-type Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls to Feng Shuang as a prize. Chapter 1162, The Sudden Appearance of 5 People. Feng Shuang immediately looked elated by the prize she was given and started to express her heartfelt sincerity to Lin Yuan. Hu Tian and Elder He were green with envy when they saw the 5 Heavenly Maiden-grade elemental pearls, and they immediately dove into work. At this moment, Lu Ji suddenly said, "Young master, I've drawn a basic map of the surroundings. There is a town 50 kilometers to the east, and many natives of the Divine Wood Federation live there. There isn't much to the west and south other than thick forests. However, the environment in the south is much more humid. This must mean that there's a large lake toward the south. The forests end about 90 kilometers to the north. The area at the edge of the forest is pretty much deserted, and it seems to be a border. One side of the border is full of trees, while the other side is almost terrifyingly barren. I saw a large cluster of tents about 5 kilometers from the border. The tents appear to be street stores, and they form a bazaar. The merchants at the bazaar all have black eyes and black hair. They all have rough appearances and are dressed in fur. These merchants must be selling goods from the Divine Wood Federation to consumers from the Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan walked over to Lu Ji and sat down cross-legged. He listened to Lu Ji's explanation as he studied the sketch. Although Lu Ji's sketch was far from professional, he had enough experience from training in the wild to be able to produce simple drawings. He even noted down important locations in the surroundings. Lin Yuan had assumed that it would be long before he saw other humans. However, there was not only a town 50 kilometers to the east, but there was even a bazaar 90 kilometers to the north. Lin Yuan had wondered why he had not encountered strong feys in the forest. When he had been ordering the source sand to change the ground, the strongest fey he encountered was a silver lizard. But now, he finally knew why the area was so safe. The underground palace was situated on the shortest route between the town and the border. The merchants from the Great Lush Federation would have to travel between the border and town and trade goods from the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation to respective consumers from the other federation. Given the hostility between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation, the merchants from the Iron Hammer Federation dared not travel to the town in Divine Wood Federation directly to do business. If they wanted to import and export goods, they would have to go through the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. The merchants from the Great Lush Federation must have traveled between the town and border countless times. Lin Yuan's first priority now would be to obtain spatial spiritual ingredients. According to Lu Ji's surveillance, Lin Yuan now had two choices. He could either go and explore the town in the Divine Wood Federation or go and see the merchants from the Great Lush Federation while the bazaar was still open. Both he and Lu Ji had black hair and eyes. They would stick out like a sore thumb in the town. Thus, it would be a better choice to explore the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. Lin Yuan excitedly asked, "Big brother Lu, is the bazaar that's 90 kilometers away big?" Lu Ji shook his head and replied, "I couldn't use the hurricane owlet moths to estimate the number of people in the tents accurately. However, there are only around 200 stores. It's about the same scale as the nutrition stations in the Class 2-dimensional rift under the Radiance Federation's control." Lin Yuan was slightly disappointed to hear Lu Ji say this. The Radiance Federation had Ostrich Logistics and Star Web, and most basic resources could be bought on Star Web. Hence, it was difficult to sustain a physical store or stall in the Radiance Federation. When Lin Yuan ran the Spirit Life Form store, he only ever earned enough to cover their basic necessities. Moreover, they also had Uncle Li and Auntie Zhang to take of them. However, this was not the case in the Divine Wood Federation. Although delivery factions similar to Ostrich Logistics also existed on a smaller scale in the Divine Wood Federation, almost all the trade done in the entire Startling Lines Federation was made through merchants opening stalls and stores. 300 stalls were considered minuscule in such a trade-centered environment. Lin Yuan felt that it was unlikely he would be able to obtain spatial spiritual ingredients from the small bazaar. Nonetheless, he did not lose hope. He was going to meet with natives from the Startling Lines continent soon, and he would be able to obtain all kinds of information from them. Additionally, the merchants from the Great Lush Federation were like nomads who had been everywhere. It was possible that they knew crucial information that would be able to solve his need for spatial spiritual ingredients. Just as Lin Yuan was about to suggest to Lu Ji that they head to the bazaar 90 kilometers away to gather information and resources, a look of shock crossed Lu Ji's face. "Oh! The hurricane owlet moths have discovered 5 human figures eastward. They're all wearing half-armor woven from vines, and it looks like they're adventurers from the Divine Wood Federation." Lin Yuan found this news strange and wondered where the basis of Lu Ji's conclusion came from. The adventurers that were 65 kilometers to the east were definitely capable of trading 40 kilometers to hunt for food and gather spiritual ingredients. Lu Ji saw Lin Yuan's confused expression and elaborated, "Big fish don't come from small ponds. The vine armor worn by the town's guards is of a much more inferior quality than the ones worn by the 5 adventurers. This doesn't make sense." Chapter 1163, Lin Yuan and Lu Ji tied up. Lu Ji was silent for a moment before he said, "I'll have the hurricane owlet moths watch these 5 people for a while. I might be able to discover what they're up to. Lin Yuan nodded and continued studying the map that Lu Ji had sketched instead of suggesting to explore the bazaar. Less than 10 minutes later, Lu Ji's expression turned grim as he said, Lin Yuan, there really is something off about these 5 people. They're completely ignoring the spiritual ingredients on the ground and are solely concentrated on rushing along. However, they are paying close attention to their surroundings. This indicates they're not familiar with their surroundings. I think that they're an advance team. Advance team? This meant that there would be more people to follow. This group had to be made up of many members if they could spare 5 people as their advance team. Lin Yuan did not expect to find himself in such a situation the moment he arrived at the Divine Wood Federation. Big Brother Lu, leave one hurricane owlet moth to continue watching them and send the other hurricane owlet moths out to scout the area. If these people are the advance team, the bulk of their comrades shouldn't be far behind. If there really is a large group of people close behind, we should capture the 5 of them first and ransom them to the rest of the group. Hehe, the most influential person in the group will be able to provide us with the most useful information. Lu Ji immediately did as Lin Yuan said. While Lu Ji worked, Lin Yuan did not stay idle either. Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to turn into a pool of quicksand the size of a thumb and then continue expanding outward. The more sand was created, the stronger the source sand became. Lin Yuan would also benefit from having more sand around. Lu Ji's eyes lit up half an hour later, and he said, there are 300 adventurers 140 kilometers to the east. They're all wearing armor made of vines. Their armor resembles the ones worn by the 5 adventurers. Apparently, the vine armor is a kind of standard accessory. There's also an enormous elephant in the midst of the 300 adventurers, and there's a rider atop the elephant. The adventurers are extremely respectful toward this rider. It seems that he's a significant person. The 5 adventurers we first saw are rushing in our direction. Since the 5 people don't seem to have any intention of stopping at the town, I shall bring them over now. Lin Yuan thought, the team should be rather weak. Otherwise, they would have noticed Lu Ji's hurricane owlet moths. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned but smiled shortly after. He had come across many king-class and emperor-class experts and had become accustomed to having high standards. This place was not even one of Divine Wood Federation's big cities. How could there be powerful spirit chi professionals here? The hurricane owlet moth soon solidified wind elements and set the 5 terrified adventurers down a kilometer away from Lin Yuan and Lu Ji before flying off. One of the 5 captives that had a scar on his face wiped away his saliva that had dripped to his forehead after being carried upside down. He stood up and said with a hint of fear, "What the hell? This is so strange. Why is there such a strong insect species fey in a small place like this? Where are we? I hope we aren't held back while on the mission that Miss Loya sent us on." Another skinny man composed himself and said, "We were flying for at least 20 minutes. I tried to keep track of my surroundings, but I eventually started seeing double. Assuming that stupid insect flew in a straight line, we have to be at least 50 kilometers off route." He slapped the necks of his 3 companions that were still in a daze. The skinny man said to a chubby young man, "Fatty, call and report this situation. We're going back immediately. I think Miss Loya will understand that our mission was hindered because of the high-grade insect-type fey." By the time the skinny man got to the end of his speech, his voice seemed to deflate. The fat man's teeth chattered as he replied, "Brother Snake, do I have to be the one to call? I get tongue-tied so easily. What if I accidentally say something that angers Miss Loya?" The skinny man thought, even if you were born with a honeyed tongue, it's not like Miss Loya wouldn't be angry. He kicked the fat man, who picked up his phone and dialed a number with trembling hands. After the call, all 5 people had faces that were as pale as sheets. The scarred man could not help but say, "We're done for. We'll definitely be caned when we return." Suddenly, his face lit up. The reason behind his change in countenance was that he had noticed Lin Yuan and Lu Ji walking toward them. His face stretched into a sinister smile, and he said to the skinny man, "Uncle Snake, we were sent to go on ahead to find the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. Those 2 people up ahead look like they could be merchants from the Great Lush Federation." The skinny man fixed his eyes on Lin Yuan and Lu Ji and said, "Let's capture these 2. Not only will they save us from punishment, but we might even be rewarded instead. They have decent looks. Miss Loya will definitely be able to have fun with them." He summoned a 5-meter-long snake fey and directed it toward Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. Lin Yuan used true data to check on the snake fey and found that it was the bronze 9/normal chain snake. Its ability was chain wrap, and it could be used to trap a target. Its exclusive skill was elongate body, which could extend the chain snake's bones while restraining multiple targets simultaneously. Lu Ji immediately readied himself to retaliate. Just as Lu Ji was about to circulate his spiritual energy and summon his fey, he caught sight of Lin Yuan winking at him. As such, Lu Ji did not summon the insect queen. The chain snake was already closing in and used chain wrap on Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. Chapter 1164, Spun into a cocoon. The chain snake soon bound Lin Yuan and Lu Ji's limbs together. Brother Snake walked over with his 4 companions. He peered at Lin Yuan and Lu Ji before saying, "They're so handsome. They're more than capable of serving Miss Luoya with these looks. She's going to love her new plates." Lin Yuan was utterly befuddled. He understood the part about serving some woman named Luoya, but what did that part about being a plate mean? Could it be what he thought it was? After studying Lin Yuan and Lu Ji's appearances, the skinny man patted the scarred man and said, "When we bring them back, interrogate them first to find out who they really are. If we use them for information, we might even receive rewards. Miss Luoya is generous when it comes to gift-giving." The scarred man summoned a plant-type fey that resembled a pair of tongs and snarled at Lin Yuan and Lu Ji, "Let me ask you a question. If you answer slowly, my steel tongs flower will cut you. Since you're Miss Luoya's toys, I'll take care not to break your legs. However, I can't guarantee that you won't end up with any fractures. After all, Miss Luoya cares about your faces and not your legs." He instructed the steel tongs flower to make snipping motions ferociously. Lin Yuan could not even be bothered to use true data to check on the steel tongs flower, as it was as plain as day it was nothing more than a bronze fey. He had not started attacking this group because he wanted to see how people from the Divine Wood Federation behaved toward people from the Great Lush Federation. Both he and Lu Ji remained motionless and silent as the 5 adventurers captured them. Lin Yuan was surprised by how badly natives from the Divine Wood Federation treated people from the Great Lush Federation. It was likely that he and Lu Ji were meant to become slaves. Nonetheless, natives from the Divine Wood Federation would need to rely on trading with merchants from the Great Lush Federation to obtain resources such as mining minerals, metal, and fur. The scarred man took Lin Yuan and Lu Ji's silence as terror, and he prepared himself to ask a question. If they continued remaining silent after he asked his question, he would teach them a lesson that would leave them clamoring to spill everything they knew. "When will the merchants return?" Lin Yuan immediately realized that this group of people had come all this way to target the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. He wondered if they had come to steal the merchants' resources or to kill them and push the blame to the Iron Hammer Federation. Regardless, Lin Yuan knew there was no hope of him finding out the attitude held by Divine Wood natives toward the people from the Great Lush Federation through this group. Hence, there was no need for him to continue to play along. The scarred man waited for 5 seconds. When Lu Ji and Lin Yuan continued to stay mum, he fiercely ordered, "Steel tongs flower, use 25 kilograms of force to start and teach these 2 a lesson." "I think they..." Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the frowning fat man, "Brother Snake, they aren't even frowning despite being prisoners. Don't you think that something is wrong?" The fat man's words alerted Brother Snake. Brother Snake was the leader of the advance team, and they often encountered feys during their missions. High-grade feys either reacted by attacking or fleeing. There was no way they would release a target they had captured. Moreover, the insect species fey that captured them did not feed on flesh, hence, they had not been caught for consumption either. The 2 men from the Great Lush Federation appeared soon after the group was captured. This all seemed like too much of a coincidence. The skinny man ordered the chain snake to pulverize Lu Ji and Lin Yuan. The skinny man realized the chain snake had lost control of the situation at that moment. Unbeknownst to him, 2 pillars of sand had appeared below Lin Yuan and Lu Ji's feet and rose up to bound the chain snake tightly. After Lin Yuan pulled Lu Ji to his feet, he raised an eyebrow at the 5 people before him and said, "You wanted to ask me questions, but now that the tables have turned, it's my turn to ask you." Lin Yuan shouted to the ground, "Source sand, go all out." Soon, a pool of quicksand with a radius of half a meter appeared below each of the 5 men. As the 5 men struggled within the quicksand, they remained entrapped within the quicksand. The sand granules became finer and penetrated the 5 men's vine armor. After searching the bodies of the 5 men, only 5 phones were found. The source sand delivered the 5 phones to Lin Yuan. He picked 2 of the best-looking ones and gave one to Lu Ji while he kept the other for himself. The source sand promptly crushed the remaining 3 phones. With a wave of Lu Ji's hand, the 5 hurricane owlet moths that had carried the 5 men appeared. The 5 men's teeth immediately started chattering as their worst fear was confirmed. The insect species fey that had picked them up had not appeared by coincidence. Their expressions soured as they remembered all that they just said. They knew that this was the end for them. Lin Yuan said to the 5 frightened men, "I will ask each of you a question. If I'm satisfied with your answer, I will let you live. The quicksand that's trapping you is much stronger than the bronze chain snake." He first turned to the person who was trembling the most violently and asked, "Why are you searching for the merchants from the Great Lush Federation?" The trembling man instinctively glanced at his teammates. It was clear that he dared not reply to Lin Yuan's question because of the 4 of them. Thus, Lin Yuan instructed the source sand to produce red lotus soft gold. Anyone who came into contact with red lotus soft gold would be in excruciating pain, and even the gruffest of men would break down in tears. 100 strands of red lotus soft gold appeared from 2 pools of quicksand and wrapped around the man that Lin Yuan had posed the question to. Chapter 1165, Everyone are actors. Anguished cries erupted from the cocoon and lasted for close to 10 seconds before Lin Yuan instructed the source seed to absorb the red lotus soft gold and release the man. After the man was released, his face was tear-soaked, and he looked as though he had been ravaged by something. Before Lin Yuan could ask again, the skinny man trembled like a leaf as he said, "We come from Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. The Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps' goal is to steal all of the Great Lush Federation's merchants' resources. We were also instructed to kill all of the merchants from the Great Lush Federation and push the blame to the Iron Hammer Federation so that the rest of the merchants from the Great Lush Federation will be too afraid to organize bazaars at the Iron Hammer Federation's territory. Miss Luoya is a Class 1 creation master from a Class 2 family. She's also the deputy head of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. Please, I'm begging you. I've told you everything that I know, so please spare me. If you let me live, I'll do anything. I can even become your plate." Lin Yuan immediately started grinning awkwardly. "Don't. Please don't be my plate. How am I supposed to eat on a plate like that?" Lin Yuan suppressed his nausea and looked at the other 4 pale and silent members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps with bemusement. It was clear that the man's howls of pain had stupefied them. Lin Yuan had expected that he would have to resort to unscrupulous methods to obtain information from them. Yet, they had shown their hand the moment he made his first move. There was nothing else that he wanted to find out about. From the information he received, Lin Yuan immediately came up with a way to become closer to the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. He could tell that the 5 men valued their lives. As of now, Lin Yuan did not have the means to travel between the Divine Wood Federation and Radiance Federation with ease. Although these 5 men were not spirit craftsmen, they could help speed up the progress of the underground palace's construction by providing manual labor. Now that these 5 men no longer had phones, they had lost their means of communication. Hence, Lin Yuan did not have to be wary around them. After Lin Yuan threatened them, he sent them underground. He was not worried that they would not work without a reward to look forward to. If they were idle, Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tuan would keep them in line in order to curry favor with Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan said, "Big brother Lu, you'll have to act alongside me." He told Lu Ji about his plan in detail, and Lu Ji took 2 sets of clothes out of a diamond fey storage box. "Since we're going to act, we have to be serious about it to make it seem real," said Lu Ji. Lin Yuan gave Lu Ji a thumbs up and replied, "Nice one, Big brother Lu. How professional." The clothes that Lu Ji handed Lin Yuan looked expensive, but they were nothing more than frumpy spirit chi clothes in Lin Yuan's trained eyes. Most of the spirit chi clothes worn by rich spirit chi professionals with taste had simple designs but were made with expensive materials or came with exquisite accessories. The spirit chi clothes in Lin Yuan's hands had many ostentatious jewels sewn on. These jewels were not expensive and could be found in Class 1 and Class 2 subterranean dimensional rifts in almost every federation. Hence, even people with evil intentions would not target him. Lin Yuan quickly put the clothes on and said, "Big brother Lu, help me slash some holes in this. I want to look as pathetic as possible." Lu Ji scratched his head uncomfortably. No matter how much he was against laying a hand on Lin Yuan, he still summoned the insect queen and instructed it to produce 1 normal flesh-mincing blade insect. The flesh-mincing blade insect gently slashed 20 small holes in Lin Yuan's clothes. Lu Ji instructed the hurricane owlet moth to produce a gust of wind to mess up Lin Yuan's hair and tear the holes even further. Done. However, I still think something seems off. This set of clothes appears expensive yet old-fashioned at the same time. N3WN0 Vel. People with real means will turn their noses up at them, but people who are not as discerning will covet them. The choice of clothes is fine, and you do look like you're in a sorry state after they're ripped. When you're wearing them, your natural charisma takes over and dissipates all the old-fashioned aura they have. You don't look anything like the son of a rich family that was attacked and is on the run, said Lu Ji in a conflicted tone. The longer Lu Ji looked at Lin Yuan, the more he felt that Lin Yuan had an overwhelmingly outstanding aura. Lu Ji was most worried that Luoya would not be able to hold back after seeing Lin Yuan and end up pouncing on him. Although he had never been to the Divine Wood Federation, Lu Ji had read up a considerable amount about the Divine Wood Federation. The liberal culture in the Divine Wood Federation was unimaginable for many young and sheltered girls in the Radiance Federation. Even 50-year-old middle-aged women would not be able to hold back from turning their heads away. Lin Yuan grabbed a handful of dirt and rubbed it all over his face and clothes. When he saw himself in the reflection of the Source Sand's chain blade, Lin Yuan smiled brightly and said, "Don't I look much better now?" Lu Ji was just about to tell Lin Yuan that the black dirt only contrasted against his ivory skin even more and did not dampen any of his innate charisma at all. However, he realized that Lin Yuan's aura had changed abruptly. Not only had his aura weakened, but his facial expressions also made him appear helpless and naive. Although Lin Yuan was emanating the right aura now, he was much more tempting than before. Lu Ji could not help but grab a few more handfuls of dirt and rub them all over Lin Yuan's clothes and pants. He did not stop even after Lin Yuan's clothes were completely dirty and proceeded to rub the dirt on Lin Yuan's neck as well. Finally, he instructed the insect queen to explode the flesh-mincing blade insect and shower Lin Yuan in the explosion. This covered Lin Yuan with the rancid stink of insect organs. Lu Ji thought, this Luoya seems to like turning people into her plates on a whim. Will she make a move on Lin Yuan the moment she spots him? Lin Yuan allowed Lu Ji to do with him as he pleased. Chapter 1166, Dimensional Rift opened by Lin Yuan. Once Lu Ji was done with Lin Yuan's makeover, Lin Yuan said, "Big brother Lu, send the hurricane owlet moth to watch over the withered cliff thief Death Corps. I'll only show my face once they send out troops after getting tired of waiting for the 5 of them. You go and wait for me near the bazaar. Since the withered cliff thief Death Corps are so blatantly targeting the merchants from the Great Lush Federation, they must be confident of their success. You should only come out and fix the situation once the majority of the merchants from the Great Lush Federation are killed. According to your plan, I should intentionally allow Luoya from the withered cliff thief Death Corps to live and use the insects to corner her toward the underground palace," replied Lu Ji. Lu Ji could not help but marvel at Lin Yuan's plan. Both he and Lin Yuan were powerful enough to fix any issue that easily cropped up in the world. However, they had only just arrived, and only impulsive, thoughtless people would charge blindly before fully understanding the situation. Lin Yuan needed to obtain spatial spiritual ingredients from the startling Lines continent. If they charged in waving their guns around, it was likely that they would become the enemy of the Divine Wood Federation, Iron Hammer Federation, and Great Lush Federation. This would make it difficult for Sky City to expand in the startling Lines continent. It was said that none of the federations had Class 5 creation masters. However, this was just news that they released to the public. It was possible that they were just hiding the existence of any Class 5 creation masters. Regardless, they had to gather power and connections in order to achieve the best results in the startling Lines continent. According to Lin Yuan's plan, he was going to become the savior of the Great Lush Federation's merchants that were 95 kilometers to the north. It would be extremely easy for him to obtain information from the merchants. Moreover, Lin Yuan could also use these merchants to get in touch with more important merchants from the Great Lush Federation. At that time, he would reap more benefits than just being the savior of a small group of merchants. Allowing Luoya to escape would also enable Lin Yuan to obtain information on the Divine Wood Federation. With both channels of information, he would be able to keep track of all the information in the surrounding area and come up with effective plans. Lin Yuan had not been idle while Lu Ji was using the hurricane owlet moth to keep watch on the withered cliff thief Death Corps. He felt that his acting skills would not be enough to remove suspicion from him if he appeared in front of the withered cliff thief Death Corps in such a ragged state. There were very few strong feys in the forest, and it would not be realistic for him to end up in such a sorry state. Thus, the dimensional rift would be the best reason. The dimensional rift would also strike fear into the heart of withered cliff thief Death Corps, and they would decide to take a detour around the underground palace. Lin Yuan took out the Shatter Spatial Stone and took out 2.5 kilograms. He injected spiritual power into the 2.5 kilograms of Shatter Spatial Stone. The Shatter Spatial Stone lit up with a silver glow, and the stable spatial energy within turned violent. The energy fluctuations released by the shatter spatial stone modeled the present space, and it seemed as though the space would shatter at any moment. Lin Yuan quietly watched as the space deteriorated and cracked to create the dimensional rift. Suddenly, Lin Yuan sensed the beginnings of a comprehension. However, the comprehension soon dissipated, and Lin Yuan failed to grasp it properly. He could not help but regret his failure. Lin Yuan thought, if only I properly grabbed the state of comprehension, I might have been able to comprehend a willpower rune that's suitable to spatial type phase. Although Lin Yuan used the shatter spatial stone on the surface of the earth, and it was daytime, the spirit chi professionals 10 kilometers away would not be able to see the dark red light and violent spatial fluctuations that accompanied the opening of a Class 1 dimensional rift. As such, Lin Yuan was not afraid that the team from the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps and the merchants from the Great Lush Federation would notice that he had opened a dimensional rift. After he opened the Class 1 dimensional rift, he would need to use spatial spiritual ingredients to strengthen and hide it. However, he would not have to worry about strengthening and hiding the dimensional rift because Hu Chuan could take care of it. Dimensional life forms had started pouring out of the dimensional rift. Lin Yuan watched as 30 alien insects burst forth from the dimensional rift. 12 of the alien insects did not have a grade, 8 were normal quality, and 9 were elite quality. Only one of them had reached bronze grade. The other alien insects that followed did not have any quality. Alien insects from a dimensional rift were like old friends to Lin Yuan. The first 2 dimensional rifts that Lin Yuan had encountered were alien insect dimensional rifts. Lin Yuan opened this dimensional rift not just so he could find a reasonable excuse to explain his appearance to the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps but also to nurture Silver Corona. The alien insect dimensional rift would be the most beneficial dimensional rift to nurture Silver Corona. It took time for a dimensional rift to produce an alien beast wave. The alien insects that were taking their first steps in the main world did not move immediately. Instead, they waited for more of their comrades to appear and allow the high-grade alien insects to lead the way. This was the same situation that Lin Yuan faced in Millstone Town. But now, Lin Yuan was right in the vicinity of the dimensional rift. But when the alien insects saw Lin Yuan, they charged toward him despite their lack of power. Lin Yuan waved his hand and summoned Silver Corona. Silver Corona had remained in the Spirit Lock spatial zone from the moment it transformed into a fairy source-type life form. Now that it had been summoned by Lin Yuan, Silver Corona flapped its wings and curiously surveyed its surroundings. Silver Corona usually liked to cling to Lin Yuan, and it would perch on one of his ears with Chimey on his other ear whenever he entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone. After Red Thorn transformed, Silver Corona sensed Red Thorn's possessiveness toward Lin Yuan. In order to protect its sibling bond with Red Thorn, Silver Corona stayed away from Lin Yuan whenever Red Thorn was by his side. Naturally, this also had to do with Red Thorn's bloodline being more elite than Silver Corona's. Silver Corona's fairy bloodline was low quality 3 sets of wings, while Red Thorn's bloodline had reached pinnacle 3 sets of wings. This would cause Silver Corona to respect Red Thorn instinctively. Chapter 1167, Growth of the Sea of Flowers. Since Red Thorn was not around now, Silver Corona flew over to Lin Yuan's face and kissed the area that was not covered by dirt. Evidently, it did not care at all that his face was covered with dirt. Lin Yuan looked at the excited Silver Corona and said with a smile, "Silver Corona, I haven't had the chance to nurture you yet. But now, with this Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift, you can grow bone lotus flowers freely and use them to consume all the souls of the insects that pour out and increase your power." Lin Yuan stopped to think before he continued. "Silver Corona, try your best to evolve your quality first. Leave your grade aside for now. A Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift will produce Class 3 alien insects at best. If your bone lotus flowers can't handle Class 3 alien insects, Lu Ji's Insect Queen will help you. Hence, you don't need to be in any rush to evolve your grade. It's more important that you evolve your quality." He summoned the Carnage Willpower Rune and said, "Silver Corona, I'm saving this Willpower Rune for you. When you consume enough souls to evolve to Legend quality, I'll use this Willpower Rune to help you evolve to Fantasy breed." Silver Corona's face flushed, and Iota Tau kissed Lin Yuan again. It used to be the Sea Burial Lotus Flower. Although it had become a fairy source-type life form and the fairy's heart's soul had consumed the Sea Burial Lotus Flower's soul, the fairy's heart's soul had accepted the Sea Burial Lotus Flower's messy thoughts. To the Sea Burial Lotus Flower, Lin Yuan was a great person. Despite Lin Yuan also being the person who had captured it, he had also given it a life it had only dreamed of and helped it rapidly increase its power. Lin Yuan was just like a father to the reborn Sea Burial Lotus Flower. Hence, Silver Corona was extremely reliant on Lin Yuan. Nonetheless, it did not expect Lin Yuan to do anything for it, and it was already at its happiest when it was by Lin Yuan's side. Every time a fairy source-type life form transformed, its bloodline would be activated. A fairy source-type life form's bloodline also transformed when it evolved to fantasy breed. Silver Corona did revere Red Thorn, but Iota Tau also triggered a competitive streak in Silver Corona. Silver Corona had always looked forward to evolving to fantasy breed and gaining the opportunity to evolve. Many of the alien insects that had charged toward Lin Yuan had been pushed away by Tau Eta Epsilon source sand and escaped to the forest. Lin Yuan urged Silver Corona, "Go ahead. If you don't start now, all your food is going to escape. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait a long time before you'll be able to evolve to legend quality." He ignored the escaping alien insects. If the alien insects escaped past a 5-kilometer radius, they would eventually bump into the group from the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. When the people from the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps saw the fleeing alien insects, they would believe Lin Yuan's story without having to see the dimensional rift for themselves. Silver Corona immediately flapped its wings and flew up above the dimensional rift. The beautiful coral crown that was twice the size of Silver Corona's body started to glow with rainbow colors, and many rainbow lotus flowers appeared at its feet. The rainbow lotus flowers turned into spots of rainbow light that fell toward the ground. When the spots of rainbow light made contact with the ground, bone lotus flowers bloomed. The small bone lotus flowers were as small as bowls, while the large ones were as large as a person's face. As he watched the bone lotus flower cover the ground's surface, Lin Yuan knew that Silver Corona had started using Spotted Coral's Nurture Spot style. Nurture Spot style could increase the bone lotus flower's hardness and endurance. It would also help the bone lotus flowers absorb and consume the souls of the alien insects. Silver Corona could not grow a sea of flowers as quickly as Red Thorn could. Nonetheless, Silver Corona had managed to grow a sea of flowers that took up 200 square meters after using all its spiritual power. The 200 square meters of bone lotus flowers were just enough to surround a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. No matter which direction the alien insects crawled toward, they would immediately encounter and fall prey to the bone lotus flowers. The elite-grade alien insects might be able to struggle for some time within the bone lotus flowers. However, the normal grade and gradeless alien insects would immediately lose their souls and turn into a puddle. As the bone lotus flowers consumed the many souls of the alien insects, Silver Corona's depleted spiritual power was replenished. When Silver Corona's spiritual power increased, it slowly expanded the size of the sea of flowers. Once the sea of flowers reached the size of a football field, Silver Corona stopped increasing its size as it would be able to keep up with the rate of alien insects that spewed forth from a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. The bone lotus flowers only consumed souls, and the bodies of the alien insects started piling up. Soon, a mountain of insect corpses had formed. As such, Silver Corona changed the Nurture Spot style to Burial Spot style. Now that the sea of flowers was large enough, there was no need for the Nurture Spot style. The Burial Spot style would allow the moving spots to consume the bone lotus flowers and turn them into bone insects. Since Silver Corona had absorbed many different types of spots from the spotted coral jade, there were also many types of bone insects. The bone insects increased their power by absorbing the life force of life forms. There was a large amount of life force in the flesh of dimensional life forms. Due to the usage of Burial Spot style, the bone insects quickly cleared out all the insect corpses that had piled up. The sea of flowers had been sectioned out, and every section played its own role. This efficient delegation of roles allowed Silver Corona to take in sustenance at the most effective rate. At that moment, Lin Yuan noticed that a thin white powdery layer of fog had appeared above the bone lotus flowers. Lin Yuan immediately knew that this was the bone powder mist. After the bone insects consumed the insect corpses, they spat out the insect shells that had been crushed into powder. The bone lotus mist was the best screening ability and also provided a wide range of attacking abilities. Chapter 1168, Rainbow Lotus Flowers. Spotted coral polyps were present within the bone powder and could change into bone insects at any moment to attack targets in mid-air. Thus, the bone lotus flowers' attack range extended past land attacks. Any area covered by the bone powder mist would become part of Silver Corona's range of attack. He also would not have to worry about Hermit's dead servant. All alien insects had weak souls, and the alien insects that came from a Class 1 dimensional rift were especially feeble. It would be easy to turn them into the first Hermit dead servants. Lin Yuan estimated that the process would take at least a week. As the bone lotus flowers consumed more souls, Hermit's dead servant would be strengthened. This was the most important barrier for the restricted area that Lin Yuan wanted to create. He looked forward to seeing the hermit dead servants in a week's time. Since the hermit dead servants could not be nurtured quickly, Lin Yuan decided to turn his attention to something else. At that moment, a loud insect cry sounded out, and an enormous armored insect with spikes protruding from its body squeezed out of the dimensional rift and landed in the sea of bone lotus flowers. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up when he saw the black spiky insect. Even without using true data, he recognized it as the Class 3 spiky beetle. There had only been one spiky beetle amongst the 3 Class 3 alien insects that had appeared at Millstone Town. However, the spiky beetle at Millstone Town had been about 3 meters long and 3 meters wide, while this spiky beetle was 3 meters long but only about 2 meters wide. As such, this spiky beetle was much weaker than the spiky beetle that had appeared at Millstone Town. This was not surprising as the dimensional rift at Millstone Town had been a pinnacle Class 1 dimensional rift while this one was only a low Class 1 dimensional rift. Lin Yuan was in no rush to kill the spiky beetle, and he allowed it to struggle amongst the bone lotus flowers. He wanted to use the spiky beetle to test the recovery abilities of the bone lotus flowers. Given that he wanted to build the restricted area based on the bone lotus flowers, it was necessary to find out how strong their recovery abilities were. If their ability to recover was weak, brute force would easily destroy them. He did not test the strength of the bone lotus flowers yet because he did not have a method of accurate testing. As the bone lotus flowers absorbed more and more dimensional life form souls, silver corona would evolve, and the flower's composition ability would become stronger. Moreover, the bone insects would also become increasingly powerful as they consumed more life force. If they consumed enough life force, it was even possible for them to become more powerful than the bone lotus flowers. These almost unnoticeably small bone insects had endless potential. The spiky beetle flailed about amongst the bone lotus flowers and soon damaged many of the bone lotus flowers. Silver corona was only bronze I/normal and had not consumed many alien insects. As elite as its bloodline was, it was difficult for it to overcome the Class 3 spiky beetle. Silver corona saw that Lin Yuan did not seem to have any intention of helping it and blinked sadly at him. Lin Yuan said gently, "Silver corona, do your best. If you really can't handle the situation, I'll tell the Source Sand to step in and kill the spiky beetle. You'll be able to absorb the spiky beetle's soul then." Silver corona realized that Lin Yuan wanted to test its strength, and it could tell that Lin Yuan did not think that it could defeat the spiky beetle. Lin Yuan's underestimation triggered its competitive spirit. The spiky beetle had the highest defensive ability amongst all the Class 3 alien insects. It relied on physical strength and charged at targets with its spikes. Normally, Silver corona would not have dared to stand up to the spiky beetle. However, many alien insects were pouring out of the dimensional rift, and their deaths gave Silver corona more power. As such, Silver corona decided to give it a shot. Its pupil-less silver eyes lit up as a winning strategy entered its mind. Silver corona circulated its spiritual power, and its crown once again lit up with rainbow light. Numerous rainbow lotus flowers bloomed at its feet. Silver corona flew down until its feet reached the same height as the bone lotus flowers. Shortly after, all the bone lotus flowers started to move. The spiky beetle had destroyed at least 100 square feet of bone lotus flowers. Just as the spiky beetle was about to destroy more bone lotus flowers, rainbow lotus flowers grew at its feet. The rainbow lotus flowers extended and wrapped around the spiky beetle's black spikes. The rainbow lotus flowers did not take long to entrap and incapacitate the spiky beetle completely. Lin Yuan was stunned. He knew that the rainbow lotus flowers did not come from one of Silver corona's abilities. The rainbow lotus flowers had grown at Silver corona's feet when the crystallized coral crown had appeared on its head during its transformation into a fairy source-type life form. As such, it was likely that the rainbow lotus flowers were part of Silver corona's innate abilities. Now that Silver corona had halted the spiky beetle's movements, it was fighting on equal ground. Lin Yuan could not help but gasp in amazement at the power of a six-winged fairy. Redthorn's bloodline was even more elite than Silver corona, so he wondered what level of power Redthorn would display when it entered battle mode. However, Silver corona's grade was much lower than the spiky beetle's, and the discrepancy in power eventually became apparent. At first, the spiky beetle was completely restrained by the rainbow lotus flowers. But now, the spiky beetle could move slightly. Evidently, it would soon break away from the restraints that Silver corona had exerted all its effort into creating. Chapter 1169, Bone Insects Eat Flesh. Lin Yuan sensed Silver corona's rapidly depleting spiritual power and exclaimed, "Silver corona, you're so competitive." He had wanted to test the bone lotus flower's recovery abilities, but Silver Corona had forcefully clashed against the spiky beetle. Although the spiky beetle was not intelligent, it was no coward. After struggling for a while, the spiky beetle found a way to break free from its binds. It turned and tore 3 of the rainbow lotus flowers. The stem of the rainbow lotus flowers was very elastic, and it slackened the moment it was cut. At that moment, many bone lotus flowers grew below the spiky beetle. It only took the blink of an eye for the bone lotus flowers to grow to a height of 4 meters. Lin Yuan could tell that Silver Corona had switched from burial spot style to nurture spot style from the changes that occurred to the bone powder mist and bone lotus flowers. The new bone lotus flowers were very sturdy. As more and more bone lotus flowers pushed the spiky beetle from below, they eventually flipped it over. The spiky beetle's spikes were inserted into the ground, and it could not flip itself back over no matter how hard it kicked its legs. Lin Yuan praised Silver Corona's strategy to himself. Silver Corona switched back from nurture spots style to burial spots style. It continued to grow bone lotus flowers to make up for the bone lotus flowers that the spiky beetle had damaged, while also issuing orders to the bone insects. The bone insects in the sea of bone lotus flowers covered the spiky beetle. Without the bone insects to clear up the bone insect bodies, the alien insect bodies started to pile up again. Lin Yuan watched as the black spiky beetle appeared to turn white under the blanket of bone insects. The spiky beetle started to struggle violently as it cried out in anguish. The small bone insects could slip through the cracks on the spiky beetle's flipped body. Since the spiky beetle was a class 3 alien insect, its outer shell was very hard, and the bone insects that had not consumed a large amount of life force could not bite through the spiky beetle's outer shell. Although the spiky beetle also had a soft shell, the soft shell could not defend against the bone insects. As the spiky beetle's howls of pain continued, it was visibly eaten up until only its outer shell was left. Once the bone insects were done eating the spiky beetle's flesh, they returned to their original job of clearing the insect corpses that had piled up. The bone insects also dragged the spiky beetle's outer shell into an empty corner of the sea of bone lotus flowers. Lin Yuan felt that the empty space was like Silver Corona's treasure box. Silver Corona flew over to Lin Yuan and asked, "Yuan, don't you think I'm amazing?" Lin Yuan used his finger and caressed Silver Corona's face as he replied, "Silver Corona, you really surprised me." From the moment Silver Corona had grown a large number of bone lotus flowers to flip the spiky beetle over, Lin Yuan witnessed the rate at which it could replenish the sea of bone lotus flowers. Silver Corona was still weak, and the sea of bone lotus flowers had only just been formed. It did not even have any hermit dead servants, so it was expected that it would not have much power. When Silver Corona evolved to fantasy breed and produced a few hermit dead servants, the forest would become a terrifying restricted area to every living being in the area. But for the restricted area to become notorious and attract true risk-taking experts from the Divine Wood Federation, Lin Yuan needed to come up with more plans. From the moment Lin Yuan had summoned Silver Corona, the insect queen started shivering in Lu Ji's arms as it fearfully peeked at Silver Corona. The pressure of its bloodline caused the insect queen to be too afraid to fly around Lu Ji like it normally did. Lu Ji comforted the insect queen as he marveled at the sight before him. He could not contract any other phase or source-type life forms after the insect queen. He had only contracted the cocoon of evolution because it could live within the insect queen. Essentially, it was the insect queen that had contracted the cocoon of evolution, and it did not involve Lu Ji at all. Hence, Lu Ji often read up on fairy source-type life forms to learn more about them. The information stated that the fairy source-type life form with the most elite bloodline was one that had grown a third set of wings after evolving to myth breed. Initially, Lu Ji's insect queen had 4 wings. But after mutating, it had the potential to grow 2 more wings. Night Leaning Moon had confirmed this fact. However, he could not be certain when the insect queen would grow its third set of wings. Lu Ji had assumed that the insect queen would be the first to break the record. However, Lin Yuan had casually summoned a 6-winged fairy that was only bronze grade. Lu Ji felt that this world was too incredible. Silver Corona was a miracle that had broken a record, and Lin Yuan was the one who had created this miracle. Lu Ji often read forums and posts about fairy source-type life forms. The forums and posts were messy, and many of them did not make sense. He felt that if he wrote about what he just saw on the forums, he would be branded a lunatic. Lin Yuan's face turned red, and he asked Silver Corona, "Do you think you'll be strong enough to handle it if I open another dimensional rift?" Silver Corona hurriedly shook its small head and replied, "Yuan, I've already produced my maximum amount of bone lotus flowers. If I expand the sea of flowers any more, my control over the edges of the sea of flowers will weaken." The bone lotus flowers don't just need spiritual power to grow. The bone insects consume flesh while the bone lotus flowers consume souls. Both require my specific instructions in order to take place. I'm not strong enough to sustain another dimensional rift. When I reach bronze V/flawless, the sea of flowers will be twice its current size, and I'll be able to handle another dimensional rift. As such, Lin Yuan decided not to use another 2.5 kilograms of the Shatter Spatial Stone to open another dimensional rift. Chapter 1170, Delicate Young Man. Excessive enthusiasm could ruin the situation. While Silver Corona played with Lin Yuan, it spotted the insect queen in Lu Ji's arms. It flapped its wings and flew over to the insect queen. Soon, Silver Corona and the insect queen had become friends. Silver Corona invited the insect queen to play amongst the bone lotus flowers. When Lu Ji saw how well the insect queen and Silver Corona were getting along, he smiled gleefully. Hehe, I'm on such great terms with Lin Yuan, and my fey is also close with his fey. This feels good. Suddenly, Lu Ji narrowed his eyes and said, Lin Yuan, the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps group is getting antsy. Half an hour ago, the phone you gave me has rung 3 times, and the group from the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps has started advancing. Lin Yuan took out the phone he had stored in the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box and saw that it had 5 missed calls. He smiled and looked toward the far distance. The sun hung high in the sky as a large group dressed in vine armor marched through a forest. A yellow-brown elephant species fey used its trunk to pluck out small trees and sent them into its mouth to munch on. The taste of the small trees did not seem to agree with it, and it spat out the chewed-up trees onto the ground. As it moved its head, its ivory tusks left deep gashes in the trunks of large trees. A tent sat on the elephant species fey's back, sheltering those that sat within it from the blinding sunlight and any falling leaves, branches, or fruits. A girl wearing a long silk dress sat inside the tent. Various flower petals were adorned by vines embroidered on her silk dress, and the complicated design made the high-quality silk appear gaudy. She also had a purple fur cloak draped around her. The fur was long and matted at the edges of the cloak. It was clear that this cloak was rather old as time spent under the hot sun had dried up the natural oils at the cloak's edges. In the Divine Wood Federation, accessories were very important as they represented one's status. The clothes worn by normal people had accessories made of rough twine. The servants of households or people whose lives were extremely difficult did not even have such clothes to wear. They could only wear clothes woven from the branches of plants. The clothes made from the branches of plants not only pricked and hurt their wearers, but they could not last more than a few days before they needed to be repaired. The most abundant resource in the Divine Wood Federation was plant-type feys. The Divine Wood Federation and the Iron Hammer Federation had the same structure of factions. Creation Masters could start families based on their class, and the members of Creation Master families were often regarded as the elite. The clothes worn by these people were more elaborate. Insect species feys were also high in volume in the Divine Wood Federation. The elite preferred to wear spirit chi clothes made from silk produced by insect species feys, and they also added complex accessories to the plain-colored clothes. Besides silk, the elite liked to wear spirit chi clothes made of fur. Beast-type feys were very rare in the Divine Wood Federation, and it was impressive for one person to own one set of fur spirit chi clothes. The girl seated in the tent even took care to spread out the cloak to prevent herself from sitting on the fur and causing it to become less fluffy. She was dressed in expensive clothes and had average features. Yet, her face was slathered in makeup. This made her appear promiscuous. She was gnashing her teeth as she looked to the road ahead and growled, "The 5 of you better have met with an accident and ended up eaten by some animal. If any of you dare to show your face again, I'll whip you into a pile of mangled flesh." The girl was bored stiff when she heard a voice shout, "Miss Luoye, the banana wood elephant has been traveling on an empty stomach. It needs to be fed. Otherwise, it might go into a frenzy when it sees fruit trees." Luoye waved her hand and summoned a light yellow moth. The moth had a wingspan of 2 meters and was very bloated. Its wings did not have any patterns but were lined with a thick layer of pollen. This made the moth appear slightly repulsive. Luoye leaped onto the moth and rode it to the ground. She frowned at the tall and long-haired man and said, "Fu Di, I fed spirit fluids given by my father to the banana wood elephant so that it will be able to evolve to gold soon. When you feed it, make sure you feed it something nutritious." Fu Di was the leader of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps and Luoye's loyal subordinate. He was decently talented. After becoming acquainted with Luoye, he managed to convince her to become the deputy head of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. He had gained a large amount of Creation Master resources through his connection with Luoye. The banana wood elephant was not Luoya's fey but one of the withered cliff thief death core's assets. It would be greatly beneficial to the withered cliff thief death core if the banana wood elephant evolved to gold grade. Fu De was jubilant and expressed it by trying to gain favor with Luoya. Miss Luoya, when we find the merchants from the Great Lush Federation, I'll tell the boys to kill all the ugly and old ones and gather the handsome and young ones for you. Luoya replied nonchalantly, a group of merchants like that wander around trading and are always exposed to the elements. I highly doubt any of them will be good looking. She felt that this journey had become boring. Luoya did not provide the withered cliff thief death core with creation master resources to strengthen them just to gain 300 bootlickers. Since she came from a class 2 family, she was treated like a princess in her home city. Fu De had convinced her to become the deputy head of the withered cliff thief death core because he had promised to find handsome boys for her. But the more she played around, the higher her standard became. The boys that she would have salivated over in previous years would not even catch her eye now. This was a great source of annoyance for her. While she surveyed the surroundings, she suddenly caught sight of a figure hurrying toward the withered cliff thief death core. Chapter 1171, Immortal Release. A gentle breeze danced above a calm sea. The sun glinted off the surface of the sea and turned the expanse of water into what looked like a sea of golden jade. The gold surface of the sea mingled with the blue water and created waves of warm green. The seabirds hopped about on the coconut trees that lined the beach, adding to the romantic picture. Suddenly, a wind kicked up above the sea, and great waves curled up. The waves moved like silk as they gathered and wrapped around the jade surface of the sea. A fragrance rose from the sea and froze the seashore. Lotus leaves bloomed on the sea's surface and quickly covered the entire blue expanse. This seemed to separate the island from the rest of the world. The moment lotus leaves surrounded the island, a loud exclamation sounded out from the island, "Who is it? Who dares to make a move on this place?" 5 figures appeared above the island. The figures belonged to both male and female experts, and they all had different poses. The expert that stood at the end also had an eternal and immortal aura. All 5 experts released their domineering auras, making the entire island tremble. The seabirds that were freely flying around the island exploded under the immense pressure. 3 of the experts summoned their feys. The moment the feys were summoned, the pressure around the island became more concentrated. Someone within the fragrance chuckled and said, "Hee hee. This should be the nest of the 3rd tower cannon." The experts on the island immediately readied themselves to receive a powerful enemy. The intense pressure scoured the sea's surface to uncover the person behind the voice. However, the search came up empty, and the experts on the island felt anxiousness grip them. A girl with waist-length blue hair descended upon the largest lotus leaf on the sea's surface. Unlike the experts on the island, the girl on the lotus leaf had a cavalier, almost lazy air about her. A pair of magnificent phoenix eyes were the center of attention on her breathtaking face. She raised her eyebrows, and it looked as though water lilies had bloomed in her beautiful irises. It was as though God had paid extra attention when she was being created. However, her razor-sharp eyebrows were the only flaw that contaminated her charming countenance. The clash of her feminine eyes and manly eyebrows gave her the beauty of the best of both worlds. However, her ruby lips and high nose bridge tipped the scales toward her feminine beauty. Currently, her phoenix eyes were narrowed as she sneered at the experts from Tower Cannon on the island. "Wow, one of you is immortal class. This Tower Cannon nest is pretty well prepared. I'm so lucky." The girl did not bother to hide her deadly intentions. Although her appearance had been sudden, the sea turned calm. It was as though it had found its heart. The sea rolled and gushed joyfully to celebrate the arrival of the blue-haired girl. The swirling waves beneath the lotus leaves created a natural melody of fluid. She waved her hand, and the lazy air around her vanished. An aura that seemed powerful enough to take over the world was released from the girl's body, and the surface of the sea separated into 8 sections with her at the center. 8 pillars of water shot out and formed a platform under the girl's feet. She sat down on the platform like a lotus that had come from the sea itself. The only female expert on the island said in shock, "She's able to make the sea naturally attracted to her and command it as she pleases. This natural communication can only mean that she's a heavenly family fey. I can't believe someone from Heavenly Family Cottage is here." The experts from Tower Cannon felt at ease when they heard the name Heavenly Family Cottage. The female expert shouted toward the sea, "What is Heavenly Family Cottage trying to do? Why is Heavenly Family Cottage suddenly coming after Tower Cannon?" A phoenix cry that summoned the night erupted. The sun continued to hang high in the sky, but the endless night enveloped the island. The pitch-black darkness repelled even the faintest ray of sunlight. A stocky man with impish features dressed in black fishing nets was looking at the darkened island with contempt. With a flash, a horrible cry was released, and a furious roar bellowed from the island. How dares Heavenly Fey Cottage kill Crimson Tower's prayer chanter? All of your lives will end here. Burn it up, scorching world heat dragon. Immortal release. Burning heat whipped through the island and turned it into a land of fire. 8 volcanoes rose from the land of fire. These volcanoes were the dragon snake's 8 creation world ley lines. The dark night was forced away from the island, and the sea water thrashed. At the center of the land of fire, a stern-faced man turned into a 1,000 meter long red dragon with insect markings all over it. With a mighty roar, it flew toward the sky. The 8 creation world ley lines fused together and shot toward the scorching world heat dragon's body. The scorching world heat dragon changed back into human form. However, it did not have a regular human form, as a few characteristics that blatantly represented a fey remained. The humanoid figure still had 2 sharp horns, a set of dragon wings and claws, dragon eyes, and dragon fangs. The figure was also dressed in striking red armor, and he held a long spear made of bone. White Phoenix smiled with bemusement and said, "Very cool. Dragon eyes, tail, and scales have emerged, and you're even wearing the immortal armor that only appears when you've unlocked Immortal 4. White Phoenix's face darkened as he continued, "Do you think Immortal 4 is enough to take our lives here? Far from it." At that moment, a staggeringly giant black phoenix appeared in the sky. Chapter 1172, Leave Tower Cannon to Me. The appearance of the black phoenix turned the air above the sea even thinner. It was as though all the air had been lost to the eternal night. At first glance, the black phoenix did not seem impressive. However, this was not because it had plain features. The black phoenix was like a black hole that had opened in the cage of pure darkness. At that moment, the black phoenix spread its wings, and the darkness that the island was drowning in was sucked back into the black phoenix's body. With sunlight pouring on the island again, the black phoenix appeared even more inhibited, as it did not even allow a hint of its aura to leak out. When White Phoenix returned to its original form, the scorching world heat dragon looked relieved, and it said to White Phoenix in a derisive tone, "You're only Immortal 3. You haven't even awakened your colored armor. How dare you act so high and mighty and say that I'm far from being able to kill you? No matter what, this place shall become the burial ground for your ashes today." White Phoenix swished his black tail feathers and replied determinedly, "A normal Fey will never understand us, heavenly family Feys. Our strength is a gift from the heavens. You can't even imagine wielding such a gift. Dragon blood flows in your muscles while dragon marrow exists in your bones. You're considered an impressive main dragon species, but you haven't produced the dragon pearl. The highest level you'll ever be able to reach in your life is main dragon species. Today, I shall teach common trash like you about the canyon of difference between you and heavenly family Feys." White Phoenix's words were brimming with arrogance, and he sounded like a celestial being that was jeering at mortals. The scorching world heat dragon exploded with rage when it heard White Phoenix's insults. The scorching world heat dragon's fury triggered the underwater geology and caused several underwater volcanoes to open up. The lava spewed by the underwater volcanoes stained the shores red. At that moment, the scorching world heat dragon realized that the lotus leaf was continuing to grow in the boiling water. This discovery stunned the scorching world heat dragon, and it glared at the blue-haired girl on the platform in the middle of the water. The scorching world heat dragon was most shocked by the fact that the blue-haired girl was relaxedly munching on persimmons in the middle of such a situation. An elderly man with red tower patterns embroidered on his long red robe materialized before the scorching world heat dragon. He grabbed the scorching world heat dragon's bone spear and said solemnly to White Phoenix, "I never expected to see the Heavenly Family Cottage's Eternal Night Nether Phoenix on this remote island. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the person from Tower Cannon who makes decisions on this island. I'm Lord First Page Crimson's lead chanter." The old man's expression turned grim, and he said threateningly, "Regardless of whether my Feys can defeat you, you attacked Tower Cannon and killed the kneeling chanter that Lord First Page Crimson picked out himself. The Heavenly Family Cottage will not be able to hold out against his wrath." He was astonished by this situation, and he did not understand why the Heavenly Family Cottage that had always tiptoed around Tower Cannon was suddenly behaving so out of the ordinary. It was one thing to cause trouble, but they had even killed one of Tower Cannon's members. Although the elderly man was First Page Crimson's lead chanter, the death of one of First Page Crimson's kneeling chanters would be discovered the next time the 36 chanters kneeled to worship First Page Crimson. The elderly man did not care about how First Page Crimson was going to punish Heavenly Family Cottage. He hoped that the Eternal Knight Nether Phoenix would remember and fear First Page Crimson's reputation and do the smart thing and leave. Although the Scorching World Heat Dragon was immortal 4 while the Eternal Knight Nether Phoenix was immortal 3, the Eternal Knight Nether Phoenix was a genuine Heavenly Family Fae. The elderly man could not help but shiver when he thought of the Heavenly Family Fae's special characteristics. Before White Phoenix could reply, an enormous hole opened in the middle of the sea and revealed the moving geological formations deep below the surface of the sea. The two sides of the parted sea turned into two light blue lotus flowers, and they closed together like a pair of tongs with the island between them. The island was crushed by the lotus flowers and was swallowed by the sea. The Scorching World Heat Dragon used its immortal power to shield the elderly man. However, the two flowers carried the force of the sea, and the remaining 3 experts and their feys that did not have the Scorching World Heat Dragon's protection were turned into crushed scraps that were devoured by the sea. Blue Lotus said coldly, "There are 17, not 16, members in our Heavenly Family Cottage. Since you claim that there are only 16 members in our Heavenly Family Cottage, you should know why we killed one of you. The 2 of us won't be able to defeat Tower Cannon's 8 pages not because our Heavenly Family Cottage is afraid of the 8 pages. The Heavenly Family Cottage has been lying low for millennia, but that doesn't mean we're easy prey. Who cares about First Page Crimson's wrath?" At that moment, the blue-haired girl looked delighted and said to the elderly man with glee, "I really should thank your stupid dragon. Hehe, the fire that erupted from the underwater volcanoes helped my companion heal his injuries sooner than we expected." The moment the last word left Blue Lotus' lips, the rust-colored shores turned golden red. The red was beautiful, while the gold was radiant. The red was like blood that was oozing from the bottom of the sea, while the gold was a blinding warm ray that was shooting up from the bottom of the sea. A tall skinny red-haired man suddenly materialized next to White Phoenix. His one gold eye and one red eye stared at White Phoenix seriously as he said, "Brother White Phoenix, leave the people from Tower Cannon to me." The red-haired man's tone was warm but also full of resolution. White Phoenix sighed and reverted back to his human form. Chapter 1173, Sacred Source Life Form, Cup of Fire. White Phoenix looked at the red-haired man's wounded hand and said, "Blood New Moon, don't force yourself." Blood New Moon shook his head and said, "Brother White Phoenix, you haven't seen the exclusive skill I gained after reaching Immortal Breed, unlocking the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline, and becoming a Heavenly Family Fae. Let me perform it for you now." White Phoenix's eyes lit up, and he looked excited. He looked out into the horizon at Blue Lotus and said to the clearly frazzled Scorching World Heat Dragon and the elderly man, "I forgot to mention that I don't like people calling me by my original name. I like being called White Phoenix. My brother is the 17th member of our Heavenly Family Cottage. The Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline has always existed within the Heavenly Family Cottage." The elderly man's eye flashed. There were no other Heavenly Family Fays besides the members of the Heavenly Family Cottage. The Heavenly Family Cottage hid the auras of all many Heavenly Family Fays. However, these Heavenly Family Fays were very weak and could not hold down a position as one of the Heavenly Family Cottage's members. From the moment Blue Lotus appeared and started manipulating the sea, she had yet to release her true aura and might. Heavenly Family Fays were afforded gifts from heaven, and the Heavenly Family Fays that were given the gift of water were the apple of the eye of all the waters in the world. Hence, it was not difficult for a Heavenly Family Fae like Blue Lotus to manipulate the sea. However, her single explosion of anger had proved that she was a genuine member of the Heavenly Family Cottage. She did not display her immortal form or body weaponization, yet she managed to produce such mammoth power. This proved that she could be more powerful than the Eternal Knight Nether Phoenix. The elderly man now knew that he and the Scorching World Heat Dragon were doomed. If White Phoenix was his only opponent, the elderly man felt that he might be able to escape by using both the Scorching World Heat Dragon's immortal form and his Sacred Source life form. However, there were still a few hours to go before nightfall, and that was enough time for him to come up with a way to seek First Page Crimson's help. If the Eternal Knight Nether Phoenix followed him all the way to see First Page Crimson, the Heavenly Family Cottage would lose one member. However, there was also the other Heavenly Family Fae that controlled water. It just so happened that they were surrounded by water that Blue Lotus could turn into a weapon. It would be impossible for him to escape from the sea-surrounded area if Blue Lotus was pursuing him. The two Heavenly Family Fae's attacks had killed 4 of Crimson Tower's kneeling chanters. This was clear they had no intention of allowing the elderly man to escape with his life. He had already resigned himself to fighting to the death. However, Murphy's Law stepped in as there were not 2 but 3 Heavenly Family Fays that were currently attacking Tower Cannon's territory. This was too much for him. The blue-haired girl had stated this was the third tower cannon nest. This meant that the Heavenly Family Cottage had also attacked 2 other bases. The elderly man was not surprised that the news about the attacks had not been leaked. But judging from the present situation, the wounded member of the Heavenly Family Cottage was going to start attacking the Scorching World Heat Dragon. He had sensed that the red-haired Heavenly Family Fae had only just evolved into immortal breed and was still only immortal I. The elderly man was relatively sure that the Scorching World Heat Dragon and his sacred source life form together could defeat the red-haired Heavenly Family Fae. He shouted to Blood New Moon, White Phoenix, and Blue Lotus, "Let's make a bet. If I manage to defeat the Sky Sundial Jade Spider, I promise to let him keep his life. In return, let me keep mine." White Phoenix replied expressionlessly, "Old man, before you even talk about defeating my brother, do you take me and this Iron Maiden beside me as jesters?" White Phoenix sensed a gust of wind headed toward his face, and he casually reached out to catch a persimmon. He popped the persimmon into his mouth and grinned devilishly. Blue Lotus was irritated by his cavalier behavior but still maintained her relaxed expression. With the knowledge of Blood New Moon's new exclusive skill, she guessed that the choppy seas would return to their original calm state in 3 minutes at most. The elderly man was enraged by White Phoenix's words, but his fury was intermingled with deep despair. His anger not only stemmed from being the target of White Phoenix's mockery but also because he knew that he had stepped into a deadly trap and would be unable to witness the starting of the Sleeper's revival. He would not be able to watch Tower Cannon lead the Spirit Chi world toward true revival. Now that he was certain of his impending death, the elderly man calmed down. He gazed at Blood New Moon and said hoarsely, "The Heavenly Family Cottage's actions are an indisputable declaration of war against Tower Cannon." The elderly man placed his hand over his chest and looked at the crimson tower patterns on his robe. Moments later, a fiery cup appeared in his hand, and he declared, "Cup of fire, use the power of lava to ignite heaven's fire. Burn it up, Scorching World Heat Dragon." At that moment, the entire sky became part of the cup of fire, and the lava at the bottom of the sea churned violently. The rivers of lava shot out of the sea and into the cup of fire. Meanwhile, the horizon continued to burn brilliantly as plumes of scarlet clouds covered the sky. Flames rained down from the fiery clouds and caused the temperature of the land and sky to skyrocket. Under the intense heat, the sea level was visibly falling. The Scorching World Heat Dragon took the Dragon Bone Spear and fused it with its immortal aura. Now, it was back in its spirit return state and was at its strongest battle condition. At that moment, sharp dragon bones broke through the Scorching World Heat Dragon's skin and contained the intense heat of the enveloping flames. The bones glinted with merciless deadliness. Chapter 1174, First Page Fate? First Page Crimson? The Scorching World Heat Dragon did not immediately move forward to duke it out with Blood New Moon. Instead, it used the cup of fire to direct the boundless flames toward Blood New Moon. This seemingly feeble attack was meant for the Scorching World Heat Dragon to test Blood New Moon's power. The Scorching World Heat Dragon had never encountered a Heavenly Family Fae before this, much less fought one. Thus, it was not willing to submit to the immortal 3 White Phoenix and definitely not to the immortal I Blood New Moon. Nonetheless, it had to obey its contractor. Blood New Moon did not move as the flames surged toward him. As he gazed at the flames with narrowed eyes, he felt nostalgia and sorrow wash over him. The day his daughter was born, which was the day before Jade Sundial died, was the happiest day of his life. That night, Jade Sundial had also set the horizon alight. This familiar sight filled Blood New Moon with grief. He thought about his daughter, whose survival status was unknown, and about his wife, who had died at the hands of Fifth Page Truth. The pain in his eyes turned into determination. "I thought that the people from Tower Cannon would be aware of what makes the Sky Sundial Jade Spider bloodline special. You sure are ignorant if you are using fire against me. Day Sundial, Apex Sun's fire, Sky Sundial Jade Coat." Suddenly, the setting sun lit up radiantly. Whether it was because the sun had absorbed the light from the fiery clouds or because the blinding sunlight had made the clouds dim, by comparison, the sun was now shining as bright as a piece of reflective jade. The flames wrapped around Blood New Moon, and all the fire that was present flowed toward his Sky Sundial Jade Coat. The Sky Sundial Jade Coat became even more solid as it absorbed all the flames. Blood New Moon frowned at the elderly man, and a speck of blood appeared at the center of Blood New Moon's forehead. Blood New Moon started to walk slowly toward the elderly man and the Scorching World Heat Dragon. Every step that Blood New Monday took filled the elderly man and the Scorching World Heat Dragon with more fear. The Scorching World Heat Dragon could not hold itself back any longer and released some of its own aura in retaliation. The moment that the thorny bone-covered fist made contact with the sky sundial jade coat, the scorching world heat dragon's left hand was devoured by the flames. Blood New Moon said to the dumbfounded scorching world heat dragon, "The sky sundial jade coat is as hot as the sun. You're nothing but a main dragon species fey that hasn't even produced the dragon pearl. Your little tricks with fire will never be able to stand up against the Sunday." He opened his arms and wrapped them around the scorching world heat dragon. No matter how desperately the scorching world heat dragon struggled, it could not get free. Only the image of immortal power in the scorching world heat dragon's shape was left in the blink of an eye. The image of immortal power toggled between the scorching world heat dragon's immortal body form and dragon form. Blood New Moon stored the immortal image away into a diamond fey storage box. A belt appeared from the sky sundial jade coat with a wave of his hand. The belt wrapped around the cup of fire and the elderly man. Blood New Moon tossed the cracked cup of fire around. A 6-star sacred source life form's corpse was a prize. He thought, if my daughter is still alive, Sister Purple Love can turn this corpse of the cup of fire into a weapon for her. Blue Lotus looked at Blood New Moon with admiration, and it was as though she was looking at that orange-haired girl who always had the brightest smile on her face. White Phoenix gaped at Blood New Moon as he muttered, "He killed it by hugging it. He actually killed it by hugging it." Everything had unfolded and ended in less than 3 minutes, just as Blue Lotus had predicted. The only part she had not predicted was that the island had utterly lost its romantic air. Blue Lotus recovered from her excitement and remembered what Purple Love had said about not being afraid to start trouble if they were being targeted. But what if they were the instigators? Even so, Blue Lotus felt that Purple Love would not blame them, as she had to have expected such a situation when she agreed to let Blood New Moon come on this mission. Purple Love was the Heavenly Family Cottage's eldest sister and always proceeded responsibly. However, her desire to avenge Jade Sundial was second only to Blood New Moon. The others were unaware, but Blue Lotus knew that Purple Love had left the Heavenly Family Cottage once after Jade Sundial's death. She had returned heavily injured and had only recovered shortly before Blood New Moon evolved to immortal breed. Blue Lotus was clueless as to what Purple Love had done during her disappearance, but she knew that it had to have something to do with Tower Cannon. At that moment, Blue Lotus knitted her brow. First page Crimson? Who was that? The 8 towers of Tower Cannon should consist of the Towers of Fate, Revival, Eternal Sin, Instant Death, Truth, Lashing, War, and Apoptosis. The first page of Tower Cannon should be first page Fate. When did the Tower of Fate become the Tower of Crimson? Did first page Fate become first page Crimson? Blue Lotus understood the workings of Tower Cannon well, and every tower's chanters and lead chanters had absolute faith in their tower. Hence, it was impossible that they would forget the name of their tower's leader. As such, Blue Lotus made a note of the Tower of Crimson and the name First Page Crimson. She planned on asking Purple Love if she had more information about this when she returned to Heavenly Family Cottage. After another half an hour of rushing, White Phoenix excitedly slapped Blood New Moon's back and said with a loud chuckle, "Brother, Sky Sundial Jade Coat is so cool. You're usually so uptight that I didn't expect you to secretly be more of a spark plug than me." Blood New Moon jumped in shock and started coughing as he looked at White Phoenix in confusion. He could not help but find White Phoenix dim as he wondered what this spark plug White Phoenix was referring to meant. Was there a person alive that could be even more agitated than White Phoenix? Chapter 1175, The Radiant Federation's Secure Federation Treasures. Since White Phoenix was being brainless again, Blue Lotus threw 7 persimmons at White Phoenix. He caught 5 of the persimmons in his arms and 1 in his mouth. Unfortunately, he did not have any avenues to catch the last persimmon and could only watch as it smashed into his face. Blue Lotus remembered the mission in the Radiance Federation and that she was the eldest in the group. When we arrive at the Radiance Federation, we should first report to Xiu and Night Leaning Moon. We heard the news that number 99 and number 100 of the Azure Envoy sequence are traveling to the Radiance Federation. As such, it's best if we refrain from causing trouble in the Radiance Federation because it won't matter to the Radiance Federation that we're immortal breed Heavenly Family Feys and members of the Heavenly Family Cottage. Blood New Moon nodded and recalled how the Moon Empress and Chief Guard Ye had helped Jade Sundial. Although their efforts had not been enough to save Jade Sundial, he was still grateful. White Phoenix was done licking the persimmon juices off his face. He caught sight of Blue Lotus' serious expression and said dramatically, "What trouble could I possibly cause? As long as no one from the Radiance Federation provokes me, I won't start anything either. But if someone irritates me, I can't possibly hold myself back." Blue Lotus immediately looked at White Phoenix with vexation and said, "Let's split into 2 teams when we reach the Radiance Federation. I'll be one team with Blood New Moon, and you'll be a team on your own. There are 7 secure Federation treasures in the Radiance Federation. If you aren't afraid of those, feel free to go wild. But when things get bad, don't come to Blood New Moon or me. We don't have any authority in the Radiance Federation. White Phoenix wanted to rebuke Blue Lotus, but the thought of the Radiance Federation's 7 secure Federation treasures made him instinctively recoil. During the immortal battle, Luo Ye's heart wavered for the first time in close to a decade. As the daughter from a Class 2 Creation Master family, every person in town had to bow and greet her upon sight. After growing up in such an environment, she had grown distrustful of love and did not believe in love at first sight. However, people were like rainbows in that their beauty could only be truly experienced in person. But as she watched the young man running toward them, Luo Ye abruptly started to believe in love at first sight. Once her gaze landed on him, she could not tear her eyes away. Vibrant fireworks erupted within her heart, and she felt something shift in the depths of her soul. The young man was in a sorry state, and his clothes were all torn up. He also had dirt and dried mud smeared all over him. As the young man ran, the dried mud cracked and was rubbed off by friction. His face was also caked in mud. But as much of a wreck he looked, he still emanated a fresh aura. Moreover, she immediately picked up that the spirit chi clothes he was wearing were not normal. The stones embedded on his spirit chi clothes came from a Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift, and they did not come cheap. From this, Luo Ye could be sure that the young man who seemed to be in trouble was also from an elite family. She assumed that she would immediately fixate on him like the other toys she had in the past. But in addition to the feeling of love at first sight that she was experiencing, her urge to treat him like a toy was also gone. Luo Ye became shy as she instinctively tugged at her clothes and shook out her large purple fur coat. Fu De was also shocked to see Lin Yuan. From the color of Lin Yuan's hair and eyes, Fu De could be certain that this disheveled young man came from the Great Lush Federation. The Great Lush Federation had a merchant culture, and there were many unspoken rules. One of the rules was that no merchant group could compete with another merchant group for business by setting up in the same area. The only people from the Great Lush Federation who appeared on the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation's land were merchants. Nonetheless, there were always accidents, and there were secret elite families within the Great Lush Federation. It was rumored that these secret elite families held unimaginable wealth. When the disciples of the secret families were young, they could decide whether they wanted to undergo training in the Divine Wood Federation or Iron Hammer Federation. These disciples also had powerful retainers accompanying them to handle any situation that could crop up. As the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps' leader, Fu De was an adventurer with a wealth of experience. He could be certain from the strength of the Fey he encountered that there were no powerful Feys in this forest. Otherwise, the large movements of this group would have provoked a Fey attack long ago. Fu De had spent the last few years searching for attractive boys for Luo Ye. As such, he was well aware of Luo Ye's tastes. The mud on the young man's face obscured his appearance, but he had a charisma that would appeal to Luo Ye. Fu De was certain that Luo Ye would be besotted with the young man once it became clear that he had decent looks. If Luo Ye was in a happy enough state, she could obtain Creation Master resources for the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps to strengthen them. Fu De had initially wanted to order 2 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps to capture the young man. However, he felt that Luo Ye would be more willing to reward him if he brought the young man to her himself. He took a step forward and shouted at Lin Yuan, "Boy, get over here! Aren't you a merchant from the Great Lush Federation?" Luo Ye snapped at Fu De, "Why are you shouting? Have some manners. You're acting like a savage." Fu De was confused by Luo Ye's reaction. "Miss, you're speaking much louder than me. When have you ever had any manners? You're always making people's lives difficult." Luo Ye walked up to the young man with a soft blush across her cheeks and spoke demurely. Chapter 1176, Come over, handsome fellow. Come over, handsome fellow. Luo Ye took out a silk handkerchief and waved it in front of Lin Yuan as she said shyly, "We have water. You can use this handkerchief to wipe your face. Don't be afraid. I'm from the Class 2 Luo family in Phoebe Jenny's city. Tell me what happened to you. I might be able to help." Lin Yuan could not help but think of Wang Fuxiang when he heard Luo Ye's syrupy voice. She sounded so whiny. Lin Yuan remembered what the 5 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps had said, and he felt that Luo Ye did not match their description. The jaws of Fu De and the other 300 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps dropped as they had never heard Luo Ye speak in such a tone before. Shortly after, Fu De knitted his brow and looked at Lin Yuan with strong resentment. Fu De had burdens weighing on his heart and had quite a lot of courage. The withered cliff thief Death Core had struggled in the beginning but had only been able to live day by day because they lacked combat power from Creation Master resources. In the Radiance Federation, one could obtain the help of Creation Masters by spending Radiance dollars. However, Creation Masters were placed on a pedestal in the Divine Wood Federation, and connections were needed on top of financial means to obtain the help of a Creation Master. Moreover, there was also the possibility of the Creation Master taking away all the Divine Wood dollars and spiritual ingredients that one had accumulated. The withered cliff thief Death Core had only managed to progress to this level because Fu De had met Luoya and was able to obtain Creation Master resources through her. Thus, he had to keep her with the withered cliff thief Death Core no matter what. He had been confident that he would be able to do this because he knew that Luoya was a hedonist. As long as he played to her tastes and found new things to keep her excited, she would stay with the withered cliff thief Death Core and occasionally supply them with Creation Master resources. However, this hedonist was acting completely out of character. This could be because she no longer needed new sparks to excite her, which would mean that she did not need Fu De and the withered cliff thief Death Core anymore. But it could also mean that she would leave the Great Lush Federation with him. If that happened, the withered cliff thief Death Core would revert to their previous state where they lacked Creation Master resources and would be faced with a dead end. Fu De had it all thought out, but it would not be easy to put it into action. He knew that Luoya would not allow him to kill the young man right now. Luoya's main fey was the Gold 7/Flawless Mist Reverse Poison Moth, while Fu De's main fey was the Gold 7/Elite Bite Flesh Vine. Although the Bite Flesh Vine and Mist Reverse Poison Moth had the same grade, they had different qualities. When he saw the glassy-eyed shy Luoya, Fu De was sure that she would attack him and his 300 brothers if they laid a hand on the young man. Fu De prayed that the young man would turn out to have a big nose, thick lips, unattractive eyes and a face full of warts. Unfortunately, his hopes were vanquished in less than 5 seconds. A chiseled fair countenance was revealed after the young man wiped his face. He had long eyelashes that adorned bright eyes. His bright eyes seemed to contain a deep lake that gave him a dignified air. His high nose bridge increased his charm by at least 30%. Fu De's murderous glare intensified, and he held himself back from lunging toward the young man when he saw how Luoya was keeping her head low bashfully. The rest of the members of the withered cliff thief Death Core were not dumb, and they were well aware that their group was being kept afloat by the Creation Master resources that Luoya provided. Lin Yuan's appearance was a threat to Fu De and the rest of them. Luoya's back was to Fu De and the other members, so she could not see their expressions. However, Lin Yuan could see them clearly. Lin Yuan's lips curled slightly, and he glanced at the other members of the withered cliff thief Death Core before thanking Luoya. The current situation required Lin Yuan to adjust his original plan. He had initially only planned on using Luoya to get in touch with the merchants from the Great Lush Federation before kidnapping her to the underground palace, where he would be able to squeeze any and all information he needed out of her. He also wanted to hear from a native in the Divine Wood Federation to understand the Federation's overall situation. However, he now felt that it would be better to keep her out here instead of kidnapping her back to the restricted area. Luoya came from a Class 2 family in Phoebe Jenny's city and held a high status there. He would be able to obtain spatial spiritual ingredients easily through the merchants from the Great Lush Federation that he would get in touch with through Luoya. Naturally, this did not mean that Lin Yuan wanted to give up on his plan to build a relationship with the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. Rather, he wanted to maintain both connections. Fu De's chest tightened even more when Luoya introduced herself as the daughter of a Class 2 family in Phoebe Jenny's city instead of the withered cliff thief Death Core's deputy leader. He anxiously walked up to Luoya and said, "Miss Luoya, the Withered Cliff Merchant Group's aim for this mission is to obtain metal-type feys and fur produced in the Iron Hammer Federation from the Great Lush Federation merchants. This boy is clearly from the Great Lush Federation. Why don't you ask him if he knows any merchant from the Great Lush Federation? It'll save us the time of looking for ourselves." Luoya immediately became nervous. All the people from the Great Lush Federation resented the Withered Cliff Thief Death Core. They were different from robbers, who normally did not kill the merchants they robbed. However, Luoya had lost count of the number of lives that had ended in the Withered Cliff Thief Death Core's hands. But when she heard Fu De call the Withered Cliff Thief Death Core Withered Cliff Merchant Group, she relaxed and shot Fu De an approving look. She took out a bottle of spirit fluid and gave it to Fu De. Chapter 1177, You're Dead. Fu De's face broke out into a wide smile when he saw the dark red bottle of spirit fluid. He had been begging Luoya for this bottle of spirit fluid for a long time, but she had never agreed to part with it. Yet now, she was giving it to him just because of what he had said. The bite flesh vine would be able to evolve to flawless quality just like Luoya's mist reverse poison moth with this bottle of spirit fluid. Despite his happiness, Fu De was also worried as the large prize also represented how much Luoya cared about the young man. Luoya was terrified that the young man would come to resent her if he found out she was the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps' deputy leader. This proved that she was serious. While Fu De was thinking, the young man's clear voice said, "A Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift opened up ahead, and I ran into a Class 3 spiky beetle. I was separated from my retainers. I'm not a merchant from the Great Lush Federation, but I know that there's a small Great Lush Federation merchant bazaar about 100 kilometers to the north." Lin Yuan stopped holding back his charisma, and Luoya suddenly felt that this young man had an inexplicable air of dignity about him. The dignity he exuded was one that came from the truly elite. She had only felt such aura from members of Class 3 and 4 families. Yet, such an aura was coming from this young man. The gems on his clothes that came from Class 1 and 2 subterranean dimensional rifts now seemed like ordinary rocks as the young man's charisma overpowered their shine. A glowing rock might seem impressive next to a regular rock, but if a piece of jade replaced the glowing rock would become dim by comparison. Lin Yuan's charismatic aura only mesmerized Luoya even more. He intentionally released a portion of his charisma because he felt it was necessary for him to offer Luoya bait in order to reel her in. This was the only way to make Luoya willing to trade with him regardless of any other factors. After Lin Yuan gave him the directions, Fu De gnashed his teeth and led the other 300 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps toward the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. Luoya invited Lin Yuan to sit on the banana wood elephant with her, but he hastily rejected her when he saw brown substances dropping from between the banana wood elephant's legs. The banana wood elephant had just been fed and was stuffed full. Its bowels urgently needed to be emptied. If he sat on the banana wood elephant's back, he would have to suffer through the stench the entire journey. When Lin Yuan rejected her offer and looked at the banana wood elephant with disdain, Luoya immediately ordered 3 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps to lead the banana wood elephant and walk behind the rest of the group. The banana wood elephant was Silver X/Elite and was almost at gold grade. Lin Yuan was clearly looking down on the banana wood elephant, and this made Luoya even more certain that his background was far from ordinary. Luoya thought, if Lin Yuan is a normal person from the Great Lush Federation, my father will never let me marry him. But if he's someone with means, my power-hungry father will probably be more amiable. Suddenly, her chest tightened, and an idea formed in her mind. What if he came from an even more powerful family than hers? As such, she felt she needed to treat him better. After journeying for less than an hour, Fu De sent Lin Yuan food twice. He did not reject his offerings because the vicious poison law had reached Myth 3, and it would protect him from even gold snake species phase poisons. After seeing Lin Yuan continue to chat happily with Luoya despite having eaten the poisoned food, Fu De smashed the bottle onto the ground and cursed loudly, "What the hell? I'll burn your shop down and beat you to death. You piece of crap, you always overcharge me when I buy blood-clotting medicine from you, but now you even have the audacity to sell me fake poison. How much more wicked can you get?" The more Fu De thought about it, the angrier he became. He smothered jam all over a piece of bread, tossed it to the manager in charge of resources, and said, "Lazy Eye, take out the pinnacle gold decay blood hook scorpion's tail." The man named Lazy Eye took out a walnut-shaped fruit and tossed it to the ground. A large pile of resources appeared on the ground, and Luoya said in annoyance, "Fu De, what are you doing? I didn't give you the item storing walnut for you to use it like this. The item storing walnut storage space will decrease after it's used 10 times. Aren't you aware of such basic knowledge?" Fu De smiled awkwardly and said, "I need to pick out some resources that we can use to trade for fur and metal with the merchants from the Great Lush Federation." Luoya immediately felt that she had wronged Fu De. After thinking for a moment, Luoya tossed another bottle of spirit fluid at Fu De and said, "I concocted this bottle of spirit fluid myself. It can evolve a pinnacle bronze fade to silver grade. If you have no use for it, give it to someone who does." Fu De was not happy to receive the spirit fluid, and his face turned stern. He had said what he said to test if Luoya was serious about the members of Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps dressing up as merchants from the Great Lush Federation to steal their resources and kill them afterward. However, it seemed that Luoya had given up on the idea. When they restarted their journey, Fu De hid the decay blood hook scorpion's tail and hid it within the jam as he sneered to himself. "Consider yourself lucky to have eaten fake poison. This time, you're going to be eating the pinnacle gold decay blood hook scorpion's tail. You're dead." Chapter 1178, Can I See Your Fey? Fu De was afraid that Lin Yuan would be able to sniff out the faint stench from the decay blood-hooked scorpion's tail, so he added 2 more scoops of jam. He quickly trod over to Lin Yuan and smiled as he said politely, "Friend, when we arrive at the destination and begin trading with the merchants from the Great Lush Federation, it might end up taking a long time. We prepared many resources, so it's likely that we won't be done before sunset. Why don't you have some bread so you won't become hungry at night? I added some specialty jam from Phoebe Jenny's city. I promise that it's delicious." Lin Yuan shot Fu De a look of amusement. Fu De was astonished by Lin Yuan's gaze and instinctively feared that Lin Yuan had realized what he had done to the bread. Before Fu De could ponder over the possibility, his expression darkened when he heard what Lin Yuan said next. "Luoye, he said that he put a lot of jam in between the bread. Do you want to eat it?" Fu De immediately retracted his hand. The Luo family knew that Luoye was hanging out with the withered cliff thief Deathcore. If they found out that she had died from eating the bread he had given her, they would definitely hunt him down and dismember him. Given the Luo family's power and connections, there would be nowhere for him to hide. If the Luo family put a bounty on his head offering Creation Master resources, there was even a chance that the other members of the withered cliff thief Deathcore would sell him out. In contrast to the terrified Fu De, Luoye assumed that Lin Yuan was showing care for her by offering her the bread. She was overjoyed and felt as though flowers were blooming within her. However, she had already eaten a piece of bread and did not want Lin Yuan to think of her as a glutton. Hence, in order to maintain her demure image, she replied shyly, "I have a really small appetite. I can't possibly fit this into my stomach." Fu De relaxed when he heard Luoye's rejection. Lin Yuan had no intention of teasing Fu De, so he received the bread from Fu De and gobbled it in front of Fu De's watchful eyes. He was in no mood to entertain Fu De as all his attention was on the item containing walnut that Fu De had taken out. The item storing walnut was a spatial spiritual ingredient. Although it did not have a large storage space, he could use them to travel between the Divine Wood Federation and the Radiance Federation if he had enough of them. Lin Yuan had just witnessed the item storing walnut's ability for himself, and it was considered a clumsy storage instrument. Since the withered cliff thief Deathcore were using such a clumsy item, it meant that the item storing walnut was common in the Divine Wood Federation. Moreover, Lin Yuan had clearly spotted a poisonous substance sandwiched between the bread. He did not know if it was his imagination, but he felt that eating poison with the vicious poison law in effect made the food more delicious. Lin Yuan also ate the bread to test this theory, and it turned out that he was right. There was a fragrance that was strongly present amongst the sweetness of the jam and the fragrance of the bread. Lin Yuan felt as though he was eating a fried chicken-flavored scorpion. As Lin Yuan munched on the bread, he said to Luoye with mock nonchalance, "Is the item containing walnut sold in Phoebe Jenny's city?" Luoye's eyes lit up as Lin Yuan asking her this question meant that there was a possibility he would go to Phoebe Jenny's city. However, she was confused as even Class 1 families in small towns could obtain the item storing walnut. This confusion made Luoye question whether Lin Yuan did not know much about the Divine Wood Federation. If so, it would be all the more possible that he was the disciple of one of the secret elite families in the Great Lush Federation. Most youths in the Divine Wood Federation would follow a group of merchants to do business in the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation from the age of 12 or 13. In such an environment, even idiots would come to know of the item storing walnut. Only the disciples of the secret elite families in the Great Lush Federation who had been brought up in an enclosed environment would lack such basic and common information. The more Luoye thought about it, the more certain she was that she knew the truth. She decided to test Lin Yuan. First, she answered his question, "Silver item containing walnuts can be found at auctions in Phoebe Jenny's city. Occasionally, there will be gold ones too. You can obtain bronze ones from any Class 1 Creation Master. It just so happens that I'm a Class 1 Creation Master. I don't have any item containing walnuts with me now, but around 8 item containing walnut trees are growing back at my home. If you want the item containing walnuts, I can nurture many for you once I'm back home. If you come and visit Phoebe Jenny's city, I'll give you 10. Suddenly, she asked Lin Yuan, "By the way, you said that you were separated from your retainers because of a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. Were your feys injured during the attack? If so, I can help you heal your feys now." Lin Yuan shook his head and replied, "I didn't summon any feys. My feys don't have combat abilities, so they're useless in such a situation." Now, Lin Yuan was no longer thinking of the item storing walnut. Instead, he was thinking of the item storing walnut trees. He had never seen any item storing walnut trees and did not know what conditions needed to be met in order for the item storing walnut trees to produce item storing walnuts. Previously, Lin Yuan would need to think of a way to address this situation carefully. But he now had Feng Shuang, Elder He, and Hu Tian, as well as Genius, who all had Class 4 Creation Master abilities. With all these Class 4 Creation Masters, Lin Yuan would be able to produce a large number of item storing walnuts quickly. Moreover, if the item storing walnut tree could produce ramets easily, he could even nurture a small forest of them. Luo Ye's eyes widened, and she asked gently, if your feys aren't skilled at battle, this must mean they're support type or healing type feys. Can I see your feys? Chapter 1179, The Young Man's Cat. Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched when he heard what Luo Ye said, as it sounded more like she wanted to see something besides his feys. In the past, Lin Yuan would never allow another person to see his feys, much less summon them in the presence of another person. But since he wanted to build a relationship with Luo Ye, it was necessary for him to summon his feys to display his capabilities. However, Lin Yuan had not decided which of his many feys he should summon, as he had many of them that fit the description of healing type and support type fey. Lin Yuan immediately summoned one of his feys. Luo Ye did not find anything strange about his actions. She was already certain that he was a member of the elite because only such people could afford the clothes he was wearing and exuded the aura that came from him. Each gem from Class 1 and 2 subterranean dimensional rifts cost about 20 great lush dollars. The color of the gems did not affect their price by much. The fabric of Lin Yuan's clothes could not be ascertained due to the mud, but there were about 40 gems embedded in it, which cost a total of about 1,200 great lush dollars. Hence, this set of spirit chi clothes had to cost at least 2,000 great lush dollars. This was a luxury that Luo Ye could afford, but she would not be able to bear to see it become accidentally damaged to such an extent. After observing him during the journey, Luo Ye realized that he did not seem to be heartbroken over his ripped-up clothes, and it seemed as though he couldn't care less about it. She still wanted to see his feys in spite of being sure of his status as an elite, because she wanted to use his feys as a means of measuring how elite his family was. If he truly was the disciple of a secret elite family, he had to have an incredible fey. Fu De relaxed when he saw Lin Yuan eat the poisoned bread. The decay bloodhook scorpion's venom was slow-acting, and it would first deteriorate the victim's mind to prevent the victim from realizing that they had been poisoned. If the victim's body was weak, the venom would start taking effect in about 3 hours. Since he was using the venom of the pinnacle gold decay bloodhook scorpion, it would only take 2 hours for the poison to take effect. 2 hours were more than enough time to arrive at the area where the merchants from the Great Lush Federation were. After the poison took effect, Lin Yuan would be reduced to a pile of putrid rotten flesh. There would be many witnesses at the bazaar of Great Lush Federation merchants, and many spirit chi professionals from the Iron Hammer Federation would be present as well. Luo Ye would undoubtedly take revenge for Lin Yuan if he died, but Fu De knew her well enough to know that she would not check his rotting corpse herself. It was more likely that she would leave the task to Fu De. After he checked Lin Yuan's corpse, he would be able to push the blame to one of the merchants from the Great Lush Federation or spirit chi professional from the Iron Hammer Federation without attracting suspicion toward himself. In a fit of anger, Luo Ye would kill the merchants from the Great Lush Federation and spirit chi professionals from the Iron Hammer Federation. At that time, he only needed to put more effort into supposedly avenging Lin Yuan in order to remove all lingering suspicion from him. There was even the possibility that Luo Ye might reward him. Without Lin Yuan, Luo Ye would definitely settle down and stay with the withered cliff thief Death Core. Fu De looked at Lin Yuan relaxedly and was certain that he was looking at a dead man. However, when he saw Lin Yuan hesitate at Luo Ye's request to see his face, Fu De could not help but sneer. "Friend, are you too embarrassed to summon your weak feys? Take a look at my fey. If you had me to protect you from the Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift, you definitely wouldn't have ended up in such a state." Fu De smugly summoned the gold 7-bite flesh vine. The bite flesh vine was 3 meters long, and the thick rust-colored vine resembled a snake. There were also many clusters on the vine that looked like suction cups. It seemed that the clusters of suction cups would immediately latch onto entrapped targets. However, in Lin Yuan's eyes, the bite flesh vine could not even compare to the predatory vines that Red Thorn produced. Even if such a fey was evolved, its singular method of attacking would result in it being easily countered in different environments. It was ludicrous to think that Fu De would be able to protect Lin Yuan in the event of a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift, as the bite flesh vine would only be able to overcome the first few alien insects that emerged. If it could not replenish its energy, it would quickly be trampled by the never-ending wave of alien insects. Xin Ying and Zhang Xiaobai had gold feys that were much stronger than the bite flesh vine. However, an ordinary gold fey was insignificant in the sea of alien insects. Unless it had overwhelming skill, even a gold 12 fey would drown in the sea of alien insects. An example would be the gold/epic hidden shadow dire wolf that belonged to Dong Hai. This was why it was so shocking that Redthorn had been able to hold its own against the alien insects using the Sea of Flowers. Fu De had already poisoned Lin Yuan 3 times, and Lin Yuan had no intention of allowing Fu De to live much longer after the journey ended. Lin Yuan's composed reaction made Fu De feel awkward. When Fu De jibed Lin Yuan, Luoya knitted her brow. Fu De was still one of her comrades, and it would be easy for Lin Yuan to think negatively of her because of what Fu De had said. In order to protect the positive image she wanted to portray to Lin Yuan, Luoya hurriedly said, "If you summon your feys without changing out of your dirty clothes, you might end up dirtying your feys. Why don't?" Lin Yuan cut her off by lifting his hand. A moment later, a white cat with numerous tails appeared in his arms. Chapter 1180, Time to show my true skills. A person's hobbies were usually linked to their environment. The regular people from the Divine Wood Federation were all obsessed with silk and would seek out items made from various fey silks. However, all the members of the elite preferred fur instead and often used the precious fur they obtained to create carpets and curtains. It was just like how the members of factions in the Radiance Federation liked to use furniture made of jade-textured wood. When the fur-obsessed Luoya saw the multi-tailed cat in Lin Yuan's arms, she could not help but gasp in amazement. Besides wearing fur goods, every young lady in the Divine Wood Federation longed to own a pretty furry pet. She already had several pets back home in Phoebe Jenny's city, but none of them had fur that could compare to the quality of Lin Yuan's cat. The cat in his arms had fur that was even whiter than the snow in the Iron Hammer Federation and eyes that were bluer than the most expensive Paraiba. Luoya was most enthralled by the cat's 8 long tails, which were all longer than the cat's body. As the tails swayed and moved, they resembled dancing silks. Luoya had never seen an animal with fur as soft as this cat. When the cat was summoned, it immediately started snuggling up to Lin Yuan as it used its tails to touch his mud-covered clothes gently. Its movements were gentle, but its tails were almost like magic as they managed to clean all the dirt off Lin Yuan's clothes within moments. Luoya immediately dipped her head when she saw Lin Yuan's clean clothes as she could see hints of his ivory skin through the holes. Lin Yuan gently touched Genius' head as Genius meowed in a childlike voice. Initially, he was choosing between Blackie, Purple Afterglow, and Genius. However, Blackie was large and was an avian-type fey, so it would be unrealistic to think that Lin Yuan would end up in such a sorry state with Blackie by his side. Although Purple Afterglow was an avian-type fey, it was only about the size of a palm and could not carry a person. It met the requirements, but Lin Yuan did not summon it because the blue flash butterfly also existed in the Divine Wood Federation, and the people there knew of the rumors surrounding the blue flash purple butterfly. Purple Afterglow's appearance had changed significantly after its bloodline evolved to the Purple Afterglow beauty goddess butterfly. However, anyone who had seen a drawing of the blue flash purple butterfly would be able to tell that it had very similar markings on its wings to those on Purple Afterglow's wings. The only difference was that Purple Afterglow's markings were much more breathtaking. As such, Genius was the best choice. Lin Yuan did not know whether there were 100 questions beasts in the Divine Wood Federation, but there were many cat species feys in the startling Lines continent. Genius now had many tails and no longer looked like the 100 questions beast. As long as Genius did not speak, not even people who had seen the 100 questions beast for itself would be able to identify Genius as one. Genius' appearance was like a harsh slap to Fu De, and all his pompousness from summoning the bite flesh vine vanished. However, he was also relieved that he had not impulsively attacked Lin Yuan. He realized that he could not sense how strong the cat species fey was. This meant that it had to be much more powerful than the bite flesh vine. This meant that Lin Yuan's cat species fey had to be platinum at the very least. Fu De was not a creation master and could not sense Genius grade with his simple techniques. Nonetheless, he knew that the bite flesh vine could not defeat the cat species fey even if it was only normal quality. Although the cat species fey did not appear to have any attacking abilities, there was no way it was weak. If it was provoked, it would bare its sharp claws and slash apart its target. Fu De looked at Lin Yuan and thought, hee, so what if your fey is strong? I watched as you gobbled down the bread poisoned with the gold decay bloodhook scorpion's venom. You'll definitely be dead in 2 hours. Once Lin Yuan died, his cat species fey would not be able to live long either. Fu De planned on removing its fur and selling it. The pristine fur should be able to fetch a high enough price to keep him living in comfort for the rest of his life. He was curious about his future prize and asked, "Friend, your cat looks like it's of high quality. Has it reached epic quality?" Once Luoya saw the cat species fey, she became even more assured in her guess that Lin Yuan was a disciple of one of the secret elite families in the Great Lush Federation. Genius was proof that Lin Yuan's status was much more elite than hers. Although she did not know how far their statuses differed, she guessed that there had to be at least one Class 3 creation master in his family. Luoya was both happy and nervous to find out that Lin Yuan was the disciple of a secret elite family. She was afraid that her background as a daughter of a Class 2 family would become an obstacle. For the first time in her privileged life, Luoya felt insecure about her background. She took a deep breath. Now was the time to show her true skills. Despite others fawning over Luoya her entire life, she was going to try to become the fawner now in an attempt to leave the best impression on Lin Yuan. She also felt a deep murderous resentment toward Fu Di and the other members of Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. They had always been searching for toys for her and knew about her hedonistic ways. Since she now knew that she had no means of controlling Lin Yuan, she was going to do her best to keep Lin Yuan from finding out about her unsavory past. Luoya was a vicious person by nature. Although she had spent a few years with the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps, every member of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps was nothing more than a tool to her. Chapter 1181, Don't touch unless you are going to buy it. Otherwise, I'll slap your hand. When Luoya heard what Fu Di said, she felt that this tool of hers was too ignorant. As a Class 1 creation master, her abilities were limited, and she could not sense genius diamond grade powers. However, she could sense the aura of willpower coming from genius, which indicated that it was a fantasy breed fey. She gasped in amazement. How could one person be so outstanding? He came from an elite family and had good looks and talent. He was every young girl's dream partner. Luoya chatted with Lin Yuan endlessly during the journey, and Fu Di stopped trying to insert himself. However, as he walked behind them, he glared maliciously at Lin Yuan while staring at Genius Fur with a greedy glint in his eye. A while later, the group encountered a few alien insects. Since there were no strong feys in the forest, these alien insects that had been fleeing from the source sand managed to survive. When these alien insects saw Lin Yuan, they immediately cried out and charged toward him. Unsurprisingly, these alien insects soon died at the hands of the members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. However, Lin Yuan was surprised that these alien insects that could easily be crushed to death managed to inflict considerable damage to the members of Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. Lin Yuan now knew how strong the members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps were. As the sun began to set and after what seemed like endless trudging through the forest, Lin Yuan finally saw 200 tents clustered together past the edge of the forest. Every tent had a black-haired and black-eyed merchant passionately shouting advertisements of their stall. The merchants sold their goods while trading for the goods of their customers. This scene reminded Lin Yuan of the Fey marketplace in Redbud City. Luoya had initially wanted to introduce Lin Yuan to some of these merchants from the Great Lush Federation that roamed the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. But she remembered that Lin Yuan was a disciple from a secret elite family that was undergoing training, so she felt that there was no way he did not know of the unspoken rules upheld by the merchants from the Great Lush Federation. As such, she did not offer him any warnings. The arrival of this large group of about 300 people immediately attracted the attention of all the merchants, and the merchants' guards summoned their feys to caution off any possible hostile intentions. Lin Yuan saw that most of the guards' feys were pinnacle bronze grade, and only a few were silver grade. It was no wonder that the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps were targeting them. However, if the two sides really started clashing, it was not guaranteed that the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps would be able to dominate the fight. Fu Di and the other members who had silver grade would not be in any danger, but some of the weaker members would definitely end up losing their lives. Lin Yuan felt that with some help, the merchant guards would be able to take down at least 100 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps with them. From this point of view, it could be seen how stubbornly strong the people from the Startling Lines continent were. Spirit Chi professionals lived lives that were paved by bloodshed. Everything that happened in the Radiance Federation had to adhere to rules, and not even Thearch class experts could act as they pleased in the royal capital. Any deep grudges between feys had to be settled through blood-pact ultimate fights. However, at the Startling Lines continent, rules no longer had the power to dictate the actions of its people. Rather, it could also be said that there were basically no rules in the Startling Lines continent and nothing was off the table. The Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps had initially planned on robbing the merchants. But since Luoya had taken a shine to Lin Yuan, who was from the Great Lush Federation, Fu Di had no choice but to hide the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps' identity and intention. Fu De planned on waiting for Lin Yuan's death to push the blame onto the merchants from the Great Lush Federation before he returned to their original plan. Thus, Fu De could not be bothered to put on a friendly act and pretend to negotiate trades with the merchants. Luoya was uninterested in this small merchant group, and the person who was shopping around with the most glee was Lin Yuan. When he arrived at the first stall, he used true data to check and learned that he had never encountered many of the spiritual ingredients, fruits and plant-type feys that were for sale. There were even some ceramic bottles that were clearly produced in the Divine Wood Federation. Given that 90% of the people in the bazaar were wearing armor, it was evident that they came from the Iron Hammer Federation, where metal resources were abundant. It was unsurprising that the merchants' guards had such a big reaction to the arrival of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. It seemed that this merchant group's target consumers were people from the Iron Hammer Federation instead of those from the Divine Wood Federation. As fascinating as these foreign items were, true data revealed that they did not have utilization, and Lin Yuan was uninterested in them. He could not see what was inside the ceramic bottles and reached his hand inside. Just as his hand was about to touch the ceramic bottle, a heavy hand slapped his hand away. "Boy, don't you know that you can't touch things you don't plan on buying?" Lin Yuan instinctively lifted his head and saw the stall owner looking at him with displeasure. Luoya hurriedly walked up to fix the situation as she cursed the family that Lin Yuan came from. As much as they wanted their younger generation to gain experiences from going out to train, how could they not even supply common knowledge? Nonetheless, Luoya started to explain to Lin Yuan seriously, "You can't touch any of the goods being sold at any bazaar made up of merchants from the Great Lush Federation. Once you touch it, you'll have to purchase it. Otherwise, you'll be blacklisted and chased out of the bazaar." While she was explaining, she wondered how someone of Lin Yuan's status would punish the stall owner that had slapped his hand. Yet, Lin Yuan smiled brightly and said with an apologetic tone, "I'm sorry. This is my first time at a bazaar, and I am not aware of the rules. I didn't mean to inconvenience you. Can I ask what is in this ceramic pot?" The young man's blinding smile and a sincere apology made the burly stall owner slightly embarrassed, and he could not help but think of his son, Wat had died at the hands of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps a year ago. His son had been around Lin Yuan's age and would be much more muscular than Lin Yuan if he was still around. After the man composed his grief-filled thoughts, he first explained why the goods could not be touched. "When we collect goods, we first check their quality. We'll keep those of acceptable quality and return the rejects so as to ensure that only the best quality goods are being sold." Chapter 1182, Sudden Complication, an issue arises. However, as strict as our moderation process is, things that have crossed many hands will definitely show evidence of all the contact. Feys and metal spiritual ingredients are still fine. However, things like fur and silk could become dirty or even damaged. If we don't notice the damage in time and sell the goods, it'll tarnish our reputation as merchants. The man was done explaining, so he went on to answer Lin Yuan's question. "This is strong alcohol that comes from a nearby town in the Divine Wood Federation. You're still young and shouldn't be drinking things like this. If you become addicted, you'll put your life in danger before you even throw away all your great lush dollars on this stuff." Lin Yuan scratched his head and replied, "Thank you for the advice. I don't drink alcohol." After bidding goodbye to the man, Lin Yuan walked toward the other stalls. The more Luoya gazed at his back, the more captivated she became. She had done many wicked deeds. If the man had dared to slap her hand, she would not have hesitated to order the mist reverse poison moth to kill him. But as cruel as she was not completely evil. She did not possess Lin Yuan's manners and bright personality, and these traits deeply attracted her. Now, she was even more set on killing Fu De and the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. The problem was finding the right opportunity to do so. After browsing about 20 stalls, Lin Yuan became bored as most of the stalls sold similar items. It would only be a waste of time to continue browsing. A better use of this time would be to seek out the leader of the merchants. Lin Yuan asked one of the stall owners, "Sir, can I ask where the person in charge of all the merchants here is? I have some business that I would like to discuss with him." He had not changed out of his spirit chi clothes. Although there were several large holes in his garment, the gems were proof of the spirit chi clothes' value. It was evident that Lin Yuan had the means to do business with the leader of the merchants. The most fundamental quality that the merchants from the Great Lush Federation needed to have was a continuous stream of resources. Hence, none of them would turn business away. A stall owner cheerfully led Lin Yuan to the largest tent and said, "The manager of our sincere merchant group is in this tent. His name is Mr. Feng. I saw several spirit chi professionals from the Iron Hammer Federation who also wanted to discuss business with Mr. Feng leaving, so there should only be Mr. Feng and his family left in the tent. You can go in and talk to him directly about any business you have in mind. Lin Yuan thanked the stall owner and strode into the large tent. The doors were open, so Lin Yuan walked in. Inside the tent sat an elderly man with a flat top and a middle-aged man, and they were going over account books together. The middle-aged man also had a child that looked to be about 2 years old in his arms. The child started cooing when he saw Lin Yuan and Luoye. The elderly man studied Lin Yuan and Luoye for a moment before asking, "Do the two of you need something? If you want to discuss business, we will offer the utmost sincerity. However, we first have to ensure that you are offering good quality goods." Before Lin Yuan could reply, sounds of a commotion could be heard outside the tent, and Lin Yuan heard people shouting, "What? Why did a subterranean dimensional rift open up all of a sudden? Damn! Go and see Mr. Feng and ask him what we should do." There's no point in asking Mr. Feng. This subterranean dimensional rift is huge, and it's clear from its aura that it's not only class 1. We're done for. There's no way we'll be able to survive the wave of subterranean life forms from a class 2 subterranean dimensional rift. The elderly man known as Mr. Feng said to the man next to him, "Jiaji, take good care of Bean. His safety comes first no matter what." Mr. Feng immediately charged out of the tent to check on the situation. Luo Ye's expression soured. If what the people outside said was true that a class 2 subterranean dimensional rift had opened nearby, not even using the mist reverse poison moth would allow her to escape. In less than 2 minutes after the subterranean dimensional rift opened, a large number of subterranean life forms would emerge. Many of the subterranean life forms from a class 2 subterranean dimensional rift had wings, and some like the fungus bat and stone statue monster had strong aerial fighting abilities. Luoya turned to Lin Yuan and said, "If a class 2 subterranean dimensional rift has really opened, the two of us will ride the mist reverse poison moth and escape to the Divine Wood Federation. Didn't you say that a class 1 alien insect dimensional rift opened? Do you know its exact location? If we fly toward the wave of insects and lead the two groups of dimensional life forms to collide with each other, we might be able to escape with our lives." Lin Yuan was surprised to hear Luoya say this. The mist reverse poison moth was only gold grade, and the more burdens it was carrying, the slower it would be able to fly. It would definitely be able to fly quicker with just Luoya on its back. Yet, Luoya had still chosen to bring Lin Yuan with her in spite of the life and death situation she was facing. Before Lin Yuan could reply, louder noises of a scuffle came from outside the tent, and Luoya recognized some of the voices. She cursed inwardly as she knew that it was due to Fu Di, who had lost control after hearing about the subterranean dimensional rift. While Luoya racked her brain to come up with a plan to escape while ensuring that the withered cliff thief Death Core took her secrets to their graves, Lin Yuan calmly said to the middle-aged man, "We can't stay in this tent. Let's go out and assess the situation." Before Lin Yuan could step out of the tent, it erupted into flames. With a wave of her hand, Luoya summoned a 2-meter-long blue-winged dragonfly and ordered, "Cold-winged wind dragonfly, use frigid wind." The blue-winged dragonfly flapped its wings and kicked up a gust of wind so strong that it tore the burning tent apart. After the tent was ripped apart, Luoya saw that Fu De had ordered the members of the withered cliff thief Death Core to summon their feys and were currently facing off against both the merchants and their guards. Chapter 1183, Vaneland Imp. Yet, amidst the confrontation with the sincere merchant group, Fu De continued to look around as though he was searching for something. Rage bubbled within Luoya. If Fu De revealed that they were the withered cliff thief Death Core, any hope she had of being with Lin Yuan would be dashed. Luoya shouted shrilly, "Fu De! What are you doing?" At the sound of Luoya's angry shriek, Fu De looked at her happily and let out a sigh of relief. He was an experienced adventurer who knew that there was no way he would be able to escape the Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift without Luoya's mist reverse poison moth. However, the moment he laid eyes on Lin Yuan, he froze in shock. Lin Yuan should already have been reduced to a pile of rotting flesh by this time. How could he still be alive and kicking? But Fu De did not have time to address this now as he rushed to Luoya and yelled, "Luoya! Summon your mist reverse poison moth and take me with you. If we don't leave now, it's going to be too late." The other 300 members of the withered cliff thief Death Core immediately went into a frenzy. The withered cliff thief Death Core's business was robbing and killing. Every member's sword knew the taste of blood. However, just because they were ready to lay down their lives did not mean that they were willing to be abandoned. The members of the withered cliff thief Death Core had always fought by Fu De's side. However, Fu Di's current attitude broke all their hearts and made them unwilling to continue fighting the sincere merchant group. Lin Yuan pursed his lips when he saw Fu Di running toward Luoye. Although Lin Yuan had every intention of killing Fu Di, he might have spared Fu Di if he had performed his duty as the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps' leader and tried to save his members. But now, Fu Di was nothing more than a despicable cad that did not even deserve to do manual labor in the underground palace. When Luoye did not respond, Fu Di shouted anxiously, "Just forget about that pretty boy. I'll do my best to find you even better looking boys in the future." Luoye was so enraged that she ordered the cold-winged wind dragonfly to attack Fu Di. She dared not reply to him for fear that he would expose her and say something that would scare Lin Yuan off. In order to seal his mouth, she would have to use brute strength. Fu Di never expected Luoye to attack him, and he could not figure out why she was doing so. After all, he had a gold fey that would be able to help them escape. Could it be that she had discovered he had poisoned Lin Yuan? Fu Di hurriedly summoned the bite flesh vine to defend him. When the blade of cold wind cut down on the bite flesh vine, several holes opened up on the bite flesh vine. Sap should be leaking out of the holes, but the cold wind had frozen all the sap. Since the bite flesh vine's wounds were frozen, it could not heal itself. The discovery of the subterranean dimensional rift, the confrontation between the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps and Sincere Merchant Group, and Fu Di being attacked by Luoye all occurred within the span of a minute. During this time, a skinny green-skinned monster had climbed out of the subterranean dimensional rift, and a sea of various subterranean life forms soon followed. The skinny green monster orchestrated the other life forms to surround the bazaar in an orderly manner. Luoye said in shock, "It's the land imp. This has to be a pinnacle class 2 subterranean dimensional rift." The skinny green monster glared at the cold-winged wind dragonfly and mist reverse poison moth. With a snap of its fingers, 2 balls of mud appeared in the air and blocked the cold-winged wind dragonfly and mist reverse poison moth's path. If the cold-winged wind dragonfly and mist reverse poison moth tried to fly away, they would immediately be obstructed by the balls of mud. Luoye muttered in despair, "I'm done for. How can I die in such a place? I'm a class 1 creation master." The only person who remained calm was Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan raised his eyes in surprise when he saw the land imp. It was indeed strange to see a land imp in a pinnacle class 2 subterranean dimensional rift. Land imps were an extremely intelligent subterranean life form and had a humanoid figure just like the Medusa snake demon. The difference was that land imps were much rarer and more useful than the Medusa snake demon. However, according to the description by Fey observers, the land imps had greenish-gray skin and not slightly blue skin like this land imp had. Moreover, this land imp seemed even more intelligent than the average class 4 land imp. Lin Yuan immediately used true data to check on the land imp. Alien beast name, land imp, vein type. Life form state, dimensional life form. Alien beast class, class 4. Natural skill. Metal growth, by forming a contract with a type of metal, the land imp can absorb the energy within the metal to increase its power. After increasing its power, the land imp can also grow the metal. Each time the land imp evolves, it will be able to switch to a different type of metal. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply and could not believe his luck to have encountered the legendary land imp that was mutating in the direction of mineral veins. If this land imp's mutation was successful, it would be able to transform into the vein land imp, which was considered a treasure. The vein land imp could go underground and sense the location of mineral veins. As such, gaining control of one vein land imp would allow a person to tap into a mineral vein's valuable resources. A mineral vein was more valuable than hundreds of heavenly maiden-grade elemental pearls. Lin Yuan felt that he could enable this land imp to undergo the source-type cleansing to become an apostle. Chapter 1184, I'm here to save you, just kidding. The vein land imp was a much more precious strategic resource than Wendy and Rising Lizard. Moreover, this land imp's natural skill metal growth could multiply metal while increasing its power. In the future, Lin Yuan would only need to obtain a small amount of any metal spiritual ingredient he needed, and he would not have to worry about lacking in that specific metal spiritual ingredient again. As of now, the metal spiritual ingredient he lacked the most was floating silver, which could obscure a space and defend against prying eyes. If he could gain control of the land imp, he would not have to search for floating silver any more doggedly. While Lin Yuan studied the vein land imp, he noticed that it was sniffing excitedly as though it had discovered something extremely interesting. Lin Yuan thought, could there be an undiscovered mineral vein somewhere in this area? If a mineral vein remained untapped, its aura would stay sealed, and only the vein land imp would be able to sense it. It would not be easy for spirit chi professionals to use feys to uncover mineral veins, and it usually only happened by chance or due to a miracle. Resources were scarce on the outskirts of the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation. Lin Yuan could not be sure about the Iron Hammer Federation as he had never been there, but there was only one small town at the edge of the Divine Wood Federation that could not even afford to sustain one Class 1 creation master. As such, it was possible that a mineral vein in this area would remain undiscovered. The vain land imp subtly glanced at an area not far off before looking back in amusement at the members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps and Sincere Merchant group that were currently surrounded by the subterranean life forms. It was as though these people were nothing more than toys to the vain land imp. Lin Yuan calmly stroked Genius' soft fur, and Genius was also a picture of composure. Meanwhile, panic had fully taken hold of Luoye. The two balls of mud obstructed the cold-winged wind dragonfly and mist reverse poison moth, and any movement on the two phase part would be closely shadowed by the balls of mud. The Class 4 land imp was as powerful as a platinum fey, and Luoye dared not order the mist reverse poison moth and cold-winged wind dragonfly to defend against the land imp's attack, as it would either result in their deaths or them sustaining grievous injuries. Even if the mist reverse poison moth and cold-winged wind dragonfly could still fly in their injured states, they would not be able to outrun the fungus bats and stone status monsters. The entire scene plunged into despair as the subterranean life forms flowing out of the pinnacle Class 2 dimensional rift were like an unfolding disaster. Only the gods had the ability to overcome disasters, and mere mortals were destined to die. Although the cold-winged wind dragonfly and mist reverse poison moth were blocked by the balls of mud and could no longer attack Fu Di, he did not feel relaxed. He was the only spirit chi professional besides Luoye, who had summoned a gold fey. Since the land imp could not sense the diamond/fantasy genius, Fu Di appeared to be the strongest person present. However, both he and the bite flesh vine were surrounded by subterranean life forms. The ground beneath his feet gave way, and he almost fell into the hole that had suddenly appeared. If not for the bite flesh vine using its vine to grab hold of his arm, he would have fallen in. Just as the bite flesh vine was about to pull Fu Di out of the hole, an even larger hole opened up beneath the bite flesh vine. Both the bite flesh vine and Fu Di tumbled into the hole. A moment later, the hole started to close up. Fu Di and the bite flesh vine started to thrash frantically, and he screeched, "Luoye! Save me! If you save me, I'm willing to use the bite flesh vine to protect the mist reverse poison moth and cold-winged wind dragonfly. I'll be your servant, and I'll never defy you ever again. Save me, please." Luoye looked elated to hear Fu Di's desperate cries. Despite clearly having no intention of saving him, she said, "Hold on. I still have a fey that I haven't summoned. Tell the bite flesh vine to reach out of the hole, and I'll use my fey to pull you up." She sneered and thought, "Fu Di, do you think you're worthy of being my servant? It's child's play for a Class 1 creation master like me to find a servant with a gold fey. There are so many of you out there." Not only did Luoye look down on Fu Di, but she also subscribed to the belief that only dead men told no tales. If she saved him, there would always be the possibility of him saying something wrong, and she would not always be there to stop him with brute force. As Fu Di continued to plead from within the hole, Luoye matched her tone to sound urgent and exerted. Fu Di did as she said and instructed the bite flesh vine to reach out of the hole. He also summoned the silver steel thread vine to slam against the hole to slow down the rate at which the hole was closing. Additionally, Fu Di took out a long knife and hacked at the underground thorns in spite of the injuries he had already sustained. The land imp's strategy was to eliminate the biggest threat present, and it was already set on killing Fu Di. However, the land imp treated Fu Di's instructions to the bite flesh vine to reach out of the hole as a provocation. The land imp became more insistent on ending Fu Di's life, so he and his two feys soon drew their last breaths inside the hole. Now that Fu Di was dead, Luoye let out a sigh of relief. She had noticed that the middle-aged man and elderly man she had seen in the tent had summoned pinnacle silver feys and had forced the leaderless withered cliff thief Death Corps out toward the wall of subterranean life forms. Luoye was now resigned to the fact that this place was about to become her burial ground, and all she wanted to do now was die by Lin Yuan's side with him, thinking that she had a clean slate. As such, she hoped that all the members of the withered cliff thief Death Corps would die even more than she hoped to survive this disaster. She had already come up with an excuse to explain her abandonment of Fu Di. Chapter 1185, Descending Soldier from Heaven. Luoye said to Lin Yuan, "Fu Di went mad from the pressure of facing the Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift and started spewing nonsense. He wanted me to take him with me, but the mist reverse poison moth can't take 3 people." She stopped for a moment before whispering, "I chose you and not Fu Di." Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He now truly knew how much Luoya cared for him to the point that he remained her priority during a life and death situation. He looked at the wave of subterranean life forms and thought, this unexpected situation wrecked my and Lu Ji's original plan. It's now up to Lu Ji how he wants to make his entrance. Luoya was so resigned to her fate that she did not notice Lin Yuan's calm demeanor. Mr. Feng and Jiaji kept their eyes on Lin Yuan while they led the sincere merchant group against the withered cliff thief Death Corps. Lin Yuan's dignified aura had caught their attention from the moment they met him. It did not make sense for a person with such an aura to appear amongst this small merchant group. Moreover, Genius' presence was much more convincing than Lin Yuan's torn-up spirit chi clothes. Mr. Feng had never seen this eight-tailed cat species fey before, nor could he sense its power. However, its fur was already more valuable than the entire sincere merchant group. Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji ran to Lin Yuan, and Mr. Feng said, I didn't mean to offend you. If you have any means of escaping, please bring my grandson, Bean. Mr. Feng gestured at Feng Jiaji to hand Bean over to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was shocked and did not reach out to receive Bean. As he gazed at Bean's large eyes and innocent smile, Lin Yuan came to a decision. If Lu Ji did not make it in time to defeat the wave of subterranean life forms, he would save this child. Mr. Feng hurriedly took out 10 silver items storing walnuts and said, I obtained these resources when I traveled east. If you can save Bean, I shall give all these to you. He paused for a moment before adding, I only have these for now. If I ever obtain any more, I shall give them all to you as well. Lin Yuan looked at Mr. Feng, and Feng Jiaji, who was holding Bean with his lips tightly pressed together, and said, what if I can save all three of you? Luoya, Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji froze in astonishment when they heard what Lin Yuan said. Mr. Feng looked at Feng Jiaji before he looked at the members of the sincere merchant group and said, some of these people have been with me for over 40 years while others have been with me for over 10 years. All of us are old friends. I can't bear to leave them. Those who started following me in their youth now have children or even grandchildren who are all following me as well. I would rather die with honor than live with guilt in my heart. Feng Jiaji gnashed his teeth and said, I've been with the sincere merchant group from the moment I was born. My mother and wife are also part of the sincere merchant group. The sincere merchant group is my home. I won't leave either. Please, if you can, save Bean. He's still young and ignorant. I only hope that he can continue living. It might be selfish for me to say this, but as long as Bean lives, I'll live through him. He is the legacy of my bloodline. Lin Yuan saw absolute loyalty in Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji. There was no guarantee that such a morally upstanding merchant group would be able to find success in this messy world. However, they would definitely make the best business partners. Lin Yuan gently touched Bean's face and said, the sudden appearance of another dimensional rift caused me to be separated from my retainer. The opening of the Pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift caused such strong effects that it'll definitely attract my retainer. Once he's here, everything will be fine. Before Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji could react, a member of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps cried out in terror, we're done for. The subterranean life forms are closing in. Get out of my way. Ah! My legs are breaking. At first, the Class 4 land imp was the one leading the subterranean life forms. However, a black stone statue monster had flown out of the Pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift and sent the sea of subterranean life forms into a frenzy. The land imp and stone statue monster started competing over leadership over the subterranean life forms. It did not take long for the 300 members of the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps who were closest to the sea of subterranean life forms to be killed. As the members of the sincere merchant group were about to become the subterranean life form's next target, Lin Yuan prepared to instruct the Source Sand to take action. An overwhelming aura swept across the wave of subterranean beasts at that moment. This aura did not strike fear into the hearts of the dimensional life forms like the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's aura did, but it did immediately catch the attention of all the dimensional life forms present. Shortly after, many enormous spider webs appeared in the air and trapped the dimensional life forms on the ground. The dimensional life forms were still alive but immobile. Lin Yuan noticed many translucent spiders on the webs. Each spider was smaller than a fingernail, but they were the ones spinning this giant web. As the spider web was spun even thicker and stickier, all the dimensional life forms were well and truly stuck. At the end of the spider webs was a man dressed in silver armor. A glowing moth flew above the man's head, and every flap of its wings sent out faint dimensional fluctuations. To the members of the sincere merchant group and Luoya who were waiting for their impending death, the man in silver armor was like a descending soldier from heaven. Chapter 1186, young master, sorry I'm late. The hundreds of spider webs were also like a magical ability they had never seen before. Lu Ji slowly walked on the ground that had been cleared of subterranean dimensional life forms. Larger webs appeared in the sky and covered the subterranean life forms in layer after layer of gossamer threads. Even the land imp and stone statue monster were trapped within the spider webs. Lin Yuan did not expect Lu Ji to use such a method to take care of the subterranean life forms. Lu Ji did not kill the subterranean life forms because he intended on feeding them to Silver Corona. The translucent spiders were probably a new insect species Carcinoma fey that the insect queen had gained control over. While Lu Ji's arrival still dumbfounded everyone else, Lin Yuan used true data and checked on the insect species Carcinoma fey. Fey name, web area glass spider. Fey species, thread spider species / jumping spider species. Fey grade, diamond, 10/10. Fey type, insect. Fey quality, legend. Abilities. Split body separation. By splitting the body's energy into different ranks, every section of energy will produce a miniature life form with the abilities and exclusive skills of the main body. The more miniature life forms produced, the weaker each of them will be. Web-shaped threads. The threads produced will absorb energy from the air and turn into a web that will attract and stick to other spider webs. Seek Hunt Web Banquet. The spider webs will produce a powerful separation mist that will separate all the life forms on the web and supply energy to every life form. Once the life forms gain enough energy, they will split again. Weakening threads. A life form that has been nurtured by energy will produce threads that have weakening effects. Any target that comes into contact with the weakening threads will become weaker. This includes the softening of shells, the reduction of speed, and other negative effects, such as itching and pricking. Area Web War Zone. Once the spider webs take over the air, many more spider webs will be produced to cover the ground. The spider webs will also produce a large number of secretions. When a target that has come into contact with the weakening threads comes into contact with the secretion-covered spider webs, the target will degrade quicker. A target that has not come into contact with the weakening threads will gain increased speed and healing abilities when it comes into contact with the secretion-covered spider webs. Sacrifice spider threads. When a life form that came from being split apart receives a lethal blow, the energy in the spider threads will be sacrificed and used to produce even more split life forms. The sacrificed spider webs will be able to benefit every friendly life form and increase the durability of their outer layers. Exclusive skill. Geometry connection. The spider webs will be produced according to the rules of geometry. When many spider webs are linked together, they can share the forces exerted on them. Lin Yuan immediately knew that the web area glass spider had used split body separation and web-shaped threads. The web area glass spider was able to control such a large battle zone, but control was not its main ability. There were many insect species Carcinoma feys at the Spirit Guard's land for Lu Ji to choose from. He had to have chosen the web area glass spider for another reason besides its controlling abilities. The web area glass spider's true abilities lay in its ability to use spider webs to create a battlefield that would be advantageous for insect species feys. The insect queen could produce 5 types of insects, while the blade queen bee could also produce insect species Carcinoma feys. There were many insects that Lu Ji could use during battle. The insects could gain increased speed and healing abilities when they came into contact with the secretions on the spider webs. It would not make much of a difference if only one insect gained increased speed and healing abilities. But if every insect in the colony benefited in such a manner, the colony's fighting abilities would be raised. Moreover, the weakening threads would be able to degrade its targets, while sacrifice spider threads would be able to increase the sturdiness of the insect species phase shells. Lin Yuan could not imagine the increase in power that Lu Ji's insect colony would be able to achieve. Additionally, when split body separation, area web war zone, and geometry connection were used together, a battlefield formed by the spider webs would immediately be created. Once the battlefield was created, Lu Ji would not have to worry about the environment hindering him during battle. Sacrifice spider threads and seek hunt web banquet would also be able to increase the spider web's recovery abilities. If only Lin Yuan was affiliated with insect species feys, and if the insect species Carcinoma fey would not only be left with one ability once Morbius spirit locked it, he would also desire an insect species Carcinoma fey for himself. However, there were also limitations that came with Lu Ji contracting so many insect species Carcinoma feys. Carcinoma feys had messy thoughts and could not comprehend willpower runes from the natural environment. This also applied to the sea burial lotus flower. However, the fairy's heart had been used on the sea burial lotus flower, allowing it to transform into the fairy source type life form Silver Corona. Since Silver Corona was no longer a carcinoma fey, it could evolve to fantasy breed. Without the fairy's heart, all of Lu Ji's feys would only be able to evolve to Diamond X/Legend at most. Nonetheless, this much power was enough, as the use of over 10 insect species carcinoma feys in conjunction would allow Lu Ji to stand toe-to-toe against Emperor-class experts. Lin Yuan also did not have absolute confidence in being able to defeat Lu Ji in a fight. Lu Ji could hide within the insect colony with the insect queen while directing the insect colony. However, even the sacred sword-wielding queen's night crow with her attack would only be able to attack a large area without focusing on a target. Now that he was seeing Lu Ji in action again, Lin Yuan felt motivated to work harder to find more feys for Morbius to spirit lock. The members of the Sincere Merchant Group and Luoya watched as Lu Ji walked over to the young man with a white cat in his arms. The silver-armored young man knelt and placed his hand over the left side of his chest as he said, "Young master, sorry I'm late and made you frightened." Chapter 1187, How elite is his status? Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched as he looked at the kneeling Lu Ji. What is Big Brother Lu doing? I didn't expect him to be a natural-born actor. But I guess this shouldn't be surprising, as people in the Divinewood Federation care a lot more about ranking than people from the Radiance Federation. The retainers in the Radiance Federation did not need to uphold such etiquettes, but these mannerisms were required in the Divinewood Federation. If such etiquettes were lacking, it would seem strange and make one seem unworthy of respect. The more established the etiquette was, the more awe-inspiring one would be regarded in the startling Lines continent. If the master and their retainer had an overly casual relationship, they would be assumed to be nouveau riche. Lin Yuan assumed that Lu Ji was only acting in such a way as part of his performance. However, Lu Ji did not feel the same way. Lu Ji was wearing the Class 2 Creation Master retainer crest that Lin Yuan had given him under his silver armor. He was currently placing his hand over the area where the Class 2 Creation Master retainer crest was. The Class 2 Creation Master retainer crest was proof of Lu Ji's rescue and marked the beginning of his dream. During the time he had spent by Lin Yuan's side, Lu Ji had witnessed the way Lin Yuan treated his companions, friends, and family. However, Lu Ji would always see himself as Lin Yuan's retainer knight. Lu Ji realized that this was the first time he presented himself as Lin Yuan's retainer knight in front of others. Hence, he was so caught up in his piousness that even his breathing became ragged. This scene was a heavy blow to the minds of Luoya and the Sincere Merchant members. Although Luoya had guessed that Lin Yuan was the disciple of a secret elite family, she never expected him to have such a powerful retainer. Lin Yuan had said that he had been separated from his retainer when they encountered a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift. It did not seem plausible that the retainer that could not handle a Class 1 alien insect dimensional rift would be able to do anything against a Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift. When Lu Ji first appeared, he looked so young that Luoya did not link him to Lin Yuan. Despite only being around 24 years old, he already possessed such power. As such, he seemed more like a member of a secret elite family than Lin Yuan, who was dressed in torn-up clothes. The power of the spider webs that seemed to stretch across the entire sky was so great that Luoya could not begin to fathom the amount of power that Lu Ji wielded. Yet, this godlike man turned out to be Lin Yuan's retainer. Just how elite was Lin Yuan's status? How strong was Lin Yuan's faction? Could there be a Class 4 creation master in the secret elite family that Lin Yuan came from? At this point, Luoya stopped her imagination from running wild. She already felt that Class 3 families were unimaginably powerful. Someone like Luoya, who was from a Class 2 family, did not even have the right to look at a member of a Class 4 family. At first, Luoya had all sorts of wild thoughts about Lin Yuan, and she had decided to pursue him even if he was truly a member of a secret elite family from the Great Lush Federation. But now that she saw how powerful Lin Yuan's retainer was, she became acutely aware of the vast canyon of difference between her and Lin Yuan's status. Luoya's feelings of love at first sight for Lin Yuan had gradually turned into hope. But now, she understood they were from completely different worlds and could never be together. At this thought, her spirits plunged. Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji recovered from their shock and felt a twinge of affection for Lin Yuan. This affection came from the happiness and excitement of being saved. The startling Lines continent had the habit of seeing masters and their retainers as one entity, and any action on the retainer's part was regarded as their master's will. Although Lu Ji had stopped the wave of subterranean beasts, the crowd's gratitude was directed toward Lin Yuan instead of Lu Ji. Lu Ji knelt for half a minute before he rose to his feet. He stood by Lin Yuan's side, in between Luoya and Lin Yuan. Luoya instinctively took a step back to put distance between her and Lu Ji. Although the man in the silver armor had not shot her any menacing looks, she was sure he did not have any friendly feelings toward her. As even Lin Yuan's retainer looked down on her, she felt the distance between her and Lin Yuan draw even wider. Suddenly, uproarious cheers erupted from every direction. "A god saved us! Look everyone, the subterranean life forms have all been trapped by the webs. Oh my god! I'm not dead! This is amazing! Thank God!" The sincere merchant members hugged their family and friends, and many of them were weeping tears of joy. Many hands wiped away tears from many faces, and the remnants of salty tears were like a gift to those who had miraculously survived the disaster. Feng Jiaji took Bean back from Lin Yuan and kissed the wide-eyed child. However, his beard was so rough that it scratched Bean and turned the child's innocent smile into upset wails. Usually, Bean was Feng Jiaji's top priority. But now, he ignored his son and shouted, "The sun is setting. Quickly start up the fires. I shall provide 2 silver rampaging mountain bulls, and we shall have a feast in honor of our guests tonight." Feng Jiaji's words were like a spark that ignited a blaze of excitement in the crowd, and it was almost as though they had not just been in the middle of a disaster moments ago. The sincere merchant members' eyes shone as they looked at Lin Yuan and Lu Ji, but none of them dared to step forward to thank the two men. People with Lin Yuan's natural, elegant demeanor and Lu Ji's dignified coldness could only come from a major faction. None of the members of this lowly merchant group dared to approach the two men. Luoya tossed a bronze item storing walnut onto the ground, and many fruits appeared. "Since we're roasting bulls, we need to have these fruits too. Beef is oily. After you wash these fruits, you'll be able to eat the fruits alongside the oily beef," said Luoya. There were no seasonings or added dishes other than some salt and the fruits that Luoya provided. Naturally, the food was nowhere near the quality that Lu Ji produced. Currently, many sincere merchant members were enthusiastically dancing around the bonfire. Lin Yuan and Lu Ji merrily feasted amidst the wonderful atmosphere. Chapter 1188, The Dimensional Rift Opened by Lu Ji. Luoya dolefully munched on roasted beef while occasionally stealing glances at Lin Yuan. When she saw him staring at the sincere merchant members who were dancing around the bonfire, she took off her purple fur cloak and started dancing passionately around a bonfire. The eyes of many men from the sincere merchant group lit up. Lu Ji could not help but whisper, "Lin Yuan, I think that woman is interested in you. Did she cause you any trouble during your journey?" Lin Yuan hurriedly shook his head. Although he wanted to obtain the 2 connections that would allow him to establish himself in the startling Lines continent, he would not stoop so low as to let himself be taken advantage of. The longer Lin Yuan looked at the dimensional light moth flying above Lu Ji's head, the more strange he found it. Subterranean dimensional rifts did not take long to produce the wave of dimensional life forms like other dimensional rifts did. However, a natural dimensional rift occurred due to ripping from the inside out. The first dimensional life forms that emerged were always the weakest, while the stronger ones only emerged a while later. However, the first dimensional life form that emerged from the pinnacle subterranean dimensional rift was the Class 4 land imp. This did not seem logical. The only explanation for this event would be that the dimensional space had ripped from the outside in and coincidentally sucked in a Class 4 land imp. As such, Lin Yuan asked, "Big brother Lu, was your dimensional light moth the one that opened the subterranean dimensional rift?" Lu Ji nodded and replied with a formal tone, "When you left to meet with the withered cliff thief Death Core, the insect queen produced 30 hurricane owlet moths. I instructed 15 of them to survey the area while the other 15 kept watch over you. When the insect queen's spirit hosts the hurricane owlet moths, they can hear and comprehend sounds. After I learned what was happening on your side, I tried to come up with a way to achieve our original goal. Eventually, I decided that orchestrating a disaster would be the easiest way to go about it. The dimensional light moth was an extremely dangerous insect species carcinoma fey to control as it would produce dimensional rifts after consuming spatial areas. Before Lin Yuan obtained the Shatter Spatial Stone, he had considered asking Lu Ji to use the dimensional light moth to produce a dimensional rift that would supply Silver Corona Sea of Flowers with sustenance. However, he had eventually decided against it. Dimensional light moths that had not been nurtured were usually only around bronze or silver grade, and most would never reach gold grade in their entire lives. Such dimensional light moths were already capable of producing Class 4 dimensional rifts. Lu Ji's dimensional light moth had already reached Diamond X/Legend, which was a level that no wild insect species carcinoma fey could attain. Lin Yuan estimated that the pinnacle Class 2 dimensional rift was produced from the dimensional light moth taking one bite. It would have produced a Class 3 dimensional rift if it took a few more bites. However, the dimensional light moth might become useful once Silver Corona became strong enough. Lin Yuan had originally planned on waiting until after the feast ended to have a chat with Mr. Feng. But before Lin Yuan could make his move, Mr. Feng led Feng Jiaxi over to Lin Yuan and Lu Ji. Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaxi bowed to Lin Yuan in gratitude before bowing to Lu Ji as well. Mr. Feng took out 9 silver item storing walnuts and gave them to Lin Yuan as he said, I wanted to give you these item storing walnuts as a gift if you saved Bean. But now, you not only saved Bean but the entire sincere merchant group as well. Unfortunately, these 9 item storing walnuts are all that Jiaxi and I have. I hope you won't be too dissatisfied. Lin Yuan looked into Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaxi's eyes and saw their brimming sincerity. He received one of the item storing walnuts and was about to test its ability to store items. He discovered that there were about 100 square meters of space within the silver item storing walnut, which was about the storage space of a silver fey storage box. However, there were 2 differences between the item storing walnut and silver fey storage box. The first difference was that the silver item storing walnut had a limit to the number of times it could be used, and the items already within had to be removed each time it was used again. Moreover, after being used 100 times, the silver item storing walnut would completely lose its storage ability. As such, the fey storage box was much more useful. However, Lin Yuan wanted the item storing walnut more than he wanted fey storage boxes. He would need 50,000 silver item storing walnuts to make one return trip to and from the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation. 50,000 silver item storing walnuts did seem like a lot, but the higher grade item storing walnuts would be able to store more items. Thus, Lin Yuan asked Mr. Feng, do you have any gold item storing walnuts? Mr. Feng assumed that Lin Yuan was dissatisfied with this gift. He smiled bitterly and said, these 9 silver item storing walnuts are truly everything that my family has. Gold item storing walnuts are 100 times more valuable than silver item storing walnuts. We don't have the means to buy more than 1 or 2 gold item storing walnuts. The gold item storing walnuts are also limited to 1000 uses before they lose their storage ability. Only the legendary platinum item storing walnuts have unlimited usage. We have no use for gold item storing walnuts, and nothing in the Divine Wood Federation can be used to match up to its value equitably. Hence, it isn't profitable either. Lin Yuan knew that Mr. Feng was indirectly saying that they did not have any gold item storing walnuts. Thus, he asked instead, then, do you have any bronze item storing walnuts? Lin Yuan had only seen Fu De use the bronze item storing walnut but did not know what its storage ability was. He wanted gold and bronze item storing walnuts so he could make a comparison between their storage ability and the silver item storing walnut's storage ability. Chapter 1189, I'll give you the money. This was the only way he could estimate how many platinum item storing walnuts he would need for one return trip between the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation. Given the amount of Creation Master resources that Lin Yuan possessed, he would easily be able to evolve the item storing walnut tree to diamond grade once he managed to obtain one. Mr. Feng hurriedly pointed at one of the item storing walnuts that had a marking on it and said, there are 40 bronze item storing walnuts inside this silver item storing walnut. If you need bronze item storing walnuts, you can help yourself with those. Luo Ye's eyes remained fixed on Lin Yuan the entire time she was dancing. However, she sadly noticed that the old man from the Sincere Merchant group had accosted Lin Yuan not long after she started dancing. She no longer had any interest in continuing dancing if Lin Yuan was not watching her. Moreover, there were many middle-aged men around who were clapping and cheering for her. Their pockmarked faces sent shivers up and down her spine. Hence, she put on the large purple cloak she had been swinging around and walked toward Lin Yuan. She arrived by his side just in time to hear Lin Yuan mention his need for bronze and gold item storing walnuts. Luo Ye tossed the only gold item storing walnut she had and 2 bronze item storing walnuts to Lin Yuan and said, I have both gold and bronze item storing walnuts. Lin Yuan received the item storing walnuts and nodded at Luo Ye in thanks. If he only had either a gold or bronze item storing walnut, his comparison with the silver item storing walnut would not be accurate. But with all 3 grades, Lin Yuan would be able to accurately determine how much spatial energy one diamond item storing walnuts contained. After carefully comparing the 3 grades of item storing walnut, he determined that each differed by about 10 times the amount of spatial energy. As such, one diamond item storing walnut would contain the equivalent spatial energy of 1000 silver item storing walnuts. This meant he would only need 50 diamond item storing walnuts to make one return trip between the Radiance Federation and Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan hoped that the item storing walnut tree would be able to produce many fruits at a time. He did have his methods to increase the item storing walnut tree's fruits by other means. All he needed was some marsh soil. Lin Yuan returned the gold and 2 bronze item storing walnuts to Luoya before returning the silver item storing walnut to Mr. Feng. I don't have much use for these 9 item storing walnuts. You should keep them for yourself. I would actually prefer it if we can establish a partnership through which I can obtain some of the resources I require, said Lin Yuan. Mr. Feng's expression was a mix of bitterness and joy. From Lin Yuan's retainer and the white cat, he could tell that Lin Yuan couldn't care less about the lowly riches that he had spent half his life amassing. Mr. Feng became acutely aware of how feeble the sincere merchant group was. But at the same time, Mr. Feng was also delighted at Lin Yuan's offer to work together. However, Mr. Feng was so beaten down by this new perspective of his standing in life that his expression immediately soured. You've seen our sincere merchant group for yourself and should be aware of our capabilities. I don't think we can supply the resources you need. Lin Yuan smiled and asked, what is the most basic necessity for a merchant group's operation? Mr. Feng replied instinctively, that would be that every member is reliable and has a stable source of income. He responded without much thinking as he did not understand why Lin Yuan was asking him such a question. According to my knowledge, every small merchant group has a larger merchant organization supporting them. The large merchant organization will also take resources from you. You can even trade for some designated goods with the merchant organization. Can you help me trade for goods with the merchant organization if I give you money? Replied Lin Yuan. Mr. Feng gulped before asking tentatively, that will have to depend on what you want to trade for. Our sincere merchant group only has around 100 members. Our rank isn't high within the Deep Freeze merchant organization, so we don't have access to many of the goods. We won't have access to other goods unless we raise our ranking. Lin Yuan asked casually, are you headed to the Iron Hammer Federation or Divine Wood Federation? Mr. Feng hastily replied, we've exchanged all of the goods from the Divine Wood Federation for fur and metal. We plan on going deeper into the Divine Wood Federation. It just so happens that the Deep Freeze merchant organization has a branch in Grandwood City. We'll be able to liquidate all the goods we didn't manage to sell there. Once they're liquidated, we'll have the money to buy specialty goods from the Divine Wood Federation. Mr. Feng was completely honest with Lin Yuan about the sincere merchant group's plans. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before saying, you can empty out the silver item containing walnut. I'll take both the item containing walnut and the bronze item containing walnut. I hope that you'll collect all the item containing walnuts that the other members have. Tomorrow, I'll return completely filled up item containing walnuts to you. You can regard the resources within the item containing walnuts as finances that the sincere merchant group can use to expand itself. Give me your contact details, and I'll call you whenever I need any resources. Mr. Feng was ecstatic and felt that a miracle had descended on their sincere merchant group. Feng Jiaji did not have to provide any reason when he went around to the sincere merchant members to collect their item storing walnuts. Everyone handed their item storing walnuts without question when they heard that it was Lin Yuan who wanted them. Lin Yuan took note of all this. He had initially planned on using the sincere merchant group as a medium to get in contact with and negotiate a collaboration with the larger merchant organization. However, he now decided to give the sincere merchant group a chance. If they could make good use of this opportunity and become beneficial to Lin Yuan, they would become much more useful than the merchant organization. From Mr. Feng to the other sincere merchant members, all of them were willing to give up their assets to Lin Yuan. As such, it was unlikely that they would secretly scheme behind his back in the future. Chapter 1190, What Can I Do to Lin Yuan? Luoya longed to talk to Lin Yuan throughout the night. However, she managed to hold herself back forcefully. As she looked back on her life so far, she could not help but laugh in self-deprecation. Her life thus far had been ludicrous. Since she came from a class 2 family, she always enjoyed a life of luxury and lived a hedonistic lifestyle. She had continued to seek out pleasures in the last few years that she had been with the withered cliff thief Deathcore. Although it had already been almost a year since she became a B-rank Spirit Chi professional and her grandfather had suggested helping to evolve the Mist Reverse Poison Moth to Platinum grade, she had rejected him for fear it would get in the way of her having fun. The past her had been so unbearable, to the point that she dared not approach the outstanding Lin Yuan. As she stared out into the night, the hedonistic Luoya decided to push down all her promiscuous tendencies to the back of her mind. That person not only had elite status but also had a fantasy breed fey. Yet, she had not even comprehended a single willpower rune. No matter how hard she tried, she would not be able to catch up to the person that had stolen her heart. However, the moment she felt discouraged, she also felt a stubborn determination rise within her. Luoya took a deep breath and clenched her fist as she thought, no matter how hard I try, I won't be able to catch up to that person. However, I can still use my hard work to try and get closer to him. At the very least, I'll have the chance to chase his shadow. Luoya felt a rush of motivation that she had never experienced before. When her motivation reached its peak, she suddenly entered a state of comprehension. She sensed a willpower rune materializing in her mind as she stared at Lin Yuan's tent. Luoya saw the young man wearing silver armor standing outside Lin Yuan's tent, staring at her with his brows furrowed. His alert gaze was extremely defensive. Lu Ji's gaze rendered Luoya speechless. What was he doing? What intentions did he have? He was looking at her as though she was a pervert. She was only a weak girl. It was not as though she could knock him unconscious and barge into Lin Yuan's tent to attack him. After all, the spider webs had not been removed. Luoya was certain that if she acted on any impulse, the man wearing silver armor would immediately use the spider webs to capture her and keep her hanging alongside the ugly subterranean dimensional life forms. Luoya shivered at the thought. She took out a piece of paper and solemnly wrote down her phone number before walking over to Lu Ji. She said to him, I have an arrangement with Lin Yuan to take him on a tour around Phoebe Jenny's city. If he's ever at Phoebe Jenny's city, you can ask him to call me at this number. Luoya stole a longing glance at the tent where Lin Yuan was peacefully slumbering. She remembered her resolution and turned to hop onto the mist reverse poison moth. The mist reverse poison moth flapped its wings and flew toward the Divine Wood Federation. Apart from Lu Ji, no one noticed her departure. However, this did not mean that the sincere merchant members were sleeping soundly. On the contrary, after the cheers and excitement of the bonfire feast subsided, the sincere merchant members remembered that the problem of the Pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift had not been solved. The subterranean dimensional life forms had been neatly organized by invisible beings on the spider webs. Any person not sleeping in a tent would be able to see the terrifying faces of the subterranean dimensional life forms that were fervently struggling 50 meters in the air. Even if the sincere merchant members closed their eyes, they would still be afraid that the subterranean life forms would fall at any moment. If the subterranean life forms did fall and the silver armor-wearing man did not act in time, they would end up losing their lives. The Class 4 land imp and stone statue monster hanging on the spider webs only added to the sincere merchant members' anxiousness. Mr. Feng and Feng Jiaji owed their sleepless night to excitement and hopefulness. When they gathered the item storing walnuts from the sincere merchant members, they did not mention that Lin Yuan would give them resources that would finance the sincere merchant group because they had no clue how much finances Lin Yuan would be giving them. If they counted their chickens before they hatched, the expectations of the sincere merchant members might climb too high. If their expectations were not met in the end, the sincere merchant members would be disappointed. Mr. Feng had led this group for long enough to know that excessive greed and hope were not desirable as they could eat away at a kind person's heart. Excitement and hope aside, Mr. Feng knew that he could allow himself to relax. He did want to use the finances provided by Lin Yuan to expand the sincere merchant group, but he also wanted to ensure his friends from the merchant group did not become blinded by hope and greed. The next morning, Lin Yuan woke up in the tent. Before falling asleep, Lin Yuan had returned Genius to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. It was not because he did not want to snuggle with Genius to sleep but because Genius needed to teach the 100 questions beasts and research the concoction of spirit fluids using the soldier ration radish. Genius had remained in his arms the entire afternoon and had spent a significant amount of that time napping. Although Genius did not need to rest, Lin Yuan allowed it to do as it pleased. He took several hoses out of the amber button-shaped diamond fey storage box and washed up before he walked out of the tent. The moment he walked out of the tent, he saw Lu Ji holding a piece of paper. Lu Ji handed the paper to Lin Yuan and said, Lin Yuan, Luoya has already left. These are her contact details. She said to call her if we're ever in Phoebe Jenny's city. Lin Yuan raised an eyebrow. He would definitely be going to Phoebe Jenny's city as he still needed to obtain item containing walnut trees from her. However, he would only head there a few days later because he needed to return to the Radiance Federation tomorrow for the Astronomical Parliament's parliamentary meeting. He wondered if Tale had successfully helped his tribe overcome the crisis after becoming a Class 1 creation master. At the same time, he wondered if Su Yiren had made the decision to join the Astronomical Parliament in the past week. Frankly, Lin Yuan was already certain of the decision she would make. Chapter 1191, Honorary Captain. Lin Yuan felt that if Su Yiren had any shred of intelligence, she would grab hold of this opportunity to survive, albeit it would cause her to lose her freedom. Nonetheless, a person who craved revenge was better off surviving with hope than dying with their freedom intact. Lin Yuan had prepared the resources he was going to supply to the Sincere Merchant Group the previous night. Mr. Feng had collected a total of 12 bronze and 57 silver item storing walnuts from the Sincere Merchant members. These amounted to a total storage space of less than 2,000 square meters. Lin Yuan would have to provide the Sincere Merchant Group with relatively valuable resources in order to enable them to progress quickly. However, the resources could not be too valuable either, as a small merchant group was sure to attract trouble if they possessed overly valuable goods. The Sincere Merchant Group had already been targeted once by the Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps. As such, it was not impossible that they would be targeted again by another group of bandits in the future. Lin Yuan filled the item storing walnuts with many common resources that came from Class 2 dimensional rifts. Although it was unlikely that subterranean dimensional rifts would open in the Divine Wood Federation or that marsh dimensional rifts would open in the Iron Hammer Federation, the Sincere Merchant Group could obtain such resources during their many journeys between the Iron Hammer Federation and Divine Wood Federation. The resources that Lin Yuan provided would be regarded as extremely precious to the Sincere Merchant members, as they were resources that would only rarely fall into their hands. Everything had to progress by taking baby steps. Lin Yuan believed that the Sincere Merchant Group would be able to expand its operation using these resources quickly. When Mr. Feng saw the resources that Lin Yuan had prepared, his eyes widened to the point they nearly fell out of their sockets. Although the item storing walnut was considered a common good, there was a time that the Sincere Merchant Group considered it a treasure, and it was a blessing every time they managed to obtain one. Mr. Feng could not help but tremble as he clutched the item storing walnuts that were filled to the brim with resources. The resources in the item storing walnuts had an estimated total value of 8 million great lush dollars. The Sincere Merchant Group never had close to this amount of money. It would be easy for them to expand their operation with this sum. After Mr. Feng thanked Lin Yuan, he called a meeting with all the Sincere Merchant members and told them about the resources that Lin Yuan had just given them. The Sincere Merchant members looked delighted by this sudden piece of good news. Mr. Feng looked at the elated crowd before looking back at Lin Yuan and saying with a quivering voice, "Taking into account the value of all our lives, our Sincere Merchant Group was only worth 100,000 great lush dollars. The value of the resources Lin Yuan just gave us is 80 times our original value. According to this calculation, Lin Yuan has the right to own more than 98% ownership of the Sincere Merchant Group. I hereby suggest nominating Lin Yuan to be our captain." Lin Yuan's eyebrow twitched. After a short period of silence, many people voiced their agreement with Mr. Feng's suggestion. However, Lin Yuan had no desire to become the Sincere Merchant Group's captain. In the eyes of the Sincere Merchant Group, the resources he had given them seemed overwhelming and ridiculously expensive. Yet, the total value of these resources could not even match the value of one source-type life form. Lin Yuan wanted to keep the Pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift open instead of just exploring it once with Lu Ji. He wanted to go obtain the 2 source-type life forms and other useful resources from the dimensional hub. He would obtain enough to pump resources into the Sincere Merchant Group about 7 more times. Additionally, a new Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearl would be produced in the Spirit Lock Spatial Zone in the time that it took Lin Yuan to take 20 breaths. The startling Lines continent did not have any Class 5 creation masters, and the appearance of one Heavenly Maiden Grade Elemental Pearl in such a place would stir up a tremendous uproar and cause the 3 federations to fight amongst themselves. Lin Yuan could imagine how badly the experts in this continent longed for this item that even Pinnacle Class 4 creation masters could only produce by luck. Hence, the resources that Lin Yuan provided the Sincere Merchant Group were mere peanuts to him. The Sincere Merchant members did not know that each moment they spent talking to Lin Yuan increased the value of the resources in the item containing walnuts. After Mr. Feng finished speaking, he stole a glance at Lin Yuan. When Lin Yuan did not voice his agreement, Mr. Feng knew that he had made a mistake. However, the Sincere Merchant Group had no way of repaying Lin Yuan for the resources, and Mr. Feng could not bear to say that they would return the profits from selling the resources to Lin Yuan. If Lin Yuan truly wanted to sell away the resources, he would not need to do so through the Sincere Merchant Group. If he brought the resources to the Deep Freeze Merchant Organization, he would immediately be regarded as an important client. All Mr. Feng could offer was the loyalty of the entire Sincere Merchant Group, as this would repay Lin Yuan and lead to him becoming a part of the Sincere Merchant Group. Once he was a part of the Sincere Merchant Group, it was likely that he would help with the Sincere Merchant Group's expansion again. This was a good opportunity for the Sincere Merchant Group. The more excited the cheers of the Sincere Merchant members became, the more embarrassed Mr. Feng felt. At that moment, a young man's bright voice saved Mr. Feng's pride by saying, "Firstly, thank you all for your kindness. My aim of being here is to train, so I can't travel around with any merchant group. Thus, I don't think I'm suited to being the captain. Moreover, I decided to supply the Sincere Merchant Group with these resources because I recognize your potential. A few opportunities are all it takes for a merchant group to gain profit. However, the sense of togetherness shared by a merchant group is priceless. Lin Yuan's words warmed the hearts of every Sincere Merchant member. Mr. Feng asked Lin Yuan, if so, I shall bear the burden of being the Sincere Merchant Group's captain. Then, are you willing to become the Sincere Merchant Group's honorary captain? You shall gain a portion of all of the Sincere Merchant Group's future resources as per your 98% ownership. Chapter 1192, The First Activated Thearch Class Weapon. Mr. Feng paused before continuing in an excited tone. Once our Sincere Merchant Group expands to a certain degree, we'll be able to establish our own merchant organization. At that time, I'll be able to give you any and all resources from the Divine Wood Federation and Iron Hammer Federation at the drop of a hat. His words touched Lin Yuan. If what he said was true, Lin Yuan would gain a loyal merchant organization that was based in the Startling Lines continent, as all its members were great lush natives. Even if he stirred tremendous trouble in the Startling Lines continent and became their enemy, no one would link the Sincere Merchant Group to him. With the Sincere Merchant Group, he would be able to obtain resources from the Startling Lines continent no matter what happened. Lin Yuan waved his hand, and a figure wrapped in a black robe appeared before him. Lu Ji frowned when he saw the figure dressed in black. He sensed a familiar aura coming from a figure. It was as though he had sensed this aura not long ago. However, the aura was too faint for Lu Ji to figure out where this sense of familiarity was coming from. One of the special insect species carcinoma feys that Lu Ji had contracted could express the life force within other life forms through entropy. It would allow Lu Ji to sense which was the weakest life form on the battleground immediately. Lu Ji noticed that this person had a terrifyingly high amount of entropy. It was high enough to reach the Thearch class expert level. However, there was one thing that Lu Ji did not understand. Every living life form's entropy fluctuated according to its breath, environment changes, energy depletion, and even mood changes. However, the figure in black's entropy did not budge at all. Although it was alive, it was as though it was dead. If this were happening to someone else, Lu Ji would definitely look into it. But since it was Lin Yuan, Lu Ji assumed that it was one of Lin Yuan's secret weapons and did not pursue the matter. The figure that Lin Yuan had summoned was Han Tianhe, who Red Thorn had transformed into a human weapon. Lin Yuan declared to the Sincere Merchant members, "Since I'm now the Sincere Merchant Group's honorary captain, I shall leave someone in my stead to stay with you. You don't need to bother him for regular activities. But whenever you're in danger or at risk of being killed, you can call out to him. He will fix the situation." Everyone in the Sincere Merchant Group started shouting his name and cheering, "Long live Captain!" They had received so many precious resources that they would take some time to process the goods. The emergence of such precious goods during trading would attract attention. The Sincere Merchant Group needed to find strong guards as soon as possible to use these resources to expand their operation. However, this could not be done quickly. But now that Lin Yuan had assigned an expert to protect them, he solved all their worries and stress. Lin Yuan had carefully contemplated before he made the decision to send out Han Tianhe. He did not need to assign any strong experts to protect his operations in the Radiance Federation. As long as the Moon Empress and Night Leaning Moon remained in the Radiance Federation, no faction would dare to lay a hand on the return from faraway mansion. The only places Lin Yuan needed to assign an expert to was his underground palace in the Divine Wood Federation and his base in the Marsh World. Lu Yunshan was the stronger of the two Thearch class human weapons, and Lin Yuan planned on placing him in the Marsh World. This would alleviate some of the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's burden and cover for the Kill Food Sky Butterfly's lack of ability to fix anomalous situations. However, this would mean that the underground palace in the Divine Wood Federation would be left without protection. The Mother of Bloodbath was already steadily moving toward becoming Myth 3 thanks to the nourishment of many blood brew grapes. Lin Yuan felt that he should take the Mother of Bloodbath to the Divine Wood Federation. If the Mother of Bloodbath suddenly transformed into a heavenly family Fey in the Radiance Federation, it would likely attract trouble. Comparatively, no experts would come to this desolate place. As such, the Mother of Bloodbath was more than capable of guarding the underground palace. Moreover, he would bring the invisible demon with him whenever he came to the Divine Wood Federation. The invisible demon was stronger than Han Tianhe and Lu Yunshan. With it around, it would be able to try to solve the problems that the two experts were incapable of handling. Lin Yuan genuinely became the Sincere Merchant Group's ruler with a few words. Soon, the Sincere Merchant Group started moving toward the small town that was 50 kilometers to the south. The dimensional life forms were still hanging, trapped in the spider webs. Lin Yuan stretched and observed the neatly arranged dimensional life forms. He paid close attention to a timid-looking green-skinned dwarf and said to Lu Ji, "Big brother Lu, let the class 4 land imp down." Lu Ji waved his hand. 2 threads extended from the spider web and wrapped around the class 4 land imp before lowering it to the ground. This was so abrupt that the class 4 land imp could not help but tremble with despair and fear. Lin Yuan ignored the land imp's fright and slowly walked over to it. He felt that it was time to deal with the class 4 vain land imp. It was known that land imps were the most cowardly of all the dimensional life forms. Many land imps had appeared in the subterranean dimensional rifts that opened in the Radiance Federation and were easily subjugated by strong spirit chi professionals due to their delicate natures. However, despite being subjugated, they continued to act connivingly. Lin Yuan had a lot of hope for the vain land imp, but if he did not strike the fear of absolute authority into its heart now, it would cause problems when it became an apostle. Dimensional life forms were able to control source-type power. Hence, the best conversation partner for a dimensional life form was another dimensional life form of the same species. Chapter 1193, Chance to completely transform into Vane. Lin Yuan looked at the trembling and struggling green dwarf. His eyebrow twitched as he said to his shadow, "Invisible demon, teach this land imp some manners." When the class 4 land imp saw Lin Yuan walking toward it, it acted as though it was face to face with a demon. It knew that the expert that had created this overwhelmingly powerful and sticky spider web was this person's subordinate. Dimensional life forms lived by the code that the weak always had to submit to the strong. Although Lin Yuan had not demonstrated his power, he was already the most powerful being present in the land imp's eyes. However, the land imp also had one doubt. There were so many dimensional life forms present, and it was the smallest in size. Moreover, it had already retracted all of its aura while it was trapped in the spider web to make itself as unnoticeable as possible. So why had it been chosen? The one that should be chosen was the big thrashing lug, the obsidian stone statue monster. It was clearly the most attention-grabbing dimensional form present. The invisible demon immediately climbed out of Lin Yuan's shadow. When the invisible demon released its aura, the land imp's eyes rolled into the back of its head, and it fainted out of fright. Although the dimensional life forms that had undergone the complete source-type cleansing would be grateful to Lin Yuan for this promotion, it usually only applied to intelligent dimensional life forms like Rising Lizard. Even if Lin Yuan managed to obtain the loyalty of a sly and devious dimensional life form like the land imp, it would not change the land imp's selfish and lazy attitude. He did not feel a shred of guilt for the unconscious green dwarf and said to the invisible demon, "Invisible demon, wake it up." The invisible demon replied in its hoarse voice, "Lord Dictator, don't worry. Give me 10 minutes, and I promise to make the land imp utterly subservient to you and more hardworking than any other creature alive." Its body dissipated, and it turned into a mass of shadows that entered the land imp's body. 10 minutes passed, and the invisible demon returned to stand by Lin Yuan's side. The land imp had started drooling, and it was looking at Lin Yuan as though it was looking at a god. Chills ran up Lin Yuan's body when he remembered the invisible demon's methods. This was not a surprising result, as even a mindlessly savage alien insect like the heartless crayfish would turn obedient after the invisible demon used its techniques on it. Lin Yuan felt that the invisible demon could live up to the title of Dimensional Life Form Whisperer, as it could communicate with every dimensional life form and turn it into its friend. Lin Yuan summoned Genius with a wave of his hand. The Class 4 land imp had the equivalent power of a Platinum Fey, and Genius had reached Diamond. Even if the land imp resisted Genius when Connected Tails was used on it, it would not result in too much damage to Genius. Lin Yuan instructed Genius to use Connected Tails between him, Lu Ji, the invisible demon, and the land imp. He rarely asked Genius to use Connected Tails on so many targets at once. Now that Genius had 8 tails, Connected Tails could connect 8 targets. As such, Lin Yuan would be able to use this chance to enable them to learn the subterranean world's language as well as take a look at the experiences that the land imp had in the subterranean world. He also wanted to see if the land imp had truly become as obedient as it seemed after the invisible demon had its way with it. Genius started to circulate its well of spiritual energy. The movement of such a large amount of spiritual energy made one feel like an endless ocean surrounded them. However, Genius' spiritual energy was non-invasive. As long as Genius did not use its spiritual energy to attack a target specifically, any target under the influence of Genius' spiritual energy would feel comforted and at ease. Genius' 8 tails started to open up like a blooming flower, and 4 of its tails detached themselves from its body and turned into bright transparent belts. The 4 bright belts linked Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, the invisible demon, genius, and the land imp together. At the same moment that they were all successfully connected via connected tails, Lin Yuan could see all of the land imp's experiences from the moment it gained consciousness. Genius was rapidly learning the subterranean world's language through the land imp's knowledge. Lin Yuan was still looking through the land imp's experiences. Eventually, he found out why the land imp had become a vain land imp when it was only class 4. The longer Lin Yuan looked through the land imp's experiences, the more amazed he was. The land imp had been born with a golden spoon in its mouth. From the moment it gained consciousness, the land imp lived in a large mineral vein and continuously absorbed the minerals to increase its power. It had even consumed the heart of the mineral vein. The heart of the mineral vein was the purest mineral in the mineral vein and contained much purer energy than was within the other minerals in the mineral vein. It was also extremely beneficial to dimensional life forms like the land imp. The land imp's journey did not stop at consuming the heart of the mineral vein as it started being hunted by other powerful dimensional life forms. While other powerful dimensional life forms were hunting it, the land imp had fallen into a dark river in the mountains and lost its way in an unknown mineral vein. Every time the land imp was in grave danger and on the brink of losing its life, it would manage to stumble upon a new and undiscovered mineral vein. The land imp's life had been paved with miracles. Lin Yuan felt that Doleful Flames would be the most appropriate name for the land imp. Somehow, Lin Yuan felt that the land imp had many similar experiences to Beisu. However, Beisu had it much harder. The land imp still had a large amount of energy from the heart of the mineral vein. It had been so afraid that it would be interrupted while consuming the minerals in the mineral vein that it had gobbled up the minerals. Hence, it still had a large number of undigested minerals stored in its stomach. Lin Yuan now knew why the land imp had been able to transform into the vain land imp. Chapter 1194, Sacred Sword-Wielding Queen, Time to Get to Work. When dimensional life forms underwent the source-type cleansing, they unleashed their hidden potential energy. If the land imp underwent the source-type cleansing, it might be able to digest the minerals stored in its body. After the land imp absorbed all the minerals, it might be able to complete its transformation into the fully fledged vain land imp fully. When Lin Yuan sensed the land imp's emotions, he noticed that the invisible demon's methods had left the land imp utterly docile. Now, it was in the right condition to transform into an apostle. As genius grade increased, its ability to learn also improved. It did not take long for genius to pick up the subterranean world's language, and it now spoke the language as well as the land imp. Genius used connected tails to transfer all the knowledge about the subterranean world's language to Lin Yuan, Lu Ji, and the invisible demon. Lu Ji had never seen genius use its abilities. Although Lu Ji could sense genius quality and grade, he was completely in the dark regarding genius abilities. Now that he was witnessing it, Lu Ji was in awe. The most difficult part of human interaction was communication, yet genius could allow two people's minds to be perfectly linked and allow one mind to learn the thoughts of the other person's mind inside out. This was such a terrifyingly strong ability. With this ability, the human heart was no longer a complicated puzzle but a movie that could be displayed and watched. A wave of strange spiritual energy flowed into Lu Ji's brain, and he had no reason to reject genius spiritual energy. Suddenly, Lu Ji felt that he seemed to be able to understand the mass of confusing sounds that were coming from the dimensional life forms trapped in the spider webs. He composed himself and realized that he could now completely understand what the dimensional life forms were saying. This realization made Lu Ji inhale sharply. He had encountered many carcinoma feys in the spirit guard's land. A few of them were S-rank, and their thoughts made all the hair stand up on Lu Ji's neck. All of them lived in the deepest areas of the spirit guard's land and were extremely bloodthirsty. Some of them would cause disaster the moment they were released, and not even the members of royalty would be able to salvage the situation completely. But genius' ability to establish communication links between different life forms and share knowledge between them opened Lu Ji's eyes to many possibilities. These possibilities were currently still unimaginable in any of the worlds. However, if genius continued developing its abilities, there was a definite chance of turning those possibilities into reality. Lu Ji felt that Lin Yuan's sharing of genius abilities was a sign of his absolute trust in him, and he planned on keeping the events of today to himself. He would not even share the secret with his friends back at the return from faraway mansion. The invisible demon did not have as many thoughts as it was not surprised by anything Lin Yuan did from the moment it accepted him as a dictator. It viewed dictators as all-powerful. Lin Yuan did not manage to learn anything new about the apostles from the land imp's mind. He felt that it was because the land imp was too weak and did not have the authority to know about the apostles. Lin Yuan did not waste any time and said to the sacred sword-wielding queen, "Sacred sword-wielding queen, time to get to work." Prepare 400 units of source type power. It's going to be used for the land imp's source type cleansing. The sacred sword-wielding queen said warily, Master, there are people next to you. I don't think it'll be good for me to use my abilities now. Lin Yuan glanced at Lu Ji and the invisible demon and shook his head. The invisible demon had dedicated its faith to him, and most of the faith stored in the shrine in Lin Yuan's mind had come from the invisible demon. As such, it could be said that the invisible demon was his biggest fan. Source-type power was sacred to dimensional life forms, and they safeguarded it with their lives. With regards to Lu Ji, if Lu Ji had not pushed Lin Yuan aside and sustained the attack in his place, Lin Yuan would probably have been dead now. Thus, there was no reason for Lin Yuan to put up any walls around Lu Ji. Moreover, Lu Ji would eventually head to the marsh world with Lin Yuan. When the Class 6 Abyss Dimensional Rift opened, people would start pouring in, and the existence of the apostles would eventually become known. When the time came, Lu Ji would also be able to realize that Wendy and Rising Lizard were apostles. Everything in the dimensional worlds was still in the process of being uncovered. Lin Yuan was essentially a pioneer by building a base in the marsh world. He planned on taking Lu Ji with him to the marsh world soon. Thus, he was fine with using the sacred sword-wielding queen's powers in front of Lu Ji. Although the sacred sword-wielding queen was a special sacred source life form that was created from two sacred source life forms, it was still a known being. However, this was not the case for Morbius. Morbius was Lin Yuan's biggest secret weapon, and he had not even told Chu Xi about it. Lin Yuan planned on taking the secret of Morbius to his grave. Don't worry, and just go ahead. Slow down the rate at which you inject source-type power into the land imp to give it time to digest the remnants of minerals stored in its body slowly. The sacred sword-wielding queen replied excitedly, leave it to me. I'll separate the 400 units of source-type power into groups of 10 units. While it spoke, the sacred sword-wielding queen's silhouette appeared behind him. A strange look appeared on Lu Ji's face when he saw the silhouette. Lu Ji did not understand why Lin Yuan was activating his sacred source life form. He was not a creation master and could not tell what abilities Lin Yuan's sacred source life form had. However, during Lin Yuan's fight on the martial stage, he had discovered that Lin Yuan's sacred source life form had two types of abilities. One of its abilities was a strong resistance against fire elements, while the other was powerful dark-type attacks. However, neither of these abilities was applicable in this situation. Additionally, Lu Ji had noticed that the features of the silhouette were much sharper than before. This was especially so when it came to its skirt, which seemed to encompass a much more beautiful scenery than before. Chapter 1195, One-Man Army and Mineral Mountain in Human Form. Before Lu Ji thought any further, he saw Lin Yuan and the figure behind him raise their hand. Amber light shot out of Lin Yuan's palm and shot toward the land imp. At the same moment, the invisible demon fell to its knees and assumed a solemn submissive pose as it trembled violently. This was the first time in the invisible demon's life that it was feeling such pure source-type power, and it thought, this Class 4 land imp is extremely lucky to receive Lord Dictator's blessing. With so much source-type power being injected into it, it will probably be able to evolve into an apostle today. However, the invisible demon was not jealous because Lin Yuan had given it a similar promise, and it would soon be able to evolve into an apostle as well. It had not undergone the source-type cleansing because it wanted to save up and gain immortal power at the same time that it reached the apostle rank. As more source-type energy was injected into the land imp, its grayish-green skin sloughed off and revealed greenish-blue skin underneath. It did not become any taller, but its ears became more pointed, and its teeth grew sharper. The sharpened teeth would enable the land imp to be able to chomp down on harder types of metal. By the time Lin Yuan injected 200 units of source-type energy into the land imp, it had turned into a greenish-blue dwarf. As more source-type power was injected into it, faint tattoos appeared all over its body. At first, these tattoos seemed out of place. But slowly, the tattoos moved into place, and Lin Yuan could make out the shapes of mineral mountains. When Lin Yuan injected the last portion of source-type power into the land imp, a guttural roar erupted from its throat, and an amber-colored totem appeared on the tip of its nose. The amber-colored totem depicted towering mineral mountains that gleamed with a metallic tint. This was the land imp's awakened faith totem, Metal Mountain Vein Totem. Lin Yuan used True Data to check on the new apostle. Alien beast name, Vein Land Imp. Life form state, Apostle. Alien beast class, Class 4. Power of faith, extremely weak. Faith totem, Metal Mountain Vein Totem. Natural skill. Metal growth, form a contract with a certain type of metal and absorb it to increase its power. it will be able to produce the metal that it absorbed. Once the metal it formed a contract with reaches a certain level, it will be imprinted on the vein land imp, and it will be able to produce this metal even without consuming more of it. It will be able to swap out the type of metal each time it evolves its grade. Heart of mineral vein. When the vein land imp discovers an untouched mineral vein, it will be able to use its blood to activate the heart of the mineral vein and turn it into a vein fairy. The vein land imp will be able to order the vein fairy to mine the mineral vein. Once the vein fairy is done mining, the vein land imp can consume it to increase its power. Faith ability. Believer change. A portion of the energy in the totem is injected into a believer to change it from a dimensional life form to a favored believer. Now that the land imp had transformed into a fully fledged vein land imp, Lin Yuan knew that this was the reason for the appearance of the tattoos. Now that it had become an apostle, the ability metal growth had also become stronger. Previously, the vein land imp could only form a contract with one type of metal each time, and it would not be able to produce that metal after it increased its grade. But now, the metal would be imprinted onto the vein land imp once the metal reached a certain level. Previously, it would have to use up its energy to try to remember the metal. Although the vein land imp still could not imprint many types of metal after metal growth improved, it could still produce metal out of nothing. As long as it had energy, it would be able to produce the imprinted metal continuously. Essentially, the vein land imp was a mineral mountain in human form. Moreover, Heart of Mineral Vein enabled the vein land imp to become a one-man army, and it could mine the mineral veins on its own. It could even consume the vein fairy afterward and increase its own power. Lin Yuan could not be more satisfied with the vein land imp. After the invisible demon had its way with the vein land imp, it now regarded Lin Yuan as a god. When the vein land imp was in the subterranean world, its level had been too low for it to learn about apostles. Nonetheless, it knew that Lin Yuan had promoted its rank in life. As conniving as the vein land imp was, it was still grateful to Lin Yuan. It stood up and bowed to Lin Yuan as it said, "Master, I will only be loyal to you from now on." Heavy Mountain shot a look at the invisible demon, but it was no longer as frightened of the invisible demon as it was before. Although it was still much weaker than the invisible demon, its life rank was higher than the invisible demon. Now, Heavy Mountain even looked down on the invisible demon. Given that the Class 4 vein land imp was looking at it with disdain, the invisible demon was made aware of the difference in their standings as dimensional life forms. Lin Yuan never expected the vein land imp to name itself. However, this was a sign that it possessed high intelligence. Yet, it seemed strange for a dwarf to name itself Heavy Mountain, and the name seemed to carry many unfulfilled hopes. Now that the vein land imp had not only evolved its bloodline but also became an apostle, the name Heavy Mountain did seem fitting. Lin Yuan smiled at the bowed vein land imp and said, "Heavy Mountain, do work hard from now on. For now, what type of metal are you currently contracted to?" Chapter 1196, Spirit Settling Silver Ore. The vein land imp hurriedly stretched out its hand, and Lin Yuan saw metal ions moving. Slowly, a ball of metal was formed in Heavy Mountain's palm. "I've been eating mineral rocks for as long as I can remember. I didn't need to use my natural skill to create metal. Hence, I've only formed a contract with one type of metal." Lin Yuan could not help but massage his forehead. This land imp had been born with a golden spoon in its mouth, after all. Heavy Mountain had been living like a god despite living in the dimensional world where danger was omnipresent. Other land imps would be extremely jealous if they heard of its lifestyle. When Lin Yuan took a closer look, he saw that the metal in Heavy Mountain's hand was Flame Heart Bronze. Although Flame Heart Bronze could only be found in the subterranean dimensional rift, it was not valuable and was mainly used to create high-temperature fuel. Many fire-type spiritual ingredients that came from the abyssal world could be used to replace Flame Heart Bronze. Heavy Mountain, since you formed the contract with Flame Heart Bronze when your level was low, you should be able to contract another type of metal now, right? Asked Lin Yuan. Heavy Mountain nodded vigorously and replied, "Master, yes I can. I can form a contract with another type of metal at any time." Lin Yuan patted Heavy Mountain's shoulder and said, "Without my permission, you are not allowed to change the type of metal you are contracting. I'll give you a type of metal spiritual ingredient to use, and you should do your best to produce more of it." Heavy Mountain smiled and revealed a mouthful of sharp teeth as it replied, "Master, leave it to me. I'm the best at producing metal." It pointed at an area nearby and said, "Master, I can sense a mineral vein about 1 kilometer in that direction. It's sending out very strong waves." Lin Yuan turned to say to Lu Ji and the invisible demon, "Why don't we go and take a look with Heavy Mountain? There might be hidden precious minerals in the underground mineral vein." Lu Ji looked at the Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift and asked, Lin Yuan, what do you plan to do with this pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift? Is Silver Corona's Sea of Flowers able to reach this area and surround the pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift? Lin Yuan sensed the Silver Corona's current progress before saying with a smile, judging from Silver Corona's current power, it shouldn't be possible to reach this area that's 90 kilometers away from where it is. How long can the web area glass spider maintain its control over this Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift? In 2 weeks, Silver Corona should be able to reach gold grade. By that time, its Sea of Flowers should be able to stretch out to 90 kilometers to the north. Lu Ji took out 2 handfuls of gold protein silkworm chrysalis and scattered them on the web made by the web area glass spider. If so, I won't take the web area glass spider back for another 2 weeks. These protein silkworms chrysalis are enough to last the web area glass spider for 2 weeks. If there really is a mineral vein, I will instruct the web area glass spider to spin a web long enough to reach it and seal the area off. As a member of the Radiance 100 sequence, Lu Ji was very aware of the value of a mineral vein. Moreover, there was a chance that this mineral vein could be a large one. Even if the mineral vein turned out to be full of low-grade or cheap minerals, a large mineral vein's worth of minerals would still be able to turn over for a tidy sum. Lin Yuan said happily, I shall leave the matter in your hands. However, it will require the web area glass spider to use up a lot of energy. Lu Ji, you can let the web area glass spider consume the weak dimensional life forms currently trapped in the web. Try to consume all of them in less than a month. Lu Ji instructed the web area glass spider to eat the protein silkworm chrysalis as he said to Lin Yuan, as long as a strong presence doesn't come and damage the spider webs, these protein silkworm chrysalides will be enough. If any dimensional life form becomes too weak, the secretions on the spider webs will enter the dimensional life form's mouth, and its nutrients will keep the dimensional life form going. Moreover, the secretions have healing properties. Once Silver Corona's Sea of Flowers reaches this area, all the dimensional life forms that have crawled out of the pinnacle Class 2 subterranean dimensional rift during this time will become Silver Corona's sustenance. While they spoke, they arrived at the area that Heavy Mountain had pointed out. Heavy Mountain had the ability to morph geographical landforms, and it manipulated the ground below its feet to cave in. The soil stopped caving in once it reached 30 meters deep. Heavy Mountain reached down and searched the ground with its hands. Soon, it found several pieces of silver mineral rocks that gleamed with a metallic tint. It returned to the surface with these mineral rocks and presented them to Lin Yuan as it said, Master, this is the type of mineral produced in this mineral vein. The quality might seem bad on the outside, but once you break into it, the minerals inside will be of better quality. Lin Yuan took a look at the mineral rock and realized that it was the spirit settling silver ore. When creation masters were concocting spirit fluids that they were familiar with or spirit fluids that were concocted with cheap spiritual ingredients would commonly make use of crystal bottles. Creation masters would use the bottles made of spirit settling silver instead of the crystal bottles they often used in order to stabilize the spirit fluids and reduce the chances of it failing. Spirit settling silver bottles were sold in the Creation Master Association in the Radiance Federation for higher prices than the market rate. Spirit settling silver did occasionally appear on the market, but they were always bought up by creation masters who had connections before they even had the chance to reach Star Web. Lin Yuan was well aware of this as creation masters were all rich and could even afford to buy up many expensive resources such as the Golden Lotus brocade pearls. Thus, there was definitely no issue for them to get their hands on the spirit settling silver bottles. Chapter 1197, Lifespan Mouse. Since the spirit settling silver bottles were a necessity for creation masters, the high demand resulted in a high price for spirit settling silver. Although a fair amount of spirit settling silver was produced in the Radiance Federation, its price was still high enough to rival some gold metal spiritual ingredients. Lin Yuan was sure that he would have no problem selling the spirit settling silver produced in this mineral vein. He did not expect to find this pot of gold on his second day in the Divine Wood Federation. Lin Yuan asked, Heavy Mountain, can you find the heart of the spirit settling silver ore's mineral vein? I can find it, but I'll have to dig deep into the mineral vein to search until I find its position. According to the size of the mineral vein, this can take anywhere between 2 days and 7 days. Lin Yuan pointed at the ground below him and said, Then, you shall remain here to search for it. Once you find it, you can use Heart of Mineral Vein to form a contract with the spirit settling silver ore and start producing it. I will return for you in 2 days' time. The web area glass spider's webs had reached this area, and all Heavy Mountain had to do was communicate with the web area glass spider so it could produce webs to seal off the area. Lin Yuan's plate was too full to sit here and accompany Heavy Mountain. The invisible demon had returned to Lin Yuan's shadow. Lin Yuan and Lu Ji returned to the underground palace together. After one day away, Silver Corona's sea of bone lotus flowers was still the size of a soccer field, but each flower was now twice its previous size. The bone lotus flowers looked strong and elegant. The white bone mist above the sea of flowers was thick and could block sight better than before. It could even block the dark red entrance of the dimensional rift. The moment he returned to the underground palace, Lin Yuan ordered Silver Corona to slow down the pace of every other task besides turning dimensional life forms into hermit dead servants and use the leftover spiritual power to spread the sea of flowers toward the north. The underground palace was currently uninhabitable. Although Hu Chuan was a class 5 spirit craftsman, one day was not even enough to fully understand the framework of the underground palace, much less produce a blueprint or begin construction. Given Hu Quan's dedication to perfection when it came to his job, it would take another month for him to produce a blueprint. There was also no way he could build the underground palace quickly with his lack of manpower. Hence, Lu Ji set up several tents next to the underground palace where the people could live comfortably before the underground palace was built. Lin Yuan called Feng Shuang and Elder He over as he would take them to the marsh world. As for Hu Tian, he planned on leaving him in the Divine Wood Federation for some time to help Hu Chuan with constructing the underground palace. After all, his fey was suitable for such manual labor. After he stored Feng Shuang and Elder He inside the jeweled cave Golden Toad, Lin Yuan entered one of the tents Lu Ji had set up. Just as Lin Yuan was about to enter the Spirit Lock spatial zone, the clingy squirrel squeaked and climbed up to his shoulder. Lin Yuan brought this Spirit Chi-sensitive squirrel to the Spirit Lock spatial zone with him. He had a lot to do during this trip to the Spirit Lock spatial zone. The moment he entered the Spirit Lock spatial zone, he saw the 100 questions beasts concocting spirit fluids. As such, the spacious Spirit Lock spatial zone now seemed cramped even though every 100 questions beast was only taking up 1 square meter of space. The 100 questions beast's hands made of spiritual energy had to be curved in a way that would not get in the way of another 100 questions beast. Genius had not even taught most of these 100 questions beasts. Once they were done learning from Genius, Lin Yuan would probably have no place to let his foot fall in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. He called over Genius, who was using connected tails to teach 800 questions beasts. Genius, the Spirit Lock spatial zone is way too cramped now. Why don't you pick some 100 question beasts who can work independently? I'll take them to the marsh world where they can continue concocting spirit fluids, said Lin Yuan. He thought about Purple Afterglow's report that the 35 spirit craftsmen had finished building the breeding rooms he had asked them to build first. The breeding rooms would be the best place for the 100 questions beasts to continue concocting spirit fluids. Every 100 questions beast could have its own room to work in. Genius meowed and replied, Yuan, I've used Intelligent Cat's spirit to form a contract with every 100 questions beast I taught. There won't be a problem even if they aren't in the Spirit Lock spatial zone. Genius started carefully selecting 100 questions beasts. Lin Yuan was about to search for a few different types of jade-textured wood in which he would plant the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores that he had obtained from the Meow family when he saw fur falling like snow from his shoulder. He turned and saw the small squirrel under the pile of fallen fur. Lin Yuan pushed the fur away and saw that its fur had turned completely orange-red, and it was as though it was drunk on spirit chi. Once the squirrel's fur was done shedding, he used true data to check on it again. Now, he could see its true data. This meant that it had transformed into a fey. Lin Yuan inhaled sharply when he saw the squirrel's name Lifespan Mouse. This name seemed to insinuate a deep connection with life. Chapter 1198, Moon Empress Opportunity at Immortality. When Lin Yuan saw the Lifespan Mouse's abilities, he was stunned. A moment later, he could not help but slap his leg. He was usually civilized but could not help but curse at this moment. What the hell? How is this fey real? The Lifespan Mouse's normal ability was Knotted Lifespan. Knotted Lifespan, the Lifespan Mouse's lifespan will be tied together with its contractor's lifespan. When its contractor's lifespan is at its end, the Lifespan Mouse can transfer its lifespan to its contractor to replenish their lifespan. When one of them dies, the other will also die. Due to the construction of the Lifespan Mouse's body, it cannot increase its power or gain new abilities and exclusive skills. Its life rank also cannot be increased. This description did not seem extraordinary as it only seemed to tie two lifespans together. When both life forms were alive, their lifespans would be reduced at half their original rate. However, after the squirrel transformed into a fey, it had another innate ability. This innate ability was to consume and digest items that contained vitality. It would then store the vitality in its body. When this ability was used in conjunction with knotted lifespan, the lifespan mouse's capabilities transcended what they appeared to be. As long as it continuously ate spiritual ingredients that contained vitality, its lifespan would not deplete, and its contractor would not have to worry about dying due to the passage of time. Since the beginning of time, this had always been an unrealistic hope. Not even Thearch class experts had an unlimited lifespan, albeit they lived much longer than the average person. After the world became filled with spirit chi, normal people could live to 100 or even 110 years old as long as they were not afflicted by illness. It was also not uncommon for people with longer lifespans to live to 130 years old. If the person were an A-rank king class spirit chi professional, they would even be able to live to 160 years old without issue. Emperor class experts who knew how to take care of themselves would even be able to live to 180 years old. Once a spirit chi professional reached S rank and was Thearch class with a creation breed fey, they could even live to 250 years old as long as nothing damaged their roots. This was one of the key reasons why Thearch class power was so important to top factions. As long as a Thearch class expert steadily improved themselves without doing anything that would put their lives at risk, they could guarantee 250 years of service to the top faction. However, all living beings had to live by the laws of nature. All creatures, strong or weak, outstanding or unassuming, could only live as well as they could within the lifespan that was given to them. Even people as strong as Thearch class experts would eventually end up 6 feet underground and become nothing more than fertilizer for the soil. However, the lifespan mouse's appearance broke this cardinal law of nature and offered the chance at true immortality. Lin Yuan did not believe that the thirst for immortality would be non-existent in a world where people formed contracts with feys to use them as weapons. Even he had considered immortality when he first reached this world and came to understand it. He could imagine how hopeless and lonely an expert would feel when they had reached the end of their lifespan. They would probably be willing to do anything as long as it meant they could extend their life. If the lifespan mouse appeared before the dying expert, they would surely go mad, driven by their desire to give up anything in order to extend their life. The lifespan mouse's ability touched on every living creature's desire to live. Nonetheless, the lifespan mouse was not without its faults. It had 2 drawbacks. Firstly, its power would forever be stuck at normal I/normal. This meant that its contractor would always have a normal I/normal fey amongst his contracted feys. Secondly, knotted lifespan tied the lifespan mouse and its contractor's lifespans together. The death of one would result in the death of this other. This meant that the death of the lifespan mouse would cause its contractor to die immediately. The normal I/normal lifespan mouse was too weak, and many children would have the strength to crush it to death. However, these 2 issues were not problems in Lin Yuan's mind, as he could keep it in the spirit lock spatial zone after contracting it. Although it needed to consume spiritual ingredients that contained vitality, it could consume them inside a fey storage box. As such, he would not have to worry about the lifespan mouse coming into any danger. Since the lifespan mouse was only normal I/normal, Lin Yuan did not have to worry about it eating up too much of its spiritual energy, and he even had the means to contract it now. He also did not have to worry about obtaining vitality-containing spiritual ingredients, as they were expensive but common. No expert that got their hands on the lifespan mouse would have to worry about finding food for it. At that moment, the Moon Empress came to Lin Yuan's mind. He felt that the Moon Empress was the best person to contract the lifespan mouse. He, Chu Ci, Lu Ji, Wen Yu, and the rest were all around their 20s and still had more than 100 years in their lifespans. Their lives were just beginning, and they had no reason to worry about dying of old age as of yet. Lin Yuan did not know exactly how old the Moon Empress was, as she always had the countenance of a young woman. However, she was definitely up in years. After all, decades had already passed since she became a member of royalty and built the Radiant Moon Palace on Leaning Moon Mountain. Once she contracted the lifespan mouse, she would never have to worry about dying of old age again. Chapter 1199, Growing Intelligent Ganoderma Sinensis. If the Moon Empress became immortal, she could do whatever she wanted whenever she wanted and live with her young countenance forever. This was what Lin Yuan wanted, and it was his way of showing his master that he cared. Moreover, it was likely that this was not the only lifespan mouse in existence. The 5 members of Withered Cliff Thief Death Corps that Lin Yuan had captured had looked at the lifespan mouse's pre-fey form with disdain. This indicated that there were many lifespan mice in the Divine Wood Federation. As scarce as fur was in the Divine Wood Federation, the poor withered cliff thief Death Corps members would rather dress in vines than wear the skin of the lifespan mouse. This was not surprising as the lifespan mouse's pre-fey form had coarse and brittle hair. Now, it looked completely different. Although it still could not compare to genius, it now had orange fur covering its body. Lin Yuan stroked the lifespan mouse's head before storing it in a bronze fey storage box with a serious expression. He planned on visiting the Radiant Moon Palace the next time he returned. He would be able to tell the Moon Empress about the lifespan mouse then. After the Astronomical Parliament parliamentary meeting was over and he returned to the Divine Wood Federation, he planned on searching for more lifespan mice. If there were truly many unevolved lifespan mice in the Divine Wood Federation, he would be able to use them to change the main world as people knew it. Now, he started to carefully look through the pile of jade-textured wood on the shelves. If Lin Yuan did not have genius or he was not the Moon Empress disciple, there was no way he would have known about something like the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Even if genius absorbed all the information from Star Web, information on Star Web was restricted in such a way that information about the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis would never have appeared there. Lin Yuan had only come to know about it because genius had picked up the knowledge from the Hidden Moon Pavilion. Morbius True Data could see a phase properties and list their abilities and exclusive skills. However, Lin Yuan had to figure out for himself what was the best way to nurture the Fae. Although he possessed the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores, he would have to experiment and see which type of jade-textured wood would enable the spores to grow the quickest. Compared to the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis, the price of the jade-textured wood was nothing. After all, the Miao family only allowed its main Emperor class and Thearch class experts to utilize the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Liu Yunshan had been one of the select few who used the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Lin Yuan needed a large amount of intelligent Ganoderma sinensis to evolve genius from fantasy I to a higher quality. Hence, he did not hold back from using all the types of jade-textured wood that he possessed. He had a total of 23 types, and he cut all of them into the same size and shape to ensure that the experiment was fair and reliable. Lin Yuan carefully scattered the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores onto the jade-textured wood and began to observe them carefully. The intelligent Ganoderma sinensis growth depended on the jade-textured wood and the spirit chi in the surroundings. All of the jade-textured wood that Lin Yuan possessed was 100% jade-textured and considered the highest quality. As for the concentration of spirit chi, there was probably no place on Earth that had more concentrated spirit chi than the spirit lock spatial zone. Now that both conditions for its growth were fulfilled, the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores could grow at their maximum rate and would soon produce different strains of intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Everything progressed as Lin Yuan expected. A small intelligent Ganoderma sinensis sprout grew on the jade-textured agar wood, cedar wood, red sandalwood, and laurel wood within half an hour. Lin Yuan separated these 4 wooden pieces from the rest to pick the best out of them. However, he would not be wasting the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores that grew on the other types of wood. Once the sprouts grew strong enough, Lin Yuan would replant them. Out of the 4 wooden pieces, the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis grew much quicker in the cedar wood than in the other 3 wooden pieces. However, Lin Yuan did not immediately deem cedar wood the best type of wood to grow the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. He also had to consider the strength of the sprouts that grew from it. It did not take long for Lin Yuan to spot issues. Although the sprouts were growing quickly in the cedar wood, they were all skinny and weak. Lin Yuan touched all the sprouts that were growing and found that the sprouts growing in the cedar wood moved the most. Thus, he decided against choosing the cedar wood as the quality was more important than speed. Moreover, the sprouts growing on the other 3 types of wood were not growing slowly either. Soon, Lin Yuan observed issues with the sprouts growing on the laurel wood. The laurel wood was the strongest wood out of the 4. As a result, the spores could only absorb the nutrients on the surface and had trouble penetrating further than 5 centimeters into the laurel wood. Hence, Lin Yuan also decided against using laurel wood. Both the sprouts growing on the red sandalwood and cedar wood appeared to be strong and growing at a relatively similar rate. The only difference was that the caps of the sprouts growing from the cedar wood were larger. Most of the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis nutrients were stored in its purple cap, and its size indicated the nutrients within the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. Eventually, Lin Yuan chose the jade-textured cedar wood as the best type of wood to grow the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis in. Chapter 1200, Return to the Marsh World. Lin Yuan had been using the expensive cedar wood as incense. He liked the subtle calming fragrance of cedar wood and always kept a large stock of jade-textured cedar wood with him. Lin Yuan took out all the jade-textured cedar wood he had and cut them using feathers made of day and night spirit silver. He planned on replanting the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores into them. At that moment, Genius was done selecting the 100 questions beast and said in a childlike voice, Yuan, there are already 50 questions beasts that can work independently and concoct spirit fluids on their own. All of their grades have been increased to diamond using spirit fluids. They might not be able to use their souls to concoct spirit fluids and only have the knowledge of Class 4 Creation Masters, but the knowledge enables them to be outstanding Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters. Genius' eyes shone with pride. This abruptly reminded Lin Yuan of Chu Si's homeroom teacher, Teacher Bao. Teacher Bao's eyes had shone with the same pride when he praised Chu Si. Lin Yuan looked at the various colored 100 questions beasts and said, all of you help me transplant the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis sprouts from the other types of wood onto the jade-textured cedar wood. The 100 questions beasts happily got to work. All of these 100 questions beasts had the abilities of Pinnacle Class 3 Creation Masters and had no issue with such a task. In fact, they performed it better than Lin Yuan would have. While the 100 questions beasts were hard at work, Lin Yuan coughed and said, I'm nurturing these intelligent Ganoderma sinensis to evolve genius quality. Once genius evolves to Fantasy V, it will not need as much intelligent Ganoderma sinensis. I also plan on investing more resources into nurturing intelligent Ganoderma sinensis that can produce spores. These spores will be planted in the marsh world. When the time comes, all of you will have the chance to consume intelligent Ganoderma sinensis as well. Heaven and earth phase like the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis were the most beneficial spiritual ingredients for spiritual type phase. Naturally, Genius had also included the information about the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis while it was teaching the 100 questions beasts. Hence, all the 100 questions beasts knew how precious the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis was. The 100 questions beasts all looked at Lin Yuan with gratitude and enthusiastically started thanking him. Lin Yuan brought 10 of the 100 questions beasts over to the Pure Land of Bliss. He collected the newly produced golden lotus brocade pearls while he checked on the spirit-mouthed peonies that he had forcefully split into child ramets. Under the nourishment of the pure spirit chi in the spirit lock spatial zone, the spirit-mouthed peony child ramets had quickly grown into full-grown plants, and red flowers had sprouted atop each of them. The newly grown spirit-mouthed peonies were currently greedily absorbing the spirit chi and storing them within the flowers. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the thriving spirit-mouthed peonies on the Pure Land of Bliss. The 100 questions beasts started splitting the spirit-mouthed peonies into more child ramets. Initially, there were only 100 child ramets. But now, there were 500 of them. The 500 spirit-mouthed peonies clustered together and took up all the space on the Pure Land of Bliss to the point that Brocade Zither's living area had become much smaller. Unless the spirit lock spatial zone transformed again and the Pure Land of Bliss increased in size, the maximum number of spirit-mouthed peonies that could be grown in the spirit lock spatial zone was 500. However, this was not just because of the Pure Land of Bliss. The spirit pool was also unable to keep up with any more spirit-mouthed peonies. Once all the 500 spirit-mouthed peonies sprouted flowers and started absorbing more spirit chi, any accident that took place in the spirit lock spatial zone would affect its ecosystem. The spirit pool would produce just the right amount of spirit chi to sustain the current ecosystem in the spirit lock spatial zone, and there was no allowance for error. Nonetheless, this also utilized the spirit chi to its maximum ability. Soon, Genius and the 40 other 100 questions beasts had finished replanting the intelligent Ganoderma sinensis spores, and Lin Yuan stored all the 100 questions beasts into the Diamond Fey storage box. He went through Klein Hub into the marsh world. Once he re-entered the marsh world, he noticed that it looked completely different from when he was last here. Before he left, the area that the base was in would be nothing more than a stretch of mud if the marsh ground Sphagna had not become Wendy's favored believer. After the marsh ground Sphagna became Wendy's favored believer, it covered the stretch of mud in a layer of thick green carpet. The green carpet extended past the construct. One of the base's tall buildings' construction was finished while the others were still in the process of being built. Once Lin Yuan entered the marsh world, the Kill Food Sky Butterfly noticed him. But even before the Kill Food Sky Butterfly reached him, Lu Tong had run up to him and given him a report of the base's construction progress. All of the 35 Class 2 and 3 spirit craftsmen had put their lives at risk during the time they had been working in the marsh world. All of them only had 6 hours of rest each day and worked in shifts. In order to reduce his rest time and produce better work, Lu Tong had also contracted a vitality sloth like Hu Chuan had done. Lin Yuan could not help but be touched by all their effort. As Lu Tong passionately introduced himself to Lin Yuan, the latter waved his hand and said, "Lu Tong, call over the other 34 spirit craftsmen. I have something to say to all of you. Lu Tong hurriedly did as Lin Yuan said and jogged over to gather all the spirit craftsmen who had been working on various sections of the construction area. Rising Lizard bounded toward Lin Yuan with Wendy on its back. Lin Yuan noticed that both of them had changed significantly since he last saw them.